Chapter 1. Traveling through Douluo. New book, please collect it. P.S. If the book is good, you may travel through Naruto, pirates, giants, Blue Star, and other worlds to save the goddess. Please collect and support it, thank you. It does not flatter Tang San and Master, and has its own independent main line, Shenyang Village. It is a remote village outside Shenzhen City. It is backed by the Xinglu Empire, with the Sun and Moon Mountains to the west, the main city of the Spirit Hall to the north, and the Xingdo Great Forest to the east. Soul beasts often attack this place. It is too close to the Xingdo Great Forest. This place is basically a no-man's land, just like the Rain Country in Naruto. The Xinglu Empire did not include it in its territory, and the Spirit Hall has not revealed its ambition for the time being. The Tiando Empire wants to manage it, but it is too far away. The people here mainly make a living by growing various fruits and selling various vegetables. The name Shenyang Village is very attractive. Since Shenzhen City became prosperous 5 years ago, people from all over the Douluo Continent often come here to play. Especially since all kinds of magical stories appeared in this small village, there are more and more tourists in the village. Do you know, this hidden village is the hometown of the beautiful god of food. Back then, the beautiful god of food. Hey, the version I heard is different. This hidden village is the hometown of the goddess of life. You must know about the things that happened a few years ago? Shh, the statue of the goddess is in front, don't talk. In the hidden village of God, there are tourists playing everywhere. Some tourists are whispering over there, but they dare not shout loudly. The main reason is that they are afraid of disturbing the gods. They hope to get the blessings of the gods. When passing by the statue of the goddess, these tourists kneel down, respectfully, and pray. 5 years ago, a large area of the outer area of Sword City was covered with golden divine light. Many nearby small villages were bathed in this golden divine light, and the mysterious small village of Hidden Village of God received special attention from the golden divine light. Not long after the mysterious golden divine light appeared, many small villages appeared strange scenes. Strange minerals appeared around some villages. These minerals are one of the best materials for making soul guides. They were snapped up by all the major forces. Various strange flowers appeared around some villages. These flowers are bright and colorful, and are loved by various flower shops, hotels, and even royal nobles. The output of fruits and vegetables planted outside Shenyang Village has increased greatly, and they have become particularly delicious. Everyone who has eaten them praises them for being really fragrant. Because they are sweet, crisp, and fresh, these fruits and vegetables are sold at high prices nearby. Gradually, this matter alarmed the attention of Fengjian sect, one of the 4 sects under the Douluo Empire. Fengjian sect sent people to investigate before other forces, but did not find any other abnormalities except for special fruits and vegetables. Later, other forces came to investigate one after another, and left after finding nothing abnormal. However, in order to find out the reason for the increase in the production of fruits and vegetables, Fengjian sect took over all the fruits and vegetables in Shenyang Village. In order to make up for the loss of price appreciation in Shenyang Village, Fengjian sect gave Shenyang Village 3 places for students from the Soul Master Academy every year as compensation. Hey ha! Next! Practice the Young Tiger Awakening. Right hand forward, left hand on the chest, left foot forward, waist force forward. Next, Tiger Cub stretching, waist. The sky was already dawning, and a group of children were sweating in the martial arts training ground in the village. None of them complained about the hardship or tiredness, as if all this had become a habit. Especially the little boy at the front, who was about 5 years old. He practiced the most standard posture and shouted the loudest slogans. In fact, if you look closely, you will find that basically the loud slogans and moves were shouted by him, and the other children were learning in the same way. The little boy had black hair, a delicate face, black pupils, and a strong look in his eyes that did not belong to this age. Bend your legs, tighten your abdomen, look forward and use your waist to punch. Look carefully at Zhou Xingyu's posture. You must grasp the key points of Tiger Fist. The key is to imitate the ice crystal tiger when hunting. You must be fearless and fierce. The old and majestic voice came from the village entrance to the ears of the children. Yes, Grandpa Village Chief? The children answered in unison. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu, with one hand behind his back, walked slowly from a distance. When he walked, there were faint wind sounds on the ground. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu was a very good person. No matter who he talked to, he was smiling. The villagers gave him a nickname called Smiling Tiger. In fact, he was not old. His strong and solid muscles were exposed outside, and with that big guy, he was dressed like a young man. The main reason was that he was born with white hair, so people called him the old village chief. Zhou Xingyu jumped onto the martial arts training platform, and then waved his hand to signal everyone to stop. When the children saw the old village chief like this, they immediately became energetic and stood up straight. They knew that they would learn new moves today. Zhou Xingyu has been in this world for almost 5 years. He behaved like an ordinary child before. It was not until the old village chief fought a tiger at the entrance of the village that he realized that this world was different. From then on, he began to exercise every day. Seeing that he was working hard, the old village chief taught him a few moves. From then on, he was obsessed with this magical martial arts. Slowly, he learned a small part of the truth of this world from the old village chief. Martial soul awakening. This kind of power is innate to the human body. When you are 6 years old, the spirit hall will send people to help awaken this energy. But I don't know what will be awakened at that time. There are awakening animals, awakening plants, and even awakening various weapons. The more powerful ones also awaken various powerful bloodlines. When Zhou Xingyu heard the old village chief talking about various martial souls, he was confused, because this world is obviously the Douluo Continent he has read. He read the novel, Douluo Continent, several times at that time. It contains all kinds of joys and sorrows, all kinds of love and hate, all kinds of beauties, all kinds of powerful soul skills, all kinds of strange adventures. He has stood up for Bibi Dong in the secret room, and also scolded the master for his half-hearted and shameless love. Qian Renxie, Hu Liena, Li Werlong, Shui Binger, Huo Wu, Bai Chenxiang. Which of these countless women is not lonely all his life? Which one is not a goddess with very high appearance? It is even more pitiful for Xiao Wu. As a Title Douluo, Tang Hao obviously knows Xiao Wu's identity. His intentions are not ordinary. He forcibly combines humans and beasts even though he knows that they will lead to a series of tragedies later. If possible, he wants to change all this and prevent all tragedies from happening again. Are the soul beasts in Douluo really cultivated to become gods? Isn't it said that the position of gods is fixed? Even if you create a position of gods yourself, you need the consent of the superior gods, right? What hatred did Tang Hao have with Bibi Dong? Tang Hao helped him to cripple Qianxunji, so Tang Hao should have done her a favor, right? Did Tang Hao do something excessive? Just as he was thinking about it, the old village chief Zhou Chenhu's roar came from the front of the martial arts training platform. Zhou Xingyu, you should be serious. What are you doing? Zhou Xingyu immediately came back to his senses. His face was slightly red, and he smiled at the old village chief embarrassedly. Today I will teach you how to make a tiger come out of the cave. On the martial arts training platform, Zhou Chenhu landed on his left foot forward, forming a dragon riding step, with his arms raised to the level of his shoulders, and then he stared at the front with his eyes. Then he suddenly punched forward continuously. The fierce punches resounded throughout the martial arts training platform. Zhou Xingyu watched intently, and he recalled the old village chief's previous actions, and then he also punched. There were several talented children in the back who followed suit and learned. The tiger is climbing the mountain below. Zhou Chenhu quickly moved his left and right feet forward, and then kicked out fiercely. His feet brought a fierce gust of wind, and the wooden block on the left side of the martial arts training platform actually exploded directly. Wow! All the children below cheered. This attack really excited them. That's the star iron wood from the Star Do Great Forest. Ordinary axes can't break it, but it exploded with a kick. Zhou Chenhu looked at the group of little kids in front of him and smiled. This is the effect he wanted, to make these bastards study hard. Maybe because he was in a better mood today, he was going to tell all the little kids something special. Ahem! The little kids understood it in seconds, and Zhou Xingyu also stood up immediately. Zhou Chenhu saw the well-trained team of kids, nodded to Zhou Xingyu with satisfaction, and then cleared his throat and looked forward. He stretched out his strong right hand forward, and then slowly spread it out. A strange power emerged from his palm. Buzz! With a strange sound, a small black sword emerged from the palm. Clang! With a crisp sound, the small black sword flew out of the palm and then slowly grew larger. The black sword was directly grasped by the right hand, and a magical pressure appeared on Zhou Chenhu. Readers, please give a 5-star review after reading. I wish those who give good reviews good luck every day. Book Friends Group 576669198. Welcome to join. This chapter is over. Chapter 2, Awakening of Good and Evil panel. The pressure on the village chief Zhou Chenhu gradually dissipated around the martial arts training platform. The terrifying and powerful pressure reached Zhou Xingyu, and he was horrified to find that his legs were shaking constantly, and one of his right legs had actually bent down. Damn it! How can you kneel down casually? Even if he is the old village chief, he doesn't want to kneel down casually. Zhou Xingyu roared in his heart, kneeling to the heaven, kneeling to the earth, kneeling to his parents. How could he be crushed by such a small pressure? He had to hold on. He didn't believe it today. Sweat gradually wet his forehead, slowly slid down his face, and then dripped in the middle of the martial arts training ground. Just when he was about to give up, a strange power came out of his blood, directly dispelling the terrifying and powerful pressure. He felt full of strength, and he also felt a trace of strange energy coming out of his body. Ding! Good and evil panel activated. Just when Zhou Xingyu was confused, this voice suddenly appeared in his mind, and he was a little puzzled. At this time, Zhou Chenhu had already retracted the black sword in his hand. The terrifying pressure suddenly disappeared, and a group of children below hurriedly gasped. This is the martial spirit. The cold words of the old village chief Zhou Xingyu came. He saw it clearly just now. Except for one person, everyone else at the scene knelt or fell down, so he was in a bad mood. In such a big village, there is only one child who can withstand the most primitive martial spirit oppression. This is undoubtedly the saddest thing. This is a world of great terror. Without the protection of the strong, the village will soon disappear. He just lives in seclusion in this village. I don't know when he will leave and find a more powerful way. As a descendant of the Zhou family, he always wants to restore the glory of his ancestors. But this village has been around for decades, and only dozens of tiger and leopard hunters have been selected. It is far from enough to re-establish a sect to protect this village. The upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects will never allow another powerful sect to appear. Not to mention that this sect was once the Daxia sect, the first sect that shocked the continent. At this time, Zhou Xingyu was carefully studying the magical good and evil panel in his mind. Name, 5 years old, will be 6 tomorrow. Martial soul, unknown. Bloodline, human, self-created martial skill, divine tiger fist, primary. Spiritual power, secret book, soul 9 transformations sealed, kindness points 0, malice points 0. Number of lottery draws, system store, not activated, pet, not activated. Crystal palace, not activated. Strength rating, weak. Main mission, Daxia Empire unifies Douluo. Wish, you can make any wish after completing the main mission. Zhou Xingyu didn't pay attention to other information at this time, but looked at the wish column. He was now excited. Any wish he wanted to revive his family, he wanted to return to Earth. He didn't even see his grandfather for the last time before he died. Grandpa raised him alone after his parents had a car accident, and even paid for his college education. He owed his grandfather too much. He also wanted to find out the cause of his parents' death. Brother Xingyu, wake up! The village chief is calling you. A chubby little boy shook Zhou Xingyu vigorously. He was Zhou Xingyu's little follower. He would share some of his delicious food with Zhou Xingyu. Therefore, Zhou Xingyu often told him some magical stories, and sometimes taught him some martial arts taught by the village chief. Zhou Xingyu felt someone shaking his arm, and opened his eyes immediately. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found that his little playmate Zhou Qiang was making all kinds of eyes at him. Just as he was about to be confused, he heard the old village chief calling him. Zhou Xingyu, come to my house for lunch at noon. The old village chief Zhou Chenghu was originally worried about whether he had just hit the only kid he had set his eyes on. Now seeing that the boy's breath was stable, his eyes were still bright and full of passion, he knew that this time might have aroused his curiosity again. Ding, goodwill from Zhou Chenghu +1. A sound suddenly appeared in Zhou Xingyu's mind, and his eyes widened. Could this have triggered something key? Oh, okay. Thank you, Grandpa Village Chief. Zhou Xingyu quickly agreed. He had been to the old village chief's house several times, and every time he could eat all kinds of animal meat, he would feel warm all over after eating the meat. Now he knew that the animal meat was probably the meat of soul beasts. Even dead soul beasts carry soul power. Once consumed for a long time, even people without martial spirits can enhance their physical fitness. The old village chief's words made all the children present envious. They were also lucky enough to eat it several times, but they could only get a share of it during the big pot meal during festivals. Grandpa Village Chief? Chubby little Zhou Qiang grabbed the back of his head, his saliva almost dripping onto the ground. He was obviously a little embarrassed. Zhou Chenghu saw the little expressions of all the little kids and instantly laughed. These little kids obviously thought they had meat to eat again. Since everyone wanted to eat meat, he could only ask people to go hunting a few more times. Zhou Chenghu turned around and said to the 25-year-old black-clothed youth under the martial arts training platform, Zhou Wu, send a few brothers to go around the outer perimeter of the Xingdo Great Forest, and remember to hunt some 10-year soul beasts, small fragrant pigs. Got it. Zhou Wu first clasped his fists, and then walked towards the direction of the village patrol guards. Oh yeah, it's still the village chief. The chubby little Zhou Qiang jumped happily on the martial arts training platform. He hugged Zhou Xingyu happily, and his saliva flew everywhere. His favorite food is small fragrant pork, and this time it was obviously thanks to his little friend's blessing to eat it, so he wanted to hug and express his gratitude. At this moment, Zhou Xingyu's heart was broken. This dead fat man not only rubbed his saliva on himself, but also the sticky snot. He couldn't push him away, otherwise it would be bad if he hurt other people's self-esteem. This fat man is completely unethical. A group of children in the back also cheered happily. It was almost noon when Zhou Xingyu came to the old village chief's house alone. This was an ordinary bungalow. There was no decoration outside the house. There were only a few clothes drying poles outside. These clothes drying poles were hung with various animal skins. If nothing unexpected happened, these animal skins would be handed over to the village workshop for modification after drying, and finally, they would be sold in the big city. There was also a white-haired auntie outside the house washing vegetables and fruits. She washed them very seriously. "Grandma, I'm here to bother you again," Zhou Xingyu shouted obediently after approaching. This white-haired auntie was rescued by the village chief outside. Later, in order to repay the old village chief, she came to help with housework every day. "Wow, little Xingyu, take this big apple, go in quickly, the village chief is waiting for you inside." The white-haired auntie stopped her work, picked the biggest apple from the basket next to her and handed it to Zhou Xingyu. After thanking the white-haired auntie, Zhou Xingyu took the apple and walked into the ordinary bungalow. However, apart from a table of prepared dishes in the living room, the figure of the old village chief had disappeared. Just when Zhou Xingyu was puzzled, the voice of the old village chief came. "Close the door, then go straight ahead, turn left, and go to the basement." Zhou Xingyu had no doubts. He closed the door, then walked deep into the living room, turned left, and entered the bedroom. At this time, there were several young men in black in the bedroom, guarding the open entrance to the underground passage. Zhou Xingyu knew these people. They were patrol guards in the village. "Go in, the old village chief is waiting for you downstairs. Come on and awaken, I'm rooting for you." One of the young men in black walked up to Zhou Xingyu, smiled and rubbed Zhou Xingyu's head. At this moment, Zhou Xingyu understood that he was about to turn 6 years old, and this was to awaken his martial spirit for him. For the first time, he felt that this village was a little unusual, because in the novel, the awakening of martial souls is helped by the people of the Wuhun Hall. With endless curiosity and expectation, Zhou Xingyu slowly walked to the basement. Readers, please give a 5-star praise after reading. I wish those who give praise good luck every day. Book Friends Group 5769928. Welcome to join. End of this chapter. Chapter 3, Twin Martial Soul Mutation. At this time, only the old village chief Zhou Chenhu was in the basement. The old village chief Zhou Chenhu's expression was very serious at this time, and his tone of voice was very calm. "You are here. Walk to the high platform on the left, and then close your eyes." In the past few decades, many geniuses have appeared in Shenyang village, but the qualifications of these geniuses he thought were not particularly ideal. Even Zhou Wu, who he was most optimistic about 15 years ago, was only at the 9th level of innate soul power. So he did not have much hope for Zhou Xingyu. Being able to withstand his soul power without falling means that he is fully capable of awakening martial souls and has a certain soul power foundation. As for what to awaken, it all depends on God's will. Zhou Xingyu would be lying if he said he wasn't excited. He slowly walked to the high platform on the left that was flashing with black light. Then he closed his eyes and began to think wildly while standing on the high platform. He was thinking about all kinds of powerful martial spirits and the gods in myths and legends. Zhou Chenhu stretched out his right hand, released his black sword martial spirit, and flicked his finger at the blade of the black sword. Several black lights flew out from the black sword. These black lights were extremely fast, and they disappeared into the high platform in a flash. In an instant, the high platform made a buzzing sound, and a light black barrier appeared. It directly enveloped the high platform, and also surrounded Zhou Xingyu in the middle. Focus on Dantian. Don't think about it. Feel the energy hidden in your body, and then gather it in your right hand. Black light spots emerged from the light black barrier, and these black light spots merged into Zhou Xingyu's body. Hearing the words of the old village chief, Zhou Xingyu immediately did as he was told. He no longer visualized the gods or thought about all kinds of messy things. There was only one obsession left in his mind. This obsession quickly gathered in his right hand. Zhou Xingyu felt extremely uncomfortable at the moment, and his head was about to explode. What's going on? Wuhun mutation? Zhou Chenhu flashed to the side of the black barrier, and he stared at the right hand. The orthodox Wuhun of the Great Xia sect is the black sword, but some Wuhun mutations will turn into other colors, or mutate into other Wuhun. Zhou Xingyu couldn't stand the pain and held his head with his left hand and screamed desperately. He never thought that awakening a Wuhun would be so uncomfortable. Originally, he wanted to awaken a twin Wuhun or a triple Wuhun. At that time, he would punch the Super Douluo, kick the gods, and take a bunch of girls with him. How wonderful. Ding, the first Wuhun Xinhuo sword has reached the awakening level. As the voice came from his mind, Zhou Xingyu finally stopped the pain. He half knelt on the high platform, gasping for breath. A fiery red sword had long floated in his right hand and a faint flame power was wrapped around it. Goodwill from Zhou Chenhu +3. Good, good, good. The old village chief Zhou Chenhu was excited at the moment. His martial soul had successfully mutated, and it had mutated in a good direction. Judging from the energy fluctuations of this fiery red sword, its level must be no lower than his black sword, and it may even have reached the level of a super martial soul. Martial souls are also divided into levels: God level, super, top, rare, and ordinary. Zhou Chenhu was about to untie the black barrier, but the next scene shocked him. He stopped and quickly took out a few black stones from his arms. Goodwill from Zhou Chenhu plus. Another message flashed in Zhou Xingyu's mind. He quickly threw these black stones around the black barrier, and soon more black light spots appeared, and these light spots quickly merged into Zhou Xingyu's body. "Come on, kid!" Zhou Chenhu's heart was extremely complicated at this time. Who doesn't want to have twin martial souls, but awakening is also extremely cruel. Some people awaken easily, but some people die when awakening their twin martial souls. Otherwise, why are there only a few twin martial souls on Douluo Continent? Awakening is a level, and cultivating to become a talent is another level. All he can do now is to eliminate all unfavorable factors. The surging soul power emerges from Zhou Chenhu's body. Then soul rings appear from him one by one, yellow, purple, black, and red. 9 soul rings appear. Then these soul rings fly directly out and wrap around the black barrier. Countless soul energy flows out from these 9 soul rings, and they turn into light spots and fly into the black barrier. No one thought that the white-haired old village chief was actually a Title Douluo, and a sword martial soul Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring. Inside the black barrier, Zhou Xingyu was miserable at this time, because his second martial soul was actually awakened. It was not a beast spirit, a weapon spirit, or a plant spirit, but in his blood. He was awakening his true spirit at this moment, which was the same type as the angel spirit. His blood was boiling, his meridians were breaking, and blood was seeping out of every pore in his body. He knelt on the ground and rolled around in pain, but soon he stopped rolling around. The intense pain made him faint. I don't know how long it took. Ding! The second spirit, the flame god combat body, has reached the awakening level. A fiery red shadow appeared on Zhou Xingyu's body, and the shadow turned around and looked at the black barrier. Roar! The fiery red shadow roared as if this damn barrier had blocked him. After he roared like this, cracks appeared in the black barrier, and there were traces of flames entwined on the black barrier, and these flames spread around at an extremely fast speed. Goodwill from Zhou Chenhu +3. Another message jumped in Zhou Xingyu's mind. As a Title Douluo, Zhou Chenhu's head was buzzing with the roar of the fiery red shadow just now. He couldn't tell what the second martial soul was. As a Title Douluo and the leader of the great Xia sect, he had read countless classics, fought countless battles, fought angels, fought dragons, and killed countless peerless masters. Go back! Zhou Chenhu's soul power was surging. He had already used the martial soul possession. He knew that he had to suppress this strange martial soul back into Zhou Xingyu's body. When the martial soul is first awakened, once the second martial soul is out of the body for a long time, the main body is very likely to fall. Especially when the main body is severely injured, it is the most fatal at this time. The fiery red shadow obviously did not take Zhou Chenhu's threat. He wanted to leave the black barrier and fight the old man in front of him who didn't know how to live or die. The black barrier was punched and kicked by the fiery red shadow, and it was broken layer by layer. When the black barrier was about to be completely cracked, a magical golden force suddenly pulled the fiery red shadow back into Zhou Xingyu's body. When this golden force appeared, even Zhou Chenhu, who was at the Title Douluo level, was shocked. His martial spirit was actually directly shattered. Crack, the black barrier finally couldn't bear it, and it turned into countless light spots and shattered. Zhou Xingyu fainted on the ground in the center of the platform, covered in blood. The blood around him had begun to coagulate, which showed that this awakening took too long. He had no consciousness at the moment. Only the weak breathing showed that he was still alive. While he was unconscious, Zhou Chenhu took out a small white bottle from his body and poured out a fragrant pill from the bottle. As the pill entered his mouth and melted, Zhou Xingyu's capillaries quickly repaired and healed, and soon a thick layer of blood scars formed. Hey, there's one more. Zhou Chenhu felt a little painful at this time. This pill is one less. The ancestor killed the false god and used the false god's blood to refine 10 god blood pills. After countless years, he still had 2 in his hand. Even when he was seriously injured, he was reluctant to use them, but he felt it was worth using them on Zhou Xingyu. As long as the twin martial spirits grow up safely, Daxia sect will sooner or later restore its former supreme glory and even surpass it. A bathtub was passed down from the house, and then buckets of hot water were poured into the bathtub. A bag of herbs was poured into it, and the bathtub was immediately filled with the fragrance of herbs. This is the Bai Chao Wang recipe, which can increase the blood and qi in the user's body and quickly replenish the lost soul power. This small bag of herbs is the secret of Daxia sect. In a small village, a kind white-haired grandfather gently bathed his grandson. He also hummed a pleasant unknown ballad. Chapter 4. The terrifying sealed basement was very busy for the other people. They went to boil water for a while, and then went down to clean up various bloodstains. If they hadn't seen Zhou Xingyu sleeping quietly on the small reclining chair, they would have suspected that the old village chief had done something shameful. Is the awakening of a martial soul so exaggerated? Someone quietly asked the old village chief what Zhou Xingyu had awakened, but was scolded. He also called all of them together for a meeting and told them not to reveal any abnormalities today. Several people understood in seconds that the awakening of the martial soul must have awakened something extraordinary. Otherwise, the old village chief, who has always been gentle and approachable, would never be like this. They are all the backbone of the great Xia sect and know a lot of secrets on the continent. Do you think Zhou Xingyu has awakened a mutant martial soul? The young man in black showed an envious look. Judging from the expression of the old village chief, the mutant martial soul must be developing in a good direction. Another young man in black was obviously more cautious. He stopped his friends from continuing to guess. Don't guess blindly. Why don't you guess it's a twin martial soul? Who knew that as soon as he said this, the endless pressure from the old village chief came over. The pressure seemed endless. Several people were frightened by the terrifying pressure and broke into sweat. They were not stupid and understood it immediately. Go and copy the Tiger and Leopard Hunter manual 10 times. Run 10 laps around the hidden village. If you don't complete these tasks, you will have to work all night. Zhou Qianhu's cold words came out. He has always been a person who clearly distinguishes rewards and punishments. After so many years, it seems that even those who are close to him have forgotten the terrifying name before. Yes! Several members of the Tiger and Leopard Hunters immediately promised. They realized that they had violated one of the rules. Soon, there were several more patrol team members shouting slogans around the hidden village. This scene attracted many foreign tourists and reminded the members of the Tiger and Leopard Hunters of that tragic and terrifying era. The Sword Master of Copying Books. This is a terrifying name. No matter whether it is our own people or the enemy, as long as they hear this name, they will be very headache and afraid. The enemies defeated by Zhou Qianhu will have to endure end days of cruel days. Xingyu woke up in a daze. He felt that he had slept for a very long time. He had a dream. In the dream, he held the Xinwo sword in his left hand and fought fiercely with Tian Daoliu, the owner of the angel spirit of the Wuhun Hall. From time to time, he also resisted the attacks from the demigod Poseidon in the sea. In the end, he won and established the powerful Daxia kingdom. Countless familiar beauties in the palace surrounded him. He had everything, but reality slapped him in the face and he woke up. Obviously, he was still that young child. He was still in the basement. There was a white-haired old village chief sleeping next to the small back chair. He had a weird smile on his face and drooled. Zhou Xingyu did not disturb the old village chief who was already asleep. He gently turned over from the small back chair. Who knew that a strong arm would directly lift him up and put him back on the small back chair? Zhou Xingyu was speechless. After several experiments, he gave up. Unable to bear disturbing others' sleep, he began to study the magical good and evil panel in his mind. At this moment, the panel information has completely changed. Name, Zhou Xingyu, age 6 years old. Soul power, level 20. Martial soul, first martial soul, Xinhua sword mutation, no soul ring attached, no soul skills. Second martial soul, Yanshen battle body, mutation, no soul ring attached, no soul skills. Bloodline, human race. Self-created martial arts, divine tiger fist, primary, mental power secrets, soul 9 transformations, kindness points, 13. Malice points 0, number of draws, blind box once, need to use 10 kindness points. System store, not activated, pet, not activated. Crystal Palace, not activated. Strength evaluation, fighting chicken among weak chickens. Mission mainline, Daxia Empire unifies Douluo. Wish, you can make any wish after completing the mainline mission. When did it become 13 kindness points? Where did these kindness points and malice points come from? Zhou Xingyu was completely confused. Did it increase automatically while he was sleeping? He looked through the information at the bottom of the panel and found that all these goodwill points were provided by the old village chief, and they were doubled several times in a row. He was a little tempted by the blind box lottery on the lottery page, but after all, he was not at home, so he did not dare to use it casually. Both of his martial souls were mutant martial souls, and the mutations were successful. He knew from the original book that it was best to attach the soul ring of the second martial soul when the first martial soul was fully loaded, and the second martial soul must not be used when it was weak. Otherwise, he would be targeted by people with ulterior motives, and even wiped out in the cradle. With his right palm spread out, a fiery red small sword gradually floated out of his body, just like a part of his body. If he wanted to take it back, he could take it back with a thought, and if he wanted it to come out, he could come out with a thought. However, he was completely blind to what to use, and he didn't know how to use swords. It was okay to ask him to fight. After all, he had been learning the Divine Tiger Fist for more than a year. Zhou Qianhu was sleeping soundly, but suddenly there was a buzzing sound in his ears, just like a bunch of mosquitoes flying around, making him unable to sleep peacefully. He waved his hands for a long time, but he didn't hit any mosquitoes. Grandpa Village Chief? Grandpa Village Chief? Zhou Qianhu suddenly woke up, and he looked at Zhou Xingyu, who had already fallen to the ground with a confused face, and then sorted out his thoughts. Ha ha ha, you see, I forgot about you when I was sleeping. How is Zhou Xingyu? Is your body okay? Do you feel uncomfortable? Zhou Xingyu decided to test the old man's mouth. In case he didn't know, he would just pretend to have only one martial soul in the future. It's okay, you see I'm fine, Grandpa Village Chief. Did I awaken two martial souls? Who knew that Zhou Chenhu's big hand directly covered Zhou Xingyu's mouth, he hurriedly said. Remember, no matter who asks in the future, you can only say that you only have one martial soul, remember. Zhou Xingyu was almost suffocated by the big hand. He nodded quickly to show that he knew. In this way, the old village chief Zhou Chenhu let go of his big hand. He took out a golden crystal ball from his arms, handed it to Zhou Xingyu, and then taught him how to use it. It is well known that the twin martial souls have innate full soul power, but for safety reasons, he still wants to test Zhou Xingyu's soul power. Taking the golden crystal ball, Zhou Xingyu closed his eyes according to the old village chief's method and injected the strange power of his whole body into the golden crystal ball. Endless suction came from the golden crystal ball. This was a process of testing soul power, and Zhou Xingyu was not afraid at all. As the strange power continued to be injected, the golden crystal ball lit up and emitted a light golden light. Goodwill from Zhou Chenhu +10. At this time, Zhou Xingyu received another message, which was far more than any previous point. Could this goodwill be the other party's surprise or shock, or a good impression? In Zhou Chenhu's eyes, the golden crystal ball first lit up a light golden light, and then the light spread rapidly around. In just a moment, the golden crystal ball had already emitted a dazzling golden light, which was almost as bright as the sun. Full innate soul power level 20. Zhou Chenhu's jaw almost dropped at this moment. He never thought that he only wanted to test whether the full innate soul power was level 10. The result was a full innate soul power level 20 that could only appear with a god-level martial spirit. Gulp Chenhu swallowed his saliva. His brain was not enough now. The kid in front of him had given him too many surprises. He was a Title Douluo, but he could lose his composure repeatedly. Zhou Chenhu stared at Zhou Xingyu with a blazing fire in his eyes. A decision came into his mind. Chapter 5, Forcibly Seizing Soul Bones. Seeing the malicious look of the old village chief, Zhou Xingyu suddenly had the urge to run away, but he finally calmed down. If the old village chief really wanted to do something to him, he would have moved away long ago. Why should he be here to think about it? However, all his secrets were known by the old village chief. Could it be that he wanted to take over his body? That didn't make sense. Douluo was not in the world of cultivating immortals with nascent souls, and the old village chief didn't seem to be particularly powerful. After the two of them stared at each other for a few minutes, the old village chief, Zhou Chenhu, took out a few manuals from his arms and a few thick draft papers and threw them in front of Zhou Xingyu. When he took out these things, he seemed to laugh secretly a few times, which made Zhou Xingyu puzzled. Take a look at these when you have time. After the initiation ceremony is over, you can live in my house from now on. Zhou Xingyu did not refuse where to live. What he cared about now was what these manuals were. He subconsciously took the manuals and flipped through them. The thickness of these manuals was almost equal to that of ordinary Chinese textbooks. Daxia Sect Member Manual, Douluo Anti-Fraud Guide, Mainland Martial Spirit Encyclopedia, Mainland Soul Beast Encyclopedia, Mainland Historical Chronicle, Mainland Regional Power Division. There was also a last manuscript, which was annotated with various guidelines to pay attention to. These manuscripts seem to have been written not long ago. It mainly wrote about how to hide your identity and power, and how to deal with various emergencies. Zhou Xingyu was a little shocked at this moment. No wonder there was a requirement to establish the Great Xia Kingdom on that panel. It turned out that their Shenyang village was the hiding place of the Great Xia sect. He still wanted to confirm it, so he asked the old village chief, "Grandpa Village Chief, can't we, the people of the Great Xia sect, reveal our identities?" The old village chief Zhou Chenhu closed his eyes at this moment, and tears fell silently. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Xingyu. Legend has it that our ancestor was not from Douluo Star. He founded the Great Xia sect on Douluo Star, and at that time the Great Xia sect was the largest force. Zhou Chenhu told a magical and extremely exciting story. When he talked about his ancestor's half-god body fighting against the god king of the god realm, his teeth were clenched loudly. People from other worlds are not allowed to advance to the position of god in Douluo. Just with this sentence, the Great Xia sect was targeted by all forces in the Douluo world. Under the self-destruction of the soul rings of many deputy sect leaders, the Great Xia sect finally escaped the last bloodline. 10,000 years, 1,000 years, 100 years later, there was no information about the Great Xia sect in Douluo Continent, and the Great Xia sect seemed to have really disappeared. Could it be that the first generation of the Great Xia sect's sect leader was from Blue Star? A terrifying thought came to Zhou Xingyu's mind. Daxia was only owned by Blue Star. A person from another world, could he have traveled through time and space? But from this story, it seems that the way of crossing over is different from mine. I crossed over directly with my soul, and he seemed to have crossed over directly with his whole body. Tang San was able to become a god in exactly the same way as him. So if he wants to become a god in this world, there are only two ways to choose. The first one, a suitable god position, which requires competing with many Tianjiao. The second one, opening up a god position alone, which is more difficult. Remember, no one in Daxia sect has reached the god level, and it is not allowed to reveal their identity. This is the last order of the ancestors. The roar of the old village chief Zhou Xingyu appeared in Zhou Xingyu's ears. This sound was like thunder, awakening Zhou Xingyu's little fantasy. It turns out that it is so difficult to establish a country. Yes, remember. Zhou Xingyu hurriedly agreed. It turns out that there are only a few dozen people in Daxia sect who are currently recognized as having a certain identity. They are given the title of Tiger and Leopard Hunter. The simple and mysterious initiation ceremony was quickly completed. The initiation ceremony paid tribute to the ancestral hall in the basement, and also got to know the Tiger and Leopard Hunters. No, 66 is the number plate Zhou Xingyu got. This means that Daxia sect only has 66 members at this time, but there is a question. He has only recognized 64 members today, and there is still one member that he has not seen. He will come back? After Zhou Xingyu asked, he got this unknown answer. Shenyang Village Mixed Dormitory. Will you come back? The little follower Zhou Chang was obviously reluctant. We are only a few dozen meters away. I will bring you some delicious food when the time comes. Okay, don't be so nagging. You are not a girl. Zhou Xingyu was also reluctant. After all, they have lived together for several years, although he has never treated himself as a child. Hearing that there is delicious food, the little follower Zhou Chang was obviously relieved. After some packing, Zhou Xingyu left the mixed dormitory under the curious eyes of his friends. In this life, Zhou Xingyu's parents passed away early, and he lived with many orphans in the village. The few things he had were taken to the ordinary bungalow of the old village chief. The next morning, the outermost part of the Qingdou Great Forest. A white-haired old man walked over with a little boy about 6 years old. The white-haired old man was very casual, just like strolling in his own backyard. The little boy was a little nervous. He held a long stick in his hand and kept hitting the grass, as if he was driving something away. Grandpa Village Chief, didn't you say to be careful at all times? Zhou Xingyu obviously didn't understand the old village chief, who kept telling him to be careful of the grass and guard against snake-like soul beasts that might appear. He actually followed behind a little kid like him without any shame. The old village chief Zhou Chenhu acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued to walk slowly behind him. In fact, as a Title Douluo, even if he didn't activate his martial spirit, he could master everything within a few hundred meters. There was a 10-year soul beast rape snake about 50 meters away at a 75-degree angle on the left, and a 10-year soul beast, two-headed rooster about 70 meters away at a 42-degree angle on the right front. About 272 meters in front of him, there was a 200-year-old patterned spider squatting beside the iron rod god tree and releasing spider silk. But these were not what he, a Title Douluo, needed to pay attention to. He needed to pay attention to the two teams of soul masters coming from farther away, even more than 800 meters to the left and front. The two teams of soul masters seemed to be arguing about something. From their excited expressions, Zhou Chenhu guessed that it might be for some treasure. In the Stardo Great Forest, it was obvious what treasures the soul beasts had. Was it an ordinary soul bone or a more rare external soul bone? No matter which one it was something that could cause a shock in the Shy Soul Master world. At the outermost edge of the Stardew Great Forest, the soul beasts that moved around were all low-level soul beasts, and it was rare to encounter soul beasts that were thousands or even tens of thousands of years old. This was also a paradise for low-level soul masters. Soul master teams often appeared. Look, 2 more teams of soul masters came from the back. From the outside, it was obvious that the 2 teams of soul masters were students from 2 different academies, each of which had a senior soul master teacher in charge of leading the team. One of the teams wore pink uniforms with a gorgeous flower embroidered on them. The leader was a middle-aged woman, followed by 8 girls around 10 years old. These girls were obviously a little timid. Another team wore a green uniform with a long sword embroidered on it. The leader was a thin and tall young man, followed by 7 boys around 8 years old. These boys looked very naughty and whistled at the girls next to them. Help! Mingui Academy is forcibly snatching soul bones. The woman's angry scream came from the outer edge of the Star Do Great Forest. Chapter 6. The soul bones flew away. The woman's angry scream resounded throughout the 1,000-meter area. More than a dozen teams of soul masters on the outer edge were alarmed, and they quickly rushed to the direction of the screams. The 2-man team of 1 old and 1 young was completely ignored by them. Even the soul master team slightly inside the Star Do Great Forest rushed back. There were a total of 20 soul master teams, and the number of people was quite spectacular. Zhou Xingyu had already been held in the arms of the old village chief Zhou Chenhu. Grandpa Village Chief, should we go to another place? Zhou Xingyu suggested. He had no interest in soul bones. There would be plenty of such things in the future. There were so many 100,000-year soul beasts. Would he be afraid of not having soul bones? However, the old village chief Zhou Xingyu became curious. He certainly didn't care about the soul bones of 100 or 1,000 years. But what if this wasn't an ordinary soul bone? External soul bones can evolve. Once they evolve to the ultimate state, they are more precious than the soul bones of 100,000 years, even if they are only external soul bones with a 10-year limit. At this time, the 8 teachers and students of Minghui College were surrounded by hundreds of soul masters. "Hand over the soul bones," someone shouted. "Hand over the soul bones, shameless Minghui College," someone else echoed. The shouts of these two people immediately caused dissatisfaction among Minghui College. "Why? We got this soul bone by killing soul beasts. Why should we give it to you? Just because this woman is yelling? Do you have any evidence?" Only a few people responded, and the others might just be watching the show. Countless girls and women were immediately angry. These people from Minghui College were too arrogant. They actually started to scold women. Now they didn't care who was right or wrong. A strong female team leader directly activated her martial soul. She suggested, "Go, kill these trash from Minghui College, and then throw them into the Xingdo Great Forest. Who knows?" The screaming woman responded immediately, and she also activated her martial soul. The 2 female team leaders activated their martial souls, and their students were not to be outdone. Those with martial souls activated their martial souls, and those without martial souls took out their weapons. At one time, countless people responded, and the colorful martial souls outside the Xingdo Great Forest flashed with light. Everyone in Minghui College was instantly scared, and the team leader immediately threw the soul bone in his hand. This soul bone was thrown directly into the air by him. Then the teacher in charge of Minghui Academy pulled several students and tried to flee. But were these women after the soul bone? This soul bone was already known to so many people, it was definitely impossible to keep it, even if it was only a 10-year soul bone. They were just trying to get a breath, and the people in Minghui Academy were blocked. The teacher in charge of Minghui Academy was knocked unconscious by countless fists before he could even activate his martial spirit. The soul bone was in the air, flying higher and higher. No one rushed forward to fight for it. They looked at each other. The scene was awkward for a while. Just when everyone was embarrassed, the soul bone in the sky flew higher and higher, and it flew into the interior of the Stardew Great Forest. "Chase!" Some teachers in charge were excited. Now that the soul bone has flown away, whoever finds it will own it, right? Some teachers in charge of the academy did not move their troops. Their primary purpose was to obtain soul rings for the students. This obviously low-level soul bone was not worth their risk. The periphery of the Stardew Great Forest. Zhou Xingyu, who was sitting on the shoulder of the old village chief, saw it clearly. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu opened a yellow soul ring when the soul bone flew into the air. As the soul ring lit up, the old village chief Zhou Xingyu drew a circle with 2 fingers on his right hand and pointed upwards, and the soul bone 500 meters away flew higher and higher. Zhou Xingyu was shocked by this situation. This superb control of soul power is at least a soul Douluo level powerhouse above level 80. He had never asked the old village chief what level he was before, but now he couldn't help asking, "Grandpa Village Chief, what level of powerhouse are you?" "Title. Remember to keep it secret." The old village chief Zhou Xingyu answered slowly. After Zhou Xingyu finished speaking, he walked directly to the left side of the Xingdo Great Forest, which was exactly the opposite direction of the Soul Master teams. At this time, Zhou Xingyu was extremely surprised. He thought that the Great Xia sect had only soul saints at most, because the first rule of the Great Xia sect is that everyone must hide. Then, according to the upper 3 sects, there are Title Douluos, and the lower 4 sects have Soul Douluos. If the Great Xia sect has not even established a simple and casual sect, then it can only be a soul saint at most. Under a sacred ironwood tree, an old man and a young boy were eating dry food. They had been running for more than an hour. After getting the soul bone, the old village chief Zhou Xingyu took Zhou Xingyu to look for a suitable soul beast for a long time but couldn't find one. "I say, little Xingyu, isn't that 300-year-old willow bamboo very good? Why don't you like it?" The old village chief Zhou Xingyu was almost tormented to death. First, he saw a 400-year-old crawling hedgehog, which was originally a perfect choice for the first soul ring, but Zhou Xingyu didn't like it. Later, he found a 420-year-old flame bamboo shoot. Logically, the limit of the first soul ring is 423 years. Since Tang San's 4th soul ring is 10,000 years old, it is doubled. Zhou Xingyu is not stupid. With such a powerful physique and twin martial spirits, the first one must be at least 800 years old, and the second one must be more than 1,000 years old. "Grandpa Village Chief, I've read a little bit about the Martial Soul Encyclopedia and the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. I think I can absorb a soul ring of about 850 years, which can maximize my physical fitness." "Nonsense, that's a theory. Do you understand? Don't be like that stupid master. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family has such a weirdo and such a book. It really hurts people. If it weren't for that dead woman in the Martial Soul Hall protecting him, I would be the first to kill him. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu is now regretting it to death. If he had known not to show him that kind of rubbish theory book so early, he should have torn up all the words of that master's theory at that time. The master far away in the Title Empire sneezed. He rubbed his nose strangely, looked out the window, and found nothing. He studied his notes with his eyes focused. You absorb the external soul bone of this giant ant, and then we will consider the feasibility of the 800-year soul beast. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu once again took out the small piece of black fingernail, which was dropped by a 10-year soul beast giant ant. At that time, he felt something was wrong, and he discovered the difference of this soul bone with his soul power. That's why he deliberately used a little trick to grab this rare external soul bone. Otherwise, why would a Title Douluo bully a bunch of young soul masters? Grandpa Village Chief, aren't you stuck at the peak of level 94? You can absorb it yourself. Besides, I'm still young and there will be plenty of this stuff in the future. Zhou Xingyu quickly refused. First of all, he didn't like this external soul bone, which was black in color. What if he wore it on his hand and his hand turned black? Secondly, he hoped that a super Douluo would appear in the Great Xia sect, so that it would be much safer in the future. Whether it is to establish the Great Xia Empire or to be an enemy of the God Realm, a stable rear base is needed. Goodwill from Zhou Xingyu +5. Goodwill from Zhou Xingyu +1. Seeing Zhou Xingyu constantly retreating and looking very ugly, the old village chief Zhou Xingyu knew that this kid would definitely not like it. If you dislike these black nails, just say so. Forget it. However, he has already reached the level and does not need this thing to break through. Now this kid is still young and does not understand the preciousness of soul bones. It is not too late to save them for him first and give them to him later. Seeing the old village chief put away the external soul bones, Zhou Xingyu let out a long breath. Just now, he received the kindness points from the old village chief twice in a row. Now the kindness points are almost 30 points. He will find a time to start trying to draw blind boxes. Chapter 7. 9 Transformations of Souls. An old man and a young boy argued for a long time in the grove to choose a soul beast. The old village chief meant that Zhou Xingyu should choose a soul beast under 500 years old as the first soul ring. However, Zhou Xingyu's face turned red, and he argued hard. He had to choose a soul beast over 700 years old. In the end, he even wanted to dream of getting a 1,000-year soul ring as the first soul ring. In the end, the old village chief was still not as stubborn as the kid, and the two finally discussed choosing a 100-year soul ring. The old village chief thought anyway he would be there when the time came to absorb it, and if he couldn't absorb it, he could just stop. When the afternoon was almost halfway through, Zhou Xingyu finally found a soul beast that could make do. This was an 800-year-old speed wind bird. It was directly shaken by the old village chief's powerful soul power and fell from the air in front of Zhou Xingyu. Zhou Xingyu said nothing, swayed in small steps, took the dagger handed to him by the old village chief, and walked in front of the speed wind bird. This 800-year-old speed wind bird was afraid and hateful at the moment. What he was afraid of was being pressed to the ground and rubbed by the soul power of a super strong man. What he hated was that he couldn't fight the little bastard in front of him. Malice from the 812-year-old soul beast speed wind bird +1. When the dagger reached the neck of the speed wind bird, Zhou Xingyu received a message in his mind. He seemed to understand something and quickly put the dagger back. Then he quickly put the dagger on the belly of the speedy wind bird. Malice from the speedy wind bird. The soul beast of 812 +1. This is unbearable. Zhou Xingyu found a way to exploit the bug. He had never understood how to use this broken panel. Now that it is fixed, won't the lottery points be countless? The dagger was taken back and passed to the back of the speedy wind bird. Malice from the speedy wind bird, the soul beast of 812 +5. After more than a dozen exploits, a total of 18 malice points were swiped. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu couldn't stand it anymore. He had been playing house with the bird for a long time, and saw the bird rolling its eyes, farting and shitting. Zhou Xingyu, you've killed the bird. Give it a quick death. How could he give up such a bug? Zhou Xingyu quickly pretended to be young and said, Grandpa Village Chief, I think I scared the bird to death so that I can absorb the spirit ring later. I want to try, okay? Just give me one chance. Okay, you little kid, forget it. You can have fun. Zhou Xingyu knew that it was indeed a bit reluctant to absorb this extremely fast wind bird. Seeing that the boy was about to cry, he quickly agreed. Isn't it just a waste of spirit power? Would he be afraid of not having enough spirit power as a Title Douluo? After another half an hour, the malicious point had been stuck to an astonishing 78 points. But at this point, no matter what method Zhou Xingyu used, he couldn't get it. Since he couldn't get it, he directly killed the extremely fast windbird with a knife. Ding! Kindness from the speedy windbird +4, malice from the speedy windbird +11. The speedy windbird of 812 finally died. With the last knife, Zhou Xingyu stabbed the mysterious part, and it really exploded. The kindness value has reached 33 points. The malice value has reached an astonishing 90 points. A dark yellow soul ring appeared above the body of the Speedy Windbird. When the Speedy Windbird died, one of its eyes was filled with infinite hatred, and the other eye was filled with relief. In short, it was very strange. Hey, hurry up and absorb it. If it doesn't work, exit the state of absorbing soul rings immediately. We can still find a second soul beast before the sun sets. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu wiped the sweat from his forehead. A part of his body had just shrunk unconsciously. Now he was traumatized by the corpse of the Speedy Windbird. He was a Title Douluo. He was actually scared to death by a little kid. Zhou Xingyu nodded after hearing what the old village chief said, stretched out his right hand, and then concentrated his soul power on his palm. A faint fiery red light shone, and a fiery red mini fire sword appeared in the palm of his right hand. This mini fire sword flew freely in his palm, as if it could fly out and kill the enemy, as long as it heard an order from its master. The first, martial spirit, is related to future achievements, and even more to whether Zhou Xingyu's ideas are correct. As the fiery red soul power fluctuated, the dark yellow soul ring above the Speedy Windbird in the distance moved, and then began to shake violently. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu was surprised at this moment. The shaking of the soul ring means that it can be absorbed, but judging from the degree of shaking, the absorption seems a bit reluctant. Sit cross-legged right now, close your eyes, and then focus on your dantian, and communicate with this soul ring with your mind. Zhou Xingyu said in a deep voice. Zhou Xingyu did it immediately, and as his mind called, the dark yellow soul ring in front of him, whoosh, flew to the top of his head. This soul ring directly enveloped him. Endless pressure came from the dark yellow soul ring, and Zhou Xingyu felt extremely uncomfortable at this time, and his heart was beating violently. Sensing the discomfort of its owner, the fiery red mini fire sword in the middle of the palm of his right hand actually flew up directly. The dark yellow soul ring felt the fire sword flying over, and it also took the initiative to fly over. Soon the fire sword and the dark yellow soul ring were combined together. Clang! The fire sword gradually grew larger and pierced directly into the soil of the Qingdou Great Forest. At this moment, Zhou Xingyu felt that his right hand was about to be scrapped, and the endless fierce and piercing wind was piercing every cell in his right hand. Then this fierce and piercing wind quickly spread to all parts of his body. Ah! Zhou Xingyu couldn't bear it any longer, and the cells in his body seemed to be about to explode. Concentrate your mind, use all your strength to adapt to this energy. Only by adapting can you exert the greatest power of the soul ring in the future. The words of the old village chief Zhou Xingyu appeared in Zhou Xingyu's mind. He had no choice but to hold his breath and concentrate, and his mind firmly guarded his dantian. His teeth were creaking, and his skin began to crack again. Zhou Xingyu was concentrating on observing this process. If the absorption of the soul ring failed, he would definitely interrupt this absorption by force. Ding! The 9 changes of the soul are initially unsealed, and the method of cultivating the spiritual power of the soul enlightenment realm is currently being released. Unknown and profound information spread to Zhou Xingyu's mind. He subconsciously accepted all this information and passively learned the method of cultivating the spiritual power. The scattered thoughts in the dark yellow soul ring were slowly absorbed, forming a light mist that appeared in his upper dantian. As the mist was generated, Zhou Xingyu's ferocious expression had eased. His breathing slowly became smoother. The Xinhuo sword that had been stabbed into the soil suddenly flew up, dancing with the wind. Just like a little bird, sometimes as slow as a turtle, sometimes as fast as a stream of light. Waves of refreshing feeling came from the body, and Zhou Xingyu felt that all the cells in his body were being transformed at a very fast speed. The meridians were becoming tougher and wider, and the soul power flowed through easily. Especially in the brain, he felt particularly comfortable. The books and manuscripts he had read before seemed to have just been read, and he could remember which page and which word at will. It was just like recording a video on a mobile phone, and then playing it back at will. The first soul ring was absorbed successfully, and his guess was indeed correct. The limit was 850 years. That theoretical master really has 2 brushes. However, the age of Tang San's first soul beast absorbed seemed to be the 400-year-old Mandragora Viper. Now his first soul ring is the 812-year-old Speedy Windbird. Just as Zhou Xingyu was about to open his eyes, another message came to his mind. Ding! Goodwill from Zhou Xingyu +10. This! Impossible! The surprised voice of the old village chief Zhou Xingyu came. Chapter 8, Xingluo Empire. Qijia opened his eyes and saw the old village chief Zhou Xingyu looking at him with a strange look. He held a strange feather in his hand. There was a trace of soul power flowing on the feather, and the green light flashed from time to time. This is the left-hand soul bone of the 100-year-old Speed Windbird. It's really incredible. Zhou Xingyu was so scared at this moment. Does this old village chief have any bad habits? Isn't it just a 100-year soul bone? What's the fuss? I guess few Title Douluo would want this thing if you give it to someone. The increase in one's own power for 100 years is too small. It's useless. Moreover, this garbage soul bone cannot be stripped after use unless you reach the level of Title Douluo. After stripping the soul bone, strength will be greatly reduced. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu took out a rag from his arms, wiped the soul bone carefully, and then threw it into his storage space. He checked Zhou Xingyu's body again, and then pretended to be calm and asked, "I won't give you the 100-year soul bone. How about your first soul skill?" Zhou Xingyu knew his first soul skill when he absorbed the soul ring, but he didn't know how much damage it would do. It seems to be a fast and slow sword skill. Grandpa Village Chief, I will release it for your comments. With his right hand spread out, his soul power was revealed, and a deep yellow 100-year soul ring emerged from his body, and then the fiery red fire sword flew directly out of his palm. The fire sword gradually grew larger and was held tightly in Zhou Xingyu's right hand. When he held the fire sword, he felt the power, which was the power from the unknown space. This power resonated with his blood. The fire sword made a crisp sound, and Zhou Xingyu began to swing the sword. His movements were very slow, just like a turtle crawling, just like an old cow eating grass. At this moment, a breeze blew, and a vacuum zone appeared within 2 meters around his body. At this time, the speed of his swinging the sword became faster and faster, and several sword shadows were produced, which quickly gathered together. The soul power on the fire sword gathered and the light shone. Sword shadow vibrates. Cut! As Zhou Xingyu shouted the word cut, the fire sword with light disappeared from his right hand. In just a moment, the small tree in front was directly cut into 2 parts. Pa pa pa. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu nodded in satisfaction. This first soul skill is pretty good. It actually has 2 characteristics. The long-range lethality is good, but the action is too slow at the beginning, which makes people anxious. Hearing the comments of the titled Douluo level strongman, Zhou Xingyu also understood the shortcomings of this first soul skill. However, the advantages are also obvious. As long as you catch the opponent by surprise, you can swing a powerful sword with accumulated power. And that vacuum zone seems to be able to be used as a protective shield. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu gave some pointers on the simple use of this move, as well as the techniques of using soul skills, and the old and the young began to practice on the spot. Just as the old and the young were communicating seriously, several teams of soul masters came from a distance. The old village chief immediately stopped his actions and prepared to take Zhou Xingyu away. "Hey, did you see anything flying over here?" The young man in the sky blue uniform in the front left shouted towards this side. Soon these teams of soul masters came to the 2 of them. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu pretended to know nothing. He hammered his waist with one hand and hugged Zhou Xingyu with the other hand. "Oh, ho ho ho, young man, we are just wandering around outside. Is there anything wrong?" Another young man in a purple robe obviously knew the old village chief. He was the leader of the Purple Mang Academy of Shenzhen City. He knew that the old village chief was an 18th level soul master. He had been to that village several times. The villagers there were very warm and hospitable. "Wu Fan, you guys from Fengjian Academy, stop making trouble." The 2 of them are villagers from the Hidden God Village. What can 2 ordinary people see? Besides, what can be seen in the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest? This place is almost thousands of meters away from where we were just now. The man named Wu Fan from Fengjian Academy was obviously unhappy. His face suddenly changed drastically, and he pointed his finger at the ground and shouted, "Bullshit! Do you think I don't know that they are from the Hidden God Village? There are so many bloodstains on the ground. It is obvious that there has been a fierce fight here." The leader of Zimong Academy was obviously unhappy when he heard these harsh words, and his tone became tough. He shouted, "This is the Stardew Great Forest. Do you have a brain? What's wrong with soul beasts leaving some bloodstains when they fight each other? Maybe they just passed by here? It's just a broken soul bone. Why are you so excited if you can't find it?" Wu Fan from Fengjian Academy pointed at Zhou Xingyu and said, "How do you explain the bloodstains on his body? I now suspect that they found the soul bone and then secretly refined it here." Zhou Xingyu was speechless. How could such a rubbish soul bone be refined by themselves? The blood on his body was the impurities that had just been absorbed by the first soul ring, and the blood on the ground was from the stupid bird. As for where the stupid bird went, ask the old village chief. This Wind Sword Academy was obviously looking for trouble. The Wind Sword Academy seemed to be under the Wind Sword sect, which was one of the 4 lower sects. No wonder it was so arrogant. The Wind Sword sect had never appeared in the original novel. Could it be that it was wiped out by a certain Title Douluo? Could it be that it provoked the old village chief? Zhou Xingyu was ready to resolve this embarrassing situation, because the old village chief was obviously a little angry, and it would be troublesome if he started a killing spree. He broke free from the old village chief's hand, then staggered to the blood on the ground and began to smear it. "My dear brothers and sisters, I have been weak since childhood. A tourist said that there is a folk remedy. Applying a little blood of various soul beasts can strengthen my physique. It is also said that if I apply the blood of more than 10 soul beasts, my disease can be cured. Can you help me find the blood of 10 soul beasts? He was a little pale, with a little blood all over his body. He was thin and small, but he was handsome, and his words were pitiful. Zhou Xingyu's action immediately aroused the sympathy of many girls and female teachers. Ding, kindness from Wu Lanlan +1. Ding, kindness from Miao Yilan +1. Ding, kindness from Zimin +1. A little girl from Fengjian Academy shook Wu Fan's hand and said, "Teacher, he is so pitiful. Let's save him." There were also little girls from Zimang Academy who begged their team leader. There was even a female teacher with a good appearance and figure who walked directly in front of Zhou Xingyu, and then, to everyone's surprise, she directly picked up Zhou Xingyu. She gently wiped the blood off Zhou Xingyu's face with a handkerchief in her hand. "Child, be good. Don't be afraid. If there is any problem, I Chi will take care of it for you. Whoever dares to be an enemy of our Qi family in Xingluo Empire, I will kill him for you." At this time, Zhou Xingyu was counting the goodwill points he got, and he got 28 points, including the previous total of 71 goodwill points. But when he heard about the Qi family, he was stunned. He knew about the Qi family. One of the big families in Xingluo Empire secretly supported the Spirit Hall, and was finally exterminated by Dai Mu Bai. The spirit of the Qi family is the bloodthirsty leopard, and the strongest people in their family are only 2 soul fighters. "Thank you, sister. You are so beautiful." Xiaopeng often says that beautiful people are kind-hearted, and it is true. Zhou Xingyu deliberately flattered Qi and rubbed her arm. Ding, goodwill from Chi +5. Chi was immediately delighted by the flattery. She laughed so hard that her smile was shaking, attracting many eyes. "Tsk, let's go." Wu Fan from Fengjian Academy knew that the Qi family was not easy to mess with, so he immediately took his students away. He had never thought about this soul bone, but he was just venting his anger. The hidden village was originally protected by them, so it was normal to say a few words. Chapter 9, Defensive Soul Rings. As Fengjian Academy took the lead in leaving, other soul masters also left one after another. They didn't have time to waste here. Unknown soul bones were waiting for them, and they might find them in the distance. No matter how rubbish the soul bones were, selling them for some gold soul coins would be enough for them to squander for a long time. Farewell to Chi from the Qi family. Zhou Xingyu was holding a bottle of elixir in his hand at this time, and he recalled Chi's words. "This is our Qi family's special healing medicine. If you are weak, take half a pill every other week. I believe you will be cured in a few months. If you are not cured, you can come to the Bloodthirsty Academy to find me. And don't believe those folk remedies anymore. Sweet-mouthed little kid, see you later." The old village chief Zhou Chen gave Zhou Xingyu a thumbs up at this time. This kid learned the highest level of the Go character formula in just 2 days, and also deceived a wave of sympathy. The main thing is that he was appreciated by the third lady of the Qi family. The Qi family is one of the big families in the Xingluo Empire, but his first-hand intelligence has obtained that the Qi family seems to have been very frequent with the Spirit Hall recently. From his information channel, he learned that the lower 4 sects have all surrendered to the Spirit Hall. Could it be that the Spirit Hall is going to do something to the Xingluo Empire recently? Zhou Xingyu put away the bottle of pills. Although it is not used now, it does not mean that it will not be used in the future. With this excuse, the Xingluo Empire may have a breakthrough in the future, and it is very likely to unify the Xingluo Empire with the help of the Qi family. Grandpa Village Chief, should I obtain my second martial spirit today? Or should I stabilize it first? However, the old village chief Zhou Chen was thinking about other issues at this time and did not hear Zhou Xingyu's whispered question at all. "Grandpa Village Chief," Zhou Xingyu shouted loudly. The old village chief Zhou Chen was immediately frightened awake. He covered his ears. This soul kid just approached his ear and shouted and used soul power, which almost scared him to death. "Oh, it's broken, little Xingyu. Your voice is really loud, and you almost scared your village chief grandfather to death." Zhou Xingyu was speechless at this time. This dead old man is obviously a Title Douluo. Why is his vigilance so poor? Is he a fake? After some re-inquiries, today's itinerary is ready to end. The old village chief Zhou Chen meant that although he successfully absorbed the first soul ring, he needed to nurture it, which was the kingly way. Only by nurturing for a few days and recondensing the soul power can he better absorb the second soul ring. By then, the soul power gained from absorbing the first soul ring, plus the soul power gained from the second soul ring, will directly impact the 25th level, or even the 28th level. In this way, as long as you practice a little bit, you can absorb the third soul ring. There will be a watershed between soul masters above level 30 and those below level 30, and the strength will be very different. Moreover, this time when he went back, Zhou Chen prepared many medicinal baths to help Zhou Xingyu improve his physical fitness to the maximum extent. He has a small goal to train this kid to become an extreme Douluo, and it would be best if he could become a god. He is already old and useless. This twin martial soul must be trained to the extreme. If there are no resources, go and rob them. Even if you spend money, you must create a god. Night. Shenyang village, the village chief's house. Ah! This shout in the middle of the night immediately attracted many villagers. They thought something had happened and slowly walked out of their homes. Some villagers even started to take out their weapons. They thought that the old village chief's house was robbed. However, before these villagers reached the village chief's house, they were stopped by the patrolling members of the tiger and leopard hunters. After some explanation, they knew what happened inside. "You kid, I'll give you a medicinal bath? What the hell are you yelling about?" This is not a medicinal bath. It's clearly an insect bath. I don't want to take a bath. I want to get out." "You know shit, these are beneficial insects. They can activate blood circulation and loosen the skin. No, if you come over again, a Title Douluo, can't cure you." In the end, Zhou Xingyu was suppressed in the bathtub by the old village chief. Looking at the small insects floating in the bathtub, Zhou Xingyu closed his eyes directly. He thought it would have no effect. As a result, his skin was really itchy, and the medicinal power penetrated into his body through his skin. He felt that his cells were being strengthened. As the cells slowly strengthened, the meridians and internal organs in his body were actually vibrating. With each vibration, he could feel a little bit stronger. This medicinal bath must have been brought here by the great Xia kingdom on Blue Star. There is no record of this in Douluo. Even if there is a record, it is the master who found it in strange stories. Then he treated the Shrek 7 devils as guinea pigs. For several days in a row, Zhou Xingyu kept taking a medicinal bath, and even fell asleep in the bathtub. In the morning, the old village chief taught sword skills. In the afternoon, the members of the tiger and leopard hunters came to teach. After dinner, he condensed his soul power and then took a medicinal bath. Gradually, these tiger and leopard hunters members became familiar with Zhou Xingyu. The old village chief's meaning was actually very clear. He planned to train Zhou Xingyu as the leader. After a few days of continuous fulfillment, Zhou Xingyu had no time to study the lottery. He had saved more than 150 goodwill points, all contributed by the members of the tiger and leopard hunters. Time passed in a flash. The sun was shining. Outside the Qingdao Great Forest, an old man and a young man came here again, after a week of condensing soul power and the destruction of the medicinal bath. Zhou Xingyu has grown a lot taller, and his face has lost some of its childishness. His little arms actually have a little muscle, but his face looks a little ugly at this time. He is wearing a black short-sleeved shirt. There is a small green dragon tattooed on the left sleeve, and a small white tiger tattooed on the right sleeve. There is a red bird on the back of his pants, and there is a belt tied around his waist. If you open the belt, you will find that it has an old cow tattooed on it. He was wearing a pair of turtle shoes. In the words of the old village chief, this is called fashion. He bought them when he went shopping in Shenzhen City yesterday. The key is that he bought several sets at a time. Hey, why are you crying? I bought you the clothes you wore in summer when you were 6 to 10 years old. Why are you still attached to your patched clothes? Zhou Xingyu wanted to cry but had no tears at this moment. This Title Douluo was not reliable at all. Just buy clothes, just buy some ordinary clothes. How can he hide like this? He attracted attention everywhere. The fat boy Zhou in the village came to him to cry several times. Even the kids in the big dormitory came to him. But he collected a lot of goodwill points, which was also a good thing. How many years do you plan to absorb for your second soul ring this time? Don't say you want to absorb more than 2,000 years. That's too dangerous. The old village chief Zhou Chenhu directly denied this request before Zhou Xingyu answered. The master's theory has said that as long as the physical fitness is strong, the second soul ring can be absorbed beyond the level. Tang San's fourth soul ring is from a 10,000-year-old crypt spider, so even if the third soul ring is halved, it can still be 5,000 years old. But his third soul ring is a 2,000-year-old human-faced spider, which is completely unreasonable. The fifth soul ring is even more exaggerated. It is directly 25,000 years old, and it is a soul ring formed by the power of the Blue-Silver King. There are Title Douluo around to help take care of it, so can't the second soul ring break through the limit? Defense soul ring over 2,000 years old. This is the minimum standard set by Zhou Xingyu. Since the first soul ring has an attack, then the second soul ring must have a defense. It is best to have an extreme defense. He only needs a defensive skill and all the attack power behind it. Chapter 10, Purple Soul Ring. In the middle of the Qingdao Great Forest, a masked old man in black clothes is running fast with a masked young man in black clothes. They are chasing a 2,500-year-old black shadow turtle. Malice from the 2502 Black Shadow Turtle +1. Malice from the 2502 Black Shadow Turtle +1. Zhou Xingyu had been harassing the Black Shadow Turtle with his martial spirit, so he was despised by the turtle. Black Shadow Turtle is extremely rare in the Qingdao Great Forest, almost catching up with the Titan Giant Ape. And its speed is very fast. Running at full speed will bring out end shadows, and if the Title Douluo does not use all his strength, he really can't catch it. At this time, the old village chief did not have full strength, so he could only chase after it and eat fart. Zhou Xingyu was so anxious at this time. It was not easy to meet a subdragon bloodline. He pulled the old village chief's ear and said, "Grandpa village chief, open your spirit ring. I want this turtle." Doesn't the old village chief Zhou Xingyu understand? He is a Title Douluo, and he deliberately forced the other party into a dead corner at this time. In front is the territory of another soul beast, and this soul beast is not low in level. As long as he slightly blocks the Black Shadow Turtle, he can quickly suppress it. There are already many dangers in the middle of the Xingdo Great Forest. As a Title Douluo, he needs to store up his strength to prevent any possible danger. As expected, the Black Shadow Turtle felt resistance while running, and countless vines swung at him. This is the territory of the 10,000-year demon cloud vine. The most taboo thing for plant soul beasts is that their territory is invaded. They hate other soul beasts to disturb them the most. Normally, any soul beast that comes in will be ruthlessly killed. Pop! The vines of the 10,000-year demon cloud vine hit the Black Shadow Turtle and directly knocked it flying. This is the advantage of plant soul beasts. They have terrain and countless ways of attack. Now, the old village chief Zhou Xingyu's soul power suddenly opened up. Yellow, purple, black, red, the 9 soul rings were fully displayed, and a strong pressure appeared, directly suppressing the flying Black Shadow Turtle to the ground. The 10,000-year demon cloud vine originally wanted to chase and kill the invader, but it felt the red danger. Swoosh! All the vines were retracted into the body. In order to save its life, it quickly burrowed into the underground of the Xingdo Great Forest. It didn't care about the territory or anything else. Its life was the most important. The Black Shadow Turtle was stepped on by the old village chief and couldn't move at all, and couldn't even roar. "Go! Kill it! Quickly! I feel something moving 10,000 meters away. It seems that a team of soul masters are coming." The 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red made Zhou Xingyu's eyes shine. The first 8 soul rings didn't matter, but the last red one surprised him the most. Currently, there are very few Douluo with red soul rings on the Douluo Continent. This time he didn't hesitate, took out the dagger, and directly gave the Black Shadow Turtle 2 fatal blows. Malice from the Black Shadow Turtle in 2502 plus 20. Malice from the Black Shadow Turtle in 2502 plus 1. The 2 knives were stabbed in different positions, because the first knife he stabbed into the tail. The old village chief couldn't bear to watch the second knife. He stepped hard and pulled out the Black Shadow Turtle. Zhou Xingyu completed the fatal blow. A purple soul ring floated out from the body of the Black Shadow Turtle. Zhou Xingyu immediately sat cross-legged on the spot. He closed his eyes, then focused his mind on Dantian and communicated with the purple soul ring with his mind. The purple soul ring of the Black Shadow Turtle was not moving at all. This made him anxious. This is the Black Shadow Turtle, a super rare soul beast, not to mention its speed and defense. The Black Shadow Turtle has a trace of dragon blood and is a close relative of the Black Tortoise. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu has already felt that the Soul Master team is rushing to the interior of the Xingdo Great Forest, and the speed is getting faster and faster. If nothing goes wrong, it may arrive here in less than 20 minutes. Zhou Xingyu, give up? Let's change another one. The main need of the Great Xia sect now is to hide. He doesn't want to expose anything related to the sect, let alone Zhou Xingyu, who has a twin martial soul. Judging from the opponent's speed, there must be at least a soul Douluo or a flying martial spirit in that Soul Master team. When a Soul Master is absorbing a soul ring, he must not be disturbed, especially when Zhou Xingyu absorbs it beyond his level. Once the absorption process is interrupted, it will damage his cultivation. However, Zhou Xingyu did not hear the old village chief's question at all. He was using his primary mental power to communicate with the purple soul ring. The mental power range of the soul enlightenment realm is about 1 to 5 meters. The purple soul ring is right next to the body, so it is very convenient to communicate. This purple soul ring actually contains the weak mental power of the Black Shadow Turtle, and it completely ignores Zhou Xingyu's temptation. Black Shadow Turtle, as long as you are willing to be absorbed by me, I will give you a god position when I become a god in the future. How about it? Malice from the spirit body of the Black Shadow Turtle plus 1. The spirit body of the Black Shadow Turtle rolled its eyes and despised the fool in front of it. He thought too much about becoming a god. You are just a little kid, but you have big dreams. Go home and drink milk. After receiving this malicious message, Zhou Xingyu knew that this turtle was ungrateful. I have twin martial spirits, and I also know the ultimate form of your clan. If you follow me, I can find a way to help you evolve into a black tortoise in the future. Goodwill from the spirit of the Black Shadow Turtle plus 1. The spirit of the Black Shadow Turtle immediately became excited. It seems possible for twin martial spirits to become gods, and the purple soul ring on the ground finally moved. It slowly flew to the top of Zhou Xingyu's head, and then turned into a small purple circle. The fire sword saw the purple soul ring flying over, and took the initiative to fly over. The two merged into one, and a purple soul ring was on the fire sword. Seeing that Zhou Xingyu successfully attracted the soul ring, the old village chief felt relieved, and he dispersed all the soul rings on his body. If the other party doesn't cause trouble later, he will just be a transparent person. The central area of the Qingdou Great Forest. A man with skin as delicate as a baby and a very charming appearance was running fast with two children about 6 years old. The two children were a boy and a girl. The little girl had already opened her martial soul, which was a yellow soul ring. The little girl had long black hair and looked extremely charming. She was quite big despite her young age. In order to catch up with the man in front of her, she was sweating all over, like a wet little fox. The little boy also opened his martial soul, which was 2 yellow soul rings. The little boy was also very handsome, and even looked a bit like the little girl next to him. "Hulina Xieyu, do you need me to wait for you?" The charming man in front suddenly stopped above a big tree. He was wearing a bright red dress with very long nails on his right hand, and his face was painted with heavy makeup. If it weren't for his Adam's apple, others would definitely think he was a woman. His voice was very demonic and sounded a bit creepy. It was even a bit harsh. This time he brought these 2 little kids out for their second soul rings. Hulina's spirit ring requirements are relatively high, and she needs to be equipped with a spirit ring with spiritual charm attributes. However, this kind of spirit beast is rare, so this time he took the 2 of them into the middle of the Qingdou Great Forest to look for it. Chapter 11. Zhou Douluo was fooled. Hulina was sore all over at this time. Seeing the man in front of her stop, she also hurriedly stopped and gasped, "No, elder, it's not necessary, just continue." Hoo. Xie was obviously distressed for his sister. He hurriedly jumped over and used his spirit power to comfort Hulina. "Wow, your brother and sister relationship is really great. As a titled Douluo, I envy it. How about you? Are you interested in being my disciple?" The charming man seduced the 2 siblings with words. He cherished talent very much, and these 2 kids had already aroused his interest. Before Hulina and her brother and sister could answer, the charming man felt a strong breath. The breath was not far from them, about 2,000 meters away. This breath was definitely not from a soul beast, he could tell it. At least it was the breath of a soul Douluo or above. This immediately attracted his interest. He knew exactly which Title Douluos there were on the Douluo Continent. According to reliable information, the Title Douluos of the top 3 sects were all in their own sects. The disgusting poison Douluo of the Tiando Empire did not go out. The only royal family member of the Xinglo Empire was a Title Douluo, and he had just been promoted not long ago. The hidden civilian Douluos outside had been taken in by their spirit hall. Who could be inside? Follow up. The charming man didn't care about the 2 kids, although Pope Bibi Dong asked him to take good care of them. But if he couldn't even bear this little bit of hardship, how could he bear the love of the Pope? Besides, the old ghost was watching from behind. What was he afraid of? Hulina and Xie saw the teacher leading the team leave quickly, and quickly accelerated to catch up. The shadow hiding in the back also accelerated immediately. This shadow chose to walk in the dark shadows of trees, and no soul beast could sense any of his aura. Not to mention Hulina and Xie, who were just little kids at the moment. Alas, what's coming has finally come. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu was in a very bad mood at the moment. That aura was very familiar. It was the lackey of the spirit hall. His information network had the information of this titled Douluo. This titled Douluo was extremely difficult to deal with, not because he was strong, but because he had another titled Douluo who was inseparable from him. These 2 titled Douluos had extremely powerful spirit fusion skills, which were particularly disgusting. He was alone now, and he was not sure that he could break this spirit fusion skill in a very short time, and he had to protect Zhou Xingyu, who was absorbing spirit rings. Judging from Zhou Xingyu's current state, it would obviously take several minutes for him to absorb it completely. A gust of wind blew from a sacred ironwood tree a few dozen meters away. As the wind blew, bursts of chrysanthemum fragrance came. This fragrance had a strange smell that made people want to smell it again. "Ho ho ho, old man in black, let out your spirit, let me have a good look." The harsh and unpleasant voice came from the top of the ironwood sacred tree to the ears of the old village chief Zhou Xingyu. "It's a pleasure to have friends coming from afar. Welcome this powerful man. May I ask, what can I do for you?" The old village chief Zhou Xingyu planned to spend time with them and brag to buy enough time for Zhou Xingyu. The charming man was actually directly irritated. He hated people who were literary the most. "Don't interrupt me. Do you think I'm a fool?" The old village chief Zhou Xingyu thought it was not good, but he was ready to continue fooling around. "Oh, it turns out that the great elder of the spirit hall has come. I apologize. Thinking back to the days when we were together on the Sea God Island, I miss you very much. Are you okay now?" "Oh, do you know the great elder?" The charming man was a little cautious. The spirit hall was apparently one body. In fact, it is divided into 2 parts. One is the elder hall, headed by the great elder, and the other is the Pope hall, headed by Pope Bibi Dong. The two forces suppress each other and urge each other. There is also a mysterious Douluo Hall that has been destroyed by the Great Elder. It is obvious that the Great Elder has great power and strength. This person keeps saying that he knows the Great Elder. It would be bad if he offends him later. The charming man jumped down from the top of the tree. He was ready to say a few words and leave. However, at this time, he saw the dazzling purple light behind the old village chief Zhou Xingyu, and also saw the little kid Zhou Xingyu who was absorbing the spirit ring. This little kid looked only about 6 to 8 years old. At this age, he has already absorbed the purple spirit ring. This is a 1,000-year spirit ring. Is this his third spirit ring? A super genius of 6 to 8 years old. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly thought it was not good. This person is indeed the Title Douluo of the Wuhun Hall, so there must be another Title Douluo behind him. You are not the Great Elder, you are Yueguan Douluo. Oh, it's true that the flood washed away the Dragon King Temple. The Pope mentioned you to me last time. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu was stunned at first, and then he said nonsense. Anyway, this fool didn't know when he had talked to Pope Bibi Dong. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan had originally wanted to kill him, but the old man in front of him mentioned the Pope again. He is so familiar with the Spirit Hall, it is obvious that there must be a connection. Maybe he is really one of us. Oh then, do you know how many spirit rings the current Pope has? Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan wanted to test this guy, so as to know whether it was true or not. The Pope has twin spirits. Now the first spirit has 9 spirit rings, and the 9th spirit ring is the 100,000-year-old Death Spider Emperor. The level is now. Enough, I believe it. You are indeed a friend. I'm sorry for what happened before. Before the old village chief Zhou Xingyu finished answering, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan immediately stopped him. Only the people in the Pope's palace knew about this secret. If other people knew about it, then there was only one possibility, that they were really friends, and they were very close. Since they were good friends, then even if the person behind the old man in black clothes and mask was a peerless genius, what did it matter? Sooner or later, he would surrender to the Spirit Hall, so he would not bother to meddle in other people's business. Little guy, you are still a little naive to fight with me. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu was very proud at this time. He fooled this fool so that he could avoid disputes. He used the Go character formula to the extreme. He was not afraid of fighting. Teacher, teacher. At this time, Juliana and her brother and sister just arrived. They were exhausted. The sweat was like soybeans falling down. Because Juliana's physique was too poor and her soul power was consumed too much, the yellow soul ring on her body had become dim. This was a sign that the spirit was exhausted. If it was consumed further, the spirit would automatically be retracted into the body. Douluo Yueguan turned around and looked at the two little kids, nodding his head to show his approval. The reason why Pope Bibi Dong brought them out this time was to test their willpower. If they performed well, they would be selected in the next round. Ah, so cool! I feel infinite power! In this extremely awkward scene, such a sentence suddenly popped up. Everyone present was stunned. Juliana and Shiyue looked forward curiously. The sound came from there. There was a masked old man in black clothes, but the voice just now was clearly the voice of a child, definitely not from him. Is there someone behind this old man? Driven by curiosity, Juliana quietly moved a few steps to the side. Just a few steps, she saw a scene that she would remember for the rest of her life. Chapter 12, Title, Swordmaster. A cute little boy about 6 to 8 years old walked out slowly behind the old man. The little boy had a half-black mask on his face. This half of the mask seemed to be damaged, probably scratched by something. He has black hair, black pupils, and a handsome face. Half of his face was red, as if he had done some intense exercise. He had 2 soul rings spinning constantly. One was a dark yellow soul ring, and the other was a purple soul ring. He held a fiery red long sword in his hand. Looking at the boy's evil smile, little Juliana's heart was beating violently. He was about the same age as her, but he already had a purple 1,000-year soul ring. The second soul ring of 1,000 years had broken little Juliana's cognition. Goodwill from Juliana plus 10. Zhou Xingyu woke up suddenly. He knew who Juliana was. How could she appear here? He raised his head and looked forward. He saw the old village chief's embarrassed and speechless face with cramps. Then he saw Douluo Yueguan with his mouth wide open, and 2 little kids. A little girl was looking at him secretly, and the two looked at each other, as if they were electrocuted. The little girl looked like a fox, and her figure was quite large. With the feeling of being wet all over, Zhou Xingyu was actually a little dumbfounded. This was simply incredible. He quickly used his mental power to impact his brain. Under the mental impact, he finally woke up, and then he looked at the little boy again. The other little boy was full of disbelief. He kept looking at his 2 spirit rings, and then compared them with the other's 2 spirit rings. Impossible! How could your second spirit ring be more than 1,000 years old? The little boy shouted in surprise. The book clearly stated that the second spirit ring could not exceed 1,000 years. Chrysanthemum Douluo's mind was in a mess at this time. He had been a Title Douluo for so many years, and he had never encountered such a thing. Even Pope Bibi Dong, who had twin martial spirits, and even the great elder Qian Daoliu did not break this limit. Unless this kid had eaten some natural treasures. Another possibility was that he had experienced the test of God, which was absolutely impossible. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan began to sniff his nose. His martial spirit was the fairy herb Qirong Tong Tianju, and he was most sensitive to natural treasures. But after smelling it for a while, there was nothing but the smell of sweat and the blood of some soul beasts. There was no natural treasure at all. Hand over the secret of breaking through the limit of the martial soul. Zhou Yueguan was ready to turn hostile. Even if the great elder Qian Daoliu and the Pope Bibi Dong were here, they would definitely agree with his approach. No matter who your friend is, no matter who you know, the martial soul hall is so domineering. Zhou Yueguan's soul power was fully activated at this time, and the martial souls were displayed one after another. First, there was a yellow soul ring, then another yellow soul ring, followed by 2 purple soul rings, and finally 5 black soul rings. Yellow, purple, black, 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 9 soul rings appeared. A strong pressure came out, and this pressure rushed towards the old and young on the opposite side. This is the powerful pressure possessed by the 95th level Super Douluo. Humph, if a tiger doesn't show its might, you think I'm a sick cat. As the old village chief Zhou Xingyu snorted, he decided not to hide anymore. In his perception, the inseparable Title Douluo in the distance was about to arrive. At that time, it would be more difficult for these 2 Title Douluos to perform the martial soul fusion technique. 2 yellow soul rings, 2 purple soul rings, 4 black soul rings. These 8 soul rings appeared instantly. In the contempt of Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan, a red light flashed. As this red light flashed, a blood-red soul ring appeared. With the appearance of this exaggerated soul ring, the pressure of Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan was directly shattered. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan was already a little unsound at this time. This was completely beyond his expectations. There are currently only 2 Title Douluos with a 100,000-year soul ring. One is Pope Bibi Dong, and the other is Haotian Douluo. The strength of these 2 Title Douluos is no worse than that of Extreme Douluo. Zhou Yueguan was soaked with sweat, and he was retreating. A dark shadow was approaching from behind. Zhou Yueguan knew who it was, and he had to join the old ghost behind him. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape if there was a big fight. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu was murderous at this time, and he spread his right hand and a black sword appeared. His 100,000-year soul ring suddenly lit up, and the red light illuminated the surrounding area of more than 1,000 meters. Swordmaster Do, show mercy! Ghost Douluo finally caught up at the last moment, and he stood together with Zhou Yueguan to jointly resist the murderous intent. The black sword and the 100,000-year soul ring were so dazzling that he immediately remembered the terrifying time N years ago, so he shouted immediately, "Swordmaster Douluo, my brother is blind and does not recognize the real man. Please take back your soul skills, and we will retreat immediately." The black sword in the hands of the old village chief Zhou Xingyu was already surging. He stopped releasing his soul power immediately after hearing this, and then said in a cold tone, "Get out of the Xingdo Great Forest within 5 seconds, otherwise I will kill you without mercy." Ghost Douluo resisted the strong killing intention, hugged the 2 confused little kids, and then made a look at the Chrysanthemum Douluo next to him. Chrysanthemum Douluo understood, and the 2 retreated frantically towards the outside of the Xingdo Great Forest. "Thank you, Sword, Master Douluo, for not killing me." The voice came slowly from a distance. This was Ghost Douluo's words of gratitude. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan's sweat had dried up at this time, and his whole body was cool and a little uncomfortable. He wanted to find a clean place to take a shower immediately. Washing away all the embarrassment, humiliation, and fear just now, he still asked curiously, "Old Ghost, who is that person? Why have I never heard of him?" Ghost Douluo was in a very good mood at this time. He felt that he had escaped a disaster. He had suffered a great loss in the past. When he was young, he was as ignorant as Juhua and had learned a lesson. The taste, now thinking about it, still makes me tremble all over. That perverted Swordmaster Douluo made him copy books for a whole month and didn't allow him to sleep. Alas, there are many things you haven't seen, little Juhua. This Douluo Continent is far more than what you see. Be more careful in the future. You are lucky this time. That old thing has to take care of the little kid behind him, otherwise the 2 of us will be useless together. Alas, forget it. Let's go to the Sunset Forest. By the way, did you see what the little kid looks like? Ghost Douluo was busy staring at Swordmaster Douluo before and didn't pay attention to the little kid. He wanted to tell Pope Bibi Dong what the kid looked like, and then have the people in the Spirit Hall pay attention to it, and not cause trouble in the future. Zhou Douluo recalled carefully, thought about it again and again, and finally said that he didn't see it clearly. His previous attention was all on the purple spirit ring and the red spirit ring that appeared at the end. How could he pay attention to the other person's appearance? Zhu Douluo and Guimei Douluo asked Juliana and Shiyue casually. They were counting on these two kids now. Two elders I didn't see clearly. The other party seemed to be wearing black clothes and a broken mask. Sheo was also busy looking at the purple spirit ring at the time. He really didn't see the boy's appearance on the opposite side. He only knew that he was wearing a broken mask. Seeing that the three people were looking at her, Juliana's heart was in a mess, and she said something against her will. I didn't see it clearly either. After saying this, Juliana blushed. But everyone didn't think it was normal for girls to be shy. There are three people staring at her, and anyone would be embarrassed. Chapter 13. Battle against 5 scums in the middle area of the Stardew Great Forest. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu looked extremely ugly. His move just now was a complete mistake. The Gozi Jue actually failed. If it weren't for the kid behind him making trouble, this shit would never have happened today. He could have fooled that idiot. What's your soul power level? Zhou Xingyu said with a grin, level 25. The soul power I absorbed from the soul rings twice was released all at once this time. I broke through several levels in succession. I am full of strength now. Grandpa Village Chief, you were so awesome just now. You actually scared away 2 Title Douluos. Goodwill from Zhou Xingyu +2. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu was still a little proud at this time. It was so cool to show off in front of his junior. However, he could not show his smug mood on his face, so he deliberately rolled his eyes and said, "Stop talking nonsense, and quickly release your second soul skill for me to see." Zhou Xingyu accepted this wave of goodwill points with satisfaction. He finally flattered the right person, and he felt very happy. The soul power fluctuated, and his right hand was raised, and the fire sword in his hand flew into the air. Then the fire sword turned into countless sword shadows in the air, and these sword shadows formed a protective shield around him. The power of this protective shield can be seen with the naked eye. The dust, leaves, and soil within the range of the sword shadow were all rolled up, and these things were chopped into small particles by the sword shadow. And then these particles were covered around the outer periphery of the protective shield, forming a second line of defense. Zhou Xingyu also felt that he could move super fast within this small protective shield. This protective shield is a bit like a sword shadow storm. Pa, the old village chief applauded. The sword shadow releases to form a storm shield that lasts for about 30 seconds, and you can move freely inside it. Not bad. A very good second soul skill, which can defend or attack. Well, this soul skill can be used for large-scale defense. Have you chosen a name? Do you want me, a Title Douluo, to help you choose a name? The old village chief Zhou Xingyu envied this soul skill so much. His second soul skill could only form a protective shield for about 5 to 10 seconds, which was really too much. The main reason was that his second soul ring was a yellow soul ring, and it was only about 600 years old. Zhou Xingyu glanced at his good and evil panel. Name, age, 6 years old. Soul power, level 25. Martial soul, the first martial soul, Shinwa sword mutated, has 2 martial souls attached, yellow-purple. First soul skill, sword shadow shock flash. Second soul skill, Sword Blade Storm second martial soul, Flame God battle body, mutated, no soul ring attached, no soul skills. Bloodline, human, self-created martial arts, Divine Tiger Fist, elementary. Mental power secrets, Soul 9 transformations, preliminary unlocking, Soul Awakening realm, mental power range 1 to 5 meters. Kindness points, 2 kindness points, 111. Number of draws, blind box once, need to use 10 kindness points. Crystal Palace, not activated. Strength evaluation, combat 5 scum. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu looked at the ground, within a dozen meters, all of which were clean of leaves and dust. Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind and he said, "Little Xingyu, how about calling it Jiandong Bafang? What do you think? This name is very domineering, right?" Zhou Xingyu was speechless at this time. The names were written on the panel. The first one had a swing, and the second one had another swing. Was he going to have a swing? "Grandpa Village Chief, I've already thought of a name. It's Blade Storm. The name you chose is too vulgar." Before the old village chief could react, Zhou Xingyu changed the subject and said, "Grandpa Village Chief, let's go get some game today. Xiaopong and the others have been begging for several days." "Fuck, there's no game today." The old village chief Zhou Xingyu was thinking about the vulgar words in his heart. He was almost collapsed when he was suddenly despised by a little kid. "You still want to eat game? Go home and copy books. I told you not to despise the low cultural level of the elderly." "Ah, Grandpa Village Chief, I was wrong." At night, Zhou Xingyu's wailing came from Shenyin Village. He never expected it. This old immortal actually holds a grudge. He actually asked a little kid to copy books all night long, and what he copied were all kinds of delicious soul beast introductions. The key is that this old man would come over to check the progress bar of the copying, to see if he was lazy. Zhou Xingyu was so sleepy that he finally fell on the desk after copying until late at night. The next morning, Zhou Xingyu woke up in a daze. As soon as he opened his eyes and turned his head, he saw a big face facing him. Ah! It was the old village chief's black face like bark, which scared him half to death. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu successfully scared this kid, and he was finally happy. However, since he didn't complete the task, he couldn't spoil this kid. He showed his teeth, then put on an ugly smile and said, "Wipe your saliva, eat breakfast, and continue copying. You didn't finish it last night, so double it today." Zhou Xingyu was frightened. How could he copy this half of the Soul Beast introduction in one night? Now doubling it means copying a whole book. Even if he was given a few more days to copy, he would have to double the time tonight. Thinking of this, he begged for mercy. "Grandpa Village Chief, I was wrong. Please help me name the third soul skill." "No, you can name all the soul skills after that. It's just a soul skill. What's wrong with letting this old man name it?" The ghost Douluo ran so fast before. Did he also suffer a loss? As soon as this thought came out, Zhou Xingyu shuddered all over. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu was pretending to laugh at this kid, but he compromised so quickly. "I will name the next 7 soul skills. Don't regret it." Thinking of the future super strong man using soul skills, he felt a strange atmosphere coming out from the bottom of his heart. That is the supreme honor. This kid may become a god in the future. No matter how short of a false god Douluo, he can't escape. Divine skill, sword slashing all around. Divine skill, sword controlling the sky. This feeling was so wonderful that the old village chief Zhou Xingyu was already intoxicated with the future. In this way, Zhou Xingyu escaped this disaster with the naming rights of his own soul skills. Finally, after bargaining, he also asked for an exclusive small room. In the past few days, he slept with the old village chief, and there was no private space at all. He didn't dare to draw the lottery, fearing that something would happen. After all, if there was a golden light falling and treasures flying around during the lottery, it would be hard to explain. In the evening, Zhou Xingyu finished washing up and finally came to his small bed. He closed the door of the room tightly. Just in case, also piled up a few small cabinets behind the door. He was really exhausted during the day today. "I thought that after not copying books, I could only practice martial arts at most. In the end, I fought a day of actual combat, all of which were against members of the tiger and leopard hunters. It's better to say that I was beaten than to say it was actual combat." The group of tiger and leopard hunters didn't hold back at all and specialized in slapping people in the face. Now his left cheek is still swollen, and the muscles all over his body are now sore and a little swollen. Zhou Xingyu started his first lottery with a bruised face. Chapter 14. Tang San wants to kill the master. Sitting on the small bed, Zhou Xingyu closed his eyes. His body was in a sitting position, and his hands were casually placed on his legs. At first glance, people who didn't know would think that he was practicing soul power, but in fact, he had already entered his mind. The magical good and evil panel was written on it. Kindness points, 218 points. Malice points, 111 points. Blind box once, need to use 10 kindness points. If he draws a reward at 10 points, then he can draw 21 plus 11 equal 32 times. He plans to try what he can draw first, and then consider whether to continue drawing later. Use 10 kindness points to draw once. He silently recited this sentence in his mind. When he finished reading this sentence, something strange happened. The magical good and evil panel turned over and showed him the back. The back was blank. But soon a colorful turntable appeared. There were many things on the turntable. All these things were put into a colorful box with numbers marked on the box. From 1 to 100, there were 100 boxes in a big turntable. After watching for a while, Zhou Xingyu found that the big turntable had not moved yet, so he shouted curiously, "Start!" The pointer in the center of the turntable slowly began to rotate, and then faster and faster. "Stop!" The pointer stopped at the 10 o'clock position and did not move. Then the big turntable disappeared, leaving a colorful box on the panel. Now it was Zhou Xingyu's turn to be confused. How to open it? Is it to open it silently? He tried to shout, "Open the blind box." The colorful box glowed brightly, and then the shell slowly disappeared. Ding, the storage space is open. The size of this space is equal to the size of your spiritual power. You got a piece of Zhu Juyun's underwear. If you want to check it, please go to the storage space. Zhou Xingyu was speechless. What kind of blind box is this? How can he have the nerve to take it out from the storage space? Fortunately, there is a storage space. If not, how would he explain if that old man came to check the room early tomorrow morning? Could it be said that it floated down from the sky? Xingluo Empire, Zhu family. Zhu Juyun, as usual, trained her martial spirit alone. She was sweating profusely and couldn't resist the sleepiness. She had to wash up and go to bed early. As a result, when she got up in the middle of the night, she found that she was cold. A horrified thought came out of her heart. Did someone enter her boudoir in the middle of the night? Could it be her? That night, 9-year-old Zhu Juyun couldn't sleep. Shenyan village, in the village chief's bungalow. Zhou Xingyu gritted his teeth and decided to draw the blind box for the second time. Use 10 points of kindness to draw once. The magical big turntable appeared again. This time he already knew how to operate it, so he said start directly. With a pause, a colorful box appeared. You got a piece of gold iron. Ha! Zhou Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was not that kind of strange thing. Judging from the name, gold iron should be a kind of ore, and it should be able to make something in the future. Now he finally had the motivation to draw 3 times in a row. Use 30 points of kindness to draw 3 times. You got a pack of instant noodles. You got a silver soul coin. You got the soul guide device 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night. When Zhou Xingyu heard the last thing appear, he was stunned at first, and then excited. Soul guide device, and it was 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night? Could it be from Tang San? After so many years in this world, he only knew that the Spirit Hall had not yet started to attack the Douluo Empire. He also saw Hulina in person the day before yesterday. She looked at her age at most about 10 years old. From all these, it can be deduced that Tang San must be about 6 years old. He had seen people speculate on a forum before about the age difference between Tang San and each beauty in Douluo. Tang San is about 4 years older than Hulina, about 10 years younger than Qian Renshui, about 5 years younger than Huo Wu, about 3 years younger than Meng Yiran, about 40 years younger than Bibi Dong, and about 10 years younger than Zi Zhenju. Anyway, there are too many women who like Tang San, and they are basically all beauties. The key is that those beauties can't see through Tang San's real age and always think that he is the same age. In order to determine Tang San's real age, Zhou Xingyu prepared to take out the Soul Guide 24 Bridges Moonlit Night to have a look. If it was empty and new, then it was certain that this was a brand new and identical one, not the one in Tang San's hand. He silently chanted to open the warehouse. A virtual space appeared in his mind, with several items inside. A pink piece of clothing with less fabric, a pack of instant noodles in a cartoon-patterned plastic bag, a glittering silver coin, an old black belt with 24 milky white gems inlaid on the entire belt, and the gems exuded a trace of soul power. The most outrageous thing was that this belt had a trace of bright red blood. Bang, bang, bang! Zhou Xingyu's heart beat violently. This belt was definitely the one on Tang San's body, and there was a trace of blood on it. What did it mean? He silently chanted to take out the belt. The old belt appeared in Zhou Xingyu's hand, and he wiped off the blood with a rag. This is his thing from now on, and he will never allow it to be stained with other things. Soul power penetrated into it, and found that each gem had a space, 23 of which were empty, and the last gem had a lot of radishes in its space. This must be Tang San's belt, and now it is in his hands. It is really fate. Now the situation is very clear. Tang San and Master are definitely in the soul-hunting forest, and they encountered the 400-year-old mandrake snake, and are now fighting fiercely. As expected at this time in the soul-hunting forest. Master led Tang San to flee frantically, and Tang San had exposed his hidden weapon skills. Dozens of white radishes were thrown out by Tang San in succession, and each one hit the mandrake snake, but these attacks could only repel the angry mandrake snake. The white radish in his hand was gone, and the mandrake snake opened its mouth and rushed up again. Tang San reached out to touch the Soul Guide 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night on his waist. Cold sweat broke out from his forehead, and the Soul Guide 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night disappeared silently. Tang San was stunned. This is unscientific. Xiao San! The master was about to collapse in despair, and the Mandragora snake had already rushed towards Tang San. Tang San was standing there like a fool. If nothing unexpected happened, his first disciple would die in front of him. Luo San Pao! The master summoned the injured Luo San Pao again, and he wanted to save Tang San. He knew that this forced summoning would cost him his soul power foundation, but he was fearless at this time, for his disciples, for his martial spirit's 10 cores, and in order not to be troubled by Title Douluos in the future, he had to risk it. However, Tang San in the distance seemed to have turned on. He turned into a shadow directly, and the short sword in his right hand happened to pierce the mouth of the Mandragora snake. After piercing, Tang San turned on again, turned into a shadow and left the Mandragora snake. At this moment beside the master, Tang San's face was cold. He was considering whether to silence him. He was very entangled, because he didn't understand where the Soul Guide 24 Bridges Moonlit Night had gone. The master in front of him was his teacher, and also someone he admitted to respect. But how could he take back something that he had clearly given away? Could there be some other hidden secret? He didn't believe it. Tang San raised the dagger in his hand. Stop! A familiar voice came from a distance. Chapter 15, Drawing the Golden Fragment. At this time, Zhou Xingyu was considering whether to draw the lottery again. He was hesitating whether to take out the underwear to have a look. After all, it was something that normal men would be curious about. He was also hesitating whether to take out the instant noodles to taste the flavor. He had been away from Blue Star for too long, and he had long forgotten the taste of the instant noodles. He thought about the embarrassing experience of collecting cards from eating instant noodles when he was a child. As for Tang San and his apprentice losing the Soul Guide 24 Bridges Moonlit Night, what would Zhou Xingyu have to do with what happened next? This was the work of the lottery panel, and he would never use this thing in front of Tang San in the future. He had thought about asking the old village chief to assassinate Tang San and solve a problem. But Tang San's father Tang Hao is like a cat Bayesian, following and protecting him all the time. Haven't you seen the miserable appearance of Shrek's unmoved King Zhao Wuji? Even though he didn't beat Tang San, he was beaten up by Tang Hao. He will never let Tang San get the position of the Sea God Island, which is the key. Point of good intention, 178 points, malicious points. I used 4 draws at 111 points and drew a good thing. Zhou Xingyu was in a good mood and finally decided to finish the draw at one time tonight. Use the good intention point to 170 points to draw 17 times. The big turntable turned wildly, and then stopped again, 17 times. The 17 colorful blind boxes just stayed on that panel, and Zhou Xingyu was excited at this moment. He hopes to come up with a few practical things to enhance his strength. The silent thoughts opened in my heart, and the 17 boxes shone out in light, and for a moment, the sounds kept coming from my mind. You got a fountain pen. You got a copy of the original manuscript of Yu Xiaogang's Martial Soul's 10-Core Competitiveness. You got a bottle of 1982 red wine. You got an Oscar sausage. You got a can of beef. You got a fragrant scallion pancake. At this time, Zhou Xingyu's face was getting uglier and uglier. None of the things in it were good. All of them were useless. Especially the original manuscript of Yu Xiaogang's Martial Soul's 10-Core Competitiveness. He had no use for it. In addition to disgusting the master and making him think that the manuscript was stolen, what else can he do? He now wanted to stop the damn blind box lottery, but all of them had been opened and could not be changed now. He had no choice but to listen to the rest of the things at ease. You got a 10-year unknown soul bone. You got 288 bronze soul coins. You got 3 silver soul coins. You got 1 gold soul coin. Zhou Xingyu's eyes lit up. He actually drew a soul bone. Although it was only 10 years old, it at least showed that there were still good things in this blind box. I believe that as long as I keep drawing, I will definitely be able to draw a soul bone of 10,000 years or even 100,000 years. You got a box of cosmetics used by Qian Renshui. You got a mountain bike. You got a smartphone. You got a headband of Ning Rongrong. You got a set of leather clothes for Juju King. At this time, Zhou Xingyu was about to collapse again. What are these things? You got a bottle of perfume used by Tang Yuhua. You got a mysterious golden fragment. That night, many people on Douluo Continent were destined to suffer from insomnia. 17 blind box draws, a bunch of garbage, few of which can be used. Zhou Xingyu threw the pile of garbage into the storage space, and he took out the last golden fragment and looked at it in his hand. This fragment is not gold or jade, and it is not made of any other material. The golden fragment exudes a faint golden light, which makes people feel warm. Holding it in your hand, you can actually feel that your soul power has become active. Could it be a treasure fragment that can speed up cultivation? Since there was no explanation, Zhou Xingyu could only guess at random. He sat firmly, closed his eyes, and his soul power began to circulate in his body. He was ready to test whether the golden fragment could speed up cultivation. However, there was no reaction to the accelerated soul power cultivation. Just when he hesitated, the soul power in his body was suddenly absorbed by a huge force, and these soul powers rushed towards the golden fragment. Zhou Xingyu was shocked. This was too scary. Come back to me. This was the soul power he cultivated with great difficulty. How could it be swallowed up? The soul power level was slowly falling down. The soul power that was originally at the peak of level 25 dropped to the primary level 25. Just when he thought it was going to fall below level 25, the golden fragment stopped absorbing soul power. A mysterious message came into Zhou Xingyu's mind from the golden fragment. The first change of the 9 changes of the soul is the concentration of spiritual power. Isn't this the spiritual power technique that he practiced? Why does he still need to draw a lottery? Zhou Xingyu looked at his panel carefully. Spiritual Power Secret Book, Soul 9 Transformations, Preliminary Unlocking, Soul Awakening Realm, Spiritual Power Range 1 to 5 meters. It shows that it is in the initial unlocking stage, and the level is only the Soul Awakening Realm, with a range of only 1 to 5 meters. I looked at the introduction of the first transformation of Spiritual Power Concentration. Gather the scattered spiritual power together, so that these spiritual powers can form effective attack and defense. The Soul 9 transformations are divided into 9 levels. The first level requires 1 fragment to activate. The second level requires 2 fragments, and so on. At first glance, it's a tragedy. Learning spiritual power actually requires learning the corresponding spiritual power methods, and these methods clearly state that they need to be drawn. These goodwill points and malicious points are not enough. Zhou Xingyu decided to draw again tonight. He urgently needs to draw the subsequent spiritual power use methods. In the first part of Douluo Continent, only a few people were mentioned to have spiritual power, but the second and third parts later talked about spiritual power soul beasts and god-level spiritual power. Moreover, it will become easier to absorb soul rings after the spiritual power is strong. After the soul beast reaches 10,000 years, it will open its spiritual wisdom. When the Soul Master absorbs the 10,000-year soul ring, he will be shocked by his mental power. Once the mental power is strong, absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring will be easy. Use 100 malicious points to draw 10 times. However, there was no response at all, and the panel did not change at all. Zhou Xingyu did not believe it, and continued to shout, use 100 malicious points to draw 10 times. There was no response in his mind. Speechless, the malicious points could not be used, so what was the use of these malicious points? Is it just a warning of danger, a warning that the other party has ill intentions towards him? In his mind, the attribute panel appeared again, and he looked at it carefully again and again. Kindness points, 2 points. Malice points, 111 points. Number of draws, 1 blind box, need to use 10 kindness points. It says that kindness points are needed for the draw, and this time I can finally see it clearly. With endless doubts, Zhou Xingyu yawned, too sleepy, tossing for so long during the day. At night, he tinkered with it for almost an hour, and he couldn't stand it anymore. He fell asleep as soon as he fell down. In his mind, the mysterious good and evil panel lit up for a while. The black edge at the bottom of the good and evil panel was like a progress bar. 111 malicious points corresponded to 0.11%. When the progress bar is full of energy, who knows what strange things will happen. Xingluo Empire, Zhu family. Zhu Juqing was woken up by the cold in the middle of the night. She felt so strange. She was wearing clothes and covered with a quilt when she slept. Could it be that the window was not closed? In a daze, she climbed out of the crib and wanted to close the window. As a result, she just got up and cried in an instant. Chapter 16. The Chaotic Douluo World. Early the next morning, Tiando Empire, Qibao Luli sect. Dad, where is my headband? 7-year-old Ning Rongrong was angry with her father and insisted on finding her headband. Ning Fengji was in a state of panic at this moment. His daughter was smart, but she loved to act like a princess. Hey, my dear daughter, didn't you put it on the dressing table before going to bed last night? If you can't find it, can't I just buy you an identical one? I want that one, Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengji were fighting like cocks in the bedroom. In the Tiando Imperial House, Qian Renshui, who pretended to be the eldest prince Shui Qinghe, was sitting in front of the dressing table in a daze. She had used that box of cosmetics at noon yesterday, but how come it was gone after a day? Did she lose it when she was angry yesterday? Impossible, she only used that box of cosmetics once. Did someone come to her boudoir and look for something? The plan was discovered? Qian Renshui was cautious for the rest of the day. She was going to poison Emperor Shui Ye today, but she had to give up the plan for the time being. Inside Nodding College, in the room in the corner of the top floor of the dormitory building, Master Yu Xiaogong was full of grief at this moment. He had never thought about why such a thing happened. The disciple he had just accepted not long ago actually wanted to kill him. He had wholeheartedly passed on all his theoretical knowledge to the other party. How could that kid treat him like this? Once a teacher, always a father. Doesn't he understand? Isn't it just a soul guide belt? If it's gone, just give another one. Besides, it wasn't him who took it away. He had been wearing it for so long, and he was so far away, how could he take it away? Tears slid down Yu Xiaogong's face. If Tang Hao hadn't appeared in time to stop Tang San's bad behavior last night, he might have died. In the end, after various explanations, Tang San reluctantly believed it. But a gap also arose between the master and the disciple. Master Yu Xiaogong was heartbroken. He hadn't slept all night, his head was dizzy, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. He had overused his soul power last night. His soul power, which was originally at the peak of level 29, dropped to level 28 due to the forced activation of his martial soul last night. He opened his small desk with trembling hands, ready to devote himself to creating in his own little world. He wanted to forget everything. The mutation of martial spirit, love and friendship, master and apprentice, all kinds of scenes kept interweaving in his mind. However, he couldn't find his little notebook after searching for a long time. The idea of panic came out of his mind, and he woke up instantly, anxiously looking for the small desk, and finally looked through the only soul guide several times. Tang Hao, you are really cruel. Master Yu Xiaogong spit out a mouthful of old blood. Endless complaints burst out from his mind, and he fainted on the small desk with a bang. Suhei! 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 Zhou Xingyu was in a particularly good mood today. He ate the fragrant scallion pancake for breakfast and secretly drank a sip of 1982 red wine. The taste was so happy. Finally, the taste of Blue Star came back. This scallion pancake was definitely made by roadside stalls with gutter oil. What should I do if there are no more kindness points? Aren't there so many tourists in the village, and aren't there villagers? After using various excuses, I finally asked the old village chief for half a day off. But this was at a price. Inside and outside the Shenyang village, a cute little boy would appear from time to time. He would help old ladies cross the small bridge, be a guide for beautiful tourists, help the old grandfathers in the village move things, and help the women in the farmland to open up wasteland. There were voices of praise everywhere. From kindness point +1, From kindness point +1. For the whole morning, I had earned 32 kindness points. It was a wonderful day. In the afternoon, I continued to fight the tiger and leopard hunters. From time to time, the old village chief would appear and give some guidance. In the evening, I started to have an extra lesson. This was a theoretical course, and there were also various etiquette studies in Douluo Continent. According to the old village chief Zhou Xingyu, Daxia sect was a super sect a long time ago, and etiquette could not be abolished. If the sect was re-established in the future, would the young clansmen in the future be like gangsters? Etiquette is divided into royal etiquette, aristocratic etiquette, and civilian etiquette. It is further divided into behavioral etiquette, handshakes, conversations, and dress. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu seemed to have changed into a different person at this time. He showed a confident and powerful smile on his face and spoke politely and gently. Zhou Xingyu did not dare to slack off. He had made it clear during the day that if he failed the after-class exam, he would have to copy books and would not have any chance to ask for leave in the future. Fortunately, he practiced the 9 transformations of the soul. Even if it was only the lowest level of spiritual power, it did not take much effort to learn theoretical cultural knowledge. Every word and every book was deeply engraved in the soul like a brand. Failed the exam? There was no such thing. There were only some mistakes in etiquette. Zhou Xingyu was very disgusted with aristocratic etiquette, let alone royal etiquette. He still preferred civilian etiquette. Day after day, Zhou Xingyu's strength grew steadily. In these 2 years, he learned a lot. He could catch up with Master Yu Xiaogang in theoretical knowledge. He read the book of the 10 core competitiveness of martial spirits several times. In 2 years, his kindness points reached an astonishing 509 points, and his malicious points reached 466 points. He drew another wave of blind boxes later, and stored all the others. The main reason was that all the things he drew were garbage, at most some gold soul coins, silver soul coins, etc. There are currently 16 gold soul coins, 89 silver soul coins, and an astonishing 205 bronze soul coins. There are also a bunch of personal belongings of familiar characters in Douluo. Bibi Dong's sapphire necklace, Xiao Wu's stockings, Huo Wu's collar, Duguyan's mask, Meng Yiren's lipstick, Liu Erlong's high heels, Bai Chenxiang's bracelet, Shui Binger's small jacket, Poseidon's earrings. The rest are all those messy things on Blue Star. He has drawn all kinds of beauty magazines and antiques, but these are useless. Antiques can't be sold in Douluo. Beauty magazines, would he, a little kid, dare to take them out? The best ones were a blueprint for a burst crossbow and a desert eagle. After 2 years of research, he finally studied this magical panel a little bit. This blind box lottery can only draw things that are available on Douluo Continent or Blue Star, and the probability of drawing good things is extremely low. Except for the first time he drew the golden fragment, he never drew it again. In 2 years, Zhou Xingyu's soul power reached the peak of level 29. This is the soul power after many condensations. I believe that as long as he has a suitable soul ring, he can break through several levels in succession. After many medicinal baths and 2 soul ring absorptions, his physical fitness has become very strong. He is about 1.4 meters tall at the age of more than 8 years old, and no longer looks like a child. He has already communicated with the old village chief Zhou Xingyu. After getting the 3rd soul ring, he will go to the Title Empire for training. There is no such thing as child trafficking in Douluo Continent, so the old village chief Zhou Xingyu is not too worried. He also went out to explore the continent when he was a teenager, and later he became so powerful. Chapter 17, Ma Hongjun's father Title Empire, Barak Kingdom. There are 2 large cities in the kingdom. One is Barak King's city, and the other is Soto City, the granary. It was already around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 2 teenagers appeared at the east gate of Soto City. The 2 teenagers were one fat and one thin. The fat one was a little shorter, about 1.5 meters tall, with rich expressions on his face, just like a countryman entering the city, looking around everywhere, and from time to time showing a wretched smile on his face and drooling. The thinner one was slightly taller, about 1.6 meters tall, with a pair of sword-like eyebrows under his black hair, and a pair of black pupils under his sword-like eyebrows. The skin on his face was so delicate and perfect that even women would feel ashamed of themselves. The pair of black pupils was very attractive. As long as passers-by passed by, they would unconsciously be attracted to him, as if there was some magic. Anyone who was attracted by that gaze would not be able to help but exclaim, "What a handsome boy!" However, when they looked at the fat boy, they would secretly say, "Country bumpkin." However, they had one thing in common, that is, they were wearing the same clothes, a set of black short-sleeved shirts, a blue dragon on the left, a white tiger on the right, a red bird pattern on the pants, an old cow on the waist, and black tortoise boots on their feet. The fatter boy suddenly sniffed fiercely. Following the direction of the smell, he looked over, his eyes emitting endless light. He pulled up the boy next to him, and then hurriedly ran to the small store on the left. "Xingyu, hurry up, they are selling grilled chicken wings inside." The 2 boys were Zhou Xingyu and his little follower Zhou Chang, who came from Shenyan village. Originally, Zhou Xingyu wanted to come alone, but the old village chief refused to do so and insisted on sending a little girl to follow him. He said that he wanted to take care of the young master and take care of the trivialities of life. How could he agree to this? He was only 8 years old, and it would be a mess if he had a little girl around him. Who would take care of whom when danger came? Warm the bed? No need. How could a grown man need a little girl to warm the bed? At least she had to be a goddess-level beauty. This was a joke, and the old village chief would definitely beat him to death if he said it, so he could only think about it in his heart. Finally, Zhou Xingyu said that if he really had to bring one, then he would bring a little follower. In the end, he brought his childhood follower, Zhao Qiang. Who knew that this kid would eat everywhere like a country bumpkin and a reincarnated food god? Every time he arrived in a city, as long as he felt hungry, he would go in and eat. In the barbecue restaurant, Zhou Xingyu was communicating with the young boss. "Master, buy 2 large chicken wings." "Yes, no pepper, please." The two stood at the door of the store for less than 5 minutes, and many people gathered around. Some of them were regular customers, and some were called here by others. Most of these people were women, and they were attracted by a rumor. A woman in her 30s was queuing in the barbecue restaurant. She stared at Zhou Xingyu's profile while talking to a woman in her 20s behind her. "Look, what Xiaofang said is right. This boy is really handsome. I'm almost 30, but now I'm a little tempted." Zhou Xingyu was about to turn around after paying the bill, and then he saw such an exaggerated scene. Obviously, there were not many people in the barbecue restaurant just now. He just received dozens of kindness points inexplicably, all from strangers. The other young woman in her 20s quickly turned her head. She was very happy at the moment. The handsome boy seemed to look at her. "Ouch, he turned his head to look at us. I can't take it anymore. I feel my heart is beating violently." Zhou Xingyu felt helpless at the moment. To be honest, he really didn't think he was that handsome. Black hair, black eyes, even often sunbathing, a little wheat-colored skin, except for his young age. Is he really that attractive? Isn't he also similar in Blue Star? Do Blue Star people have a magical attraction to men and women in Douluo Continent? Just like Tang San in the original work, he was not very handsome at all, but because he was a time traveler, he attracted many beautiful women around him. Even Qian Renshui, Hu Liena, Ning Rongrong, Huo Wu, and other goddesses looked at him differently. And this was definitely not because of the protagonist's halo. It was the attraction from the eyes, from another world. A pair of black sunglasses appeared in his hand, and then he put on the sunglasses. Sure enough, after he put on the sunglasses, the crowd around him began to slowly disperse, as if they couldn't find a handsome guy. "What? This boy is just like that. Just a little tender. Isn't he similar to those beauties in the paradise on earth in Soto City? Tsk, boring, boring. Let's go, sisters." After seeing this, several Shamat girls who came from outside left one after another. They felt cheated. Pushing through the crowd, Zhou Xingyu and his little follower Zhou Qiang each took a big chicken wing and started to eat it on the street. Their exaggerated eating attracted many pedestrians. But this is not surprising. Soto City is a big city and a granary. There are not too many tourists who come here to settle down and play. There are even people hugging and kissing on the street. There are not too many couples, hotels, and mixed saunas in this city. "Xingyu, why do we come to this city?" The little follower Zhou Chang ate with his mouth full of oil, and his speech was a little unclear. In his impression, Zhou Xingyu has always been very precocious. When he was a child, he was bullied by other children, and later he was saved by Zhou Xingyu. Other children in the village were afraid of Zhou Xingyu because he was much stronger than others, since he was a child. Especially after learning martial arts, Zhou Xingyu became the leader of the children. The martial arts culture in the village was also driven by him. Anyway, following Zhou Xingyu, you can always eat all kinds of delicious food and fun things. Sometimes you can hear stories that you have never heard before. Zhou Xingyu did not explain too much. There was no need to tell a child many things. "Listen to me. I will take care of everything from now on." "Okay." The little follower Zhou Qiang obviously liked to hear this. What can an 8-year-old boy think? Isn't it just eating, drinking, playing, and shopping? Zhou Xingyu came to the Granary Soto City for important things. He had to come to Shrek Academy first and take Ma Hongjun and Oscar under his command. Ma Hongjun was born with the top martial spirit in Douluo, the mutant martial spirit Evil Fire Phoenix, and eventually became the second-level god Phoenix God. Oscar was a genius soul master of the food department, born with full soul power, and finally became the second-level god of food. These two people are extremely talented. Once they recognize you as a friend, they will risk their lives to help you. They are rare talents. These two are orphans, and they were adopted by Dean Fred since childhood. However, Zhou Xingyu does not believe this at all. Ma Hongjun is definitely Dean Fred's son. It's just that he has always been unwilling to admit it. Who would take in an unknown child for no reason and teach him? Dean Fred's martial spirit is an owl. The combination of an owl and a turkey equals mutation. Ma Hongjun's martial spirit is a mutant bird, which is already a key point. He does not believe that Ma Hongjun's mutant martial spirit, the evil fire phoenix, needs to vent. A 6-year-old baby, how big is his head? Even if everyone in Douluo develops early and has complete functions? It is obviously a problem with the setting. At least he has to be in his teens. Zhou Xingyu is now 8 years old, and he doesn't have that feeling in the morning. He needs a woman at the age of 6. Who are you kidding? There will be a section about going to Shrek later, mainly to snatch Tang San's younger brother and opportunities, as well as women. This world is Tang San's backyard, and no opportunities can be left for him. The main purpose is to fight against the Haoshan sect and the two empires. End of this chapter. Chapter 18. Beat Daimubai madly. Outside the south gate of Soto City, there are rice fields everywhere. From a distance, a small village can be seen a few miles away. The small village is extremely shabby, and the outer perimeter is all wooden fences. As expected, Shrek Academy is there, which is the starting point of the Shrek 7 Devil's Dream. It is now around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and they have been wandering around Soto City for almost an hour. They mainly bought daily necessities for 2 people and some food. These things were put into the soul guide bracelet, given by the old village chief by Zhou Xingyu. From a distance, they heard a noisy sound at the entrance of the village, and there were quite a few people gathered. A few minutes later, the two approached and saw, wow! A boy about 1.6 meters tall with long golden hair was fighting with an old man. There were many people around, mostly adults with children. It was obvious that they were all here to sign up. The young man with long golden hair was handsome, but a little childish. He had evil eyes and double pupils. Wherever he looked, his eyes were extremely cold and his face was very ugly, as if someone owed him millions. Zhou Xingyu thought it was not good at this time. He never thought that Daimubai would come to Shrek so early. He didn't know what was going on now. In his memory, Daimubai seemed to be less than 12 years old when he came to Shrek. Could it be that Daimubai was 3 to 4 years older than Tang San? At this time, the battle in the field had reached a white-hot state. Daimubai had not activated his martial spirit just now, but he was already angry at this time. White Tiger, possess! A strong white light emanated from Daimubai's body, and his muscles exploded. The buttons of the white shirt broke directly, revealing his strong chest muscles. 2 yellow 100-year soul rings emerged from the ground under his feet. Along with it, a huge white tiger figure was also vaguely visible. Daimubai's full head of golden hair has been divided into 3 colors. Most of it is white, a small part is black, and there are a few strands of gold in the middle. These golden hairs form a font, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, a word king. Daimubai, martial spirit white tiger, 29 level combat spirit master, please teach me. At this time, Daimubai, whose martial spirit is fully activated, is somewhat arrogant. His tone is very loud, and his voice seems to be despising the white-haired old man in front of him. In the battle between him and the white-haired old man just now, he did not feel that the old man had any strong strength. So at this time, he spoke a little recklessly. When the white-haired old man saw the boy showing his martial spirit, his eyes were obviously bright. He recognized the origin of this martial spirit, and this boy seemed extraordinary. But the rules cannot be broken. Now he obviously did not want to fight anymore, and said lightly, Shrek will not recruit students today. The time for recruiting students every day is clearly written. All of you should take a good look at the sign at the door. Zhou Xingyu and others looked over as the white-haired old man said. There was a shabby table at the entrance of the village. There was a huge wooden sign behind the table with a few words written on it. Shrek is looking for new students. Only monsters and geniuses are accepted. The age must not exceed 13 years old. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Once registered, it will not be refunded. Registration time is from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. and from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. every day. It was indeed written very clearly. The onlookers began to disperse, except for a few who stayed in place to continue watching. I'm not here to register today. I'm here to challenge you. Daimubai was obviously a little embarrassed at this time. He did come here because of its reputation. He came from the Douluo Empire to this city. He was lucky enough to hear this rumor on the first day. The rumor said that there was an excellent academy in the southern part of the granary Soto City, which only recruited monsters and genius students. Who knew that he was a minute late, and the other party ignored him? In the end, he was so angry that he took action. He always had the temper of the royal family. Grandpa, can I dare to help you teach this person who doesn't know the rules a lesson? Zhou Xingyu's voice came from the back. The white-haired old man was stunned at first, then he nodded subconsciously. He didn't know this handsome boy, but his eyes made people feel trust and recognition. But, stop here. The white-haired old man replied kindly, goodwill from Liu Song +1. Daimubai was obviously angry. He just wanted to save face. Who on earth was it that embarrassed him so much? He turned around and sneered. Who do you think you are? Malice from Daimubai +1. Hearing this malicious message, Zhou Xingyu couldn't help but sneer. He dared to show malice to him, which was simply courting death. He had never been optimistic about Daimubai. He was fickle, arrogant, and actually ran away from his family and didn't dare to face difficulties. He knew that he had an engagement, but he still messed around outside. It was common for one man to have multiple women. He didn't keep himself clean at all. He also let Zhou Xingyu face all kinds of hardships alone to come to Tiando Empire to find him. If Zhou Xingyu hadn't accepted her fate, the two of them would definitely not have ended up together. A yellow soul ring lit up from under Zhou Xingyu's feet. The color of this yellow soul ring was very dark, and all the soul masters present felt the terrifying energy in the soul ring. Seeing this soul ring emerge, Daimu Bai was stunned at first, but after waiting for a while, he found that the opponent had no other soul rings emerging again, so he felt confident and accelerated forward and swung his fist. Tsk, a soul master with one ring dares to come out and pretend. It's simply looking for death. Since you are looking for death, I won't be polite. This punch was extremely powerful, with a faint yellow light on the fist, and the air nearby was also somewhat oppressive. The people watching nearby began to exclaim, and they retreated quickly, fearing that the battle would affect them later. Soon a large open space appeared, and there were only 2 teenagers left in the field. The black-haired boy was not nervous at all. He spread his legs and stomped 1 foot back, and soul power quickly emerged from the yellow soul ring, which gathered on his hands and legs. Then the black-haired boy squatted slightly, exerted force on his legs, and his soul power formed a stream of air to blow away the nearby dirt and dust. Then he quickly stood up and punched 8 times with both hands. As these 8 punches were thrown, several soul power fist shadows appeared in front of him. Bang! The punch that Daimu Bai threw at the black-haired boy was directly hit by the soul power fist shadow. He was extremely surprised and wanted to dodge the remaining fist shadows, but these fist shadows were too fast. He could only use one hand to defend against one side of his face, and the soul power of his whole body was surging to block the other side. The soul power fist shadows hit Daimu Bai's right face continuously, and severe pain came from his face. One of his eye sockets was swollen by the fist shadow and immediately turned purple. Endless humiliation surged from his heart. The fist shadow just now was so fast that he didn't even have time to use his first soul skill. Ha ha! Beat him into a pig head! Come on! The little follower Zhou Chang cheered from behind. As the others started to make noises, they also started to discuss. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker between the 2 people in the middle of the field. The black-haired boy obviously had another spirit ring hidden. Ah! I'm going to kill you today! White tiger body barrier! Hearing people pointing and talking around him, Daimu Bai roared. Apart from his brother, no one else could embarrass him so much. He wanted to wash away this humiliation. As Daimu Bai roared, his body changed again, and a white light shone from the first spirit ring. His hands began to stretch slightly, and 10 cold lights extended from the nails of his 10 fingers. These were sharp tiger claws. Just by looking at the luster, you could tell that they were extremely sharp. Once caught, the consequences would be disastrous. Daimu Bai squatted slightly, and the whole person was like a tiger out of the cage, ready to attack at any time. Chapter 19. Daimu Bai was beaten and vomited blood. Seeing that Daimu Bai started to get serious, Zhou Xingyu did not dare to be arrogant. Before, he had used the Divine Tiger Fist that everyone in the Hidden God Village could use. He had already practiced this Divine Tiger Fist to the primary peak level. It was easy to deal with people who were unarmed, but he had to fight beasts that were possessed by martial spirits. Clang! A long sword came out of its sheath. He took it out from the soul guide. This long sword was made of alloy materials on the blue star. He had used it before. Once the soul power was attached to it, it could cut trees like cutting cabbages. Daimu Bai felt insulted. The black-haired boy in front of him obviously did not follow the rules. He just released the first soul ring, and then he didn't even release the martial spirit. Now he wanted to compete with him with a broken sword. He was simply looking for death. With the increase brought by the first soul skill, Daimu Bai moved. He accelerated and came to Zhou Xingyu, and his hands suddenly closed in the middle. Once the 10 cold rays hit, the effect was that black and white objects were all over the ground. The people watching nearby covered their eyes and dared not look anymore. Only the little follower Zhou Chang and the white-haired Li Yusong did not react. Evil from Daimu Bai +10. 18 tiger slashing styles. Great barrier. As the cold voice fell, Zhou Xingyu moved and swung the alloy sword in his hand. Soul power surged on the sword, and soul power sword chi appeared one after another. These sword chi enveloped Zhou Xingyu's whole body, forming a sword chi barrier similar to a protective shield. This is a small sword chi protective shield that he created after 2 years of actual combat and comprehending the second soul skill. The sword chi is extremely sharp. Once it hits any object, as long as it cannot break the defense, it will be chopped into pieces by the sword chi, unless the protective shield is shattered with powerful strength or broken by other weapon spirits. Daimu Bai obviously does not have this strength now. Zzz. After the spirit possessed the body, a pair of tiger claws were extremely powerful. After fusing soul power, they could cut copper and iron. However, This is not copper and iron, but alloy. Alloy is a material that is stronger than copper and iron. The collision between the alloy sword and the tiger claws produced a harsh and unpleasant sound. As the piercing sound became louder and louder, Daimubai felt as if his hands were on fire, and his long and sharp nails were melting rapidly. Just when his nails were about to be worn away, Daimubai suddenly retreated backwards. He was now extremely frightened. The young man in front of him obviously did not use his full strength, and he was helpless with just defense. Seeing Daimubai retreating, how could Zhou Xingyu miss such an opportunity? Tiger-slaying move, swift wind flash. Countless sword energies instantly gathered on the alloy longsword, and the soul power on the alloy longsword suddenly surged. The soul power flame reached 3 meters away, and the longsword was seen being thrown forward by Zhou Xingyu. Fast, it was too fast. In a flash before everyone's eyes, the 3-meter-long soul power longsword disappeared. White-haired Li Yusong moved. He activated the first white soul ring, and his soul power flew wildly. Everyone was surprised by his soul power. Just when he wanted to rush forward, his soul power dissipated again. Everyone felt puzzled. Zhou Xingyu saw this scene, and a smile appeared on his lips. He was determined to get this Li Yusong. Daimubai's pupils suddenly shrank. Under the pressure of the crisis of death, the two pupils in his evil eyes actually gathered together, and he saw a golden light. In a hurry, he quickly gathered all the energy in his body at his chest, and then opened his big mouth suddenly, spitting out a golden light. White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. This light wave just hit the incoming golden light. The two powerful soul power skills hit together, generating a powerful shockwave. The soil at the entrance of Shrek Village was exploded, and a big pit sank into the ground. As the two attack skills continued, the big pit continued to deepen. Zhou Xingyu's self-created soul skills were not as good as the soul skills of Daimubai's second soul ring. The soul power on the alloy sword was getting less and less, and it was beaten back by the White Tiger's fierce light wave. Seeing that the alloy sword was about to be defeated, Zhou Xingyu moved. The first yellow soul ring on his body quickly lit up, and a fiery red long sword appeared in the palm of his right hand. A red sword light was cut out by him and hit the White Tiger's fierce light wave. Boom! The red sword light and the White Tiger's fierce light wave collided with each other, making a violent explosion sound, and in an instant the two soul powers shot out. Puff! Daimubai was directly injured and vomited blood. Zhou Xingyu was not forgiving, and the yellow soul ring on his body lit up again. The soul power gathered on the fiery red fire sword. The fire sword was raised high by him. He actually wanted to use soul skills to hit Daimubai. At this moment, a voice came from a distance, directly suppressing the soul power gathered in Zhou Xingyu's body. That's enough. Both of you have passed the exam. You have become Shrek disciples. Each of you needs to pay a registration fee of 10 gold soul coins. A capable middle-aged man with a full beard and black-framed crystal glasses rushed out of Shrek Academy. Zhou Xingyu obediently withdrew his soul power and the fire sword into his body. He looked at the man and looked at him carefully. As expected, he had a hooked nose and a full beard. He was wearing a brown dress, and his hair was a little messy. It was obvious that no one usually took care of it. There was a thick layer of oil stains on his clothes. Dean. The white-haired Li Yusong respectfully performed a soul master salute and called out, "Well, what's going on? If I don't come out, the gate of Shrek Academy will be demolished. Old Li, you should be more aggressive at ordinary times. You are too gentle." Dean Flanders responded and then looked around. When he saw the big pit, his face suddenly turned dark and his eyebrows were almost frowned. Whenever this happened, people who knew him knew that this guy was settling accounts again. You and you, each of you, will pay 50 silver soul coins. Is that okay? Flanders pointed at Zhou Xingyu and Daimubai and said. At this time, white-haired Li Yusong quietly stepped forward and whispered a few words in Flanders' ears. Flanders' face changed drastically. He swallowed his saliva and looked at Daimubai. After carefully confirming again and again, he let out a long breath. Zhou Xingyu didn't hear what white-haired Li Yusong said, but he could guess that they must have discovered Daimubai's identity. This news had already spread from the Xingluo Empire. Wuhun, the appearance is so similar that even a fool can recognize it. Then Flanders looked at Zhou Xingyu again, and his eyes suddenly shone brightly, as if he saw a piece of uncut jade. As a 78th level agility attack battle soul saint, he still had good eyesight. He saw that Zhou Xingyu's hidden strength must be far more than a one-ring great soul master, and the soul power fluctuations could not be fake. Ahem. Oh, I said it wrong just now. Each person pays 10 gold soul coins, plus 2 gold soul coins for compensation, and 3 gold soul coins for accommodation and food. And Zhou Xingyu knew that this old guy must have discovered something. If he continued to calculate like this, he didn't know how much it would cost. He hurriedly said, "Teacher, I am willing to pay 20 gold soul coins, but I have a younger brother, and the two of us will pay 50 gold soul coins in total. What do you think?" Dean Flanders' mind did not turn around at once. It was not easy to calculate without a computer, but 50 gold soul coins were obviously not a loss, even if he brought a burden. Deal. You go and pay the security guard right away, and then go get your accommodation supplies. Liu Qibin's goodwill. After Zhou Xingyu received Dean Flanders' consent, he immediately packed up and dragged his little follower to register. What about you? Pay 25 gold soul coins or leave, Dean Flanders asked Dai Mubai, who was squatting on the ground with a red face. At this time, Dai Mubai had wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His evil eyes flashed with fierce light, and endless hatred burst out from his heart. He kept looking up at the gate of Shrek. I'll pay. Dai Mubai's teeth were creaking. He wanted revenge. This time it was too embarrassing. It was simply a slap in the face. A 29th level combat soul master couldn't beat a first-ring great soul master. This was even more humiliating than the humiliation of the Xingluo Empire's royal family. This time he decided not to back down. Dean Flanders was obviously very satisfied after hearing this. He earned 75 gold soul coins in a few minutes, which was a huge profit. He could charge some tuition fees and some supplementary fees when studying. It was too perfect. Dai Mubai saw Zhou Xingyu and the others leave, so he dared to go up and pay the registration fee. There were still many people gathered at the entrance of Shrek. Some of them were villagers here, attracted by the fight, and some were ready to register, so they stayed here and wanted to see the final result. Huh? Are you all here to register? Dean Flanders was very curious. Was he going to make a lot of money today? He began to smile, took the initiative to walk to the registration table at the entrance of Shrek, and then opened a wooden box. The registration fee is 50 gold soul coins. It doesn't matter if you are weak, it's only for one day. The people watching nearby took a breath in an instant. This profiteer was simply greedy for money. He clearly said that he only accepted geniuses and monsters, but you could get in with a lot of money. As soon as this happened, many people left. Without the attraction of the title of genius or monster, they might as well sign up tomorrow or the day after tomorrow when it would only cost 10 gold soul coins. Only a fool would spend 40 more gold soul coins, which is not money. In the end, several parents paid. They just saw the real duel between two geniuses. This academy might really be a hope for their children. 1, 2, 3. An hour later, Dean Flanders smiled and counted the gold soul coins in the box. His wretched expression disgusted the white-haired Li Yusong. Li Yusong left the door of Shrek in silence. After Zhou Xingyu and his little follower Zhou Chang paid the tuition, they followed an unknown middle-aged man to collect school supplies and also collected accommodation items. Xingyu, this school is really shabby, and this new quilt has white spots on it. I don't know how long it has been here. It also smells like mold. The little follower Zhou Chang whispered to Zhou Xingyu. He was a little suspicious about why he came to this remote place. Isn't his own village better? In his eyes, the teachers here are not as strong as those tiger and leopard hunters in Shenyan village. He is a young genius who has undergone a month of special training. Since his martial soul awakened, the little friends in the village have treated him much better. He also felt very magical. Isn't it just awakening a mutant martial soul? Watch more and talk less. There is a reason for coming here. You will understand it later. Zhou Xingyu casually evaded his little follower. The middle-aged man in front was not a weak person. He would not allow his little follower to talk nonsense. It seems that he will have to discipline him well at night. When you go out, you can't expose your own details. If there is a problem, you will suffer a fatal disaster. Sure enough, when the little follower Zhou Chang heard Zhou Xingyu's tone become cold, he stopped talking. The village chief had taught him that he must listen to Zhou Xingyu in everything, even if it meant death. He followed the two people in front of him obediently, holding an extra-large box. After passing through several small bungalows, a river, and a building that looked like a school, the three finally arrived at the dormitory building of Shrek Academy. The dormitory building is divided into two buildings. One is the girls' dormitory, where the environment is more beautiful. The other is the boys' dormitory. This dormitory building is relatively old. From the outside, the paint on the wall is already peeling off, and even the house on the far left has collapsed. Behind the two dormitory buildings, there are some brand new huge logs piled there. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be the new dormitory building of the Shrek 7 Devils in a few years. The middle-aged man turned around and smiled as he introduced the two new students to the school. The boys' dormitory is right here. There are 2 male students in it now. There are not many dormitories, so you may have to squeeze in. After the dean repairs the house next door in a few days, you can choose to live elsewhere. If there is no problem, I will leave. Don't forget to go to the cafeteria for dinner later. Zhou Xingyu had been prepared for the dormitory environment here, so he did not dislike it. He smiled and waved to the middle-aged man and said, "Thank you, teacher. Sorry for bothering you. See you in the cafeteria. Goodwill from Liu Qibin +1. Liu Qibin saw that the little boy was so sensible and immediately felt a good impression. He also smiled and waved to the little boy. Well, see you in the cafeteria later. When the name appeared in his mind, Zhou Xingyu knew who this person was. Fortunately, he did not talk nonsense with the little follower. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This teacher is a level 66 control system weapon soul emperor, Martial Soul Xingluoqi. He will not refuse teachers of this level. In the future, he will establish the Great Xia sect, and there will definitely be a shortage of teachers by then. As for whether Tang San will still have a teacher in a few years, this is not his problem. He will form a new Shrek 7 Devils, and the reputation of the 7 Devils will be led by him, resounding throughout the Douluo Continent and even the entire God Realm. Now only the Akala Mingwang Zhao Wuji has not appeared. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be a small party in the cafeteria at night. At that time, all the teachers and students will appear. Squeak Zhou Xingyu and his little follower pushed open the door of the boys' dormitory. An unpleasant smell followed. This smell has the smell of grilled sausages and male hormones. Zhou Xingyu is very familiar with this smell. There must be 2 disgusting old men living here. Fatty, get up quickly. The teacher is here to check the room. In the room, Oscar quickly got out of the bed. He was just hungry and was eating the grilled sausages that his soul power turned into. While eating with relish, the door of the dormitory was suddenly opened. Who else could open the door at this time? Except for a few teachers in the school, who else would be so bored? But isn't today Sunday? Are there going to be a banquet tonight? There have been banquets before, and every time Vice Dean Zhao Wuji brought back a lot of wild soul beasts from outside. Ma Hongjun was sleeping soundly. He dreamed of several beauties in his dream. He was playing bad games with the beauties, and suddenly he was woken up by Oscar's loud voice. It didn't matter that he woke up. The evil fire in his body came up again. It has been 2 years, and he hasn't gotten rid of it. The dean and others said that if he doesn't vent it, his soul power will be stuck at level 19, and he will never be able to break through the level 20 level. He has been struggling for 2 years because of this. He is so young, has no money, and doesn't look good. Who would like him? Where can he vent it? What? Who is here? I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. What time is it now? Kuihua is still waiting for me. How could I forget it when I slept? Xiao, Ao, lend me your coolest clothes. I'll return it to you tomorrow. Ma Hongjun has already made up his mind. Tonight he will vent and break through the level 20 level. Chapter 21, Evil Fire. Hearing the conversation between the 2 weirdos in the dormitory, Zhou Xingyu shook his head. Ahem, ward rounds, you must dress up in 2 minutes. Zhou Xingyu used his soul power to imitate the voice of Dean Flanders and shouted loudly. There was no other way. He didn't dare to go into this dormitory. The smell inside was too strong. We must open it from front to back and blow it out with natural air. It would be best to replace all the accommodation utensils inside. As soon as this voice came out, there was panic in the dormitory, and the sound of chickens and dogs flying and jumping came from inside. A few minutes later, a 1.5-meter tall uncle, who had developed prematurely, and a fat little fat boy appeared at the door of the dormitory. The 1.5-meter tall uncle had messy, short hair and wore a simple gray linen short-sleeved shirt. He was young and had a small tuft of beard on his chin. His eyes were very nice, but they were always looking around. The fat little fat boy had red hair, was chubby all over, and had a flushed face. He looked average, but a little wretched. After leaving the house, Ma Hongjun was in disbelief. It turned out that these 2 little boys had deceived them. He was so angry that he shouted, "You 2, pay for mental damages, or I will lose my temper." The little follower Zhou Qiang was not in a good mood at this time. He was very unhappy when he thought about living in such a dirty and smelly dormitory at night. Although they lived in mixed dormitories in Shenyang village, they were definitely not so dirty. These 2 people were simply garbage. Fatty, are you going to lose your temper? You are simply asking for death. 2 yellow soul rings emerged from under Zhou Qiang's feet. At this time, he had thrown away the shabby accommodation suit, and a trace of pressure emerged from him. This empty pressure instantly hit the 2 little boys opposite, who were already scared silly. Oscar was just a food-type soul master. He had no combat power, so Zhou Qiang was a little scared when he saw the 2 soul rings. Ma Hongjun was only 8 years old and had only 1 soul ring. Although it was a mutant, it was useless. The pressure from the little fat man in front of him was too strong. A black 2-handed giant sword was slowly emerging from his right hand. "Little fatty, stop it. We are here to make friends." Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Zhou Xingyu immediately stopped his little follower from continuing to use his soul power, because once this kid used the 2-handed giant sword in actual combat, it would trigger the first soul skill, the Violent Rampage. When he gets mad, he will not recognize any relatives. Hearing his friends shout, Zhou Qiang immediately retracted his soul power. He walked behind Zhou Xingyu and stood there motionless. "Hello, my name is Zhou Xingyu, and the one behind me is my brother Zhou Qiang." Zhou Xingyu stretched out his right hand to the 2 people, then reported his name, and looked at them by the way, meaning that you don't have to be afraid. It's okay. Hurry up and introduce yourself. Ma Hongjun hesitated. Although the black-haired handsome boy in front of him was smiling, he obviously had an aura of strangers not being able to get close to him. He didn't dare to stretch out his chubby hand to shake hands. Oscar obviously knew his limits. He was very smart, not as clumsy as Ma Hongjun. He knew what the two were doing after looking at their accommodation supplies. "Hey, you two new students, right? Welcome, come in." He reached out and held Zhou Xingyu's strong little hand tightly. He was about to pull him in, but found that he didn't move at all. "Oh, look at my memory. My name is Oscar and his name is Ma Hongjun. We are both students of Shrek Academy. We just came in earlier than you. Just call each other by our names." After saying this, he tried to pull Zhou Xingyu into the dormitory again, but he still didn't move. At such a young age, he didn't understand what was wrong with this handsome black-haired boy. Wouldn't it be better to go inside the dormitory? There is an unpleasant smell in the room. We won't go in now. You two open the back door. Now we still have time to go to Soto City to buy some daily necessities. Whatever you want to buy, I'll cover all the expenses. Zhou Xingyu let go of his right hand and then expressed his thoughts. Oscar's face instantly turned red. He was a wise man. He walked to Ma Hongjun and whispered a few words. Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up after hearing it. 10 minutes later, the four of them walked out of Shrek Academy. It was exactly 4:03 in the afternoon, and there were still 2 hours before dinner time. Not long after, the four of them left the dormitory building. Dai Mubai came out of the woods. He looked at the boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory. Finally, he made a difficult decision and walked towards the girls' dormitory. Anyway, the teacher said that no girls have been recruited yet. If they really recruited, they would talk about it later. Maybe he could even live with a girl. With his looks, which girl would not throw herself into his arms? In more than an hour, Zhou Xingyu and Zhou Qiang had already become friends with Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Especially Ma Hongjun, who was now holding hands with Zhou Qiang. The two of them didn't know each other until they fought. What hatred could there be between fat men? Especially Zhou Xingyu's generosity, casually taking out a lot of silver soul coins, especially the bronze soul coins, just like scattered popcorn. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were already defeated by this generosity, calling him Big Brother very diligently. Under the swaying of this money, the four of them had big and small bags in their hands, and bought a big bag of snacks, which were mixed with a few books that were not suitable for children. "Boss Xingyu, after the dinner tonight, why don't we go to the Paradise on Earth in Soto City to take a look? I just heard from others that there are some new things coming in tonight. When the time comes." As he spoke, Ma Hongjun's face turned red. He felt that the evil fire in his body was about to explode. If he didn't find someone to vent his anger at night, he would definitely suffer from insomnia tonight. That's why he always sleeps during the day. The evil fire has affected the flow of his soul power. Now he basically doesn't dare to cultivate any soul power, nor does he dare to release his soul ring. Oscar was angry. Why did this kid talk about things regardless of the occasion? He finally got a rich man, but why did he casually talk about women? Although he also likes women, he still knows what is important. "Fatty, shut up and stop thinking about those messy things all day long. I will help you find a way to solve the problem of the evil fire in your body." "No. Why is your face so red? Are you about to give up?" Oscar was about to continue to blame Ma Hongjun, but suddenly found that Ma Hongjun's face was very red at this time, as if he had drunk Lao Baigan. He was a little anxious. In the past, at this time, the dean would help Ma Hongjun to dredge his soul power. And on special occasions, he would go to the Soul Beast Forest to help find special herbs to delay the onset of the evil fire. Before, it was once a month, and then it was once every half a month. Could it be that it has become once a week now? What should I do? Oscar was a little anxious. As a food-type soul master, he wanted to get a good detoxification soul skill as the second soul skill, but he didn't get it, and only got a skill to quickly restore soul power. He swore that for the third soul skill, he must get a soul skill that can remove this evil fire. Chapter 22, Recruiting Two Younger Brothers. At this time, Zhou Xingyu also noticed that Ma Hongjun was different. After asking casually along the way, he learned that Ma Hongjun had not yet broken his virginity, and he agreed with this. "I wanted to see if I could draw something good in the lottery in a few days to solve this kid's evil fire. Now it seems that there is only one way." Originally in the original work, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were Tang San's followers. Now that he is here, he will definitely not give Tang San two useful younger brothers again. Oscar seems to have been favored by the god of food when he was young. Ma Hongjun is an orphan of the Nine Heavens Niwang sect. His martial soul is quite powerful. He should be a good fighter in the later period. He remembered that when Poison Douluo was poisoned, he forced most of his poison into his soul bone. Since he could do that, it must be effective. Ma Hongjun is still young, and the evil fire has not yet erupted completely. He can completely guide the evil fire into the soul bone. Now he has a soul bone in his soul guide. The age of this soul bone is a bit low. It is 10 years old. He won it in the lottery before. He didn't like it and was too lazy to give it to others. After all, many people don't like it because of its low age. Moreover, he has a good and evil system. As long as he deliberately angers the soul beast, there is a high probability that a soul bone will appear. He doesn't like the 1,000-year soul beast now. Later, when his strength increases, he will go to kill the 10,000-year soul beast. In the small hotel in Soto City, Ma Hongjun felt puzzled. He thought that the new boss wanted to help him find a girl to pick up. As a result, he took out an unknown bone that flashed white light. At this moment, only Oscar's eyes were red. He saw that the bone in Zhou Xingyu's hand was a soul bone, a 10-year soul bone, which was a supreme treasure. As a food-type soul master, what he cares about most is not his soul ring, but his soul bone. He has read many books about soul bones. However, there are too few books and too little knowledge about soul bones. He knows the most about 10-year soul bones and 100-year soul bones. Judging from the shape, this soul bone is different from any other part. Normally, there are torso bones, left arm and right arm, left leg and right leg, and head. This is an external soul bone of the tail. Normal soul bones are not measured by money. This external soul bone is even more of a super treasure. It can evolve with the human body. Even a Title Douluo may not have one. Fatty, why don't you thank Brother Xingyu? This is a super gift. Oscar's voice was trembling at this time. He also wanted an external soul bone, even if it was a 10-year one. Ma Hongjun still didn't understand at this time. But after Oscar's explanation, he finally understood. He accepted this great gift with tears in his eyes. As an orphan without a father or a mother, no one except the dean had ever cared about him so much. Brother, you will be my real brother in the future, and I will be your exclusive younger brother in the future. You go east, and I will never go west. Zhou Xingyu didn't know that this was an external soul bone at first, mainly because he didn't know much about soul bones. But since it was given out, there was no reason to take it back. Besides, soul bones are meant to be absorbed by people, so it doesn't matter who you give it to. Okay, Fusion. I accept what you said just now, and I hope you won't regret it in the future. After explaining some things a little bit, Zhou Xingyu took Oscar and Zhou Qiang out of the door. Absorbing soul bones requires one to rely on oneself. A 10-year external soul bone is not that troublesome. It mainly depends on him to guide the evil fire in his body into the soul bone. In the room, Ma Hongjun was concentrating on absorbing and fusing the first soul bone in his life. He followed Oscar's teachings and succeeded in fusing it easily. The next step is to guide the evil fire in the body into the soul bone. Time passed little by little, and the 3 people outside the door were also waiting. After 2 hours, the door finally opened, and Ma Hongjun came out with a smile on his face. His face was no longer flushed, and the red hair on his head was slowly fading. The only embarrassing thing was that there was a big hole in the back of his pants. Thank you. Ma Hongjun hugged Zhou Xingyu with tears and snot. The problem that had troubled him for 2 years was finally solved. After absorbing the external soul bone, he successfully broke through to level 30. He would never be laughed at again. The little follower Zhou Qiang was also a little happy at this time. He had a fat brother. It turned out that Brother Xingyu came here for a purpose. Since you have become my big brother's new little brother, the rules cannot be broken. Here are the clothes you wear. This is the team uniform. He took out 2 sets of black team uniforms from the Soul Guide and threw them to Ma Hongjun. The left one is the Azure Dragon, the right one is the White Tiger, the pants are decorated with the Vermilion Bird, the old cow is on the waist, and the feet are wearing black tortoise boots. After Ma Hongjun put them on, his temperament changed immediately. The 3 of them were wearing the same clothes. Oscar was envious. He was struggling in his heart. Should he hug or hold such a thigh? Seeing Oscar's tangled little look, Zhou Xingyu was happy in his heart. It was easy to fool children. Now that the 2 great generals were in his hands, he took out the other 2 black suits from the Soul Guide and threw them over. Xiaoao, come and take them. If you follow me in the future, you will have girls, wealth, and strength. Shrek Academy Cafeteria. In a dilapidated wooden house, several Shrek teachers had dark faces at this time, especially the Vice President Zhao Wuji, whose mustache on the side of his lips was curled up in anger. Li Yusong, didn't you say they went out to buy something? Look, they have been shopping for almost 3 hours. Where are they? Where are the things? Li Yusong was obviously unhappy. This iron lump thought that he could yell at him because he was the vice president. He didn't even consider who was older. If he was not 1 spirit ring short of martial spirit possession, he would have been ready to beat this iron lump today. Without even looking at Zhao Wuji, he said directly, "How should I know? The legs are on their bodies. Besides, Xiao Ao and Xiao Ma are with them. Soto City is already lively today. Maybe they want to change their taste today?" A fat man who looked like a cook next to him was immediately unhappy. He pointed at Li Yusong with a frying pan in his hand and shouted, "You old man, are you saying that the food I cook is not delicious?" An old man with white hair and a white beard next to Dai Mubai was obviously unhappy. Today was supposed to be a good day to welcome the new students, but it ended up being messed up. These companions didn't have the demeanor of a teacher at all. It's rare to have a welcome party, where you can have extra meals and eat some good things, but the mood was completely ruined. This group of people is simply unforgivable. Enough? Do you guys still think you are teachers? The students are all here. Can't you restrain yourself? Daimubai felt uncomfortable sitting in this small cafeteria. He wanted to stand up and leave many times, but the old man next to him trapped him in place with unknown means. They were sitting not far from the middle. The terrifying pressure from the old men swept over him from time to time. He was so embarrassed that his sweat soaked his white shirt. At this time, Dean Flanders rushed in excitedly. His expression looked like he had won 5 million. His gold-rimmed glasses fell to the tip of his nose because he ran too fast. Here they are back. Zhao Xin, go and reheat the food. Everyone else, smile and don't be so serious. Just as the Shrek teachers were sorting out their moods and images, 4 boys wearing exactly the same clothes walked in from outside the door. These 4 people are Zhou Xingyu, Zhou Chang, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. This welcome party is specially held for several geniuses. There will be a small welcome party tomorrow night for several other students who paid to come in. A cheerful welcome party started like this, and it ended a few hours after Daimubai was uncomfortable. P.S. Some friends asked why Ma Hongjun was given a 10-year soul bone. In fact, this soul bone is just a thing that the protagonist uses to help train his own team in Shrek. It is a bargaining chip for trading with Flanders. You have to give up before you can get it. End of this chapter. Chapter 23. The good show begins. Dean Flanders drank a lot of wine at this party. He has never been so happy. At the banquet, everyone knew that the trouble that had troubled him for more than 2 years was finally solved. He no longer had to save a lot of money in the future, and he no longer had to be frugal to make money. Dean Flanders actually had sex with a girl named Ma from Turkey Village after he failed to pursue Li Werlong. The girl surnamed Ma had a difficult delivery and gave birth to Ma Hongjun. Her martial spirit returned to her ancestors and produced the evil fire phoenix. The reason why Flanders was greedy for money finally surfaced. Zhou Xingyu also felt incredible. He didn't understand it before. There were only a few people in Shrek Academy. How much money could it cost? Flanders had already opened a store outside. From the things in the store, it can be seen that he was not short of money. It turned out that he wanted to save money to buy soul bones for his son Ma Hongjun. Soul bones are something that is in short supply. Every soul master wants to have something, but money can't necessarily buy it. In this way, everyone was happy, and Flanders had no way to repay him, so he talked with Zhou Xingyu that night. The two of them conspired a lot of things, and in the end, no one knew what Flanders and Zhou Xingyu talked about. Anyway, starting from the next day, many workers came to Shrek Academy, and they began to build a new academy on a large scale. 2 years later, with Flanders' huge investment, the new Shrek Academy was built. The scale and area of this new academy are huge, even compared with the Tiando Royal Academy. When this academy was new, it was threatened by major academies in the Tiando Empire. But when Dean Flanders took out the identity badge of the Outer Gate Deacon of the Wuhun Hall, no one dared to come to make trouble. Shrek is called Monster Academy and only recruits geniuses. This advertisement was spread to the Tiando Empire and Xingluo Empire. Flyers were distributed again and again, and almost everyone knew about it. Countless young people came here in admiration, and they wanted to come here to learn. Many high-level soul masters also came to apply for teacher positions at various stages. Everything in Douluo Continent was developing in an unknown direction, which was something no one expected. After more than 2 years of training, Zhou Xingyu had reached a new realm. Name, Zhou Xingyu, age 11 years old. Soul power, level 41, soul sect. Martial soul, the first martial soul, Xinhuo sword, mutated, and 4 soul rings have been attached, yellow, purple, black, black. First soul skill, sword shadow shock flash. A sword energy vacuum zone is formed around the body. When the sword energy gathers to swing a powerful blow, the attack power increases by 266%. Second soul skill, Blade Storm. The sword energy is released to form a storm shield that lasts for 30 seconds. The main body can move quickly in any area of the storm shield for strong defense. Third soul skill, Step on the Moon. Use soul power to control the sword, quickly approach the enemy and attack multiple times. Fourth soul skill, Thunder of a Sword. A single sword blade as fast as thunder with an attack power addition of 299%. Second martial soul, Flame God Battle Body, mutated, no soul ring attached, no soul skill. Bloodline, human, Daxia. Self-created martial arts, Divine Tiger Fist, intermediate. Sword Mastery, elementary. Spiritual power, secret book, Soul 9 transformations, preliminary unlock. Soul Awakening peak, spiritual power range 1 to 10 meters. Kindness points, 675. Malice points, 635. Unlocking degree, 2.635%. Number of Drox, 1. Need to use 10 kindness points. Crystal, Palace, not activated. Strength rating, trash with 11 combat power. Main quest, Daxia Kingdom, unifies Douluo. Wish you can make any wish after completing the main quest. In the gymnasium of Shrek Academy, Zhou Xingyu was playing basketball alone. At this time, his height had reached about 1.75 meters. He was wearing a black short t-shirt and had a great figure. The muscles of his arms and legs were in perfect shape, especially that face shape with a straight and slender nose, distinct facial features, and especially the pair of black eyes, full of mystery. His hair was also cut into a crew cut like an ordinary boy on Blue Star, but this could better reflect the superiority of his facial lines. At this moment, he stood in the middle of the basketball court, and he gently threw the basketball in his hand. A beautiful arc appeared. Bang! There were many female students standing in the gymnasium and outside the basketball court. Some of them skipped classes to watch Zhou Xingyu play basketball, while others did not have classes today. Wow, brother Xingyu is so awesome. The ball went in again. My heart, it's like it hit my heart. Zhou Xingyu, Zhou Xingyu. Some girls began to cheer like a cheerleader. They were Zhou Xingyu's #1 fan group, and they contributed a lot of goodwill points to Zhou Xingyu in the past 2 years. Tsk, who are you, pretending here all day long? Of course, there were also black fans who kept contributing malicious points, which Zhou Xingyu was happy to see. Otherwise, why would he come to this gymnasium to play basketball and pretend every now and then? Is it because he is full and has nothing to do? The more people there are, the more goodwill points you get, but each person will only generate new goodwill points every once in a while. The same is true for malicious points. If someone has more than 50 points of malicious points towards Zhou Xingyu, they will not generate new, malicious points again for several months. This is what he has tested on Dai Mubai. The entrance of the gymnasium suddenly became lively, and the sound drowned out the voices of the girls on the basketball court. Everyone looked carefully, and found that it was Dai Mubai, the second most handsome man in Shrek. At this time, Dai Mubai was wearing a small suit, about 1.8 meters tall, with long golden hair. He was blocked by Zhou Qiang at the entrance of the gymnasium. From the momentum, Dai Mubai was not as strong as Zhou Qiang, so Dai Mubai could only shout outside at this time. Zhou Xingyu, I want to challenge you. Zhou Qiang, don't stand in front of me and get in the way. Zhou Qiang obviously didn't care about Dai Mubai. His burly body just blocked the entrance of the gymnasium. He had taken out the two-handed giant sword of his martial soul and held it on his shoulder. The momentum suppressed the students who wanted to come over to watch the excitement and didn't dare to come over. Only the dozens of people behind Zhou Qiang were still laughing at Dai Mubai. These dozens of people were the little fans Zhou Qiang had collected in the past 2 years, and their name was Flame God Team. If you have beaten me, the boss will naturally agree to your request. Now you have a choice to fight me or Ma Hongjun. You choose. However, Dai Mubai did not answer directly when he heard Zhou Qiang's words. He was not stupid. He didn't know how many times he had fought with Zhou Qiang in the past 2 years. Except for the first time he won, he never won after that. The same is true for Ma Hongjun. Now their levels are higher than his. Soul power suppression plus martial spirits are not much different, plus the fierce fighting. Dai Mubai would only be willing to fight with 2 lunatics unless it was a fight to the death. Dai Mubai shouted, I am a level 37 War Soul Master and I am fighting you at level 39. Do you think I'm stupid? Zhou Xingyu, if you have the guts, come out yourself. I want to challenge you today. The loud voice spread to the basketball court of the gymnasium. This voice was accompanied by a strong soul power fluctuation, just like a thunder, and it attracted a lot of scolding for a while. Zhou Xingyu was leaning against the basketball court enjoying the services of the female players when he suddenly heard Dai Mubai's shout. He smiled and murmured, Oh, Class 37, is the fun finally about to begin? This year's enrollment seems to start tomorrow. Chapter 24. Tang San was confused Barak Kingdom, Soto City. Today 2 uninvited guests were welcomed. The 2 young people were a man and a woman, and they did not bring any luggage. The man was about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a blue suit with black hair and an average appearance, but his eyes were very smart and there was a gray bracelet on his right arm. The bracelet flashed a gray light above the sunlight. If you were not an expert in soul guides, you would never tell that this gray bracelet was actually a soul guide. Compared to the man's ordinary appearance, the girl next to him was more extraordinary. She was about 1.8 meters tall with a braid. The braid was very long, reaching the lower thigh. As she walked, the braid jumped. She was wearing a pink short skirt and white pantyhose. Although she was not very old, she was wearing a pair of pink high heels, and she was not afraid of falling. Perfect melon-shaped face, delicate small chin, and chubby lips. Cute seemed to be a term tailor-made for her. As soon as the 2 appeared in Soto City, they were discovered by someone with a heart, and soon their news was passed to Shrek Academy. At the same time, 2 alternative beautiful girls also appeared in Soto City. A 1.7 meter tall, cold-faced, childlike and beautiful girl appeared at the south gate of Soto City. She was wearing a black leather jacket, with an extremely hot figure, slender limbs, and snow-white arms and calves. Because she was too beautiful, many men with bad intentions followed her. The other beautiful girl was only about 1.6 meters tall. She looked gentle and delicate. She looked like an elf in a light blue suit. The strange thing was that there were no men around her. It might be because of her average figure and the expensive clothes she wore, so no one dared to disturb her. No one dared to attack a noble girl in the Title Empire unless they didn't want to die. Except for the hot leather-clad beauty who had no strong men protecting her, The other two groups were followed by peerless strong men. These two peerless strong men were hidden in the crowd, and no one found them. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the south gate of Soto City. The guards were used to it. At the end of every month, Shrek Academy would send a team of Soul King teachers to the south gate of Soto City to welcome the students who had registered. This had become a routine. Even the Lord of Soto City did not dare to intervene. As soldiers, they naturally ignored everything. As long as no malicious incidents occurred, it would be fine. A 5-ring Soul King teacher had already activated his soul rings to maximize the sound. The 5 soul rings were yellow, purple, and black. They were very dazzling. This was the best soul ring configuration. All the students who have registered should gather here. Upon hearing the voice, many people gathered at the south gate of Soto City. These people were basically students who had come to register, and of course there were some people with bad intentions. You, and you, get out of the team. A teacher with a dignified appearance kept selecting students from the team. He activated 7 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black. A very large area of light red spread out from under his feet. Fire Spirit Grass Field. This is a 7-ring control-type soul saint. The biggest advantage of the Fire Spirit Grass is group control, and it also has the effect of group monitoring. Those who were kicked out had no complaints. The minimum requirement for Shrek to accept students is 15 years old, because once you are over 15 years old, if your soul power has not broken through 1 ring, it will be very difficult to cultivate your soul power, and these people will have very low achievements in the future. They came here to fish in troubled waters, so naturally they will not have a good harvest. If they don't know what's good for them, they will be blacklisted by the Spirit Hall and Shrek Academy. Even if you want to make trouble, you have to see how much weight you have. Suddenly, a beautiful female student with a great figure came to the front of the crowd of students. This female student was wearing a light red short skirt suit with a red bird tattooed on the shoulder of her clothes. The red bird was lifelike, as if it was about to fly. She slowly walked to the 7-ring Soul Saint teacher, and then after saying a few words to the teacher, she walked out of the crowd and came to the front, as if waiting for something. You, the 3 of you, go with that senior to go through the admission procedures. The 7-ring Soul Saint pointed at Xiaowu, Juju King, and Ning Rongrong. The 3 were stunned at first, and then 2 of them immediately came to their senses, walked out of the crowd of students and walked to the outside of the crowd, slowly walked to the side of the female student in a light red short skirt suit. Xiaowu's face looked a little ugly at this time. She thought her identity was exposed, and asked in a panic, "I want to ask, why do we have to go with her?" "That's right, can't we go in together later?" Tang San was also in a bad mood at this time. He didn't want Xiaowu to take risks alone, so he spoke a little aggressively. The 7-ring Soul Saint was obviously a little unhappy when he heard the question. Shrek Academy had already written it clearly on the enrollment notice board, but these people didn't even read it and kept asking him questions. At this time, several boys nearby were amused. They laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, you are stupid. Shrek Academy is divided into 3 classes. One is the special recruitment class, one is the elite class, and the other is the genius class. That's right, the senior sister just now is a senior sister of the special recruitment class. Do you know how many people break their heads but can't get into that special recruitment class?" Xiaowu let out a long breath after hearing this. He thought that his identity as a soul beast was exposed. In this case, she should either agree or not. Anyway, Tang San will definitely pass the assessment. Seeing Xiaowu walking out, Tang San got anxious. He grabbed Xiaowu's arm and said, "Wait, what is the basis for your selection? Why did you choose these 3 girls, and they are all beautiful girls?" He saw it clearly just now. The 2 girls who went up were both extremely beautiful. One of them had a body so good that even he had an adverse reaction. Qualifications. All 3 of them are extremely qualified. Within my Fire Spirit Grass domain, a person's qualifications will be magnified to the extreme, so I can naturally select the 3 of them. Are you satisfied with this answer? The 7-ring Soul Saint rolled his eyes. His tone was very cold and a little impatient. As a top teacher at Shrek, he had his own pride. "Brother Sun, don't worry, it's okay." Xiaowu gently pulled Tang San's arm and said softly. Tang San really couldn't argue again at this time. He also had qualifications. Did he have to show his second martial spirit in front of so many people? His father repeatedly told him not to reveal that he had twin martial spirits before he became strong. But what qualifications could his first martial spirit represent? "I am born with full soul power. Can I enter the special recruitment class?" Tang San raised his head and looked at the 7-ring Soul Saint. He revealed part of his background. When he said this, many people nearby were immediately surprised. Even the 7-ring Soul Saint and many admissions teachers were stunned. They were all a little bit unbelievable. It is very rare to have full innate spirit power. Even in Shrek Academy, there are only 5 of them. Is this kid really not lying? Release your spirit. If it is suitable, I will welcome you on behalf of Shrek. If you lie, you will be blacklisted. You should know this. The seven-ringed spirit saint was also excited at this time. If he recruited a genius, he could get a reward. Last year, a teacher was rewarded with a 10-year spirit bone, so he was very anxious now, and his voice became a little softer. Chapter to a kidnap. Tang San was also very uneasy at this time. He didn't know whether he would be taken seriously if he released the blue-silver grass. 2 yellow spirit rings emerged from his feet, and then a blue-silver grass emerged from the palm of his right hand. The color of this blue-silver grass was a little strange, and it exuded a faint fragrance in the breeze. Since he fell out with Master Yu Xiaogang, the master never taught him even once, and never said anything even if he saw him in the academy. He had apologized many times, but it was useless. The master was like a completely different person. He didn't even come to see him when he graduated. This time he came to Soto City because he saw the Shrek advertisement. He wanted to become stronger, to impress the master, and to let his father recognize him. Ha ha! So funny. Besides the 2 spirit rings, what else do you have? What's the matter with the blue-silver grass's innate full spirit power? Many people nearby began to laugh. That's right. If the blue-silver grass can enter the special recruitment class, then we are all genius class students. Tang San's face was getting uglier and uglier at this time. He knew that his blue-silver grass could not pass the test. He even had the urge to release his second martial spirit. Enough! The 7-ringed spirit saint saw the blue-silver grass martial spirit and obviously felt a little familiar. If it weren't for his martial spirit mutation, it might just be a garbage grass martial spirit, so he immediately stopped the others from laughing. You have been admitted to the genius class. It's not that you can't enter the special recruitment class. The requirement is to get the approval of that senior. If you think you can do it, you can go and try, but you must follow the procedures today. The genius class has its own rules. Hearing the words of the 7-ringed spirit saint, Tang San felt that he was good again. Isn't it just to get someone's approval? Will he fail? Third brother, I'll wait for you in the Shrek special recruitment class. Xiao Wu was a little reluctant at this time, but she still believed that Tang San could enter the special recruitment class. With Tang San's kung fu and the hidden weapon, no one of the same level could beat him. Well, Tang San finally let Xiao Wu go. Tang San is still young. He doesn't know that some people, once they leave, they will be gone for life. The figure hiding on the wall of Soto City shook his head secretly. He didn't intend to let his son come to Shrek. But where else could he take him if he didn't come here? Could he go back to the sect? The key is that there is still the rabbit. That is a 100,000-year-old rabbit. How many people will spy on him at that time? On the other side of the wall, a peerless strong man left with peace of mind after seeing Ning Rongrong enter Shrek Academy safely. Shrek Academy Special Recruitment Class. This is a class that is superior to the other 2 classes. Their main purpose is to participate in the all-continental martial spirit competition. They usually train more than other classes. They are basically strong men above level 30. The youngest is 10 years old, and the oldest is 14 years old. There are 7 people in total. If you count the 3 beauties who came in today, it will become 10. The Special Recruitment Class exclusive training area is a fully enclosed underground training base. There are simulated training rooms, various sports equipment for exercise, various weapons and equipment, and even a gravity room that is ahead of its time. At the door of the gravity room, Zhou Xingyu greeted the 3 new team members with a smile. These 3 team members are too familiar to him. Their appearance, face, figure, and expression are almost exactly the same. Xiao Wu, Zhu King, Ning Rongrong, welcome you 3. As expected, the expressions of the 3 people were different. Zhu Qing only glanced at the handsome man opposite her, and then looked away. She was stunned for only a short while. Now her eyes looked around again, as if she was looking for something that belonged to her. Hello, handsome guy, we? Ning Rongrong's eyes were full of stars. She was like a little fangirl, and she wanted to rush to Zhou Xingyu to sign. She even stuttered when she spoke. Xiao Wu's face was pale now, and she was trembling all over. This was the fear from the depths of her soul. She just wanted to escape back to the interior of the Qingdou Great Forest and never show up again. As for Zhu King, Zhou Xingyu knew that she would never let go unless she gave up completely. After all, the engagement was there, and she herself did not want to escape. Papa, Xiaoxin, take Zhu King to find something. She seems to have lost something. Zhou Xingyu clapped his hands a few times. A beautiful student came over from a distance, and then he gave a few instructions. He knew exactly what Dai Mubai was doing at this time. This beautiful student turned out to be the girl who brought Xiao Wu, Zhu King, and Ning Rongrong in. She nodded to Zhou Xingyu and took Zhu King to the suite in the distance. Zhou Xingyu had already arranged a training plan for Ning Rongrong. What was outrageous was that Ning Rongrong did not refute such a heavy training plan at all, but took it with great interest. Only Xiao Wu and Zhou Xingyu were left at the scene. 100,000-year soul beast, a soft-boned charm rabbit. The purpose of transforming is revenge, plus experience human life? Am I wrong? Zhou Xingyu was merciless and exposed Xiao Wu's details completely. Xiao Wu, who was already scared, immediately knelt on the ground. She trembled and asked a question that she dared not ask. Are you a Title Douluo? At this time, her beautiful and delicate face was pale, and sweat kept coming out of her forehead. She regretted it now. Why did she come to this dangerous world? Why did she come to Shrek Academy? No. Zhou Xingyu's mouth twisted into a strange smile. He felt very accomplished. He actually scared 100,000-year soul beast silly. Xiao Wu was stunned. If he was not a Title Douluo, how could he know her identity? Could it be that he was her mother's enemy and wanted to imprison her now? What should I do now? Waiting online, anxious. Where are you, third brother? Come and save me! But the next sentence made Xiao Wu fall into the freezing point again, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. Tang San's father is a Title Douluo. He has been following you. Do you understand what this means? Zhou Xingyu made a critical attack. Xiao Wu's mind was in a mess at this time. Third brother's father was a Title Douluo. Why did he follow me all the time? Was he waiting for third brother to become a soul Douluo? Was he going to support me? As expected of a 100,000-year soul beast, he was very smart and figured out everything. Xiao Wu thought for a moment and found that something was wrong, but also seemed to be right. She couldn't believe this fact, so she shouted, "Impossible, you are lying. The third brother's father is just a blacksmith." Pa! A book was thrown next to Xiao Wu. She curiously opened the book and looked at the contents inside. Douluo Continent is divided into Xingluo Empire and Tiando Empire, which has the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects, as well as the powerful Wuhun Hall. Haochen sect is one of the upper 3 sects, and Haochen Douluo is named Tang Hao. This is a complete explanation of Douluo Continent. Normal large sects have this book. The book contains introductions to the major Title Douluo and their photos. Pa! The book fell from Xiao Wu's hand. She recognized the Haochen Douluo in it. There was a photo in Tang San's home, which was drawn by Tang San himself. She accidentally saw it that day. 26, becoming a strong female emperor. Tears blurred Xiao Wu's eyes. She still couldn't believe this fact. She has been with Tang San for 5 years. She has gained a lot in these 5 years, including family affection and vague feelings. Can't soul beasts live with humans? Xiao Wu asked this question. She urgently needs an answer now. What do you think? Zhou Xingyu didn't want to answer this question directly. He asked Xiao Wu, who was kneeling on the ground, to achieve the coexistence of soul beasts and humans, unless the Douluo Continent does not use soul rings for cultivation, is this possible? The rules of this world are like this. Unless you become the god of creation and change the rules of this world. Xiao Wu is now broken in her heart. How could she not know the answer? Her mother was killed by humans, and so was her father. Why did she still foolishly want to spend her life with a human? When Tang San knew that she was a soul beast, an attempting 100,000-year soul beast, can she and him go back to the past? Seeing that Xiao Wu, the little rabbit, was about to lie on the ground, Zhou Xingyu said something. If you choose to go back to the Qingdou Great Forest now, you will probably be hunted down by him. Xiao Wu was stunned. This handsome young man actually thought of her escape route. Is this man a devil? How does he know everything? According to Tang San's father's approach, it is really possible to capture her and force her to stay with Tang San, or directly keep her in captivity. This is what Xiao Wu thought in her heart at this time. If you choose to stay, I can keep you alive. I can even help you become a god in the future and change the way soul beasts and humans get along. Zhou Xingyu finally threw out the tempting chips. Becoming a god is Xiao Wu's long-cherished wish and the ultimate purpose of her transformation. This is a regret in the original work. Zhou Xingyu knows it clearly. He doesn't believe that Xiao Wu will refuse. In the original work, after Tang San became a god, he didn't help others become gods. He couldn't understand this at all. Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year-old soul beast, but she is not stupid. She was just pretending to be with Tang San before. Many times she left her innocence to Tang San and left her hot temper to others. What do you want? If it's my body, I'm sorry I won't agree. I'd rather die. Seeing Zhou Xingyu's mysterious eyes, Xiao Wu didn't understand what he wanted. At this time, Zhou Xingyu was completely speechless. This rabbit thought too highly of herself. She actually suspected that others would covet her body. Is that something a human would do? Isn't Hu Liena attractive? Isn't Qian Renshui attractive? Isn't the Zhu sisters attractive? If that doesn't work, aren't Huo Wu, Shui Binger, Ning Rongrong, etc. attractive? Only the Tang family can have a love that transcends races between humans and beasts. Help me fight towards the god realm. It's good for both you and me. Zhou Xingyu gave a surprising answer. Xiao Wu was really stunned at this moment. The ambition of this handsome black-haired boy was so grand. When they were still in love, he had already sublimated to the height of the god realm. Is her body really that unattractive? Obviously, third brother sometimes looks at her with that kind of eyes, and sometimes he touches her in the middle of the night. Oh, looking at Zhou Xingyu's mysterious and tempting eyes, Xiao Wu agreed unconsciously. Seeing Xiao Wu agreed, Zhou Xingyu was excited. He finally got the soul beast camp. There are 2 other 100,000-year soul beasts in the Qingdou Great Forest. Especially in the deepest part of the Xingdo Great Forest, there is a taboo in the Lake of Life. At that time, attacking the God Realm and unifying Douluo will become a little easier. Go to the registration office to get the uniforms. You will train in this fully enclosed underground training base until I find the treasure that hides your identity. Just like that, Xiao Wu's affairs were arranged by Zhou Xingyu. As for Tang San's desire to see Xiao Wu, it depends on whether Xiao Wu is willing or not. It has nothing to do with him. In the suite, Zhu Juqing closed her eyes. She couldn't believe that the extremely disgusting person on the big screen was Dai Mubai. The Rose Couple Hotel had become her obsession at this time. The big screen clearly showed the disgusting things Dai Mubai did every day. What else can he do by bringing 1 or 2, sometimes 3 or even 4 beautiful girls in and out of the hotel every day? Although the life in the Xingluo royal family is relatively chaotic, the royal family has multiple wives, but Dai Mubai has given up the royal life now. Where does he get the money? Why does he live so hypocritically? Zhu Juqing's heart was broken. She originally exuded a cold breath, but now she was crying like a tearful person. What was her purpose in coming to the Tiando Empire? Isn't it to take back the damn fate? But now the god of fate slapped her hard. She traveled a long way and suffered so much to reach the Tiando Empire. Who knows? Men are always unreliable. Why don't you be strong and become a powerful empress? Xiao Xin hugged Zhu Jing, who had collapsed on the ground and couldn't cry, from behind. She threw out surprising words. If the words are not shocking, the person will not wake up. Zhu Juqing, who was crying, was instantly awakened by these words. She turned her head and looked at the beautiful woman in the red dress opposite with hope in her eyes. She was thinking about a question. Could she be a fellow traveler? Xiao Xin was scared by the beauty in her arms. Those words were said by Zhou Xingyu when he told a story before. Every month, Zhou Xingyu would hold a meeting. This meeting would last a whole day, and it was also her favorite day. On that day, Zhou Xingyu, most handsome man in Shrek, would tell all kinds of magical stories. In the story, there are peerless female emperors, ancient strongmen who look down on the crowd, tragic and moving love stories, and exciting battles between humans and gods. There is also the vast universe and starry sky that people yearn for. Brother Xingyu said that Douluo Continent is just a planet. There is still endless space outside the planet, with very large stars and countless asteroids. Those gods are just guardians living on the moon. One day, he will lead everyone to fly out of this planet and fly to the more distant starry sky and sea. Zhu Juqing, Ning Rong Rong. The fate of these 3 people changed on this day. No one knows what they will become in the future. Is it a tempting plaything? Or a peerless female emperor? Or a muscular, violent woman? In the Shrek Academy conference room, Zhou Xingyu is receiving several old acquaintances at this time. These old acquaintances are all dressed in black and wearing uniform black masks. They all came in from the back door of Shrek. If they came in from the front door, many people would see this strange combination. One of the men in black took off his black mask, revealing a familiar face. When the others saw the leader take off his black mask, they also took off the masks on their faces. They looked at Zhou Xingyu with long-lost smiles. Zhou Xingyu smiled knowingly, and then hugged the black-haired middle-aged man in the front. Then he hugged every man in black. Chapter 27. Tang San's White Tiger Soul Master. These men in black are the tiger and leopard hunters of the Hidden God Village. Uncle Zhou Wu, isn't the village chief here? Zhou Xingyu was a little curious. He had clearly mentioned in the letter that he wanted the village chief to come to cheer, but the old man didn't come. Zhou Wu's mouth opened, revealing his white teeth, and he laughed loudly. You, kid, started to look down on us brothers after not seeing us for a few years. It seems that I haven't loosened your bones for a long time. When Zhou Wu said this, several young men in black clothes beside him immediately cracked their finger bones. Hearing this sound, Zhou Xingyu thought of the hard days in Shenyang village during those years. At that time, he was bruised and swollen every day, or his body was covered with bruises. He quickly flattered him. Ha! It's impossible. The 3 tiger and leopard hunters can fight against the Title Douluos. This is not a joke. Uncles, please don't tease me. But then his face condensed and said, Uncle Zhou Wu, tell me the truth, so that I can have a bottom line in my heart and arrange the following things. The Haotian Douluo outside is not something that any cat or dog can deal with. Zhou Xingyu doesn't want anything to happen to his compatriots, and he wants an accurate answer. If it doesn't work, he will use the second plan. Okay, seeing how nervous you are, the sect master is here, hiding in the village outside Shrek Academy. He said he sensed the aura of 2 Title Douluos, so in order not to alert the enemy, he decided not to come. Zhou Wu was immediately happy when he saw his junior brother frowning, and he quickly explained the situation. 2 Title Douluos? One is Tang San's father Tang Hao, and the other one is an elder of the Spirit Hall? Zhou Xingyu felt a headache when he thought of the elders of the Spirit Hall. Now he has no way to deal with the Spirit Hall, so he can only let Shrek Academy pretend to submit to the Spirit Hall. But if the Spirit Hall knows that there is a 100,000-year soul beast here, the consequences will be disastrous. Pope Bibidong is determined to find a 100,000-year soul ring. His side is not strong enough to resist the Spirit Hall. Time? He needs time. If the sect is not established, the organization must be established first, and an intelligence organization must be established first. The first batch of Shrek students will graduate at the end of this year. If they are willing, they will be assigned to perform tasks there. Zhou Xingyu and Zhou Wu discussed for a long time. Then they put on black masks again and left Shrek Academy. The next morning, Tang San left the dormitory. He was going to the Shrek Academic Affairs office to apply for a place in the special recruitment class. It has been a day and a night since he saw Xiao Wu. Now he is in a very bad mood. He had a dream last night. In his dream, he dreamed that Xiao Wu left him forever. Xiao Wu is his good sister. How can he allow others to take her away even if the King of Heaven comes? He wants to see Xiao Wu now, right now. Xiao Wu is really something. If she can't go to the special recruitment class, won't she come to him? Shrek Academic Affairs Office. Tang San is paying the challenge fee. A full 200 gold soul coins. His heart is bleeding. This is basically all his belongings. But as long as the challenge is successful, the money can be returned. He has the confidence to succeed. After paying the money, he got a registration form. He took the registration form to the conference room. The registration form stated that he wanted to challenge the special recruitment class, but he needed a stamp from a certain leader in the conference room. Dong dong dong. Tang San knocked on the door of the conference room nervously. He was worried that the leader was not there. Come in. The door is not closed. A young man's voice came from inside the conference room. Tang San was very happy. There was someone inside, which meant that he could challenge the special recruitment class with a stamp. The registration form clearly stated that as long as 2 challenges were successful, he could directly enter the special recruitment class and then he would be able to see Xiao Wu. Pushing open the door of the conference room and walking along the corridor, there was a huge conference table. There was a computer in front of the conference table. How could there be a computer now? There was a strange plastic box in front of the conference table, and behind it was a handsome black-haired young man grinning at the box. Is this person mentally ill? Endless question marks popped up in Tang San's mind. Would a normal person grin at a box? Tang San didn't dare to disturb the black-haired youth for the time being. He was afraid that he would be infected by this person and fail in the challenge of the special recruitment class. The main reason was that he was the only one here, and it was obvious that the black-haired youth had stamped the stamp. A minute passed, and the youth continued to giggle. 5 minutes passed, and the youth was still giggling, and the sound of his giggles was getting louder and louder. It made a goose 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 sound. Tang San felt a little ashamed. His patience had reached its limit, and his mood began to become impetuous. The spirit power in his hand had already flowed a little. He wanted to punch him to see what the foolish youth was doing. Oh, what's the matter with you? The black-haired youth suddenly stopped laughing, and he seemed to reach out and press the box. Zhou Xingyu was just reminiscing about the comedy crosstalk. This computer and the old CD were all won by him in a lottery. There was no internet here, so he usually just watched the CD for fun. Fortunately, he won a lot of CDs during the lottery, which included movies, cartoons, and TV series, which helped him pass his leisure time outside of cultivation. Tang San was originally brewing anger, but suddenly a gentle voice came from the opposite side, which made him not get angry at all, and his anger dissipated instantly. Oh, teacher, I'm here to stamp the seal. I'm going to challenge today. I want to enter the special recruitment class to study. After saying that, Tang San handed the application form to the black-haired young man opposite. Zhou Xingyu pretended to know nothing. He took the application form and pretended to observe it carefully, and then repeatedly compared the application form with Tang San himself. You are not right. It is clearly only 11 years old on it, but with your height and appearance, you don't look like an 11-year-old child. Tang San in front of him was 1.7 meters tall, with an extremely ordinary appearance, a slightly red face, and dark circles under his eyes. This is completely the dress of an ordinary internet-addicted teenager in his 20s. 11 years old. 11-year-old children on Blue Star are still in elementary school. Growing to 1.7 meters is considered a genetic mutation, right? Now it was Tang San's turn to be speechless. He quickly explained, Teacher, this is me. There's no mistake. You see, I have the village's certificate and the school's certificate. Holy Spirit Village, Nodding College. Oh, even if you are right, let me stamp it for you. Papa. The big red stamp was stamped on the registration form, and Zhou Xingyu wrote a few words at the end. Tang San took the registration form Zhou Xingyu handed him and left the meeting room. Along the way, Tang San looked at the big stamp several times, but he couldn't understand the font at all. It was a blue star Xia, which did not exist in Douluo Continent. Tang San was completely confused. There were 2 tasks written at the bottom. 1. Defeat White Tiger Soul Lord. Defeat Softbone Soul Lord. There was one more sentence at the end. You are not allowed to use any tools other than soul power, soul rings, or self-created soul skills, otherwise it will be considered a failure. Chapter 28. Dai Mu Bai versus Thousand Hands Soul Lord. Defeat White Tiger Soul Lord. Defeat Softbone Soul Lord. Tang San had the confidence that even if he didn't use the Ghost Shadow, the mysterious Jade Hand, the Purple Demon Eye, or the hidden weapon, he could still win with just his first soul skill. But who exactly is this Softbone Soul Master? Could it be Xiao Wu? With endless doubts, he passed through a small forest, walked past the gymnasium, and came to the front of the luxurious building. There was a martial arts training ground on the left side of the building, which was divided into 3 large areas. There were people fighting on the high platforms in 2 of the areas, and on the high platform in another area, a man with long golden hair in a white suit stood on the high platform. He folded his arms, his face was extremely cold, his brows were tightly locked, his eyes were full of double pupils, he was intimidating without anger, and a trace of pressure emanated from him. This person was Dai Mu Bai. Last night, he learned from some channels that his fiancée Zhou King in the Xinglo Empire had actually chased here, and she actually entered the special recruitment class directly. That special recruitment class was something he couldn't get into even if he broke his head. This time, in order to show his determination that he still loved her, he wanted to break through himself and pass the level. He received 2 level tasks. 1. Defeat Thousand Hands Soul Master. 2. Defeat Nether Soul Master. As long as he defeated these 2, he could directly enter the special recruitment class and meet his fiancée Zhou King. Half an hour later, Dai Mu Bai finally waited for his first opponent, Thousand Hands Soul Master. This opponent was a bit disgusting. He walked very slowly. The martial arts training ground was only the size of a palm, but he actually took a full 10 minutes to walk from a distance to the ground. What was he doing? Was he trying to suppress him with his momentum? He was wearing a blue suit that ordinary people wore, with black hair that reached his ears. He looked ordinary, and he even had an old gray bracelet on his right arm. It didn't look like a soul guide at all. Could it be that this kid was pretending to have one? Dai Mu Bai didn't want to wait any longer, so he activated his martial arts soul. 2 yellow soul rings and 1 purple soul ring emerged from under his feet, and then a white tiger made of soul power appeared from behind him. This spirit white tiger was about 3 meters tall. After the spirit white tiger appeared, Dai Mu Bai's body muscles began to swell, and the buttons of his white suit were directly broken, revealing his solid chest muscles. Dai Mu Bai, Martial Spirit, Top Beast Martial Spirit White Tiger, 37th level War Spirit Master. I'm in a hurry, boy, show your martial spirit. Tang San was furious at this time. Why did the man in a beautiful suit look down on him so much? The other party's eyes just now fully expressed it. It was obvious that the eyes of the nobles looked at the common people. He looked down on this disgusting person the most. One day, he would become a superior person and the master of this continent. 2 yellow spirit rings emerged from his feet, and the strange blue silver grass martial spirit emerged in his right hand. The faint fragrance wafted out from the blue silver grass martial spirit and spread to the entire martial arts training ground before Dai Mu Bai noticed it. Tang San, Martial Soul, Control Martial Soul Blue Silver Grass, Level 29, Great Spirit Master. Come on, I'm in a hurry too. Tang San's tone was very cold, and as he finished speaking, the blue silver grass in his hand grew wildly, and in an instant it became as thick as an arm. Purple patterns appeared on the blue silver grass as thick as an arm, and there were barbs. A dozen colorful vines were wrapped around his body like giant snakes, like a protective god. Dai Mu Bai seemed to have seen a huge joke. Although this blue silver grass martial soul was a little strange, it couldn't change the characteristics of garbage. He laughed and said, "You are just a level 29 Great Spirit Master, and you dare to block my way with such a garbage martial soul. It's simply a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Tang San didn't take it seriously, and the first soul ring lit up. With a command from his left hand, the blue silver grass as thick as 2 arms actually attacked at a very fast speed by sticking to the ground of the martial arts training ground. There are no useless spirits, only useless spirit masters. Tang San actually said the master's classic sentence. When he finished saying this, he himself couldn't believe it. Why did he suddenly say this? Could it be that he still had a teacher in his heart? Dai Mu Bai was also slightly shocked at this time. Such an ordinary-looking boy who dressed like a commoner could actually say such words. This kid's future achievements may not be low, at least he will be a spirit saint. There are teachers in the school who have grass spirits and have reached the spirit saint level. Well said, but I'm in a hurry today and don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Now I give you 2 choices. Take the initiative to go down or be beaten by me. White Tiger King Kong Transformation. Dai Mu Bai is not stupid. He said that sentence to fool the other party and make the other party have a flaw in his heart. He decided to decide the outcome with 1 strike and then quickly go to the second game. The 3rd spirit ring, the purple spirit ring, lit up instantly. Dai Mu Bai's body underwent a huge change. His pupils turned blood red, and the small suit was directly burst by muscles. Even the pants were torn, revealing the terrifying muscle outline. The fingers of his hands gave off long, cold rays, and thick white hair soon grew on his arms, legs, and exposed muscles. A layer of light golden light enveloped Daimubai, and this golden light seemed to give him endless power. He jumped lightly and swung, a blow to knock a blue-silver grass away. Yes, just knock it away. He was slightly stunned. How could the blue-silver grass be so hard? But it didn't matter. It could still block his tiger claws. The cold light flashed on his hands, and another blue-silver grass was directly broken into several pieces by the cold light and fell to the ground. Tang San, who was controlling two blue-silver grasses with all his heart, trembled all over. His martial spirit and himself were originally one body. He knew that his martial spirit was injured just now. The second soul ring lit up, and hundreds of blue-silver grasses as thick as arms suddenly appeared around Daimubai. These blue-silver grasses quickly wrapped around Daimubai's legs, and then accelerated to wrap around his upper body. Daimubai wanted to speed up and sprint to Tang San's side, but was pulled back by the blue-silver grass that suddenly appeared. He shook his soul power and waved his hands, smashing the blue-silver grass that was in the way. Death Coil! Xuantiangong was activated. Tang San had already risked everything. This White Tiger Soulmaster was too powerful, far beyond his expectations, and he could no longer hide. Thousands of blue-silver grass appeared on the martial arts training ground, and these blue-silver grasses seemed to have grown here. As Tang San's Xuantiangong was fully exerted, they grew wildly and quickly entangled Daimubai. It's useless. Blue-silver grass is blue-silver grass, and it can't change its garbage. White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. A strong white light shot out from Daimubai's mouth, directly destroying the entire blue-silver grass in front. He then accelerated and rushed through the area surrounded by the blue-silver grass, rushing towards Tang San's body. At this time, Tang San was in an awkward dilemma. He tried to release the second soul skill, but after releasing it for a long time, he found that the opponent had no adverse reactions. This was the 700-year-old flower-scented ghost vine that his father helped him kill. It can release the fragrance of flowers and can also launch parasitism. Once the fragrance of the flower is inhaled, the poison will be activated. As long as the opponent's soul power does not have time to resist, the toxin will invade the opponent's body, and in serious cases, the enemy will turn into pus. Did the opponent use soul power to cover his whole body at the beginning? Now the opponent is rushing towards him aggressively. He cannot use his own soul skills or hidden weapons. How can he run? His speed is definitely not as fast as his opponent. Now he can only use his second martial soul. Tang San's left hand emitted a slight soul power fluctuation, and a dazzling dark light emanated from his left hand. P.S. At the end of the article, I recommend a Douluo fan work. Douluo's Heaven-Given Soul Ring, Chapter 29, Obtaining the World Fragment, seeing that he was about to approach the ordinary boy opposite. Daimubai had a sense of crisis in his body. This was the special effect of his double pupils. He knew that once he had this feeling, great terror would happen. Zzz, an emergency brake. His feet were almost smoking. Because he braked too quickly, his leather shoes were worn out. Daimubai didn't care about this anymore. He turned backwards and left the place quickly. As expected, at the moment he left, a hammer hit the place hard. The ground of the martial arts training ground cracked directly, and gravel flew all over the sky. Daimubai's face was a little ugly. The other party actually had twin martial spirits, and it was a hammer. He knew exactly what this hammer represented. The person in front of him seemed to be the descendant of that sect. No wonder he was given two tests, Thousand Hands Soulmaster and Thousand Hands Soulmaster. At first, he thought that the other party was hiding his strength, so he was always wary of him. It turned out that the strength of the other party's Thousand Hands Soulmaster was twin martial spirits. Are you from the Haoqian sect? Tang San was confused. What Haoqian sect? He was just the son of a blacksmith. Daimubai saw that the other party didn't speak, and thought he admitted it. He felt that today's matter was interesting. Since it was the Haoqian sect, it would be easy to deal with, so everyone could report to the emperor. I am from the royal family of the Douluo Empire. Can you give me a favor today and admit defeat? I will come to your house to apologize in the future, okay? The Haoqian sect had a good relationship with the Douluo Empire in secret. Daimubai's idea was right. This way, both sides could get off the stage, and the royal family would just come out and give some supplies. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to roll over, then roll over. Didn't care about those things at all. He just wanted to see Xiao Wu today. What kind of status did the blonde man in front of him pretend to have? Now even that teacher, Master Yu Xiaogang, would be beaten in front of him. Dare to ask him to admit defeat, dare to stop him from meeting Xiao Wu, it's simply courting death. What about the Douluo Empire? Daimubai was angry. This kid was simply ungrateful. Ha ha ha, okay, today, let me see what the descendants of His Majesty the Haoqian are like. Daimubai's soul power surged, and he rushed towards Tang San at an accelerated speed. Tang San waved the Haoqian hammer with one hand and used the chaotic cloak hammer method. Outside the martial arts training ground, a group of people were watching this battle. Dean Flanders, Vice Dean Zhao Wuji, and several Soul Saint teachers. They all looked very solemn and ugly at the moment. They never thought that it was just a seemingly simple special recruitment class exam. Actually brought up the Haotian sect and the Xingluo royal family. No one thought that this was a deliberate arrangement, because there were exactly 2 people who wanted to participate in the promotion competition, and only one of them would succeed. This was the rule set at the beginning. Dean, they are both geniuses, especially the young man with twin martial spirits. Should we agree to let them enter the special recruitment class immediately? The Soul Saint old man with the fire spirit grass martial spirit was a little anxious at the moment. He seemed to see 2 dazzling stars colliding fiercely. He hoped that the dean would speak up. Dean Flanders sighed and said, I have never thought about it. Old Kai, one of them is from the Haotian sect, and the Hoshin sect is the #1 enemy of the Spirit Hall. You must know that. The other one is from the royal family of the Douluo Empire, and our special recruitment class recruits civilian spirit masters, which is private in nature. You have to understand. The old Soul Saint blushed and cursed countless times in his heart, saying, fuck civilian spirit masters, just say it if you don't want to cause trouble. Sorry, I was reckless. After all, the old Soul Saint is loyal to civilian spirit masters. He is loyal to civilians and to the Spirit Hall. After saying this, he stopped talking and continued to look at the martial arts training ground. Everyone present knew about the grievances between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall. They didn't want to intervene in this matter now. After all, what did it have to do with them? If something happened and offended both sides, it would be troublesome for them to get involved. In the martial arts training ground, the 2 had already decided the winner. Daimu Bai was half kneeling in the field at this time. His head was stained with blood, one arm was twisted strangely, and blood dripped onto the ground, staining his torn suit and worn leather shoes red. Tang San stepped on the giant hammer. His face was extremely cold, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Although he won the battle just now, he also lost. This blonde man actually forced him to use his second martial spirit, which was something his father had repeatedly told him. He actually made an exception today. Even if he used his second martial spirit, the Clear Sky Hammer, he was now injured internally, and the blonde man opposite him almost fought him desperately. If Daimu Bai had not taken the initiative to admit defeat in the end, who knows how tragic the fight would have been. At this time, Daimu Bai's eyes were full of tears. He escaped again this time. He wanted to fight to the death, but he was afraid of death and escaped. He was ashamed of his fiancée and the face of the royal family. Daimu Bai stood up slightly, and his eyes had lost their previous ferocity. He walked down the martial arts training ground expressionlessly. The east side of the martial arts training ground. Zhu Xingyu, who was wearing a light pink dress, held the iron railing tightly with her right hand, and a few tears slid down her smooth face. He could have won just now. Why didn't he continue to attack? Why did he admit defeat? What on earth is he afraid of? What about the Haotian sect? The 3-ring soul master can't beat the 0-ring Haotian hammer. They are all top-level martial spirits. How can there be such a big difference? Waste! Zhu Xingyu sentenced Dai Shubai to death in her heart. Let's forget about this person. When she goes back next time, she will tear up the engagement herself. She turned around and left without leaving any thoughts. Not long after she left, Zhou Xingyu came over. He looked at the dented iron railing and fell into deep thought. Zhu Xingyu and Daimu Bai, the fate of the 2 changed from then on. I believe that they will never have any intersection again. Ding. Due to your interference, the fate of Zhu Xingyu, the goddess of Douluo world, is unknown. You have obtained 1 world fragment. Collecting 10 fragments can activate the world shuttle function again. The long-lost mysterious voice sounded in his mind again. This voice was not the rigid voice during the lottery, but the mysterious voice that took him into the subway for the first time. 10 fragments activate the world shuttle function? How can I get the second fragment? Is it to change other people's fate? Zhou Xingyu asked anxiously in his mind. He hoped to get an answer, but his question was like a stone sinking into the sea, and he did not get any response at all. After asking several times in a row without getting a response, Zhou Xingyu gave up. Alas, he tried many times a few years ago. This thing is like a trigger. It only works at critical moments. He has read a lot of time travel novels, movies, TV, and animations. He doesn't believe in the bloody dramas in which beautiful women will come to his door at any time. It seems that except Ning Rongrong, who is a little stupid, other women in Douluo Continent are not easy to hook up. What a joke that the protagonist appears. Bibi Dong throws herself into his arms, and all the beauties are vying to have children. In Zhou Xingyu's sight, someone appeared. She walked very slowly, as if time had stopped at this moment. P.S. At the end of the article, I recommend a Douluo fanfiction, Douluo, The Beginning of Awakening the Dark Gold Terror Bear Martial Spirit. Chapter 30. Tang Hao appeared in the way of the martial arts training ground. A girl wearing a black mask and a light red short skirt suit slowly walked towards this side. She walked very slowly, and the long braid behind her back fluttered from time to time, as if the direction of the braid would change with her mood. The white stockings on her long legs were extremely white, and the pink high heels were polished to a bright shine. Click, click. As the owner walked, the high heels made a dull sound. Tang San was so excited that she was definitely Xiao Wu. That's right, he couldn't be wrong. The girl with the mask was definitely Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, here, here! Tang San shouted loudly, as if he was afraid that Xiao Wu didn't see him. He even jumped up and waved his arms. It's not that he didn't go out to greet her, but the rules didn't allow it. On this martial arts arena, you must play 2 full games before you can leave. Leaving in the middle is considered a failure. The girl in the light red short skirt suit suddenly accelerated, as if she heard Tang San's shout. She was very fast and arrived at the bottom of Tang San's martial arts arena in a few breaths. She squatted down, then exerted force with her legs, and turned over to the martial arts arena. Tang San saw Xiao Wu actually rush to the martial arts arena, and he was worried to death. He was afraid that the teachers would say that he violated the rules. There were so many teachers watching from a distance, and he was embarrassed to go up and kiss Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, go down quickly. This is the duel arena. I can go to your class after the second game. Wait for me. However, the girl in the light red short skirt suit ignored Tang San at all, and her soul power was shaking all over. 2 yellow soul rings emerged from the soles of her feet, and then a purple soul ring appeared. Xiao Wu, Spirit, Soft Bone Charm Rabbit, Level 31, Strong Attack War Spirit. Please teach me. This was such a familiar voice. Tang San was stunned. Was he going to duel with Xiao Wu, who was the one who came up with this idea? How could he possibly fight Xiao Wu? She was his sister. He would never fight his own relatives. Xiao Wu, did someone force you? Tang San lowered his head at this time. His voice was very cold. As long as he knew who forced his dear Xiao Wu, then he would never let him go. How could Xiao Wu dare to tell the truth at this time? This was her own initiative. If it wasn't her request, then Tang San would be facing that pervert at this time. That pervert would never win. No, I volunteered, third brother. Let's fight one last time. Let me see your true strength. I know you must have let it go 5 years ago. Xiao Wu didn't have the heart to deceive the person in front of her. To tell the truth to Tang San, she still didn't want to lose. Just in case, even if there was just a tiny bit of hope, she wanted to spend her life with Tang San. Tang San was trembling all over. He knew that Xiao Wu would never lie to him. Since she was not coerced, he felt relieved. But how could he fight with his sister? But if he didn't fight, he couldn't get into the special recruitment class. Was he only worthy of being in the genius class? Xiao Wu felt that the time had come. She wanted to know an answer that would keep her. Brother San, do you like soul beasts? Do you like small animals? If she liked soul beasts and small animals, did Xiao Wu want to adopt a pet dog? But pet dogs are so annoying. Wouldn't it be annoying to have them around every day? Tang San didn't answer that he liked it or didn't like it. He was considering whether to keep a pet. After 5 years of getting along with Tang San, wouldn't she understand what he likes and doesn't like? In fact, there was no need to ask. Xiao Wu's heart was bleeding. But since it was the last time they saw each other, she also wanted to leave with a clear mind. Third brother, I am actually a 100,000-year-old soul beast. I have been hiding this from you for so long. I am sorry. Let's not see each other anymore. This is good for both of us. And your father already knew that I am a soul beast. He has been following us all the time. I don't know if he wants to imprison me or what he wants to do. Soul beasts and humans are natural enemies. I came out this time mainly to become a god to avenge my parents, and secondly to experience the human world. Thank you, third brother. It is you who gave me the long-lost family affection and warmth. Tang San now stood there motionless like a fool. He never thought that Xiao Wu, who had been with him day and night, was actually a 100,000-year-old soul beast. This is the ultimate soul ring that every soul master wants to get. A 100,000-year-old soul beast will definitely explode soul bones. This is what all soul masters want, and he is no exception. But Xiao Wu is obviously his sister. Why did things turn out like this? This must be fake. Xiao Wu must be lying to him. Why did his master lie to him before and then stay away from him? Now even his only sister is lying to him and wants to stay away from him. Why is he destined to be the star of doom? He is still too naive after 2 lives. At this moment, his head is a little dizzy, and his mind is in chaos. He wants to know the answer. He thinks of his father who is around and must be watching him. Ah, father, save me. Please tell me the answer. After all, Tang San is still young at this time. He has not come into contact with many people, and the scene of combing Xiao Wu's hair has not happened, so he is confused now. He kneels on the martial arts platform and roars to the sky. Humph, coward! A thunder-like sound rang out from a distance, and a figure wearing a shabby gray cloak and a bamboo hat appeared not far below the martial arts platform. He jumped to Tang San's side in a few jumps and slapped his son hard. Then he looked at Xiao Wu, who was kneeling on the ground opposite Tang San, with a fierce look. At this time, Xiao Wu finally understood Zhou Xingyu's words. It turned out that Tang San's father had really been following her. He exuded an invisible pressure. That kind of oppressive force can only be produced by a titled Douluo. 100,000-year-old soul beast, soft-boned charm rabbit, you have ruined my son's heart of Taoism. Do you know your crime? This voice resounded in Tang San and Xiao Wu's minds like thunder. A strong pressure rushed towards the trembling Xiao Wu, who felt that she was about to die. This pressure was too strong. Tang Hao actually wanted to get rid of this little rabbit at first. But when he thought of Yin and the lonely Tang San, he hesitated to take action. He never thought that not long after he went out, when he came back, these two kids actually recognized each other as siblings. This made it even more difficult for him to take action against Xiao Wu. Yin's misery kept circling in his mind, and he didn't want his son to repeat the same mistake. Oh, forget it. Forget it, Tang San. I'll take him away. You should pay attention to your safety in the future. It's best for the soul beast to return to your own territory. Tang Hao dodged and carried Tang San, who was sitting on the ground, away. Xiao Wu was left crying on the martial arts training platform. Outside the martial arts arena, the teachers saw that there was suddenly a person in the middle of the arena. In less than a minute, this person actually took Tang San away. Without even a greeting, Zhao Wuji wanted to teach this person who didn't know the rules a lesson, but he was stopped by Dean Flanders in time. Let him go, don't make trouble. Zhao Wuji was puzzled. After all, he was also Akalanatha. Apart from the Title Douluo, who else could break his defense? Just when he was puzzled, a terrifying pressure came from the sky. Along with this pressure, there was also a sentence. Shrek Academy, you destroyed my son's heart of cultivation. Today, I, Tang Hao, will teach you a lesson and let you know that there are always people outside the sky and people outside the people. Chapter 31, Destruction of the True Body vs. Hao Qian's True Body. Zhou Xingyu cursed in his heart. He knew that Tang Hao was a vindictive person, so he didn't dare to show up himself. It was clear from the fact that the Tang family occupied two god positions that the Tang family was too overbearing. If it weren't for protecting Tang San, Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo would not necessarily die. There was no way. For the sake of the great Xia sect and for those miserable goddesses of Douluo, he had to make a certain choice. A huge hammer formed by soul power fell from the sky. The size of this giant hammer reached a terrifying volume of several hundred meters, and the terrifying pressure had already disturbed the students who were studying at Shrek Academy. These students and teachers walked out of the classroom one after another. As soon as they walked out of the classroom, the feeling of suffocation fell from the sky, and they saw the huge hammer that covered the sky and the sun. The direction of the hammer was Shrek Stadium. There were only a few people in the gymnasium now, and Dai Mubai was among them. He was lying on the football field licking his wounds, and he was crying. Clear Sky Hammer again. Is my white tiger so weak? Must my Douluo Empire be protected by others? Dai Mubai watched the giant hammer fall, roaring in his heart. He was very unconvinced at this time. They are both top-level martial spirits, so why can the Clear Sky Hammer be ranked first? Is it because of their self-created soul skills, that chaotic cloak hammer method? Opportunity. Give me a chance, I will definitely develop the White Tiger martial spirit to the extreme. Dai Mubai roared to the sky, resisting the endless pressure from the sky. He expressed his dissatisfaction. The White Tiger martial spirit is one of the 4 spirits of heaven, and it must be that their Dai family has not developed it well. If this hammer really falls, Shrek will lose face, and the Shrek Stadium will be turned into a ruin. The location chosen by Tang Hao is just right. He dare not attack the teaching building or the dormitory, and specially chose a place with the least people. At this time, the soul power of the Akala Mingwang Zhao Wuji is fully opened, and 7 soul rings emerge from the soles of his feet. He accelerates madly, hoping to catch up before the giant hammer falls. 7th soul skill. Soul True Body, Powerful King Kong Bear. His heart is bleeding because there are still students taking physical education classes inside, and he has to save them. Dean Flanders and other soul saints also activated their own martial souls. Although the opponent's momentum and pressure were very strong, so what? 7th soul skill. Martial Soul True Body. The child must not fail, even if he was seriously injured. Hao Qian sect is rubbish. Hao Qian sect protects its shortcomings. Hao Qian sect. Just when they were about to despair, a black sword that also covered the sky and the sun appeared. This black sword was extremely fast. In a flash before everyone's eyes, the giant hammer that covered the sky and the sun was knocked away. A figure appeared in the sky above Shrek Academy. He was wearing black clothes and a mask, and he was flying in the air with a huge black sword under his feet. There were 9 soul rings around his body. These 9 soul rings were very dazzling. Yellow, purple, black, 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 red. The 8th soul ring was not black, but it was black with a hint of red. This was almost reaching the standard of 100,000 years. Young man, is Shrek a place where your Hao Qian sect can act recklessly? Get out of here. As the voice was shouted, the sky was quickly covered by dark clouds, and thunderous booms resounded throughout the entire Shrek Academy area. The sound, along with the thunder, reached the giant tree where Tang Hao was. The giant tree was actually blown into powder by the sound. Tang Hao was holding his child and could not dodge in time, and was directly hit by the sound on his gray shabby cloak behind him. He was angry that he just wanted to teach Shrek Academy a lesson, but did not kill people. This mysterious man was so unreasonable that he dared to destroy his gray cloak, which was the only thought left by Ah Yin. Yellow, purple, black, red, 9 soul rings appeared instantly. He was ready to teach this mysterious man a lesson. The 7th soul ring on his body lit up, and the Haotian hammer in his hand quickly grew to a size of dozens of meters. However, the black-clothed masked man did not wait for him to make a move, and flew out of Shrek Academy on a sword. The other man and the sword merged and emitted a huge sword beam which slashed towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao only had time to block it for a moment, before he was knocked off the ground. In midair, he kept swinging the giant hammer to block the sword, beams from different positions. 7th soul skill, Haotian true body. Tang Hao finally caught a slight flaw and used the low-cost 7th soul skill. After using the 7th soul skill, his physical fitness skyrocketed, and he saw the black shadow on his left. Bang! The giant hammer and the giant sword made a dull sound. Tang Hao, martial soul, Haotian hammer, 96th level strong attack system, super Douluo. Tang Hao recognized the other party. He had a 100,000-year soul ring, a 98,000-year soul ring, and 6 soul bones. But the other party seemed to have a lot of soul bones. Just now he saw the external soul bone in his peripheral vision. The other party's soul ring also had a 100,000-year soul ring, and the 8th soul ring also had a trace of red light. The other party's words could move the world, and he was obviously a super Douluo above level 95. Super Doulos above level 95 cannot be determined in a short period of time unless they fight to the death. Humph, what about the Haotian sect? The Haotian sect was just a third-rate sect before. You are not qualified to know who I am? The voice was accompanied by thunder. At this time, the man in black did not give Tang Hao any chance and also used his 7th soul skill. 7th soul skill, destroy the true body. A huge black sword with a length of more than 500 meters and a width of dozens of meters appeared in the air. This giant sword flashed with a strange black light, and all the sunlight passing through it would be swallowed by it. Tang Hao finally remembered the legend now. When he was training on the mainland, he had heard of the name Sword Master Douluo. It is said that the Sword Master Douluo never killed anyone, and was admired by countless people because of this. Everyone who was defeated by him would praise him and never say anything bad about him. Could this person be the Sword Master Douluo? But at this time, it seems that this Sword Master Douluo is going to fight to the death. Tang Hao used his own soul skills to block the opponent's powerful slash, and his resentment burst out. He was holding his child in his hands and his body was injured. Is it really necessary to fight this man here? But as a super strong man on the mainland and the face of the Haotian sect, he does not allow himself to leave without pretending, so he has to use his ultimate move. Sword Master Douluo. Ha ha ha! You are just an unknown person. Today, I will let you experience the feeling of being defeated. Haotian true body, big Shumi hammer. The 1st and 2nd soul rings on Tang Hao's body shone brightly, and then the 2 soul rings actually left his body and came directly to the 100-meter giant hammer in his hand. After the blessing of the 2 soul rings, the huge Haotian hammer quickly grew larger. A giant hammer of more than 200 meters appeared in the air and was caught in the hand of a small right hand. The little hand moved, and he swung the huge black hammer and smashed it forward. That direction was exactly Shrek Academy. Although the distance was still far, once it hit, the residual power would definitely affect Shrek Academy. In particular, the gate of Shrek Academy would be smashed by the terrifying aftermath. Tang Hao played a good hand, meaning that he wanted Sword Master Douluo to take the hammer. Chapter 32, Sword Dao Dust Heart. Tang Hao's idea was very good. The Sword Master Douluo on the opposite side moved, and he activated the right arm soul bone skill. His right hand flashed a sky-high red light. As the red light appeared, this piece of time and space seemed to be condensed. The red light shone, and the brightness directly shone on Soto City. A purple light rushed from the south of Soto City, and a white-haired man stepped on a giant sword and flew quickly. Blood was splattered. As the light gradually dimmed, the entrance of Shrek Academy was empty. Everyone was still wondering. They clearly felt the threat of death just now. Why did the 2 Title Douluos suddenly disappear? More than 10 kilometers away. Bang, bang, bang! 2 black lights kept colliding. The 2 people were Sword Master Douluo and Tang Hao, who was holding Tang San. At this time, both of them were injured. Sword Master Douluo had blood on his mouth, and his mask had been broken, revealing his true appearance. His right arm seemed to have been severely injured and could no longer stand up. Tang Hao's mouth was full of blood, and his soul power was very unstable, as if he was about to fall into a state at any time. You two? How about ending it here? The white-haired man shouted from a distance with his feet on the giant sword. All the soul rings on his body have been released. Yellow, purple, black, black, black. He was wearing a spotless white robe, like a sword immortal who had just come out of the world. His originally calm eyes were now extremely sharp, like a sword that could be unsheathed at any time. Swordmaster Douluo is just so-so. Tang Hao saw that the other party had come to help strongly, and it was the sword Douluo he was familiar with, so he quickly made a harsh remark first, leaving the other party unable to talk back. His face was flushed at this time, and only he knew what was going on in his body. Swordmaster Douluo immediately got angry. He didn't call the idiot next to him. He came here on his own. How could he, the dignified leader of the great Xia sect, call for help? Did he need it? Get lost! If you don't leave within 3 breaths, I will launch an indiscriminate attack. Swordmaster Douluo blew his beard and glared, and immediately drove the man away. He was also injured at this moment. His right arm could not move for half an hour after releasing the spirit skill. If it wasn't for protecting Shrek, he would never have been injured. Humph, I will come to your door again someday to learn from your high skills. Tang Hao once again made a harsh remark. When he said this, he was already retreating backwards. Get lost, just like your father. You are so talkative. A huge black sword light caught up with Tang Hao, who wanted to continue to talk nonsense, and directly interrupted his nonsense. Tang Hao swung his hammer with one hand and barely blocked the sword light. He fled madly without looking back. Swordmaster Douluo seemed a little unwilling. He turned his head and asked the white-haired man behind him, who seemed to be out of the world, Chen Xin, are you sure you don't want to join hands with me to kill the descendants of that man? Chen Xin, who was standing on the giant sword, had returned to a calm expression at this time, as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him. He said lightly, Tang Hao can't die yet. You know, his father is still alive. Our strength is not enough, unless one of us becomes a god. Swordmaster Douluo didn't regard Chen Xin as an enemy at all. In midair, he sat directly on the black sword to recover from his internal injuries. He said casually, You can endure the hatred of your relatives. Your state of mind has indeed reached the unity of man and sword. If it was you who got the 100,000-year spirit ring that year, you would probably have reached the level of your grandfather, right? Talking about the past, Chen Xin finally had a strange look on his face. He drove the 7 killing swords close to the white-haired Swordmaster Douluo, rolled his eyes and said, You are the only one who talks too much. Close your eyes. Then his soul power surged and he slapped Jianzun Douluo with one hand. Damn, you're actually at the limit of level 96, so abnormal. What kind of dragon and tiger medicine have you taken in the past few years? Chen Xin, who always kept to himself, actually stared with his eyes wide open, and he began to swear. Just now he sensed that the other party's soul power was actually stronger than his own. How outrageous this was. I won't tell you. I won't tell you. Jianzun Douluo began to play rogue. He just wanted to tease this old guy's appetite and make him anxious. Shrek Academy was in chaos. Students ran out of the academy one after another. They wanted to see how the Title Douluo strongmen fought. They wanted to see the faces of those Title Douluo. Some people even wanted to be disciples of Title Douluo, and some people were queuing up to compete for the quota. It was obvious that the Super Douluo who blocked the Super Hammer just now must be a hidden strongman in Shrek Academy. Many people were discussing the super battle just now, and even Soto City began to riot. Strong men from the Spirit Hall and the City Lord's Mansion began to come out to maintain order, and they even sent out the army. Several white-clothed deacons from the Spirit Hall began to run out of Soto City. They wanted to report today's situation to the Spirit Hall. Near the gymnasium, Zhou Xingyu was fiddling with a strange device. He kept leaning towards the small hole to watch and adjust it from time to time. Dozens of curious students stood next to him, and they were divided into 2 teams. The girls' team wore a light red short skirt with a Suzaku tattoo on it. The boys' team wore a black windbreaker suit with an azure dragon tattoo on the back of the windbreaker. Ma Hongjun was itching to go out and see the Title Douluo fighting. Brother Xingyu, why don't you let us go out? It's all over. What's there to see? Let's go. Zhou Xingyu was speechless. He got a telescope to look out, but he saw 2 white-haired old men talking nonsense over there. They even started crying while chatting. Could it be that the old village chief is a brother of the Sword Douluo from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect? Could it be that there is another Sword Douluo in the Great Xia sect? But his surname is not Zhou. A flash of inspiration emerged from Zhou Xingyu's mind. He seemed to have guessed something. The Haoqian sect had an affiliated sect. Could it be that the ancestor of Sword Douluo was from the affiliated sect of the Great Xia sect? Seeing Zhou Xingyu leave the telescope, Ning Rongrong curiously moved closer to observe. This was incredible. She exclaimed, That person is Grandpa Jian. In the telescope, Sword Douluo had already sensed that someone was spying here. He turned around, his eyes condensed and emitted a cold chill, which shocked Ning Rongrong, who happened to be watching through the telescope. Humph, Grandpa Gu is right. Grandpa Jian is just a cowardly man who only knows how to bully children. Ning Rongrong was so wronged at this time, her mouth was raised high. Oscar was excited. When he saw the little beauty showing this little expression, he felt very moved. He liked this special recruitment class too much. There were so many beauties, and they were all unowned beauties. Come, come, let me see what kind of monster dares to scare our Miss Ning. Oscar quickly moved to the telescope and looked at it, but after looking for a long time, he didn't see a single hair. The only thing he found was that the telescope could see very far, and the leaves in the distance were clearly visible. Even a small stone was so clear. No, he saw collapsed hills, broken giant trees, and bottomless pits. One of the deep pits must have been made by a huge hammer, and another deep pit was a sword-shaped pit. Fortunately, that was the back mountain area of Shrek. If it was fought on Shrek's side, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Title Douluo was really too terrifying. Cold sweat broke out from his forehead, flowed onto his handsome cheeks, and then dripped onto the ground. His exaggerated expression immediately attracted others. They all scrambled to use the telescope. Chapter 33. Emperor Shui's Thoughts. After this war, Shrek Academy was directly deified, and its reputation spread to every corner of Tiando, Xingluo, and Wuhun Hall. Students who came here in droves, and they all wanted to study at Shrek. 2 Title Douluo, and they were Super Douluo with 100,000-year spirit rings. Shrek Academy was forced to expand and enlarge. It annexed the nearby villages and directly connected to the back mountain. The deep pits in the back mountain became the new training ground. The deep pits constantly urged the new students to keep their hearts burning. At the same time, a magical store opened in the Soto city of the Tiando Empire, selling many groceries, including small toys in bulk at ridiculously low prices, and beautiful women's figurines at ridiculously high prices, in the Grand Prince's mansion of the Tiando Imperial City. Qian Renshui was worried at this time. This Tiando Empire had completely gone astray. Originally, she thought that the Tiando Empire didn't pay much attention to the spirit realm, and there weren't many academies, and there weren't any powerful Title Douluos. But she was slapped in the face again. The Shrek Academy actually had such a super Douluo in charge, and even Haoqian Douluo was driven away. Haoqian Douluo, that was a super Douluo who was not afraid of the encirclement and suppression of the spirit hall. His father died at the hands of Haoqian Douluo, and she had no hope of revenge. Now she was considering whether to recruit Shrek, to give them the name of the Second Royal Academy of Tiando, or to give them a title, or to visit them in person. As long as they were a force that opposed the Haotian sect, they were her friends and worthy of her condescension. The date was set, and she was going to meet the Tiando Emperor Lauer Shui today, inside the Tiando Palace. The old Emperor Shui felt cold all over today, and he pulled his bar collar to try not to expose his neck. There is also a middle-aged man in the magnificent palace. This middle-aged man is handsome and elegant, with a gentle smile on his face. He has a special temperament, and anyone who sees him will be unable to resist getting close to him. He is wearing a loose white robe, which is decorated with sky blue jade, and the jade emits a soft light blue light. This man has a bright silver headband on his forehead, and a pair of slender jade hands are crossed together. He moves his lips slightly. Your Majesty, you are the sky of the Tiando Empire. Please pay attention to keep warm. The weather has turned cold recently. Be careful of sudden cold currents. The old Emperor Shuye obviously likes the words of this man. The man below usually speaks the most pleasant words, unlike other people who like to flatter. Chifeng, you and I are not much different in age. Don't catch a cold. I'm wearing a top-grade soul guide armor. How? Could he catch a cold? Wearing the purple dragon soul armor, Shuye could block a Title Douluo for a quarter of an hour. Even a super Douluo couldn't hurt him in a short time. Chifeng, is our Tiando Empire strong? The old Emperor Shuye seemed to be worried today. He stared at the top of the palace. His eyes seemed to penetrate the huge palace, through the major principalities of Tiando, and saw the Xingluo Empire. Ning Fengji's heart skipped a beat at this time. He didn't dare to tell the truth. He knew better than anyone how strong the Tiando Empire was. Your Majesty, the Tiando Empire is becoming more and more prosperous under your leadership, and the people are well-fed and well-clothed. This is a manifestation of strength. Ning Fengji smiled and looked at the Emperor Shuye on the throne. His head was slightly lowered, and his eyes were not looking directly at him, which meant that he was obedient. Emperor Shuye was obviously not satisfied this time. He had a secret army, and he could get the news of anything happening in the Heaven Do Empire at the first time. Why didn't any powerful Title Douluo join our Heaven Do Empire? Do they look down on our Heaven Do Empire? Do they have ulterior motives? Emperor Shuye snorted coldly. His tone was very cold at this time. This time he spoke with a trace of soul power, so his voice could be heard outside the palace. Even the guards at the door and the guards patrolling outside the palace heard it. Ning Fengji knew it was time to show his loyalty. He was a smart man. Your Majesty, our 7 treasures glazed sect is willing to be driven by you. I believe His Majesty Poison Douluo is the same. In terms of group battles and city battles, His Majesty Poison Douluo is the best in Tiando. and Meng Shenji and the other 3 members of the Education Committee are also loyal to the Tiando Empire and to your Majesty. At this time, Ning Fengji clasped his hands together and leaned down slightly. He had to put on a good posture. The 7 treasures glazed sect still wanted to eat in the Tiando Empire. Seeing his favorite minister showing such loyalty, Emperor Shuiye was overjoyed. He walked from the throne to Ning Fengji, then held his hands and said, "Ji Feng, you are my Tiando national master. How could I not trust you?" The Spirit Hall has a well-thought-out plan. The Xingluo Empire has arranged a defense line on the border and may mobilize troops at any time. If my Tiando can have a peerless Douluo, well, it's better not to say it. That kind of strong man, who can fight against millions of soldiers, how could he be willing to become my Tiando disciple? Emperor Shuiye had a sad face, and his eyes were a little hazy at this time. He thought of his sons and his ancestors. Ning Fengji instantly understood which strong man Emperor Shuiye was talking about. Recently, Shrek Academy has been famous throughout the Tiando Empire and even spread to the Xingluo Empire. That Super Douluo repelled the strongest man of the Haotian sect, which shows how powerful he is. Even Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu said it was amazing. 100,000-year spirit rings. The only 200,000-year spirit ring masters actually fought each other, and the key point is that the hidden Title Douluo of Shrek won. Your Majesty, I think we can do this. Ning Fengji told Emperor Shuiye about his thoughts, especially the news that his daughter was in Shrek Academy. There was no way that many people knew about his daughter's going to Shrek, and Emperor Shuiye must know it too. His daughter must know more than himself. When the time comes, if he can ask a little bit, if he can make great contributions, then Emperor Shuiye will definitely look at her differently, and he may get a piece of land he has set his eyes on. Emperor Shuiye listened carefully to the #1 beloved minister discussing the great plan, and the joy on his face became stronger and stronger, and he almost clapped his hands in joy. Report. At this moment, the voice of the guard came from outside the palace. Emperor Shuiye said with a somewhat dissatisfied tone, "What's the matter?" The eldest prince came to pay his respects. The guard ignored Emperor Shuiye's expression at all, and knelt on one knee and told the matter. When Emperor Shuiye heard that it was his eldest son, his tone immediately calmed down. "Hurry up and let Qinghe in. He currently has 2 sons and 1 daughter. His youngest son Shui Beng has really collapsed. He acts like a playboy every day and is very arrogant when he sees him. His youngest daughter Shui Kei is a girl after all. Although she is sensible, she will eventually get married. Only his eldest son Shui Qinghe is quite sensible now. Not only does he often help him deal with trivial matters, he also became Ning Fengji's apprentice and helped the Tiando Empire to firmly bind the 7 treasures glazed tile sect." Emperor Shuiye was very happy when he thought of this. His eldest son was the best successor. He smiled and said to Ning Fengji, "Ji Feng, your disciple is here. You must test him carefully later, ha?" Chapter 34, Sunset Forest. Following the summons of the guards, Qian Renshui, disguised as Shui Qinghe, slowly walked into the magnificent and heavily guarded palace. In the hall, Emperor Shuiye and Ning Fengji all smiled as Shui Qinghe walked into the palace step by step. Seeing Shui Qinghe's perfect royal etiquette and expression, they all nodded in satisfaction. His figure, face, etiquette, strength, and even literary talent are all perfect. Who cannot love him? Emperor Shuiye was satisfied to see his son finish. He smiled and asked, "What is Qinghe doing today? Is it about refugees again?" "At this time, I have given you full authority. You can deal with it as you see fit." Emperor He obviously thought that his son came to ask about the disposal method. In fact, his son came to ask him very happily, which showed that his son was sensible. "Father, today I'm here for Shrek." Qian Renshui directly stated her purpose. For her, there was no need to hide such things. If handled properly, she could get the greatest benefit. Emperor Shuiye and Ning Fengji were obviously a little surprised when they heard this. They were just discussing Shrek's affairs just now. Could it be that his son, disciple, also thought of the same thing? Emperor Shuiye nodded and signaled his son to continue. "Father, we can do this and that for Shrek Academy." Qian Renshui said her grand plan. After hearing this, Emperor Shuiye and Ning Fengji's eyes became brighter and brighter. This child was so smart. He said everything they didn't think of and thought of just now. Emperor Shuiye and Ning Fengji nodded repeatedly. Finally, the 3 of them discussed and a series of perfect operations were negotiated. The Pope's Hall of the Spirit Hall. A peerless beauty wore a flowing golden long dress, a 9-curve purple gold crown on her head, and held the Pope's scepter in her hand. She has fair skin, a perfect face and figure, and exudes a noble and sacred aura. She is so beautiful, with an S-shaped figure, a small waist, and long legs. It seems that all kinds of beautiful words can be used for her. Lady, witch, queen, lowly, princess, queen, empress, cute. All are reflected in one person. She is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. She is sulking, her face is a little ruddy, and her eyes are a little resentful. Just now she sent someone to the Elder Hall to inquire about the Shrek Super Douluo. As a result, a message came back from the Elder Hall. "If you don't become a god, you are just an ant. Take care of your Pope's Hall. What kind of person is this? Is this a disguised way of saying that you are an ant? Bibi Dong was angry. Aren't you Tian Daoliu, just a level 99 peerless Douluo? Sooner or later I will surpass you. Just wait and see. Send Hu Liena. Bibi Dong's voice reached outside the Pope's Hall. Sunset Forest. This is located in the center of the Tiando Empire. Although it is not as good as the Xingdo Great Forest, it has a lot of locations and soul beasts. The level of soul beasts here is between 1,000 and 10,000 years. It is a good place for soul masters who need purple soul rings or above. Because there are relatively few soul beasts above 10,000 years, it is relatively safe here. There are many soul masters who form teams to hunt soul beasts, especially in the periphery of the Sunset Forest. Many vendors open small stalls here to sell things. Of course, the prices here are several times higher than those outside. Normally, a carrot sells for 1 copper soul coin outside, but here it sells for 10 copper soul coins. Hunting defensive soul beasts of about 3,000 years old, currently lacking 3 tank-type soul masters, 50 gold soul coins as reward. 3 soul masters lead a team to help hunt soul beasts under 2,000 years old. Big bosses who need it, please come here to negotiate the price. Level 56 Agile Attack Soul King leads people to hunt soul beasts, starting at 1,000 gold coins. The price depends on the level of the soul beast. Only for 1 day. Bosses who need it, hurry up. 4 boys led 3 girls walking on the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. 4 of the boys wore black-blue dragon suits, and 3 girls wore light red short skirt suits with a lifelike red bird tattooed on the short skirt suits. Their group attracted a lot of attention, especially the 3 girls. Basically, more than 90% of the attention was directed at these 3 girls. There was no way. These 3 girls were too beautiful. Except for the girl in the middle who was flat-chested, the other 2 girls were too hot. These people's eyes are so vulgar. Seeing that most of the eyes were focused on Zhu Xingyu and Xiao Xin, Ning Rongrong was obviously unhappy. Hearing that there were beautiful women in the team who were unhappy, several boys immediately became excited. What are you looking at? Get out! Be careful or I'll beat you up. Oscar acted like a big shot and activated his soul ring. Yellow and purple, 4 soul rings instantly emerged from under his feet, and the people with low levels nearby immediately turned around and left. This is the Sunset Forest. Who dares to make an enemy? When they go in, they don't know how they will die. A 4-ring soul master can basically walk sideways here, unless they encounter a soul beast over 3,000 years old or a soul king. But normal soul kings, who would come to the Sunset Forest? There are so few 10,000-year soul beasts, and it's troublesome to find a soul beast to upgrade and absorb soul rings. Zhou Xingyu approved of Oscar's approach, but soul masters are most taboo to take the initiative to provoke others, especially a food-type soul master. The eyes of those people just now may be problematic, but what can you do if you can't see or eat it? Besides, beauties are meant to be seen, unless they are used as vases at home. Xiaoao, be careful in the future. You are a food-type soul master, and you will be hated if you are so arrogant. This time Zhu King, Ning Rongrong, the little follower Zhou Ma Hongjun, and Oscar came out to obtain soul rings. 2 girls have reached level 30, and 3 boys have reached level 40. Originally, they wanted to go to the Xingdo Great Forest, but the old village chief was wandering around somewhere. Without the company of a super strong person, Zhou Xingyu didn't dare to take so many noobs there. It's safer to go to the Sunset Forest. Oscar just thought about standing up for the beauty, and didn't think of this at all. Fortunately, there are many people on his side today. If he is besieged when he is alone, the consequences. Ha! The boss is right. I will pay attention in the future. Oscar wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his hand, and the soul ring quickly dissipated, and then hid in the crowd. The 2 followers Zhou Qiang and Ma Hongjun wanted to show off, and they were ready. When they heard Zhou Xingyu's words, they were so scared that they dared not release their martial spirits. Ma Hongjun even deliberately moved closer to Zhu King, but was greeted with a cold look. He was so scared that he trembled all over and quickly ran behind Zhou Xingyu. Boss, that woman is so fierce. Ma Hongjun's appearance immediately aroused Zhou Qiang's dissatisfaction. This fat guy is obviously not as handsome as himself, but he actually got the cute Kuihua sister, and now he even wants to get close to Zhu King, who has the best figure. You kid, Kuihua's sister is not good to you. Be quiet, brother. When Ma Hongjun heard Zhou Qiang reveal that he had a girlfriend, he immediately felt embarrassed. Seeing that the 3 beauties were staring at him, he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Zhou Xingyu didn't like Ma Hongjun's behavior either, but he was too lazy to talk about it. If he had the ability to hook up with Zhu Qing, he would be awesome. That cold and beautiful girl is now fierce to everyone, even to him. Okay, pay attention to the formation. Xiao Qiang, Ma Hongjun, you 2 will be the rear guard. Oscar and Ning Rongrong will be in the middle. Zhu Qing, you go to the left. Xiao Xin, you go to the right, and I will be at the front to lead the way. Everyone, pay attention to the surroundings. Be alert as much as possible, and be ready to activate your martial spirit at any time. remember? The entrance to the Sunset Forest was just ahead, and there were already many Soul Master teams entering. They had already formed a formation. The Soul Beast Forest was not a good place, and everyone knew to be careful of danger. Yes, got it! Ma Hongjun, Zhou Qiang, Oscar, Ningrongrong, Juju King, and Xiaoxin quickly adjusted their formation. In this way, the 7 people kept alert and walked into the Sunset Forest. Chapter 35. Encountered an encirclement and killing. Zhou Xingyu could sense the breath of soul beasts in the Sunset Forest from a distance. Along with the breath of these soul beasts, there are also bursts of strange fragrance from trees. This is a major feature of the Sunset Forest. He has read about it in the book introducing the Douluo Continent. There are many fragrant red camphor trees in the Sunset Forest. These fragrant red camphor trees grow extremely large due to the nourishment of the soul power of soul beasts. Many fragrant red camphor trees are already hundreds of meters high. The strange fragrance of this tree can refresh people's minds. Many merchants like to use this tree to make various small jewelry to sell. In addition to the fragrant red camphor trees in the Sunset Forest, there are many other trees. These trees form a dense sea of trees. As soon as they entered the Sunset Forest, everyone felt the dampness. The towering trees here blocked the sunlight, and a lot of rainwater accumulated over the years. There are also small puddles next to some trees, and small grasses grow in the puddles. In order to maximize the line of sight, Zhou Xingyu directly opened his martial soul. Now he is standing on a fiery red long sword, flying in the woods. His flying speed is not fast, mainly to lead the way for everyone. His mental power has been used in his eyes, and he has been releasing mental power to perceive the surroundings. The distance of looking far away with spiritual power is limited. At present, the maximum viewing area of spiritual power in the Soul Enlightenment realm is about 10 meters. This area can penetrate trees and grass, so the world in front of Zhou Xingyu is completely different from usual. Just like the Byakugan in Naruto, it is a no-dead angle perception. Behind the big tree in the left front is a 1,000-year-old two-headed wolf. This two-headed wolf has obviously smelled the breath of everyone, and it is drooling now. 1,000-year-old two-headed wolf. The body can reach more than 2 meters in 100 years. Every 100 years, the body increases by 10 centimeters, and the fangs in the mouth will grow 1 centimeter more. At this time, it is about 3.5 meters long, and the fangs in the two heads have reached the standard of a 1,000-year soul beast. Since the Soul Masters come to Sunset Forest more frequently, several paths have been walked out of the forest. The 6 people below chased Zhou Xingyu in the air along the path. Roar! The roar of the soul beast came from the front. From the sound, it should be a large group of Soul Masters hunting high-level soul beasts, and it seems to have come to an end. Go to the path on the right. Zhou Xingyu didn't want to cause trouble. The Sunset Forest was so big and full of soul beasts. There was no need to stay with others, and he didn't know what the strength of the Soul Masters in front of him was. When the people below heard the team leader's words, they immediately adjusted their formation and ran to the path on the right. However, not long after running, a large group of soul beasts appeared within Zhou Xingyu's mental perception range. The level of these soul beasts was basically around 1,000 years old. They were running away frantically, as if something terrifying was chasing them from behind. Seeing such a scene, Zhou Xingyu's heart skipped a beat. He felt a little bit of danger. This was such an outrageous thing, but in order to prevent the team members below from getting hurt, he could only command everyone to run to the right. Keep running to the right. There are a large number of soul beasts ahead. Because there were only a large number of soul beasts on the right, he could not sense other dangers there. But as everyone ran further and further to the right, they discovered a strange thing. They didn't find a soul beast along the way. These soul beasts seemed to have migrated. You keep going to the right, I'll go up and take a look. How could there be no soul beasts in this huge soul beast forest? Zhou Xingyu felt uneasy and prepared to fly higher to see what happened. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. Zhou Xingyu had already flown high into the Sunset Forest. The scenery below instantly caught his eyes. Right below were his 6 team members, and dozens of soul beasts were surrounding them in front of the left. There were dozens of soul masters approaching them from behind. They were far away, but from their expressions, they seemed very excited. There was a human in front of the right. He was wearing a brown leather jacket, a blue belt around his waist, and white-brown trousers. He looked very old, but his eyes were sharp. He raised his head and smiled evilly at the sky in front of him. The 2 eyes collided with each other, and Zhou Xingyu felt a chill in his heart. Malice from Tangshe Mumu +1. The old man with a smile immediately stood up and sped up to jump in the direction of Zhou Xingyu. Not only this old man, but also a young man in leather clothes behind the group of soul beasts on the left. He showed 6 soul rings. Yellow, purple, black, and black. He was driving the group of soul beasts to this side. The unknown soul emperor who could drive the soul beasts, the old man who had not opened the soul ring, and dozens of low-level soul masters behind. Now only this direction is free of danger. Zhou Xingyu looked towards the center of the sunset forest. In an instant, his soul power surged, and 4 soul rings emerged from his body: yellow, purple, black, black. As the soul rings emerged, the size of the Xinhuo sword under Zhou Xingyu's feet surged. He turned and rushed downwards. At this time, he had to make a choice. Come up. 3 girls stand in the front, the others stand behind me. Hurry! Everyone was shocked, including the little follower Zhou Qiang. Because they had never seen Zhou Xingyu open the 3rd and 4th soul rings, let alone such a nervous expression. When they practiced with them before, Zhou Xingyu basically only opened 1 or 2 soul rings each time. The 2nd soul ring was purple, which surprised them. The 2 black soul rings at the back were more than just a surprise. Ning Rongrong saw Zhou Xingyu with a serious face and immediately knew that something was wrong. She was the first to stand in front of Zhou Xingyu. Juju King's beautiful little face showed an extremely surprised expression, and her little mouth was almost unable to close. The coldness just now had completely disappeared, leaving a face full of anxiety. But she didn't let Zhou Xingyu wait for long. A moment later, a huge fiery red sword took off in the sunset forest. Maybe because there were too many people, this huge sword would shake from time to time. For safety, everyone was tied with a purple vine, which was Xiaoxin's martial spirit, Moyun vine. Ning Rongrong was standing in front of Zhou Xingyu at this time. Her face was a little red because the purple vine tied everyone up, so she was now very close to the boy behind her. She had no idea what was going on. Just like a silly girl, she asked shyly in a low voice, "Brother Xingyu, are you going to take us to experience the feeling of flying swords today?" Zhou Xingyu did not hide the fact that these friends had not systematically studied spiritual power, so their ability to sense danger was really poor. "We are surrounded. Now there is only one direction, and my current spiritual power is not enough to take you out of this sunset forest." Following the direction he pointed, everyone finally saw the many soul masters who surrounded them. Many soul masters actually hid on the huge tree trunks, and they were sending various signals to the surroundings. It was because of their existence that the whereabouts of Zhou Xingyu and his group would be exposed. Chapter 36. The pursuit of the Haoqian sect was not that Zhou Xingyu did not want to take them out, but that he saw many soul masters again. These soul masters seemed to be organized, and they obviously surrounded them with a purpose. Even if they escaped from this forest, they would probably be ambushed on the way back. It is better to go into the deepest part of the forest and try your luck. That is the lair of the lonely poison Douluo. As long as he is there, they may be saved. Even if they cannot be saved, the yin-yang eye of ice and fire is also a natural protection zone. Moreover, there are definitely a large number of 10,000-year soul beasts in the deepest part of the sunset forest. They can rely on these soul beasts to block the soul masters who are surrounding them. Chase, they are in the air. Organize a flying team quickly. The 7th team, climb the tree, prevent them from escaping from the sunset forest from there. The old man at the bottom spoke. This is a sniper mission. As the deacon of the outer sect of the Haoqian sect, he, Tang San, must do something spectacular. For Haoqian Douluo, for the Haoqian sect, who dares to provoke the Haoqian sect will end up like this. What is Shrek? Does he think he is the Spirit Hall? He killed the most powerful special recruitment class student of Shrek. This is the information he collected in Soto City. All the ambushes were arranged in advance. Who made Shrek's special recruitment class not accept Tang San? Who made them not obediently bear the hammer of Haoqian Douluo? They dared to send out Super Douluo to fight against Haoqian Douluo, and they won. This is a shame for Haoqian sect. Tang Shuimu wants to teach this group of people who don't know the height of the world a painful lesson. After arranging everything, Tang Shuimu activated his martial soul. 7 soul rings emerged from his feet, yellow, purple, black, and black. A small hammer emerged from his right hand. This is his martial soul, a mutated Haoqian hammer. It is because of this that he can only be an outer sect deacon. This is a shame in his life. He wants to make contributions to the family and clear his name every moment. Swoosh. Tang Shuimu squatted slightly, and then his leg muscles exerted force. A big pit appeared in the original place, and he accelerated and rushed forward. The surrounding woods quickly moved back in front of him. If nothing unexpected happens, he will catch up with Zhou Xingyu and others in 10 minutes. After catching up, Tang Shimu will activate his martial soul true body and give Zhou Xingyu and others a fatal blow. Malice from Tang Shimu 50. Zhou Xingyu heard this sentence in his mind in the sky of Sunset Forest. He turned around and glanced down. The Tang Shimu below was actually a soul saint. As expected, his surname was Tang, so he should be a member of the Haoqian sect. Zhou Xingyu was as surprised as if he had eaten a fly. He never expected that the Haoqian sect would be so protective of its shortcomings. Since you have come to my door, I will kill you all. A ray of cold light flashed through his eyes. He wanted to be more obedient before he was crowned as a Title Douluo. After all, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Tang Shuimu was getting closer and closer to the sky. He measured the actual distance between the two sides in his heart and activated his martial soul true body without hesitation. After activating his martial soul true body, his physical fitness suddenly soared. The small hammer in his hand quickly became much larger, reaching more than 1 meter long. He began to accelerate and jump onto the giant red camphor tree in Sunset Forest. He used the branches of the camphor tree as stairs. Because he was too heavy, the branches broke after he stepped on them. But his goal was achieved. He wanted to hammer down the bastards in the air. 6th soul skill, incomparable iron hammer. The hammer, which was more than 1 meter long, suddenly expanded to about 10 meters. Black soul power fluctuations flashed on the hammer. Tang San jumped up. He wanted to hammer the bastards below to death. Seeing that the bastards were right below, if nothing unexpected happened, at least half of them would die with this soul skill. If he was lucky, they might all die. Tang San smiled. The endless blood and panic below were revealed in front of him. However, the 7 treasures are transformed into glazed glass. The 7 treasures are famous. One is power. The other is speed. A crystal blue pagoda emerged from Ningrongrong's right hand, and then 2 yellow soul rings emerged from the bottom of her feet. She shouted the special martial soul and soul spell of the 7 treasure glazed sect. 2 bright lights appeared, and the 2 lights whizzed into Zhou Xingyu's body. At this time, Zhou Xingyu felt a mysterious power all over his body. His soul power seemed to increase a lot, and he felt that the fire sword under his feet had become much lighter. He controlled the fire sword to accelerate forward, just passing by the big hammer. Bang! A loud noise came from the bottom of the Sunset Forest. Ningrongrong's forehead dripped a lot of cold sweat at this time. She wiped it with her little hand and her tongue stuck out of her mouth. At this time, she spoke a little slurred. Huh, I was scared to death just now, but fortunately, I reacted in time. Oscar's legs were weak at this time. He hugged Ma Hongjun's waist tightly. His clothes were soaked with fear. He was very embarrassed at this time, and his voice was trembling. Oh my God, the old man just now turned out to be a 7-ring soul saint. I was so scared that my heart almost stopped. Ma Hongjun put his hands on Zhou Qiang's shoulders. 3 soul rings on his body had been opened, especially the 3rd soul ring, which was still lighting up. He shook his fat body left and right as if to shake Oscar's soaked body away. Humph. Coward. I almost hit that bastard just now. If it wasn't for Big Brother Xingyu's sudden acceleration, I would have sprayed him to death with a mouthful of phoenix fire. He did have that intention just now, but he was frightened by Tang San's fierce posture. Now his hands are shaking. The ones with the strongest psychological quality on the flying sword are Zhou Xingyu and Zhou Qiang. They were ready to fight hard just now. Their soul power was activated to the peak. Zhou Qiang's eyes were red. This was the performance of his first soul skill, Frenzy. At level 39, he could fight with a level 50 Soul King for half an hour after activating Frenzy. This was his confidence. Frenzy increased the body's attack attribute by 200% and reduced defense by 50%. What should we do now? Zhou Qiang was full of resentment at this time. He couldn't fight a big battle after activating Frenzy. The soul power in his body was a little chaotic. If he hadn't reached the peak of level 39, he would probably lose control. With the blessing of Ningrongrong's 7 treasures glazed martial soul, the speed of the flying sword became much faster. Go to the canyon ahead, ambush and annihilate them. Since the Haoqian sect wants to play, let's play big. Zhou Xingyu's tone was cold. He had already had the intention to kill. A surging fighting spirit emerged from his body, and he felt his blood boiling. Some kind of belligerent factor in his body was increasing rapidly, as if strange things would happen if it increased to a certain level. Hearing Zhou Xingyu say such cold words, everyone felt unbelievable. The 4-ring soul sect actually wanted to destroy the 7-ring soul saint, plus several soul kings, and a group of low-level soul masters. Is this possible? What kind of treasure is it, or is there any trump card? How could he say such arrogant words? Zhu Xingyu turned her head. Her baby fat face was still as cold as before, and she asked with some doubt in her eyes, "Are you sure?" Judging from her calm face, the sudden attack of the soul saint just now did not scare her. Zhou Xingyu was a little amused. This woman pretended to be too calm, but her legs were shaking wildly. What was she doing? A manifestation of hypocrisy? This flying sword was almost shaken over by the people in front and behind him. If it weren't for his strong control, it would have definitely flipped over today. Chapter 37. A bet I will kill the Haotian sect soul saint within 10 moves. Whoever loses will owe him a request. Do you dare to bet with me? Zhou Xingyu stared at Zhu Xingyu. Seeing Zhou Xingyu looking at her with mysterious eyes, Zhu Xingyu suddenly felt a little nervous. She felt a little incredible. She had decided to hate any man and pretended not to care about anything. Why did this look make her a little confused? Okay. Zhu Xingyu felt that she couldn't lose, so she unconsciously agreed. 4 rings versus 7 rings, even a fool would know who would win. So why would she need to guess? After agreeing, she realized that everyone was staring at her, especially Ningrongrong. Her eyes were full of gunpowder, as if she had taken away her favorite toy. Ningrongrong turned around with a pout and made a request to Zhou Xingyu. Brother Xingyu, I want to bet with you too. I bet you win. If you lose, I owe you a request. If you win, you owe me a request. Hearing the little witch's request, the flying sword shook and almost fell from the air. Zhou Xingyu regretted it 1,000 times. Why did he say such a bad thing? Now, the request made by Ning Rongrong was cheating. No matter what he did, it seemed that he would lose. Ahem, I was just joking just now. Don't take it seriously. Be serious. We're going to have a bloody battle soon. Originally, this group of friends saw that the two girls made requests, and they were ready to make requests too, but Zhou Xingyu just gave up. Sk. Xiaoxin, who was at the front of the flying sword, made a contemptuous sound. She had already thought about what request to make later, and this battle was clearly a gift. Before she died, Xiaoxin wanted to listen to the story of Naruto Conan. The center of the Sunset Forest was right in front of her. At a glance, the center is divided into 3 areas. The outermost area is a dense and towering forest of giant trees. The second layer is a small mountain range that extends in all directions. The center is a sparse grove. As expected, there is the ice and fire yin-yang eye inside the grove. The area around the ice and fire yin-yang eye is the territory of poison Douluo Gu Dubo. There is a layer of poisonous fog nearby, and all creatures that enter will be affected by the poison gas. Come and take it, one for each person to wear on the face. Zhou Xingyu was the first to put on a gas mask. This was drawn in a lottery. There was a whole box of them. He didn't expect to use it in this place. He remembered that the Golden Triangle was poisoned when they entered the innermost part of the Sunset Forest. Before, he thought of entering the innermost part because he had a gas mask. Otherwise, he would never come to this ice and fire yin-yang eye. Just as everyone put on the gas mask out of curiosity, Zhou Xingyu landed in the giant tree forest below. Xiaoqiang is a strong attacking spirit master. You will be behind me within 100 meters. If there are any fish that slip through the net, you will take over. Xiaoxin is a control spirit master. You will assist Xiaoqiang behind him. Ma Hongjun, you and Zhuqing must protect the 2 auxiliary spirit masters. Never allow the auxiliary spirit masters to get into trouble. Oscar, release your martial spirit immediately and make some sausages. Ning Rongrong, your martial spirit is the most special. You are currently level 30. Although you don't have the 3rd spirit ring, you can now use the 2-aperture exquisite heart, right? You will assist at that time. Zhou Xingyu quickly formulated the formation. In Ning Rongrong's curious eyes, everyone slowly retreated into the giant tree forest. The Sunset Forest is so strange. There are piles of blue-silver grass growing around these huge trees. These blue-silver grasses are very lush. Judging from the spirit power, these blue-silver grasses have reached the 10-year spirit beast. And there are even 100-year blue-silver grasses in the blue-silver grass. This is already very incredible, and everyone expressed puzzlement. Only Zhou Xingyu understood that around the ice and fire yin-yang eye, these plants would naturally be induced to grow crazily. Over time, it was possible for plant soul beasts to appear that were 10,000 years old or 100,000 years old. The sounds of soul beasts and the noise of the crowd could be heard from the periphery of the giant tree forest. Zhou Xingyu used his soul power to command everyone to hide, and he flew directly to the trunk of the giant tree in front. He took out a black object from his soul guide and aimed at the periphery of the giant tree forest. Sir Steward, what should we do if they enter this giant tree forest? A 5-ring Soul King was a little worried at this time, because he knew some secrets of the Sunset Forest. The old man was obviously unhappy. If he hadn't been waiting for this group of rubbish, he would have rushed in alone. If he wasn't afraid that there would be fish that slipped through the net, would he still need these people? Tang Long, take these people and look inside separately. We must kill them all today. Tang Xuimu pointed at the 6-ring Soul Emperor and said. He was quite relieved about his cousin. His cousin was a 6-ring Soul Emperor. He had a mutated martial soul like himself, and the one he awakened was a double-ring iron lump. The 5th and 6th soul skills were to control soul beasts. This mutated martial soul gave him a certain say in the Haoqian sect. The inner elders of the Haoqian sect said that if he could become a soul Douluo, they would bring him into the elder hall. Tang Long still respected his eldest brother very much. He usually talked to his eldest brother, but this time he felt that his eldest brother was making a fuss. He said, "Haha, brother, you think too highly of those little bastards. You can just send a Soul King to destroy them all. Why do we need to take action?" Seeing his cousin like this, Tang Xuimu knew that he underestimated those bastards. He was also shocked just now. The man driving the flying sword was actually a 4-ring Soul Emperor. What do you know? The other side has a 4-ring Soul Master, and the 3rd and 4th Soul Rings are 10,000 years old, and even the 2nd Soul Ring is 1,000 years old. Go in quickly. If our affairs today are exposed, there will definitely be a storm-like counterattack. Hearing such explosive news, all the Soul Masters nearby were shocked. This was completely inconsistent with the logic of Soul Masters. It is possible that the 2nd Soul Ring is 1,000 years old, and the 3rd and 4th Soul Rings are 10,000 years old. This person is definitely a super genius. It seems that there is no way to end it peacefully today. Once he fails, he will suffer endless revenge in the future. Tang Long's face was cold. He knew the seriousness of the matter. The genius was likely to be a junior trained by the Spirit Hall or the Super Douluo. Once this matter was exposed, the Haotian sect might face endless troubles. Kill! Attack! Dozens of soul masters were dispersed and sent out, and Tang Long himself drove dozens of soul beasts to the center. He was a top hunter in the outer sect, and he learned a lot from his father about arranging troops and preaching. Roar! Many soul beasts felt uneasy as soon as they entered the giant forest. They smelled the faint poison in the air. Go! Tang Long's fifth soul ring lit up and he increased his soul power output. The fifth soul skill can forcibly control soul beasts under 2,000 years old for half an hour. Time is running out. If he can't find those people from Shrek in the remaining time, he will have to use the sixth soul skill forcibly. Chapter 38, Three-Gun Soul Emperor. Seeing his cousin Tang Long enter the core area of the Sunset Forest, Tang Xuemu no longer hesitated and chose a giant tree to climb up the tree. He had just activated his martial soul body and was a little weak now. He now needed to take charge of the overall situation and look far away to see in which direction those bastards from Shrek were. 7 Treasure Glazed Sect. Tang Xuemu jumped and sneered. He had always looked down on the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. How could an auxiliary sect be ranked among the top 3 sects and be on par with their Haotian sect? This time he wanted to kill the woman from the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. Just now he had concealed the fact that there was a woman from the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect in the assassination team. At the top of the giant tree, Tang Xuemu looked down at the jungle below. He didn't know why he felt a little dizzy just after climbing to the top of the tree. Am I old? Tang Xuemu shook his head hard to get rid of this ridiculous thought. This shook him sober immediately. He was 53 years old at this time. He might have been overworked, but he still had dreams. Just as Tang Xuemu was carefully observing the forest in front of him, a loud bang sound came from 1,000 meters to the left. The sound resounded throughout the forest, reached his ears, and also reached other places in the Sunset Forest. The sound was heard by many soul masters who were hunting soul beasts. Bang, bang! 2 loud noises came in succession. Tang Xuemu's heart skipped a beat. He felt as if something important was lost. Malice from Tang Long plus 20. Kindness from 1287 Phantom Moon Mad Wolf plus 10. Kindness from 1169 Smiling Fox plus 15. Within Zhou Xingyu's sight, a 6-ringed Soul Emperor fell to the ground. There was a blood hole on his forehead. His eyes were wide open, and he seemed to be unwilling to close his eyes. He seemed to have endless doubts, and his 2 hands tightly grasped the soil of the Sunset Forest. In front of him were 2 twitching 1,000-year-old soul beasts. The 2 soul beasts were smiling, and they died peacefully. Tsk, wasting 2 bullets. Zhou Xingyu was so distressed at this time. The 6-ringed Soul Emperor could actually command the soul beasts to block bullets for him, causing him to waste 2 more bullets. There were only 8 bullets in a Desert Eagle. Could the remaining 5 bullets still kill the 7-ringed Soul Saint? Since Tang Long died, the soul beasts he controlled have been free again. The eyes of these soul beasts are full of resentment. They looked at each other and walked towards Tang Long's body. After the successful kill, Zhou Xingyu took several of his friends and began to evacuate to the forest. There were still dozens of soul masters left, and he was ready to get rid of them. No! Just a few minutes after they left, a sad roar came from the forest. At this time, Tang Xuemu knelt sadly beside a bloody corpse and cried loudly. There were more than a dozen soul beasts around him, and all of these soul beasts were blown up. He never thought that because of his idea, he would put his cousin Tang Long in it. This is a rising star in the outer sect. He ruined the hope of everyone in the outer sect. He stood up with a very cold look in his eyes. His old face suddenly regained vitality. He just took a pill. This medicine can stimulate the potential of the human body in a short time and restore the soul power in the body at the fastest speed. But the consequences are also very serious. From now on, his strength will stagnate. After stimulating the potential of the human body, Tang Xuemu's perception increased sharply. Just 1,000 meters away on the left front, he heard the cry of someone dying. He remembered that the voice of that person was the Soul King who had questioned before. Malice from Taifugi 15. In the forest, it was a one-sided massacre. Zhou Xingyu fought 3 Soul Kings alone and killed 1 Soul King. His 4th soul skill was a super-fast sword skill. The Soul King was a control-type soul master. He was stunned by Ningrongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower in the melee. Zhou Xingyu just caught the flaw and killed him directly. The 7 treasures turn out glazed. The 7 treasures are famous. One is power. The second is speed. Ningrongrong used her martial soul skills. These 2 skills were all blessed on Zhou Xingyu. Oscar and Juju King leaned close to her to protect her. Ma Hongjun and Xiaoxin fought against 3 4-ring soul masters. If it weren't for Xiaoxin's special martial spirit, they would have been defeated long ago. Zhou Qiang exuded a strange aura at this time. His eyes were red, and he waved the black giant sword in his hand wantonly. The 4 Soul Masters didn't dare to approach him within 5 meters. Basically, he was suppressing several Soul Masters. All control skills would be quickly avoided by him, and, once he was hurt, his attack speed and strength would be strengthened again. Zhou Xingyu was a little anxious at this time. There were still more than a dozen Soul Masters circling around Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing. If it weren't for Xiaoxin controlling the magic cloud vine to help from time to time, it would be dangerous. Come on, try to block it again. He took out the Desert Eagle again. He was ready to quickly deal with the 2 Soul Kings. The martial spirits of these 2 Soul Kings were not very good, but they cooperated well and could block his soul skills every time. Third Soul Skill. Step on the Moon. Zhou Xingyu's third black soul ring suddenly lit up, and the fire sword in his right hand spun around his body, knocking a Soul King away and landing at his feet. Another Soul King was almost scared to death when he saw Zhou Xingyu use this move. Just now, this kid used this move to quickly approach Taifugi, and then killed Taifugai with a Thunderbolt. Fifth Soul Skill. Forced Shield Counter. This Soul King was already scared silly. He didn't even return to his companions to use skills quickly, but used the 5th Soul Skill on the spot. He wanted to protect himself. The 5th Soul Skill can make 3 shields appear around his body. This shield can rebound damage. He is not afraid of the other boy's Thunderbolt. However, he waited for a long time, and his hands were sore from holding the shield in his hand, but he didn't feel even a trace of attack. Bang! A familiar loud noise came, and the Soul King was curious and looked back. He saw a scene that made him shiver all over. The abominable genius was standing next to his companion, blowing at the smoking iron lump in his left hand. Evil from Chao Shilin plus 15. Plop! Another Soul King died, falling to the ground with his eyes open. Evil from Pipalong plus 8. Evil from Pipalong plus 11. Pipalong was already devastated after seeing his companions die. He never expected that 2 Soul Kings would be killed in such a short time. One is a control system, one is a strong attack system, and one is a defense system. These are beings that can challenge Soul Emperors. How could they be killed by a 4-ring soul sect? Even if you, a 4-ring soul sect, have 2 10,000-year soul rings, there is no reason why you can be compared to a 6-ring soul emperor. Pipalong held the spirit shield and retreated desperately, shouting, "Let me go. It's none of my business. I was forced to do this. It was the Haotian sect that forced us to come here. I will go to the Haotian sect to get back at you sooner or later. You can die now." Zhou Xingyu raised the Desert Eagle in his hand and prepared to shoot, but he used his mental power to sense a trace of danger coming from above his head. He rolled backwards suddenly, and a fierce attack came from the sky and brushed past his body. Chapter 39. The Haotian sect's waste who doesn't know how to use the chaotic cloak hammer method? Zhou Xingyu didn't dare to stay, and immediately rolled several times in a row. The Xinhuo sword in his right hand flew out quickly and rotated continuously. Second spirit skill, Blade Storm. A storm shield formed by the release of sword energy appeared around his body. Click, but the shield was broken and shattered at a high speed. He was directly hit into the air by the terrifying attack force. Third soul skill, Step on the Moon. Zhou Xingyu did not dare to stay in the air and directly used the third soul skill again. The Xinhuo sword quickly grew larger and carried him to the sky. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately felt much better. The swift and fast attack just now made him a little unable to resist, and his body had some internal injuries. Zhou Xingyu looked down from the air, and an old man with white hair appeared below. Around him was a body that had been smashed. He looked up at the sky with sharp eyes, and a 2-meter-long hammer in his hand flashed with cold light. "Ants dare to mention the reputation of Haotian sect. It is respect for you to die in my hands." Tang Shuimu crushed the corpse on the ground with his left foot. He was muttering something in his mouth, as if he was disdainful of this matter. The soul masters gathered by Tang Shuimu nearby broke out in cold sweats, and they were already cursing in their hearts. The people of Haotian sect were really shameless. They actually took the opportunity to kill one of their own people. They all began to consider running away. Tang Shuimu saw that the boy in the air was motionless and looked to the left. He saw a little fat man waving a black giant sword and chasing other soul masters. The other soul masters could only resist. "Let's start with you." The little fat man holding the black giant sword is likely to be the descendant of the person who drove away his own Haotian majesty. He is going to kill this fat man first to vent his anger for Haotian sect. Tang Shuimu's 5th soul ring lit up. This is a 10,000-year soul ring. After releasing it, his soul power increased greatly. The iron hammer in his hand seemed to become much heavier. He could only drag on the ground and run quickly. An evil smile appeared from the corner of the old man's mouth below. With his eyes, Zhou Xingyu's heart skipped a beat, and he shouted quickly, "Zhou Chang, get out of the way, quickly. The rest of you, get out of the way." While shouting, Zhou Xingyu took out the Desert Eagle and aimed at Tang Shuimu and started shooting. Because he was in the air and the opponent was moving quickly, several shots missed. Bang, bang, bang. Only the last shot hit Tang Shuimu's shoulder, bringing a few malicious points and made him stagger and almost hit the tree. However, it was this that gave Zhou Qiang, who was fighting in the distance, a chance to breathe. Third Soul, Skill, Crazy Battle World. Zhou Qiang's skin began to turn red after using this move, and bursts of water true energy were emitted. This move doubled the power of the Crazy Base and lasted only 5 minutes. He had just put the black giant sword in front of his body when he was hit by thunder. His body was directly hit and flew out, crashing into the dense forest behind. In an instant, blood flew all over the sky. It was the blood that Zhou Qiang had spit out when he was hit by thunder. "Zhou Qiang!" Ma Hongjun shouted. For so long, he and Zhou Qiang have become best friends. They share happiness together, discuss beauties together, share delicious food together, and even often sleep together in the dormitory. Endless anger emerged from Ma Hongjun's chest. He rushed forward at an accelerated speed. He wanted to check whether Zhou Qiang was dead or alive. However, a magic cloud vine tied up his body and dragged him back tightly. "Don't go! You can't beat him! Don't be stupid!" Xiaoxin shouted anxiously behind him. "Let me go, Xiaoxin, let me go!" Ma Hongjun was about to cry out because the old man opposite was speeding towards the forest. If he rushed over and launched a second attack, the consequences would be disastrous. Second soul skill, Phoenix Rising in Fire. Ma Hongjun was no longer prepared to care about Xiaoxin. Even if he burned the woman, he would go to save her. In the blue-silver grass in the forest behind, Zhou Qiang was covered in blood. He was stunned just now, and his martial soul was smashed back into his body. Blood kept coming out of his skin. He struggled to support his body with his right hand. But when he just supported his body, he found that the old man was fighting with a fiery red phantom. The figure in the fiery red shadow was Zhou Xingyu. Zhou Xingyu's face was cold, and his eyes were closed. He seemed to be asleep. He waved the fire sword in his right hand wantonly, blocking the iron hammer in Tang Shimu's hand. Looking closely, there was no soul ring on the fiery red shadow, but there were 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black on the fire sword. Every time he swung the sword, a trace of flame would splash out of the fire sword, and these flames would bounce onto Tang Shimu's body. "Haha, kill, kill, you kid actually have twin martial spirits. I must kill you today to eliminate you, the scourge for the Haotian sect." Tang Shimu's face was ferocious at this time. He had activated his martial spirit again. The iron hammer in his hand was waving violently 3 meters away. The 7 soul rings on his body kept flashing as he swung, indicating that he was using soul skills continuously. The attributes brought by taking drugs were almost gone. Tang Shimu had to kill this genius with twin martial spirits within the next 10 minutes. He didn't know what happened to the boy on the opposite side, but he was able to block more than a dozen of his spirit skills in a row. He couldn't believe it. "Kill, kill, kill!" As if in response to Tang Shuimu's shout, the fiery red shadow on the opposite side also shouted, and something strange happened. A blazing flame came out of the fiery red shadow, and these flames slowly gathered in the left hand of the fiery red shadow as if they had life, forming a flaming giant sword. "Kill!" A cold voice came out of Zhou Xingyu's mouth. At this time, he had just woken up. The second martial spirit was too domineering, and he couldn't control it at first. The 2 figures fought again. Tang Shuimu held a long iron hammer to resist the attack of the 2 giant swords. After all, he was a 7-ring soul saint. At this time, there was no confusion, and he could still use the 6th and 7th spirit skills from time to time. "You cheated? You are only a 4-ring soul master. Even if you have twin martial souls, how can you be equal to me?" Tang Shuimu felt something was wrong while fighting. The boy on the opposite side completely overturned common sense. He could actually fight back and forth with him, a 7-ring soul master, and the opponent's momentum seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Now after continuous fighting, he felt something was wrong. It seemed that his head was dizzy, as if he was poisoned. The flaming giant sword was swung out and hit Tang Shuimu's iron hammer directly. The huge force directly pushed him back dozens of meters away, and the blue-silver grass on the ground was trampled to death by him. "Nothing is impossible. You are too ignorant. How can you, a waste of the Haotian sect who doesn't even know the chaotic cloakhammer method, know the martial soul fusion technique?" Zhou Xingyu mercilessly pointed out Tang Shuimu's shortcomings. He was also puzzled by the fusion of twin martial souls. Just now, he just wanted to use the second martial soul. He never expected that he would use it automatically in a state of anxiety, fear, and anger. Now his soul power is rapidly decreasing. If nothing unexpected happens, he will lose all his soul power in less than 2 minutes. Chapter 40? Ningrongrong panicked. Please collect. Tang Shuimu's face was so red at this time. The chaotic cloak hammer method is the signature skill of the Haotian sect. The key is that he doesn't have a Haotian hammer. His martial soul is a hammer. He has been disliked by his fellow disciples since he was a child because of his martial soul mutation. He once tried to practice the chaotic cloak hammer method, but he could never get the essence. Maybe his qualifications are too poor. "Bullshit, do you think I'm a fool? How can you use the martial soul fusion skill by yourself?" Tang Shimu began to quibble. But when he was quibbling and unsure, he saw the two lights above Zhou Xingyu's head, and he understood instantly. Ha ha ha, what a fucking martial soul fusion skill. If you didn't rely on the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, you could have fused it? Oh? Zhou Xingyu looked up and thought about it, but the next sentence directly made Tang Xuemu collapse. You don't know how to use the cloak hammer technique. Malice from Tang Xuemu plus 30. Tang Xuemu hated it the most when others said that he didn't know how to use the cloak hammer technique. This was the shame of his life. Normal people from the Haoqian sect could do it, but he couldn't. He looked up to the sky and roared at Zhou Xingyu. Ah, I'll fight you! Seeing the stupid old man on the opposite side swaying left and right and rushing towards him, Zhou Xingyu knew that the poison had attacked his heart. He had waited for so long, and the old guy finally got poisoned. In this case, he was ready to give the old guy the last chance. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Double Sword Combination. The 2 giant swords in the hands of the second martial soul flew out, as fast as lightning, and slashed fiercely on the road where Tang Xuemu passed. Tang Xuemu sensed the danger, but the poison had already taken over his heart, and he was already a little weak. His head was dizzy, and he raised his weapon to resist. Bang! Puff! 2 sounds rang out. One was the loud noise of the big hammer and the fire sword colliding, and the other was the sound of Tang Xuemu being killed. Malice from Tang Xuemu plus 66. Even in the end, Tang Xuemu still hated Zhou Xingyu. He fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. His body and head had been separated. His eyes and big mouth seemed to be telling something. At this time, Zhou Xingyu's soul power was exhausted, and his first and second martial souls dissipated directly. Plop! He fell from midair to the ground, but he was immediately helped up by a bloody hand. The owner of this hand was Zhou Chang, who was jogging over. He came over with severe pain all over his body. At this time, his body was still bleeding, and cold sweat was constantly flowing from his forehead. Brother Xingyu, are you okay? Zhou Xingyu was also shocked to see his little follower in such a state. It seemed that the Soul Saint's full-strength attack had really injured him. Fortunately, the last attack was blocked by the giant sword. Otherwise, the consequences of hitting him would be unpredictable. Ahem, it's okay. Go find Oscar for a few sausages. Don't worry about me. I just consumed too much soul power. At this time, Zhou Chang smiled foolishly. He was seen chewing something in his mouth. He showed a mouthful of sausage meat and said vaguely, I have been eating it for a long time. I swallowed 3 sausages when the old guy hit me just now. Did you forget that Oscar gave 5 sausages to each person before? The blood on Zhou Chang's body was slowly scabbing, and the wound was slowly healing. Huh. Seeing that Zhou Chang was fine, Zhou Xingyu finally put his mind at ease. To put it bluntly, the lives of all people here are not worth his little follower Zhou. How many years have the others known each other? How many years has he known Zhou Chang? The relationship is incomparable. One is a fellow villager in the same village. Everyone trusts Zhou and has a blood relationship. The others are just classmates who have known each other for more than 2 years. The 2 of them rested for a while and then went out. Outside, Ma Hongjun, Zhu King, Xiaoxin, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong gathered together. There were more than a dozen soul masters outside them. These soul masters hesitated and did not dare to take action. I am the daughter of the leader of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. You dare to kill us today. Have you thought about the consequences? Ning Rongrong threatened loudly. It was because of Ning Rongrong that these people hesitated, otherwise they would have fought together long ago. However, it was also because of the presence of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiaoxin that they were reluctant to leave. Do you think Mr. Tang won? Do we want to fight? A 3-ring soul master with a wretched look stared at a certain part of Zhu Qing, and drool flowed from the corners of his mouth. Several soul masters nearby were obviously hesitant. They were regretting why they took on this deal. At that time, Mr. Tang of the Haoqian sect said that he wanted to kill several soul masters and gave a reward of 200 gold soul coins for killing each person. They regretted it now, because the daughter of the leader of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect was there. Seeing his companions hesitating, the wretched 3-ring soul master immediately pointed out the key issue. He was a man who wanted to do something big. He would get paid and enjoy himself. It was wonderful to think about it. I say, are you stupid? In the Sunset Forest, we have already offended the 7 treasures glazed sect. Do we still want to wait for them to let us go? These companions were persuaded as they listened. For a moment, their martial spirits lit up one by one, and they were ready to attack. Damn it, you all deserve to die. Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Sword, where are you? The 7 treasures have glazed glass. The 7 treasures are famous. One is strength, the other is speed. Ma Hongjun, go and stop them. Ning Rongrong was panicking at this time. She added skills randomly, adding to Oscar, then to Zhu King, and finally to Ma Hongjun. The main reason was that she saw Ma Hongjun activated his 3rd soul skill and flew in the air to help them resist the enemies in the air. Demon Cloud Barrier. Just as several soul masters, several soul lords, and several great soul masters attacked together, Xiaoxin released her 3rd soul skill, and countless demon cloud vines rose from the ground, dividing the scene into two areas. Boom! After defeating the demon cloud barrier, several soul masters found that there was no one behind them, and saw the backs of the Shrek students running away. Chase! These people were angry. The duck in their mouths actually flew away. It was simply a shame. However, when they crossed the ruins of the demon cloud vines, a flaming giant sword fell from the sky and directly stabbed a great soul master who could not dodge in time. Then two figures walked out of the woods on the left. The two figures were one fat and one thin. They were Zhou Qiang and Zhou Xingyu. Everything is over. I will send you to the west. Zhou Qiang's soul power surged, and he directly activated his second soul skill and rushed towards these soul masters. The wretched soul master's legs were trembling. He felt that the sky was about to collapse. Impossible. Master Tang is a 7-ring soul saint. How could he lose? What made him collapse was that the black-haired tall and thin man was holding a bloody thing in his hand. This was the reason for his collapse. Run! The remaining soul masters wished they had more legs. There was also a flying soul master who was hugged by his companion's thigh, so he couldn't fly. A fiery red sword shadow appeared in Zhou Xingyu's right hand. He threw away the garbage in his left hand and jumped directly into the air. The third soul ring on his body lit up. Third soul skill, step on the moon. He stepped on the Xinhuo sword and rushed towards the opponent's camp. The characteristics of the third soul skill are using soul power to control the sword, quickly approaching the enemy and attacking multiple times, which is most useful against this group of weak chickens. Chapter 41 Soul Guy Crossbow Drawing. Please collect. Half an hour later, all the soul masters who attacked them were killed by Zhou Xingyu and Zhou Qiang. After killing these soul masters, the two of them laid down in the blue-silver grass to rest without caring about their image. They had experienced too much in these few hours, and were exhausted physically and mentally. Such an intense battle did not attract the poisoned Douluo Dubo. Zhou Xingyu felt that it was a good opportunity. He planned to take a break and then go in to steal the immortal grass. He wanted to steal all the herbs in his medicine garden while Dubo was away. After all, a good opportunity should not be wasted. However, he had to consider who to go into the yin-yang eye of ice and fire with. First of all, he would definitely exclude those who were not his own people, and he would also exclude those who were not capable enough. Oscar squatted beside Zhou Xingyu and cleaned the blood on Zhou Xingyu's body. He envied the two of them for having attack-type martial spirits. Brother Xingyu, Qiangzi, you were so cool just now. As a food-type soul master, Oscar regretted and envied others. In the battle just now, he could only be protected like a woman, and he felt very ashamed. It would be great if one day he could charge into battle like a fighting soul master. Zhou Xingyu knew Oscar's inner sorrow. In the original book, Oscar would rather go out on his own for Ning Rongrong than be a waste. In the end, he got some mirror soul bone. It is not ruled out that the author gave it to him to strengthen him. After all, the mirror skill is too abnormal. It can copy an identical person and has an outrageous attack power. Okay, stop flattering me. Take this and study it carefully. If you use it well, a food-type soul master can still protect himself. In fact, Oscar's martial soul is not very useful. Food-type martial souls are rarely used in a battle or a war. It's good enough to be able to provide logistics support. What is this? Oscar took a blueprint with a detailed assembly blueprint of a crossbow. This is a soul guide crossbow, which can hold 30 crossbow arrows at a time. Oscar's voice was a little trembling at this time. This soul guide crossbow blueprint was too precious to him. If it was assembled, he would have a certain combat power as an auxiliary and would no longer have to hide behind girls. What, soul guide crossbow? Ning Rongrong's voice came from a distance. She was chatting with Xiaoxin, but she didn't expect to hear something incredible. As one of the top 3 sects, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect actually has its own awkwardness. Their sect is basically composed of auxiliary soul masters, who can't beat others in a fight. If it weren't for the help of soul masters from other families, their Seven Treasures Glazed sect would be just a shell. Brother Xingyu, can you let me see it? Ning Rongrong opened her eyes wide at this time, and her delicate face was full of hesitation. She was afraid of rejection. After all, she and Zhou Xingyu had not known each other for a long time. She didn't ask Oscar either. After all, this blueprint was not Oscar's. Although she was usually crazy about flowers, she was not stupid. Zhou Xingyu suddenly had an idea. This blueprint could be given to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, and it could also bring the two sides closer. He thought about it and said, well, it's not impossible, but this requires talking to your father. Goodwill from Ning Rongrong plus 10. Ning Rongrong obviously had something else in mind. Her face was red now, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Are you talking about the relationship between us? Just talk to me. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Zhou Xingyu's forehead. He was wondering if Ning Rongrong had a fever. Why was her face so ruddy in broad daylight? Oh, the weather is so good today. Look, the forest is glowing. Zhou Xingyu deliberately changed the subject. At this time, most of the blood on his body had been cleaned up by Oscar, and even Zhou Qiang beside him had been cleaned up by Ma Hongjun. He stood up and walked slowly to the center of the sunset forest alone. Ning Rongrong knew that Zhou Xingyu deliberately avoided this question. She stamped her feet in anger, and then trotted to catch up with the back in front. The others looked at each other, smiled, and followed the two people in front. Near the center of the sunset forest, 6 men and women wearing gas masks appeared here. At this time, they were standing on a hill about 500 meters high. Because it was daytime, the scenery below was all in everyone's eyes. There was actually a 2-color hot spring in the middle of the abyss below. This hot spring was half milky white and half vermilion. The 2 colors of hot spring water did not invade each other at all. Just like the Tai Chi diagram, there was a faint spring in the middle of the 2 hot springs. Various flowers and herbs grew near the hot springs, and these herbs and flowers emitted rays of light. This is the legendary yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Ning Rongrong was the first to shout out. She covered her mouth and felt very incredible. She had seen the introduction of the 3 treasures in the classics at home. Oh, you know that too? Zhu Xingyu became interested. She was from the Xingluo Zhu family and knew a lot about these strange and bizarre texts. When she was young, she knew that she could not beat her sister, and she had read a lot of ancient texts. Ning Rongrong was very proud. She was the daughter of the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. What strange things did she not know about this continent? Zhu Qing was not convinced when she saw Ning Rongrong's expression. This woman's expression was exactly the same as her sister Zhu Yun. She suddenly wanted to embarrass Ning Rongrong, so she said directly, "Then tell me what is special about the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Then I'll tell you." Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Qing proudly, then turned her head and said to Zhou Xingyu, "The first one is the Lake of Life in the Xingdo Great Forest. It is a holy place for soul beasts to practice. The lake water can accelerate the evolution of soul beasts. Even if we humans take the lake water, we can increase our soul power. Legend has it that there are many 100,000-year-old soul beasts there, and even the king of soul beasts. The second one is the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. It is a paradise for plant cultivation and also a paradise for human soul masters. However, it is also harmful to human soul masters. Soul masters with insufficient levels will be affected by the power of ice and fire. According to legend, there have been 100,000-year-old plant soul beasts around the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. The third one is the Changkun Questioning Valley of Love. It is the place where the legendary god of love fell. The information is not detailed enough. It is said that no one has ever come out alive. Seeing Ning Rongrong's convincing words, Zhou Xingyu found it funny. As arrogant as she is the only one in Douluo. If Xiao Wu had not appeared early, Tang San would probably have been taken down by her. Is this a treasure land or a harmful land? Xiao Xin frowned and looked at Ning Rongrong. She felt that this place was completely a dangerous place. What if there was a 100,000-year-old plant soul beast below? Ning Rongrong was stunned by the question and stared at Xiao Xin. She just copied the knowledge from the book. How could she know the specific situation? This yin-yang eye of ice and fire was her first time here. To put it bluntly, she was a novice. Tsk. Zhu King felt that she had finally won back a hand, and a voice came out from her heart, and a smile appeared on her chubby face. Zhou Xingyu didn't want to waste time. He didn't know when Poison Douluo would suddenly come back, so he had to take all the herbs in time. Xiao Xin, come with me. The others wait here. Chapter 42, Little Secrets. Yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Ning Rongrong was a little unhappy when she heard Zhou Xingyu let her stay. She pouted her little mouth and sulked on the hill. Zhu Qing was laughing secretly beside her. She had just seen Zhou Xingyu's expression and saw that his expression didn't change when he heard Ning Rongrong introduce the 3 treasures. There was not even a trace of shock, which probably meant that Zhou Xingyu might know more than her and Ning Rongrong. So she fully understood that Zhou Xingyu asked her and others to hide on this hill because there might be danger below. This was the first time she had seen such a considerate man. The reason why he asked Xiao Xin to come along was because he saw the special nature of Xiao Xin's martial spirit. Once they encountered an inevitable problem, their martial spirits could work together perfectly, one in the air and one on the ground. A man and a woman stood on the huge fire sword, and they were observing the area around the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. With his mental power concentrated on his eyes, Zhou Xingyu carefully observed the various plants below, and he was already very excited. Next to the milky white ice spring, there were small clusters of insect-like things, which were snow silkworms. This was a top-grade herb with an extremely delicious taste and even more exaggerated functions. If there were symptoms of various stubborn diseases in the body, taking a small sip would completely remove them, and the key was that it could beautify the skin. There were more than a dozen cinnabar lotuses growing next to them, which tasted extremely bitter. If there was heavy bleeding or pain in the body, taking it could stop bleeding and relieve pain, and the effect was excellent. Taking it with snow silkworms had miraculous effects on certain aspects. There was a pink flower in the distance from these cinnabar lotuses. This flower exuded a fascinating fragrance, and each petal was like a crystal, with a lavender diamond bud forming an aroma barrier within its range. This is the Yoxiang Chiluo Xianpin, a supreme treasure that can restrain poison gas. These are all recorded in the original book, so Zhou Xingyu can roughly guess, but the countless plants and flowers in the distance made him dazed. Alas, it would be great if I could take this treasure land directly. Zhou Xingyu sighed in his heart. He didn't have the Xuantian Baolu, and he didn't understand poison. Ding! A medicine garden was found, which can be collected in the Crystal Palace. If you need to open the Crystal Palace, please pay 7,000 goodwill points. Perhaps sensing Zhou Xingyu's helplessness, the mysterious voice in his mind appeared again, and it appeared too timely. Zhou Xingyu always thought that the Crystal Palace was for picking up girls, but it turned out that the medicine garden could be collected. Open it. Open it quickly and deduct points at will. He couldn't wait any longer. If he didn't use such an opportunity, would he keep those goodwill points to draw a bunch of garbage? At most, I could extract soul bones and golden fragments, and I could only get an unknown skill. It was definitely not as fragrant as this medicinal garden. 7,000 goodwill points were deducted, and 121 points were left. Zhou Xingyu didn't care how many points were left. He shouted, "Collect them for me." On the fire sword, Xiao Xin looked at Zhou Xingyu as if he were a fool. This man was usually mysterious and handsome, but why did he suddenly become a different person? He suddenly shouted and yelled with a look of surprise. Did he go crazy after seeing something good? On the fire sword, she was almost 50 or 60 meters away from the bottom. She could basically only see the two-color hot spring and the weeds that were shining. Is there a beautiful woman bathing in a non-two-color hot spring? An amazing idea came to Xiao Xin's mind. She felt cold all over and looked at the sky. She thought it was windy and rainy. Boom, boom, the ground below began to shake. Even the two people on the flying sword began to shake. Xiao Xin almost fell off the Xinhuo sword. Fortunately, she grabbed Zhou Xingyu's clothes and didn't fall. As soon as she stood firm, she looked down, but there was only a huge sinkhole and a huge cave below. The two-color hot spring she saw just now and countless weeds were all gone. Gulp! Xiao Xin swallowed her saliva in fear. Everything now has overturned her three views. It's only been a few seconds, and there is nothing below. Brother Xingyu, you are down there. Before Xiao Xin finished speaking, a big hand covered her mouth. Zhou Xingyu didn't want to kill her to silence her, so he could only look at the little girl behind him with affection, hoping to shut her up in some way. Remember, this is a little secret between the two of us. Don't tell anyone else. Ooh. Xiao Xin felt like she was about to be suffocated by this big hand, so she quickly pushed it away and sat on the fire sword. Her face was as red as a tomato, and her heart was beating wildly. Okay, then you have to tell me the story of Naruto Conan. An important decision came out of Xiao Xin's mouth. She had been stuck on this story for almost half a month, and she really wanted to know whether Conan was dead or alive. Zhou Xingyu was stunned. How could Xiao Xin be so weird? Looking at her red and beautiful little face and her stubborn eyes, he nodded, but for the perfection of this agreement. Let's make a pinky promise. Yeah. Xiao Xin's face was still red, her eyes were blurred, and I don't know what she was thinking at the moment. The two little fingers were hooked together, and both sides felt a different kind of warmth from each other. We'll make a promise for 100 years, and we'll keep our word. The two said this at the same time, but Xiao Xin's voice was very low at this time, and her little face was almost lowered to her chest. After the oath, Zhou Xingyu decided to leave this damn place immediately. If poisoned Douluo Gudubo saw them here, he would definitely kill them. Third soul skill, step on the moon. In order to speed up the departure, a black soul ring appeared on Zhou Xingyu's body. When the soul ring lit up, the speed and size of the fire sword increased several times. Xiao Xin didn't react at all. She was still immersed in her own world just now. With this acceleration, she almost fell under the fire sword. She finally grabbed Zhou Xingyu's trouser leg to avoid the mistake. Xiao Xin! Zhou Xingyu was angry, and his voice resounded throughout the canyon. This woman was just doing it on purpose and almost made him blow. On the way back, Xiao Xin kept saying sorry. The beautiful atmosphere just now was gone, and only her little face was still red. On the high hill, 3 men and 2 women were divided into 2 camps, as if they were arguing about something. On one side were Oscar and Ning Rongrong, and on the other side were Ma Hongjun, Zhou Qiang, and Zhu Qing. Ning Rongrong put her hands on her hips, looking aggrieved and bullied. She shouted to the 3 people opposite, "I want to go down to save Brother Xingyu and Sister Xiaoxin. Why don't you let me?" Zhu Qing's face was now flushed, and her face was no longer as cold as before. Her fists were clenched tightly, as if she wanted to beat someone. Just now, everyone heard the violent noise in the distance. Some people wanted to save people, and some wanted to commit suicide. She said to wait here, and Ning Rongrong started arguing with her. Chapter 43, 4th Soul Skill. Thousands of phantoms, little cutie. Who knew that when the 2 women quarreled, several men actually separated and stood in 2 camps and started shouting. This was originally a small conflict, and now the two sides almost fought. If Ningrongrong hadn't been a support-type spirit master, the two women would have probably fought. In the sky far away, a man and a woman were flying towards this side quickly on a giant red sword. Zhou Qiang had been paying attention to this side, so he saw it at the first time. "Here they are, you guys stay quiet, they are back." He didn't want to participate in the war between the two women. He was forced to come here to cheer by Ma Hongjun. In his eyes, there is no difference between men and women. If anyone is dissatisfied, they will fight first, so he hasn't found a girlfriend for so long. He usually envies Ma Hongjun to death. Now that Ma Hongjun's martial spirit has lost the evil fire, Kuihua has strangely followed Ma Hongjun and refused to leave. She also sent food to Shrek School from time to time. Hearing that Zhou Xingyu was back, the two women finally stopped. They all snorted and looked at the hills in the distance. A moment later, everyone stepped on the flying swords and left the center of the sunset forest, starting their journey to find spirit beasts. Along the way, no one paid attention to why Xiaoxin blushed or why she didn't speak, because the other two girls also looked unhappy, and the three girls were very quiet. "Xiaoao, what do you want your fourth soul ring to look like?" Zhou Xingyu had been flying with everyone for almost half an hour, and Oscar didn't like any of them. Oscar covered his head and closed his eyes, tears sliding down his face. He was an orphan whose parents were killed by other soul masters, and he always wanted to take revenge. "Brother Xingyu, I want to fight. I don't want to be looked down upon by others. Please help me think about it. My head is about to explode now." Ma Hongjun felt puzzled. He couldn't figure out how a food-type soul master fought. "Xiaoao, but you are a food-type soul master. You can't turn out sausages to hit people, right?" At this time, Zhou Xingyu's mind kept recalling what Oscar's fourth soul skill in the original book was, which was a pink sausage, which was completely useless. The third soul ring he had accompanied him to obtain before was the 1,000-year soul ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake in the original book, which could make people fly, but it was completely useless to him, and the speed of flying with people was completely faster than that thing. The first soul ring is for recovery, and the second soul ring is for detoxification. These are all obtained by himself. To be honest, the effect is really average. The other soul skills behind are only useful for copying soul skills, and the others are just for fun. What is the seventh soul skill? Golden Fly? What's the use? The fifth soul skill, Dark Green, can only be used once a month. Needless to say, the eighth soul skill takes 7 days to make one. If you want to fight with someone, do you put a bunch of sausages in the soul guide? Do you have time to eat them in a fight? Just the phantom clone monkey, about 4,000 years. What do you think? There is a group of monkeys jumping around on the tree in front of the left. If you don't observe carefully, everyone will think it is a group of monkeys. But as long as you read the Soul Beast collection, you will find that it is actually a clone of a monkey, because the eyes of the monkey are lively, while the eyes of the other monkeys are lifeless. Oscar's eyes lit up. He thought of the role it would play in escaping and chasing people in the future, so he immediately agreed, "Okay, this is it." After several people jointly surrounded and killed him, Oscar killed the 4,000-year-old phantom clone monkey as he wished. He sat quietly beside the giant tree and began to absorb the spirit ring. During the time when Oscar absorbed the spirit ring, the remaining few people discussed what type of spirit beast they wanted. Zhu Xingyu wanted a tiger-type spirit beast with strong attack power for her third spirit ring, which was about 1,700 years old. Ningrongrong's third spirit ring was optional, as long as it was less than 1,700 years old. Ma Hongjun wanted a bird spirit beast for his fourth spirit ring, which was about 5,000 years old. Zhou Qiang wanted a 10,000-year-old spirit beast. He felt that he could absorb it across levels because he saw that Zhou Xingyu already had 2 10,000-year-old spirit rings, so he envied him. "Xiaoqiang, don't joke. I can absorb the 10,000-year soul beast because of my strong physical fitness and the spiritual power secrets. When I taught you to learn, you refused to learn it even if you died. The 10,000-year soul beast has a spiritual power impact. Don't be stubborn." Zhou Xingyu was not at all confident that this kid would absorb the 10,000-year soul beast. He was an alien, and he didn't want to kill him, so he persuaded Zhou Qiang to think it over. Zhou Qiang was very determined at this time. He knew what he wanted. Before he saw Zhou Xingyu blocking in front of him, and he wanted to get up and fight together. But he knew that his strength was too weak. He was afraid that in a few years or even decades, Zhou Xingyu would be a Title Douluo, while he was still a low-level soul master and could only chase the other's feet. So he knew exactly what he wanted at this moment. He said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. I am also a martial spirit mutant. The village chief gave me a 1,000-year-old head spirit bone. I want to try it. There are too few spirit beasts of about 10,000 years in the Sunset Forest." Zhou Xingyu did not see a 10,000-year-old spirit beast along the way. He also understood the idea of his little follower. "Okay, wait until Xiaoao absorbs the spirit ring and the others are well, Then I will help you find a suitable one. Time passed slowly. During the time when Oscar absorbed the spirit ring, Zhou Xingyu caught a spirit beast of more than 1,000 years old and used it to brush points. This bug-free way of brushing points was complained by everyone. They thought Zhou Xingyu was bored enough to bully the spirit beast. Ha! Guess which one is my real body? Oscar's arrogant voice appeared in everyone's ears. Everyone turned to look at him, and all showed surprised expressions. 3 Oscars appeared in front of everyone, and they all performed the same action. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes, walked in front of the 3 Oscars, and then punched the one on the far left. Ah, it hurts, Ning Rongrong. It hurts me to death. The 3 Oscars in front of everyone had disappeared, leaving only Oscar squatting on the ground with his head in his hands to avoid Ning Rongrong's punch. I told you to look around. I told you to become 3 people. Ning Rongrong immediately exposed the shortcomings of Oscar's skill. Zhou Xingyu stepped forward to stop this farce. He wanted to try the effect of this kid's skill. 4th soul, skill. Phantom thousands of little cuties. An illusory sausage appeared in Oscar's hand, and he handed it to Zhou Xingyu. Soon, Zhou Xingyu's figure kept appearing in this forest. The limit was 9 figures, including his original body. There were 10. These 9 clones have a fatal weakness that they cannot use martial spirits, and their eyes are rigid and they are also very dull. Basically, they will dissipate into soul power when attacked by others. Moreover, this clone is particularly soul-consuming, and the more clones there are, the more soul power will be wasted. Useless, only useful for escaping and scaring people. This is how everyone defines this soul skill. Okay, everyone can use this soul skill and there is no time limit. It may be a life-saving skill in desperate situations. Everyone take a few. Zhou Xingyu asked Oscar to make dozens of them. This thing does not waste much soul power to make, and it is mainly the soul power of the person who eats it that is wasted. Chapter 44. Poison Douluo Gudubo collapsed just when everyone was looking for the 4th soul ring for Zhou. Poison Douluo Gudubo came back from outside. He came out of the Tiando Imperial Palace. He talked about Shrek Academy with Emperor Shuiye for a while, and got the commission from Emperor Shuiye. As the general manager of Tiando Imperial Academy, he invited Shrek Academy to have a friendly match. Even the prizes for the friendly match were set. Emperor Shuiye spent a lot of money and took out 3 treasures, 2 soul guides, and a century-old head soul bone. But Gudubo refused at that time because he said he didn't have time. Last night he was itchy all over again, as if the poison had attacked again. Today he decided to recuperate in the treasure land in the center of Sunset Forest. Poison Douluo Gudubo must want his granddaughter to win. He returned to the old nest of Sunset Forest, this time to refine snake venom for his granddaughter. However, when he happily walked to the core of Sunset Forest, he was shocked. There was nothing under the hill. The small medicine garden that was dense in the past was gone, leaving only a bottomless sinkhole. Damn God, I, Gudubo, will never coexist with you. A shout resounding through the world came from the core area of Sunset Forest, and the voice seemed a little unwilling. 9 soul rings emerged from Gudubo's feet. Yellow, purple, black, and black, and then a huge green phosphorus snake king appeared on the hill. The green phosphorus snake king roared to the sky, and its mouth opened wide as if it wanted to swallow the sky. Gudubo didn't think about the soul master at all. How could such a large area be dug out by an ordinary soul master? Even he, the Title Douluo, couldn't dig it away, not to mention that he had never heard of any soul guide that could store such a huge piece of land. Who else could have done this if not the gods? Before he reached the Title Douluo level, he thought this place was incredible and pure fairyland. Now that this place has disappeared, he can only blame himself for his bad luck and regret not digging some unknown herbs earlier. The Title Douluo was furious, and the strong pressure caused the soul beasts near the central area of the Sunset Forest to riot. These soul beasts fled everywhere, triggering a small-scale soul beast tide that impacted the soul masters who were hunting soul rings in the Sunset Forest. Soul beasts of 5,000 years, 8,000 years, and even 10,000 years have an effective killing power on soul masters. Low-level soul masters began to slowly retreat from the Sunset Forest in groups. On a huge fragrant red camphor tree, 7 eyes were staring at the forest below, observing the various chaotic and rioting soul beasts. How about that armored giant elephant? Its tusks are more than 2 meters long, and it's probably more than 10,000 years old. Hey, look at that tiger biting the rainbow rabbit next to it. There's lightning surging on the tiger's body, and the pattern on its tail is dark blue. Is this a 10,000-year-old lightning tiger? Changzi, why don't you just choose it? Zhou Chang listened to his friend's analysis and observed carefully. To be honest, he was a little tempted by the lightning tiger. It would be pretty cool to have the 4th soul skill with lightning. But he wanted to take another look. Let's take a look first. There are still many soul beasts behind. If it doesn't work, just the tiger. Zhou Xingyu knew that this kid didn't like weaker soul beasts, so he also targeted a few of them. There was one squatting in the blue-silver grass in front of him, and many soul beasts looking for trouble were lying around it. I think that ant is pretty good. Its eyes are red and its body is about 5 meters long. It is a bloodthirsty black ant. No other soul beast dares to approach it. Everyone looked at it following Zhou Xingyu's gesture. The bloodthirsty black ant had a black body and exuded a metallic luster. Its tentacles flashed cold light. No soul beast caught by it could escape, even if it was a soul beast of the same level. At this time, the bloodthirsty black ant was fighting with a red phosphorus python of more than 10 meters. I thought the bloodthirsty black ant was definitely going to die this time. Who knew that the red phosphorus python of about 10,000 years old was caught and bitten to death for provoking it? There were traces of blood on the bloodthirsty black ant, dripping with black blood, and even its tail was shriveled. These were all injuries caused by the red phosphorus python. Strange things were happening. The bloodthirsty black ant bit the body of the red phosphorus python. Its wounds were recovering quickly, and soon its body returned to its original state. That's it! Zhou Cheng's eyes were shining now. A 5-meter-long ant actually killed a red phosphorus python that was more than 10 meters long. It was a powerful counterattack. The most feared thing for a berserker was that he had no health bar. Since Zhou Cheng had chosen this 10,000-year-old bloodthirsty black ant, everyone began to formulate a battle plan. Close attack was impossible. The bloodthirsty black ant was a power-type soul beast that could lift objects that were more than 100 times its own weight. Prey that got too close to it would be torn to pieces at will. There was only a long-range attack to fight it. Only Zhou Xingyu, Xiaoxin, and Ma Hongjun could perform long-range attacks. Use clones to lure the attack. Oscar, make some flying sausages. Xiaoxin and I will attack first. Ma Hongjun will harass, and the others will use clones to assist. You guys will do this later. Zhou Xingyu said one plan after another. After listening to them, everyone felt that they were very feasible. So the battle plan to capture the 10,000-year-old soul beast, the bloodthirsty black ant, began. Xiaoxin had already eaten the flying mushroom sausage provided by Oscar. At this time, she was responsible for the main provocation task. She used her first soul skill right away. First soul skill, Magic Cloud Strangling. Several magic cloud vines emerged from the ground and then passed through the blue-silver grass. Each of these magic cloud vines was as thick as an arm. They quickly wrapped around the bloodthirsty black ant's feet. Just as the magic cloud vines were about to wrap around the bloodthirsty black ant's tail legs, something strange happened. The bloodthirsty black ant accelerated and dodged the attack of the magic cloud vines. Hiss! The bloodthirsty black ant roared. It saw a hateful human flying in the air to cause trouble for it. This was unacceptable. Soul beasts were the natural enemies of humans. The bloodthirsty black ant used its legs to jump up and attack Xiaoxin. Bang! A sword beam hit the bloodthirsty black ant directly, causing its body, which had already bounced in the air, to hit back. The bloodthirsty black ant was a little confused at this time. One of its antennae on the head was cut off by the sword beam, and a trace of blood flowed out. It was angry at this time. When had it ever been so embarrassed? Malice from the 10,000-year-old soul beast, the bloodthirsty and violent black ant 30? The bloodthirsty black ant's eyes gradually turned cold. A trace of red light emerged from its eyes, and then its body slowly turned slightly red, and countless steam came out of it, and it activated its bloodthirsty skill. Xiaoxin, fly to the sky! Zhou Xingyu shouted hurriedly. He didn't expect that the bloodthirsty black ant had this trick. He thought that the bloodthirsty black ant had the same tricks as the previous battle with the red phosphorus python. At this time, it has become a bloodthirsty and violent black ant. How could it let its prey escape? The bloodthirsty and violent black ant's speed increased rapidly, and it jumped out of the blue-silver grass with a light jump. It wanted to kill the ants flying in the air first. Second soul skill, Magic Cloud Cage. Xiaoxin did not dodge or evade, and used her second soul skill in mid-air. Countless magic cloud vines as thick as arms emerged from the blue-silver grass. They formed a huge cage to pull the bloodthirsty and violent black ant back. Chapter 45. Qian Renshui arrives at Shrek. However, it may be due to the steam from the bloodthirsty violent black ant's body, and countless magic clines withered as soon as they approached its body. Xiaoxin's face showed panic at this time. She waved the transparent wings behind her and flew into the sky. She saw that the bloodthirsty violent black ant was about to approach her. A sharp, cold light flashed from the head of the bloodthirsty violent black ant. It was smashed down by a black giant sword, and the blue-silver grass below was smashed to pieces. Dead ant, your opponent is me. The 3 soul rings on Zhou Cheng's body kept shining. He had already opened all his soul skills. The heavy sword attack just now was his full-strength attack. This attack was in conjunction with Oscar's flying mushroom sausage's dive effect, and the power was huge. The hardest part of the bloodthirsty violent black ant's head had been smashed, and blood kept flowing out of it. Hiss! The bloodthirsty violent black ant was knocked dizzy and struggled to get up from the ground, then accelerated to rush forward to Zhou Cheng, who was rushing towards it with a black giant sword. However, the magic cloud cage in the blue-silver grass finally started. and countless arm-thick magic cloud vines madly entangled the bloodthirsty violent black ant's body. The magic cloud vines were withering, but it didn't matter. It had achieved its purpose, and the bloodthirsty violent black ant had been confined in place. Fourth soul skill, Phoenix Fire. Ma Hongjun's fourth soul skill was finally charged, and he sprayed a raging fire from the sky. These fiery red flames just hit the bloodthirsty violent black ant entangled by the magic cloud cage. The scorching flames burned the magic cloud vines and burned towards the bloodthirsty violent black ant's body. The bloodthirsty violent black ant screamed from the burning, and it rolled desperately in the blue-silver grass. As the rolling speed became faster and faster, it actually accelerated and rushed towards Zhou Xingyu, who was very close to it. The human in front of it seemed to be frightened and stood there motionless. The bloodthirsty violent black ant finally smiled, but the next second it panicked. There was no touch at all, and the human below disappeared as soon as it was touched. "Here, idiot!" The bloodthirsty violent black ant turned its head and saw that the hateful human was actually behind it. It couldn't figure out whether this person was a birdman, with wings and flying so fast. Bang! A sword beam hit the bloodthirsty violent black ant again, splashing a few pieces of shell fragments. The bloodthirsty violent black ant was a little confused, because in front of it, there were dozens of human figures around it, in the sky, on the trees, in the blue-silver grass, and even around it. It pounced with a cold light in its hand, killing more than a dozen humans, but it was once again restricted by the magic cloud vines. Then the bloodthirsty violent black ant was attacked by fire again. After more than a dozen times, it was finally dying. The shell on its body was falling off, and blood was constantly oozing out of its body. Now, Zhou Qiang's eyes lit up, and he swooped down and raised the black giant sword in his hand and smashed it down. This angle was just right for the bloodthirsty violent black ant's head, where there was a charred hole. Pucci, the black giant's sword, pierced into the bloodthirsty violent black ant's head, and it struggled desperately, but the situation was over, and it slowly died. A dark soul ring emerged from it. Oh yeah, it worked! Ning Rongrong, who was hiding in the back, happily hugged Zhu Xingyu. As soon as she hugged her, she felt something was wrong, and finally walked away embarrassedly. Zhou Xingyu only played a supporting role in this battle, so he didn't get many malicious points. In this battle, the cooperation of several members of his team was quite good, and he was a little satisfied. Several people separated a lot of clones to surround the corpse of the bloodthirsty and violent black ant, so that Zhou Qiang could absorb the soul ring with peace of mind. The large number of people really had a bit of intimidation. Whether it was soul beasts or soul masters, they all took a detour. Half an hour later, Zhou Qiang successfully absorbed the fourth soul ring with great difficulty. He became the second student of Shrek, whose fourth soul ring was 10,000 years. Ma Hongjun was so envious now. He really loved the black soul ring on Zhou Qiang. "Changzi, I'm so envious. Why is your fourth soul ring 10,000 years old? God is unfair. Go away. Don't interfere with my search for soul bones." Zhou Qiang pushed away Ma Hongjun's evil fat hand with a look of disgust. He wanted to look carefully to see if there were any top-quality soul bones dropped. Others also looked at the black soul ring with envy, especially Zhu Xingyu and Xiao Xin. Zhu Xingyu silently said to herself that she must get a 10,000-year-old fourth soul ring. She knew that she could not get it with her own ability, so she looked straight at Zhou Xingyu. Zhou Xingyu was frightened by the look of this woman, and his whole body was cold. In the end, he had no choice but to hide behind Ma Hongjun. The journey of hunting soul rings was completely over. Xiao Xin was stuck at level 39, so she did not get a soul ring this time. Zhou Xingyu himself was only level 42, so the two of them might have to wait until next time to get soul rings. "I must go to the Sea God Island to get my fifth soul ring," Zhou Xingyu thought. Being able to get a god-given soul ring on the Sea God Island is something that no other soul beast outside can compare to. Moreover, it seems that there are no other treasures in this huge Douluo Continent except the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Compared to other soul masters, it is more difficult to go to the Sea God Island, but it seems to be easier for me to go there. I just need to fly over there with my sword, as long as my soul power is enough to fly freely. At this moment, Shrek Academy welcomed two teams. One team is the Tiando Royal Academy team led by Qian Renshui, Xinghe, headed by the Tiando Royal family. The other team is the Soul Master team sent by the Wuhun Hall, led by Hulina. Shrek Dean Flanders is very busy. He has to receive this group of little ancestors, and then the group of tall and noble people. If Master Yu Xiaogong hadn't come this morning, he would definitely be busy to death alone. The main reason is that Vice Dean Zhao Wuji is not smooth, and Flanders dare not send this guy out to cause trouble. In the Shrek conference room, a noble and elegant boy is talking to Flanders. The boy looks about 20 years old, wearing a clean green robe. He has a straight nose, slightly slender phoenix eyes, and black hair casually draped behind his back. He looked handsome, especially when talking. He made people feel very comfortable. "Dean Flanders, you don't have to be like this. I am here only on behalf of the Tiandao Royal Academy today, not as a member of the royal family. Please stand up quickly. Qian Renshui leaned forward in front of her. Flanders was a man who knew the general situation. How could he dare to let the eldest prince help him? He stood up slightly, then stepped back and said, "Your Highness, your arrival makes all Shrek students and teachers feel very honored. Shrek will hold a large party tonight to entertain you. Please be sure to attend." Qian Renshui was slightly stunned. She actually didn't want to attend this crappy party, because she had to go to bed early at night so that her skin and face could always be so tender. However, since it was the dean who invited her, and she might need help from others, she could only reluctantly agree. "Thank you, Dean. I will definitely be there tonight." Qinghe has a question. Will that gentleman attend tonight? Chapter 46. Xiaowu has disappeared. Qian Renshui pointed her finger upwards slightly, and then made a flying gesture. Seeing the gesture of the eldest Prince Shui Qinghe, Flanders instantly understood what he was going to do. It turned out that he was here to visit the Super Douluo. He instantly felt bored. He thought that the Tiandou royal family was interested in Shrek's teaching method. "Your Highness, that gentleman is like a dragon that is hard to find. He rarely appears in Shrek. I can only see him a few times and chat with him casually. Otherwise, if your Highness has anything to say, I can help you pass it on. What do you think?" Flanders started to brag. In fact, he didn't see any Super Douluo at all, not even a hair. But so what? Could it affect his bragging? When Qian Renshui heard that the person was not there, she felt a little disappointed. It was a pity that she came all the way here and didn't meet him. If the Spirit Hall could get the support of this Super Douluo, how powerful would the Spirit Hall be? However, she didn't show these on her face. Qian Renshui still covered her mouth and smiled. "Oh, ho, nothing, just asking casually. I thought I could get the guidance of that adult at the banquet tonight." "I heard that the Spirit Hall also sent people here today?" Qian Renshui's face changed immediately, pretending that she didn't know the Spirit Hall, and her face showed disgust for the Spirit Hall. "Haha, the Spirit Hall only sent a few kids. I asked my men to receive them. Your Highness is the most honorable." Just when Qian Renshui and Flanders were praising each other, Master Yu Xiaogang was receiving the Spirit Hall envoy. At this time, Yu Xiaogang changed his previous indifference and spoke in a tone that was completely for the sake of the Spirit Hall. Maybe he felt that he had fallen out with the Haoqian sect. Since they had fallen out, why not return to the embrace of the Spirit Hall? A girl with long black hair and a nearly perfect figure was talking to Yu Xiaogang. Every time she spoke, there was always a seductive charm emanating from her body. Several boys nearby would unconsciously develop a good impression of her, and even Master Yu Xiaogang blushed at this time, but he had a beard and ordinary people could not see clearly. "Master, may I ask if there is a genius student in Shrek Academy whose second spirit ring is 1,000 years old, and whose spirit is a sword?" Master Yu Xiaogang was stunned. Is there such a genius? How could he not know that he is the ancestor of the spirit, and his second spirit is absolutely impossible to have 1,000-year spirit ring? He has published the upper limit of each spirit ring in the 10-core competitiveness of the spirit. The first spirit ring is 423 years, and the second spirit ring is 764 years. Only when the third spirit ring can it theoretically reach 1,000 years. Did you see it wrong? Master Yu Xiaogang did not dare to deny it at this time. After all, the other party was the proud daughter of the Spirit Hall, and she was also Bibi Dong's disciple. Nana said yes, so yes, don't think you can fool us, just because you are the honorary elder of the Spirit Hall. A boy with fiery red hair and light red armor defended from behind. If you look closely at his eyes, you will find that his eyeballs are light red. Master Yu Xiaogang looked visibly unhappy after hearing this, but he still kept a smile on his face. These little ancestors were not only stronger than him, but also knew his weaknesses. He didn't want to offend them casually. Hulina was so angry. She just wanted to ask a personal question, but she didn't expect that Yan always ruined her. Yan was like a child. He obviously liked her, but he always liked to make her angry. Who is Master Yu Xiaogang? He is the lover of the Pope. Is this something anyone can say? So she must stop him. She said angrily, "Yan, you are too presumptuous. Don't you know who the master is? Be careful when you speak. Today, His Majesty the Pope asked us to come here to do business." Hearing Hulina's anger, Yan finally calmed down a little. He quietly walked to the end of the team and stopped talking. Seeing the boy he didn't like running away, the master finally felt comfortable. He said slowly, "According to the 10-core competitiveness of my martial soul, this kind of thing should not happen, unless that soul ring is not his second soul ring." Next to Huliena, a man in silver-black armor shouted happily. He seemed to have finally gotten rid of his inner demons at this time, and his soul power suddenly soared. "Ha ha ha, I knew it, that boy definitely showed 2 soul rings on purpose. Anyway, it's up to him to decide how many soul rings he wants to show." In order to prove that his guess was correct, Shi Wei also deliberately showed 2 purple soul rings for everyone to see. "Look, my first and second spirit rings are both purple. Am I a super genius? Haha." Yu Xiaogong was a little uneasy at this time. He wanted to know what happened because he urgently needed to break through the limit of theory to show his talent. Can you tell me what happened before? The master's voice was trembling at this time. He was afraid that his theory would collapse. It happened 7 years ago. My brother and I went to the Xingdo Great Forest with 2 elders to hunt spirit rings. Hulina slowly told the situation at that time, but he deleted a lot of it. Near dusk, Zhongyu's group of 7 finally appeared at the gate of Shrek Academy. There were many carriages parked at the gate. The carriages were divided into 2 teams. One team was the carriages of the Tiando royal family, and the other team was the carriages of the Wuhun Hall. Don't ask Zhou Xingyu how he knew them. There were signs on the carriages, and there were warriors wearing suits of armor next to the carriages. Zhou Xingyu thought it was bad. He didn't know what the Spirit Hall and the Tiando royal family were doing this time, but he knew that the little rabbit Xiao Wu was still practicing in the basement. If they sent a Title Douluo to investigate this time, it would be terrible. You guys come in slowly, I'll go in first. Zhou Xingyu was very anxious at this time. He directly left a few team members behind and rushed to the underground base of the special recruitment class alone. Ma Hongjun and the others were confused and didn't know what happened to Zhou Xingyu. Boss, are you in a hurry? Oscar said with ill intentions. His expression was as obscene as it could be. Oscar's words immediately resonated with Ma Hongjun and Zhou Qiang. The 3 of them leaned together to discuss some little secrets. You men are so disgusting. Ning Rongrong wanted to eavesdrop, but she couldn't listen anymore after just a few words. These 3 men were actually talking about the courtesans in the big hotels in Soto City. In the Shrek campus, a figure was running madly, and his speed was amazing. Wow, isn't that Zhou Xingyu, the most mysterious one in the special recruitment class? Is he going to eat a lot at the banquet tonight, so he comes here to run and relax? Zhou Xingyu's amazing speed immediately resonated with the students in Shrek campus. First, dozens of people followed suit, and finally hundreds of people followed suit. Special recruitment class, at the entrance of the underground base. Zhou Xingyu panted and cursed in his heart. It only took him 10 minutes to get here, but he was surrounded by a group of fans, causing him to increase his points. Xiao Wu! Xiao Wu! Zhou Xingyu's voice echoed in the underground base. Chapter 47. The master wanted to take over and shouted for a long time, but no one in the underground base answered. Zhou Xingyu panicked immediately. Could it be that this 100,000-year-old rabbit was discovered by someone? Or did she run out of Shrek today? Unconvinced, he began to look for her in the training ground and the girls' dormitory. The voice echoed in the empty, underground base. Everything was quiet and no one answered. It was as if Xiao Wu had really disappeared. At the door of the gravity room, Zhou Xingyu had a blank expression on his face. He had given up looking for the damn rabbit. There was no one in the girls' dormitory and the training ground. Apart from these 2 places, she must have left Shrek Academy by herself. Help! A faint voice came from the gravity room. Zhou Xingyu was startled. It was Xiao Wu's voice. This silly rabbit actually entered the gravity room. The gravity room was the best thing he won in the lottery. This was the soul guide of Douluo Continent. It could be adjusted to 5 times the gravity. He had been practicing his soul power in it for the past 2 years. He couldn't figure it out. He had never given anyone the password of this gravity room. How did this damn rabbit get in? He opened the door of the gravity room with a special password, and there was a beeping sound inside. This was the sound of gravity being released. When he went in, he saw a woman lying in the middle. She was wearing a light red dress. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, and even her long whip was dripping with water. Who else could it be but Xiao Wu? When Zhou Xingyu entered the gravity room, he found that the gravity inside was wrong. He looked up at the multiple display with difficulty, and found that the gravity had reached 3 times the gravity. He slowly walked over and used the controller to adjust it to the normal multiple. My aunt, how did you get in? I really admire you. Zhou Xingyu speechlessly helped Xiao Wu up and gave her a recovery sausage. It took a long time for Xiao Wu to catch her breath. Xiao Wu was talking incoherently at this time, as if she was broken. Hoo-hoo, I'm scared to death. If you come a little later, I will die here. There may be a Title Douluo entering Shrek Academy. Don't run around these days. Take this thing with you. It's better if you eat it. It can block the breath of your soul beast. Zhou Xingyu took out a fairy grass that was flashing red light and handed it to Xiao Wu, who was in a daze. At this time, Xiao Wu was still stupid. Her eyes were a little blurred, as if she was fooled by the gravity room. But as soon as the fairy grass came into her hands, she suddenly woke up. The fairy grass in her hand seemed to have a sense of déjà vu. She tried to pick the flower with her hand, but it bounced away. Xiao Wu looked at Zhou Xingyu in confusion, saying that she didn't understand a little. This is the heartbroken red of acacia, a top-grade immortal herb. When picking it, you need to think of your beloved in your heart. If you are sincere, you can try to drop a drop of blood on the petals. If you can take it off, you can choose not to take it, because it will never wither beside its owner, and it has a magical effect that can block the breath of your soul beast, so you are not afraid of being discovered by the Title Douluo as a soul beast. In fact, there is a crystal blood dragon ginseng in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. If Xiao Wu cannot pick this heartbroken red of acacia, Zhou Xingyu will consider letting her take it. In his opinion, Xiao Wu must still like Tang San at this time. After all, there is no prompt on his panel that Xiao Wu's fate has been changed by him, and he has not obtained the world fragment. With Zhou Xingyu's explanation, Xiao Wu finally understood how to pick it. She closed her eyes and began to recall the years when she turned into a human form. Tang San's shadow kept floating in her mind, and bits and pieces of life flowed in her mind, but eventually drifted away. In the depths of her memory, another person emerged, but this figure had no face. As she imagined, the vague face shape could not appear. Tick-tock! A drop of blood slid from Xiao Wu's thumb and fell on the petals of the acacia heartbroken red. However, the surprising thing did not happen. The petals did not absorb the drop of blood. Seeing that the acacia heartbroken red was not picked by Xiao Wu, Zhou Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief. He actually didn't want this fairy grass to be wasted. After all, this rabbit was not familiar with him. Wouldn't it be nice to leave it to his woman in the future? Hey, failed. Come and eat this thing. It should also help you block the breath of soul beasts. A blood-red ginseng appeared in Zhou Xingyu's hand. There was a pattern on the surface of the ginseng, with a 5-clawed golden dragon soaring in the sky. This was taken out by Zhou Xingyu with blood in his heart. This is also a top-grade fairy grass. If it weren't for the purpose of building a good relationship with Xiao Wu and getting the help of those 100,000-year-old soul beasts, he wouldn't care. The acacia heartbroken red in Xiao Wu's hand was quickly taken away by a hand, and then replaced with a blood-red ginseng. What a nice smell! This was the voice in Xiao Wu's mind at this moment. Xiao Wu unconsciously began to eat the ginseng. She seemed to be afraid that someone else would snatch it away, so she buried her head between her hands and ate it. Frantically. As she ate, a strange scene appeared on her body. A golden soul dragon emerged from the ground and then wrapped around her body, as if protecting her. This scene lasted for a few seconds and then dissipated and left. This was the golden dragon protecting the body. Zhou Xingyu now understood that Xiao Wu probably didn't have to worry about any Title Douluos investigation in the future. Zhou Xingyu. Brother Xingyu. Boss. The shouts of Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others came from outside the gravity room. It seemed that there were more than a dozen people, and the footsteps were very chaotic, as if they were very anxious. Zhou Xingyu turned off any gravity in the gravity room, then gently closed the door of the gravity room and walked out. As soon as he walked out of the door, he found a lot of people, several people from the special recruitment class, Dean Flanders, Vice Dean Zhao Wuji, and a middle-aged man with a beard and a black coat. This middle-aged man has a flat head and a serious expression. No matter from which angle you look at him, he feels very arrogant, as if he is a hermit. This middle-aged man is not surprisingly the Master Yu Xiaogang. Zhou Xingyu recognized him at a glance. There is no way this man looks too ordinary, and too easy to recognize. Who else can be brought here by Dean Flanders at this time? Dean Flanders flashed and whispered in Zhou Xingyu's ear. Xingyu, let me introduce you. This is our Shrek's newly hired special consultant. His theoretical knowledge is the best in the whole continent. While speaking, he winked at Zhou Xingyu and asked him to say hello. Zhou Xingyu didn't want to embarrass Dean Flanders. After all, Shrek would have to train soul masters to unify the continent in the future. So he bowed and said, Master, hello. I've heard of you for a long time. Welcome to Shrek. Master Yu Xiaogang was not hypocritical and responded, Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Just when Zhou Xingyu thought that everyone would go home after the introduction, Master Yu Xiaogang said something shocking. I, Yu Xiaogang, will train you in the special recruitment class. I believe that you will win big in the future battles with Tiando Royal Academy and Wuhun Hall Academy. Chapter 48, The Pretentious Master. After saying this, the master put one hand behind his back and turned away without waiting for everyone to react. When he left, he swung his black cloak, and his expression was as arrogant as it could be. Everyone was left confused. Zhou Xingyu was stunned. The master's words just now expressed many meanings. First, he will be the teacher of the special recruitment class in the future. Second, Shrek and Tiando Royal Academy will have a friendly competition. Third, Shrek will also have a friendly competition with Wuhun Hall Academy. Fourth, Master Yu Xiaogang is very conceited and thinks that their Shrek special recruitment class will definitely not win without his teaching. Who gave Yu Xiaogang such confidence? Could it be that song of courage? He actually wanted to get something for nothing. This master is really good at playing, but he was just overthinking it. At this time, Dean Flanders seemed to want to surprise everyone more. He laughed and said, Tonight, there will be a large-scale party in the school auditorium. The eldest prince of the Tiandu royal family will attend, and the golden generation of Wuhun Hall will also attend. You should prepare yourself. We can't lose momentum. Dean Flanders said, and glanced at several girls, as if to say, "You all dress nicely and outshine them. Why are you all standing there? Hurry up and change your clothes. I'm going to take you with me." Dean Flanders kept urging everyone, and even Zhao Wuji next to him laughed. Zhou Xingyu spoke at this time. He felt that he should say something. "After all, this party needed momentum rather than anything else," he said coldly. "I will give you all 10 minutes to change into new combat uniforms." "Got it!" Ning Rong Rong and others answered in unison. Everyone hurried to their dormitories. Zhou Xingyu was too lazy to change clothes, but Flanders drove him back, because he had blood on his body. In the girls' dormitory, Ning Rong Rong pouted. She felt that wearing a team uniform was too ugly and could not show her figure at all. But the other two girls would not wait for her little princess. They spent 5 minutes washing themselves, then spent 2 minutes dressing themselves up, and finally, 2 minutes changing into team uniforms. "You? Why don't you wait for me?" "I'm so angry." Seeing that the two girls didn't even wait for her, Ning Rong Rong hurriedly changed into a clean team uniform and chased after them. In fact, her clothes were not that dirty to begin with, and it was always others who fought in the front. In the Shrek Gymnasium, Zhou Xingyu was talking to two girls. There were many people around the two girls, both men and women, but most of them were boys. 15 minutes later, the 9 members of the Shrek Special Recruitment Class gathered at the entrance of the gymnasium. Xiao Wu was originally there, but in order to prevent any accidents, Zhou Xingyu did not bring her with him. He just asked her to practice soul power in the underground base and try to absorb more of the medicinal power of the crystal blood dragon ginseng. "Wow, look, the special recruitment class is out today. They are going to attend today's party. I'm so envious." A boy stared at the beauties in the team in front of him and drooled. At this time, he thought it would be great if he could attend the party with them. Another boy next to him was very sensible. He patted the other boy on the shoulder and said, "Come on, how can small characters like us go to the party? The great Prince Tiando is here, so just forget it, brother." A girl at the back exclaimed. She wanted to rush up like a female fan, but was held back by another girl at the back. The girl at the back said, "Xiao Yanzi, just be quiet and just watch here. You will get it when you enter the special recruitment class one day." I like their team uniforms, especially the light pink short skirt suits worn by those girls. They are so cool, and the vermilion bird seems to be flying. A female teacher came out of the gymnasium. She looked pretty good. There were a few little female followers behind her. She just heard what the girl outside said, so now she explained to her, "That is a soul guide suit. As long as you input soul power, the vermilion bird on your body will automatically defend against attacks from those below the Soul Lord 20 times. We can only envy it." "Are the clothes worn by those handsome guys also soul guides?" The girl seemed a little unwilling, and she continued to ask. The female teacher shook her head and said, "Look at the one on the far left, the one with black hair, tall, handsome, and mysterious eyes. The suit he wears is not a soul guide." The girl seemed a little confused. She had seen that boy many times. When he enrolled, she asked him to stamp the seal at the Academic Affairs office. "That's the one wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, a blue dragon on the left, a white tiger on the right, a red bird on the pants, an old cow on the waist, and black tortoise boots on his feet. He is from our school? I thought he was a teacher." The school auditorium is now very lively. There are dozens of senior teachers of Shrek inside. They are all Soul Kings above level 50, or people who have made great contributions to Shrek. There are also several genius students in the genius class. Among them, Daimubai is eating and drinking there. He is hiding in the corner alone at this time. Don't be too cool, and no one cares about him. The remaining table is students from Tiando Royal Academy, and the other table is students from the golden generation of Wuhun Hall. The moment Zhou Xingyu and the members of the special recruitment class appeared at the entrance of the Great Hall, they became the focus of the whole audience. All eyes were focused on him and the team members behind him. The neat and exaggerated uniforms and the energetic state made them look more mysterious. Is it him? Juliana's heart was beating violently at this time, and she recalled that him in her mind. Black hair, black pupils, handsome face, and evil smile, just like what she saw in the Xingdo Great Forest 7 years ago. After 7 years, he has grown taller and become more handsome, and his eyes are still so confident. Goodwill from Juliana plus 20. Zhou Xingyu was communicating with Dean Flanders about where they were sitting, but he didn't expect to get this message in his mind. He didn't find it strange, because the golden generation of Wuhun Hall was Juliana and her group. What he found strange was why Juliana kept giving him goodwill points. Could it be? A strange thought appeared in Zhou Xingyu's mind, and he felt incredible. He obviously didn't say anything to Juliana. However, he did not dare to show any other expression at this time. He still led his team members to their seats. "Master, who are the ones who just came in?" Juliana was very anxious at this time. She wanted to know everything about the boy. Master Yu Xiaoang smiled mysteriously and said, "Oh, they are all my students. They are just a few unsuccessful disciples of Shrek's special recruitment class. Hulina was immediately excited. This master was actually their teacher, so he must know a lot of secrets. At this time, her questioning about spirit rings and spirit skills should not attract anyone's special attention. Then can you tell me about each of their spirit rings and spirit skills? When the time comes, our Wuhun Hall Academy will be able to pay attention to something when we compete with you. At this time, Hulina's tone was soft, just like a little girl asking for advice. Even the other students of Wuhun Hall became interested. The Pope gave them the task of competing with the students of Shrek Academy. Chapter 49, Secret Room. Jian Renshui saw Hulina asking this question. Master Yu Xiaogong was speechless. How could he answer that? They had just met for a short time. What did he know? I didn't expect that pretending to be better would be so unsuccessful. Ahem, the more mysterious the exchange, the better. That way everyone will be surprised. Otherwise, when everyone knows each other's soul skills, there will be nothing to fight. It will be like drinking boiled water, right? Master Yu Xiaogong was talking nonsense at this time. Well, you are teaching me a lesson. Hulina retreated in the face of difficulty. Since the other party didn't want to talk, she wouldn't force it. What the other party said was not wrong. Wasn't it because the mysterious boy attracted her attention that he was mysterious? The master didn't expect it to be so easy to fool. He could only laugh dryly a few times. Then he picked up some dishes and ate them randomly to cover up the embarrassment on his face at this time. The master's appearance at this time made Hulina feel very suspicious. She secretly decided to ask for clarification later. However, it was different at Tiando Royal Academy. They were accompanied by Vice Dean Zhao Wuji. At this time, he drank a little wine. His mind was floating in the air, and he had long forgotten what the dean had told him. Even when Liu Song kicked him, he didn't react. Zhao Wuji was just like a big-mouthed sister-in-law, and he told Qian Renshui a lot of things, such as Zhou Xingyu's second soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring, and the third soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring. And Ning Rongrong is the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Oscar is a food-type soul master. What kind of soul skills are... This guy completely ignored the fact that the people in front of him had their mouths open so wide that they could fit eggs. They all thought it was impossible. This vice president must be fake, and must be a spy who came to fool them. Qian Renshui's eyes were red at this time. She thought that this party would be disappointing. After all, the Super Douluo didn't come, but now she was burning with anger, and there were only a few words in her mind. Conquer this super genius. Can you introduce that super genius? Qian Renshui asked Zhao Wuji with a smile. Qian Renshui's question immediately woke Zhao Wuji up. What did I just say? Zhao Wuji started to play dumb. He touched his head and looked confused. Qian Renshui's face was extremely cold at this time. This bastard actually dared to deceive the eldest prince of Tiando, dared to deceive the angel. He was simply looking for death. The atmosphere at the table suddenly became cold. Dean Flanders, who was very good at dealing with people, had already arranged for Zhou Xingyu and others. He originally wanted to bring Zhou Xingyu to meet the eldest prince, but was rejected. He was embarrassed and saw Zhao Wuji grinning and apologizing like a fool when he came back, while the eldest prince of Tiando, Shui Qingye, had a cold face. He hurried to save the situation. What's wrong? Hey, who is the blind man who offended our eldest prince? After saying this, Flanders kicked Zhao Wuji away and told him to get out. At this time, a handsome man at the big round table snorted coldly. Humph, you Shrek are so arrogant. The eldest prince is here, but you don't even ask people to come and see on. Qian Renshui was angry at this time. Even if he was the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, what's the use? A waste dared to ruin her good deeds, but at this time she could only think about it in her heart. Her current status did not allow her to show too much. Flender, help me arrange a secret room. I want to talk to Zhou Xingyu. Qian Renshui got straight to the point and blocked the words directly. She originally came with the mission of Emperor Shuiye, and no one dared to stop her from doing what she wanted to do. Flender was embarrassed at this time. He knew that something bad had happened. Tiando's eldest prince Shui Qing must have known the difference of Zhou Xingyu's martial spirit. Maybe he wanted to subdue that kid. Okay, follow me. There was no way. Shrek's family was small, and it was in the Tiando Empire. If nothing unexpected happened, Tiando's eldest prince would definitely become the emperor of Tiando in the future. This request he had to agree to. A moment later, Zhou Xingyu was taken to the storage room of the principal's office by Flanders. He had explained before entering and asked Zhou Xingyu to adapt to the situation. Zhou Xingyu calmly pushed open the door of the storage room. He knew who he was going to face, so he was not nervous at all. Qian Renshui certainly didn't want to expose her status and power now. Then she would at most ask herself to join the Tiando Empire and serve the Tiando royal family, which was no different from not saying anything. Hello, Zhou Xingyu. What caught Zhou Xingyu's eyes was a man with a gentle and slightly charming appearance. He spoke in a very gentle voice. He casually wore a milky white robe, with a straight nose, slightly slender phoenix eyes, a head of black hair casually draped behind his back, and a smile on his face. "Your Highness, do you have something to ask me?" Zhou Xingyu pretended to know nothing. At this time, he was like a flattered minister. Kindness from Qian Renxue +1. Zhou Xingyu was puzzled. What did Qian Renxue want to do? She suddenly showed kindness to him. Was she plotting something bad against him? Qian Renxue smiled. This boy was handsome, especially his eyes. He made people want to explore him. In addition, he was full of energy. He was a rare handsome boy. "I heard from Vice Dean Zhao Wuji that your second soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring, and your third soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring. Is this true? Can you show it?" After Qian Renxue said this, she stared at Zhou Xingyu, wishing she could see through his background. "Damn, Zhao Wuji, you are so careless." Zhou Xingyu was almost angry. He had only shown his soul ring configuration in front of Zhao Wuji, Flanders, and several special recruitment students. He usually showed the first soul ring at most. Why? Isn't it because he wants to hide for a while? If he is too dazzling with his low level, he will get into trouble. Sure enough, he has been exposed now. There will be a lot of trouble in the future. Zhou Xingyu coughed dryly, looked at Qian Renxue with fiery eyes and said, "You can show it, but your Highness, can you show me the secret room Douluo first?" Qian Renxue was confused. She didn't understand what the other party was talking about. She had no choice but to look at Zhou Xingyu with a puzzled look. Of course, Zhou Xingyu would not explain this secret room Douluo. Just know this joke yourself. A yellow soul ring lit up in the storage room, followed by a purple soul ring, and finally a black soul ring. The light of these three soul rings competed to shine in the storage room. Qian Renxue widened her eyes at this time, a little bit unbelievable. What Zhao Wuji said was indeed true. As the inheritor of the angel martial spirit, she had read the ancient books in her family several times. It is not that the soul ring cannot exceed the limit. Only the normal god test can increase the age of the soul ring. There is also the most difficult one, which requires both strong physical fitness and mental strength. She herself had tried to absorb beyond her level, but failed without exception. She herself had eaten a lot of natural treasures, but still failed. "Are you willing to follow me?" Qian Renshui's voice was a little trembling at this time. Zhou Xingyu's talent was so strong that he was not inferior to her god-level martial spirit. If he was given a higher level of training, would it make the Spirit Hall more powerful? She now had the urge to personally create a super elder for the Spirit Hall. Zhou Xingyu rolled his eyes. What kind of person was this? He wanted to follow him as soon as he met him, but he really had no interest in working for the Spirit Hall. He was obsessed with establishing a sect and unifying Douluo. How could he condescend to others? "Your Highness, my master is the Sword Douluo. He once ordered me not to join any forces before I turned 18. What do you think?" Chapter 50. Hulina wanted to chat privately with Zhou Xingyu and directly kick the ball to the old village chief. Anyway, everyone now knows that Shrek is protected by a super Douluo. Why don't I borrow his reputation? If you have the ability, go find him yourself. Now it was Qian Renshui's turn to be in trouble. She was anxious and said what was in her heart. She didn't expect that this boy was actually the apprentice of a super Douluo. "I am rude. Can I introduce you to a senior?" Qian Renshui's expression became more excited. It would be perfect if the master and apprentice could take it down together. At this time, Zhou Xingyu saw Qian Renshui's expression was so exaggerated, and he knew that there must be something good to be gained. Judging from her words just now, Qian Renshui did not directly point out that she was a member of the Spirit Hall, but used her own subordinates, meaning that she wanted him to join the eldest prince. It is very likely that she came here in the name of the Tiando royal family this time. Dean Fred also said that the eldest prince received instructions from Emperor Shuiye and wanted Tiando Royal Academy and Shrek Academy to have a friendly exchange. In the end, there is a reward, which is said to be 2 soul guides and a soul bone. "Your Highness, my master is a dragon that is hard to find. Maybe he is meeting with old friends somewhere." Hearing this, Qian Renshui's expression was obviously a little disappointed. This time she came in vain and got nothing. She couldn't forcibly rob the young genius in front of her, right? Is she going to kill this person? Malice from Qian Renshui +1. At this time, Zhou Xingyu was already cursing in his heart. This stinky woman actually had good intentions and malice towards him. Is this woman crazy? "Your Highness, my master has a wish." Zhou Xingyu immediately made a request. He knew Qian Renshui very well. This woman was not afraid of others making requests at all, but was afraid of others not making requests. As soon as these words came out, Qian Renshui's interest was aroused. She wanted to hear what the Super Douluo's wish was. "Oh, what is the wish? Tell me." Zhou Xingyu immediately opened his mouth when he heard Qian Renshui's interest. He couldn't care less. He would try to get the land first, and then ask for something else if he couldn't. "My master wants to establish a sect, but unfortunately he has no land. This is his lifelong regret." Qian Renshui looked embarrassed. It seemed that this peerless Douluo wanted to join a party. After all, the land of this continent had been divided up. It is difficult to establish a sect. First of all, the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects will not leave you land, not to mention a bunch of messy small sects. I can give you the territory, but your sect must follow me. Qian Renshui's face changed several times at this time. She pretended to be very embarrassed, but reluctantly said it. She thought a lot and first ruled out asking the Spirit Hall to mark out the territory, because it was not suitable now, and her stepmother was in charge of the Pope's Hall. She also ruled out her grandfather, because she still wanted to take over the Tianda Empire alone. Then in the end, we can only ask that cheap old father for territory. I guess he will be very happy. After all, he will be very happy to receive a super Douluo for free. Since he agreed, Zhou Xingyu was not polite, and he immediately made a request. The territory cannot be smaller than the territory of the lower 4 sects, because my master is a super Douluo and his strength is there. Okay. Qian Renshui agreed immediately. The sects of the lower 4 sects are just a tiny place. If we give a little more, Emperor Shuiye will definitely not be long-winded. Zhou Xingyu said again, our newly established sect is small in number, and we need to absorb blood from Shrek Academy or other academies. Is that okay? No problem. Qian Renshui agreed immediately. Whether someone enters a sect is not something that the Tiando Empire and she can decide. This is a small matter. Besides, do you have the money to recruit soul masters in a newly established sect? Those soul masters will go to the Wuhun Hall when the time comes. My master mentioned the location. He wants to choose the edge of the Sunset Forest. No problem. My father will definitely agree to this. My master said he wanted to build a solid sect. No problem. Father will arrange craftsmen to help build it. My master said? Qian Renshui was speechless at this time. This man was simply too hateful. He made one request after another. As a woman, she could no longer bear it. But for the sake of the Spirit Hall for the Angel Clan, and for her to take over the Tiando Empire in the future, this was nothing. Don't worry. As long as your sect supports me, Shui Qinghe, I can personally support your sect with 1 million gold soul coins every year. Qian Renshui began to use her big moves. To put it bluntly, their master and apprentice were short of money. She was willing to give it. It would be best if she could buy them with money. Deal. Zhou Xingyu finally readily agreed to Qian Renshui's support of 1 million gold soul coins. After some negotiations, Zhou Xingyu and Qian Renshui finally settled a series of follow-up issues in the storage room. Both of them walked out of the storage room happily. Your Highness, you are out. Fred went to meet him. Fred had waited outside the principal's office until the flowers withered. He had been inside for almost half a day. What were the two grown men talking about? What was there to talk about? Especially their weird smiles? Fred felt hairy all over. Zhou Xingyu was laughing at this time. He finally got the first territory of the sect. He could put up other names first. He would recruit people first. Qian Renshui was laughing. Today's visit was not in vain. She got the Super Douluo Master under her command. Just walked into the school auditorium. Zhou Xingyu had just sat in his seat for a while. He had just eaten a few side dishes when someone called him again. Hello? Are you the captain of the Shrek Special Recruitment Class? I am the captain of the Wuhun Hall Academy. I want to talk about something privately. Is that okay? A charming and weak voice appeared behind Zhou Xingyu. As soon as the voice appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone at the table. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Zhou Qiang and others all widened their eyes. Their eyes began to shine, and they stood up excitedly. At this time, Hulina's face was flushed, and her legs were constantly rubbing, as if she was very shy. This state is basically not common. In this state, Hulina's ability to seduce increased several times. The boys nearby all looked over, and they stared at this charming little fox. Ning Rongrong was unconvinced. She compared the other person's figure with her own figure, and finally got angry. Zhu Juqing and Xiaoxin had no reaction. They ate and drank as they should. The other two girls at the table did not react either. Their presence was very low. At this time, the two of them were whispering to each other. Zhou Xingyu knew who it was. When she came over just now, the points had already been prompted in his mind. Well, I am the captain of the special recruitment class. What can I do for you? Turning his head and standing up, Zhou Xingyu looked at Huliena with a smile and asked in a gentle tone. He didn't really want to go out with Huliena casually. He had just talked with Qian Renshui outside for a long time. Now he was starving, so he just wanted to eat something in peace. Could Huliena eat? That? Huliena was obviously a little bit unable to speak. Her eyes were confused at this time. He was standing in front of her. The distance was too close. It seemed that as long as she raised her head slightly, she could touch Zhou Xingyu's mysterious black pupils. Chapter 51. Judge you to pay 100 gold soul coins. Seeing Huliena's shy look, Zhou Xingyu was speechless. There were so many eyes staring at him. What on earth did this woman want to do? Well, let's go. Let's go outside and talk. Zhou Xingyu turned around and grabbed a roasted chicken from the table. After he picked it up, he walked directly outside the school auditorium. Seeing this, Huliena immediately trotted out, fearing that the boy in front of her would disappear again. Ma Hongjun was so envious at this time. His eyes were shining. He wanted to chase them out to eavesdrop on what they were doing. Wow, the boss is so cool. Such a beautiful and charming girl came to him on her own initiative. That's right, he is worthy of being the boss I admire. Wearing the Azure Dragon and White Tiger suit, his charm is really different. Oscar was also very envious. He secretly compared his appearance with Zhou Xingyu. Finding that there was not much difference, his self-confidence suddenly soared. He slowly turned his head to look at Ning Rongrong, hoping to impress this lovely girl with his handsomeness. What are you doing, psychopath? Ning Rongrong was angry at this time. She threw the chopsticks in her hand on Oscar's head and then chased out angrily, shouting angrily, I'm full, you guys eat slowly. Ouch, it hurts so much, what's wrong with this woman? Oscar felt a little pain on his head after being hit by Ning Rongrong. He liked girls with this kind of little devil temper the most, so he was not angry, but just felt that something was strange today. At the table of Master Yu Xiaogang, someone couldn't sit still at this time. He stood up and strode to the outside of the gate. He wanted to see why the woman he liked wanted to go out with a strange man. Oh, I can't stand it. Shi Yue also stood up on his own initiative, and he chased after her. At this time, a man and a woman were walking around the playground of Shrek Academy. This was originally a wonderful thing. Normally, boys and girls who can walk around the playground together are either lovers, friends, or prostitutes. Tell me, what's the matter? Zhou Xingyu held a roasted chicken in one hand and grabbed a chicken leg with the other hand and chewed it. He didn't care about his image at all, just like a starving ghost reincarnated. Seeing the ugly image of the boy in her memory at this time, Hulina actually found that she didn't hate him, but felt that he was very carefree. Hulina looked around like a thief. When she found no one, her face turned red. She pulled her skirt and whispered, Is that boy in the Qingdou Great Forest 7 years ago you? At this time, Zhou Xingyu had just finished chewing a chicken leg. He spit out the chicken bone in his mouth, turned his head and looked at Hulina from top to bottom without wiping his mouth. With a small waist, long legs, oval face, and high heels, she exuded a foxy aura. If she had a touch of pink lipstick on her lips, she would be perfect. Hulina felt numb all over when being stared at by the boy opposite. She felt that she had no secrets at all in front of his black pupils. Everything was seen clearly. Well, no, you're wrong. Zhou Xingyu denied it. He picked up the roast chicken in his hand again and continued to chew it. It's not that he didn't want to admit it, because there was no need to admit anything. It didn't benefit him, and it seemed that there would be a lot of trouble to entangle with this woman. Hearing the boy's denial, Hulina felt extremely disappointed. Tears seemed to fall from her eyes. She couldn't understand why she went to find a boy she had only met once. She couldn't understand. Could there be two identical people in the world? Boy, what are you doing? Why did you bring Nana to this ghost place? What's your intention? A loud voice came from a distance. The voice seemed very anxious, as if he was afraid that something was lost. His shouting was also threatening. This trouble is coming again. Zhou Xingyu has been observing all directions. As the voice came, a fiery red figure quickly jumped from outside the playground. As he kept jumping, the air seemed to feel hot, and this feeling became more and more obvious as he came quickly. Bang! The fiery red figure jumped from a super long distance and jumped directly to the center of the playground. Because his movements were rough, a large pit was smashed in that area of the playground. Zhou Xingyu had quickly finished the remaining roasted chicken in his hand. He threw the chicken bone in his hand to the center of the playground. Along with the chicken bone, a cold voice came out. If you destroy the playground of Shrek Academy, I will sentence you to pay compensation of 100 gold soul coins. Hulina was so angry at this time. The damn Yan followed her again. She wanted to kick this kid away. This kid has been following her since the training camp, just like a follower. Although Yan always helped her in the training camp before, she was very grateful, but now she is carrying out the task given by the Pope. How can this kid be so ungrateful? At this time, Yan completely ignored the boy opposite him talking about 100 gold soul coins. He didn't have any money at all, so he ignored it directly. Now he was concerned about what happened to Hulina. Her beautiful eyes were actually red. Yan felt distressed and asked, Nana, why are you crying? Did that boy bully you? But Hulina ignored Yan's question. She still looked at Zhou Xingyu with red eyes and resentment. Zhou Xingyu was scared. Seeing the goddess he liked looking at other boys with such eyes, Yan felt a nameless anger rising from the bottom of his heart. He opened his martial soul without saying a word, and 4 soul rings emerged from his body. At this time, Yan's body changed drastically, and his martial soul, the Flame Lord, was burning behind him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. The 4 soul rings appeared, and the playground instantly became hot. Yan accelerated with lightning speed and punched Zhou Xingyu in the distance. His first soul ring suddenly lit up, and then he shouted, First soul skill, Hell Magma Rush. At this time, Yan's expression was very ferocious and terrifying. A blazing flame appeared on his fist, and the flame became hotter as it accelerated. Seeing the big fool rushing over, Zhou Xingyu dodged to Hulina's side. As Juliana screamed, he hugged her by the waist and then dodged Yan's fierce attack. Never intended to hit Juliana just now, but he didn't expect that this hateful boy would use Juliana as a shield and even molest the goddess he had never hugged before. Let go of Nana. You're looking for death. Yan retracted his fist slightly, and then his second martial soul lit up. Second soul skill, Granite Rock. He jumped into the air, and then the luster of fire and rock appeared on his body, and a thick layer of fire rock condensed on his fist. Really? You won't let me stop? Zhou Xingyu showed his first yellow soul ring, and then a fiery red sword emerged from his palm, and soon the sword quickly grew larger. The fire sword made a crisp sound, quickly grew larger, and flew behind him. Zhou Xingyu exerted a little force with his legs, jumped back and stood on the fire sword. He took out a bottle of dry powder fire extinguisher from the soul guide. The first soul ring lit up, and the fire sword accelerated to avoid Yan's attack. Then he opened the fire extinguisher and started to put out the fire directly at Yan below. The white smoke quickly spread to Yan's body, and the flames on his body magically tended to go out. You destroyed the Shrek Academy playground, and now I will punish you! Zhou Xingyu shouted righteously. Chapter 52, Juliana's Pink Bag. A large amount of white smoke, accompanied by dry powder, choked Yan, who was extremely angry below. He was a little confused now. It was all white all around. He didn't know where the Birdman had gone. He could only feel the damn fog coming from all directions, as well as the Birdman's shouts for compensation. Third soul skill, Hellfire. Countless clods of earth and sand burst out in the white fog area, accompanied by endless flames. These flames seemed to have spirits and burst out in one direction. That direction was exactly where Zhou Xingyu was in the air. Enough! Yan, get out of here! Juliana shouted delicately. She was now smoking from her nostrils. This guy was like this in the Wuhun Academy, and he was still the same when he came out. He was still so domineering in his dealings with others. In the deep pit in front of him, the white mist sprayed by the fire extinguisher disappeared suddenly along with the endless flames, revealing a boy with a face full of rebelliousness. He patted the dust off his body, and then lightly jumped from the deep pit to Juliana's side. Nana, I was wrong. Can we go back? Yan was like a child who had done something wrong. He looked at Juliana pitifully, hoping to be forgiven. Hey, Yan, you are in trouble again. I told you not to come out. Nana has a mission assigned by the Pope. You see, this is Shrek Academy. Nana still needs your protection at any time. Just as Juliana stared at Yan coldly without saying anything, Xie, wearing silver armor, walked over from the distance of the playground with a smirk. He began to tease the big fool who was begging for mercy in front of him. How could he not know what kind of man his sister likes? This kid is a good person and always thinks about his sister, but he has a fatal flaw. That is, he has never been in love and acts impulsively. But Xie likes men with this kind of personality. Otherwise, how can he protect his sister? The three people below were flirting at this time, but Zhou Xingyu was not going to let them go. The playground below had been damaged, and these losses had to be compensated by someone. So he said coldly, "Someone from your Wuhun Hall did something wrong today. I will punish each of you present with 100 gold soul coins." As soon as these words came out, the three people below were stunned. When had anyone dared to ask for money from the three giants of their Wuhun Hall? Juliana saw Zhou Xingyu draw his sword just now, and she knew that she had not recognized the wrong person. So the biggest possibility was that after 7 years, he had long forgotten that little thing, and had long forgotten that there was such a little girl. Boy, you are looking for death. Xie was also a little angry now. Just now, he deliberately hid in the distance and didn't come out, just to test the strength of this kid. Now this kid is so arrogant that he asked for money from the three golden giants of their Wuhun Hall. It is simply unforgivable. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. 4 soul rings appeared on Xie's body. A cold light flashed in his hand, and a curved blade appeared in his right hand. A strong, murderous aura began to spread in the air. Seeing her brother like this, Juliana couldn't help it. She flashed in front of her brother and Yan, with her hands open, as if protecting the man in the air. "Brother, isn't it just 300 gold soul coins? I'll give it to you." A heavy pink cloth bag appeared in Juliana's hand, and she began to take out gold soul coins from it. Xie began to frown. The money in that wallet was what his sister had saved since she was a child. How could he not know how much money was in it? It was less than 200 gold soul coins, and this was still counting the money given by the Pope. The man behind him actually made her pay so much attention? Xie began to carefully observe the boy standing on the strange, fiery red giant sword in the air, with black pupils and black hair. The outfit seemed familiar. A black short-sleeved shirt, a blue dragon on the left, a white tiger on the right, a red bird on the pants, an old cow on the waist, and black tortoise boots on the feet. And that evil smile. The figure in the memory slowly overlapped with the person in front of him. "It's you!" Xie exclaimed, and at this time, cold sweat began to flow down his forehead. He remembered what happened 7 years ago. the boy who hid behind the Douluo strongman with a 100,000-year soul ring. Zhou Xingyu gained a lot of malicious points in just over 10 minutes, especially from Yan and Xieyu. He had to get more money now, so he deliberately added fuel to the fire and said, "What do you mean by you? Pay the money, otherwise I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your teacher today. You have completely lost face for your spirit hall." Malice points from Yan Swan, +1. Malice points from Xieyu, +30. Unforgivable. Xieyu exploded at this time. 4 soul rings emerged from his body, yellow, yellow, purple, and purple. Then 2 moon blades appeared in his hands, and the 2 moon blades emitted a cold light. He was about to jump up and attack the hateful boy in the air, but was stopped by his sister. Huliana also jumped up and blocked Xieyu. Her little face was flushed. In her right hand she held a token, in her right hand she held a pink purse. "Brother, stop it, I have money," Huliana said softly. Xieyu's eyes were red at this time, and his heart was about to explode. What his sister was holding in her right hand was actually the Spirit Hall Medal Challenge token, which was a rare item in the Spirit Hall Academy. If this thing is lost, how can she challenge the next medal mission and get the favor of the Pope? The Pope will definitely be very disappointed. Ding, triggering the peak state of Xieyu's malice. Malice points +100. In this state, Xieyu's combat power doubles. Hiss. Zhou Xingyu felt like he had a great time. He didn't know what had happened to trigger the other party to such a state. He stared at the 2 things in Huliana's hands, a purple token and a pink bag. Could it be that there was something precious in the pink bag? Zhou Xingyu immediately became interested. He said coldly, "Throw the pink bag to me, and I won't punish you this time." Huliana was delighted, turned around, and immediately threw the pink bag to Zhou Xingyu. First soul skill, slash! First soul skill, Hell Magma Rush. Just when Zhou Xingyu was about to catch the pink bag, a cold light and a fire light attacked from the left and right. Their target was Zhou Xingyu's right hand. He was angry. These 2 guys didn't contribute their malicious points properly. Now they actually wanted to cut off his right hand. This was his sword hand. It was simply courting death. His eyes showed coldness, and he said in a cold voice, "Humph, today you 2 will receive the greatest judgment." Yellow, purple, black, black, 4 soul rings emerged from Zhou Xingyu's body. The first yellow soul ring lit up, and a sword energy vacuum zone appeared in the air. First soul skill, Sword Shadow Shock Flash. As this sword energy vacuum zone appeared, the cold light and another firelight were directly blocked, and the 3 attacks produced a loud collision sound. In the air, the pink bag was still caught by Zhou Xingyu. In the distance, on the playground, Xieyu and Yan were half kneeling on the ground at this time, and they showed surprise on their faces. Chapter 53. Liu Song beats Chrysanthemum Douluo with a stick. Xieyu and Yan were surprised that the other party's second soul ring was purple, and the third and fourth soul rings were already black. This was completely illogical. The worldviews of both of them were being distorted. Xieyu said that he was slapped in the face for saying those words to his friends before. Another shock was that the opponent only used the soul skill of the first soul ring to defend against the joint attack of the 2 of them. This was a joint attack technique that they had honed countless times. Xieyu and Yan looked at each other. They seemed to know the unwillingness in each other's hearts at this time. They wanted to wash it off this time. Even if the opponent had 2 black soul rings, what would it matter? The 2 quickly ran to the center of the playground. Soon they gathered together. The 4 soul rings on their bodies began to shine together, and the soul power began to resonate. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Evil Blade Lord. A giant wearing armor and full of flames appeared in the center of the playground. It roared to the sky. The roar went far away, and even everyone who was at the party heard it. Many people in the school auditorium began to run outside. They wanted to know what was roaring in the middle of the night. Could it be that a soul beast appeared in Shrek Academy? Everyone in the Shrek special recruitment class rushed out. They knew that several people from the Spirit Hall had left after their boss left. Did the 2 sides fight? Even Chan Renshui was a little worried. She ran out to chase him. At this time, she was a little angry that her mother had sent out such a troublesome waste. Just as everyone was chasing the sound of fighting and ran to the edge of the playground, a white-hot battle was already going on in the center of the playground. A flame-armored giant was waving his hands and fighting with a huge flaming red sword. The armored giant was now covered with scars, and red flames were constantly flowing out of his fists. These dripping flames fell on the playground and caused a raging fire. The nearby venue had been burned black by the flames. If Juliana hadn't been frantically putting out the fire, the playground of Shrek Academy would probably have been burned down. Juliana had just tried to use her own charm soul skills to interrupt the battle between the 2 sides, but the 7 monsters were not affected by any of her charm soul skills at this time. Embarrassed, she could only yell at both sides to stop, and finally was forced to go around to put out the fire. Master Yu Xiaogong also ran here. At this time, his worldview was gradually collapsing. His martial spirit's 10-core competitiveness clearly mentioned that the second soul ring could not exceed 764 years, and the third soul ring could not reach the terrifying 10,000 years. Impossible. The master could no longer be called a master at this time. He fell to the ground in horror, his mouth wide open, his eyes fixed on the four-ring soul master in the middle of the playground. Seeing the former elder of the martial spirit hall in such a state, Qian Renshui showed contempt, and she began to watch the battle in the playground. In the playground, no matter which side had the strength to compete with her, one side was a monster created by the martial spirit fusion technique, and the other side was a four-ring soul master with extreme perversion. Your Highness, do you want to stop them from destroying us? Dean Flanders did not stop them immediately, because Zhou Xingyu was the one who was suppressing them in the playground, so he was not in a hurry at all. He deliberately asked the Tiando prince, who seemed to be very knowledgeable to outsiders. Qian Renshui shook her head. At this time, the game was obviously about to be decided. She knew the disadvantages of the martial soul fusion technique, which had a time limit. Kindness from Qian Rei +2, kindness from Ye Lengling +1, evil from Yu Xiaogang +30, evil from Shu Yu 20, evil from Yu Eguan. Just when he was about to defeat the flame armor giant, Zhou Xingyu received a large wave of kindness and evil points in his mind, which annoyed him to death. Turn off the increase of kindness and evil points. Zhou Xingyu immediately tried to negotiate with his good and evil panel, and received a response not long after. There was no more continuous voice in his mind. Zhou Xingyu had known for a long time that Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo were nearby. He was here to gain malice and kindness points. He had used up too many points to open the Crystal Palace. Anyway, he was not the one who started the trouble this time. Since that was the case, why not show off? The secret of his martial spirit had been exposed anyway, so who was afraid of whom? Fourth, soul skill, Thunder of Sword. Seeing the giant in flame armor on the verge of collapse, Zhou Xingyu used his strongest attack. When this attack was used, all four soul rings on his body lit up at the same time. The fire sword was wrapped with a trace of lightning power, and it swung down violently. A huge red-purple lightning appeared in the air in the center of the playground. No! Hulina panicked. She trotted to the center of the playground, trying to stop this tragedy with her body. Qian Renshui's pupils shrank suddenly. She knew that things might develop in a bad direction. If Zhou Xingyu killed these two students of the Spirit Hall today, he would become the enemy of the Spirit Hall. Flender, hurry up! Stop Zhou Xingyu from being stupid! Qian Renshui shouted hurriedly. At this moment, petals gathered from the center of the Shrek playground, and then a charming figure appeared in front of the flame armor giant. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 9 soul rings emerged from his body, and the 5th black soul ring suddenly lit up. Countless petals in the air turned into sharp weapons and hit the red and purple lightning. 5th soul skill, Hurricane. The charming voice came out of the mouth of the figure, and then his 3rd purple soul ring actually lit up again. 3rd soul skill, Breath Barrier. In mid-air, the petals that had not yet attacked quickly surrounded Zhou Xingyu. Seeing their boss being attacked by an unknown Title Douluos, all the colleges of Shrek's special recruitment class moved, and they all activated their martial arts and wanted to rush forward. However, before them, several teachers from Shrek Academy had already rushed out. 3 7-ring soul saints and 5 6-ring soul emperors activated their soul rings to speed up and rushed behind Zhou Xingyu. As soon as they rushed over, they found that there was endless resistance in front of them. Several 7-ring soul saints were Zhao Wuji, the Akala, the 4-eyed cat owl Flanders, and Old Man Kai, the fire spirit grass. They forced their martial souls to open their true bodies. Fire Spirit Domain. Old Man Kai's 7 soul rings lit up around his body at this time. He activated his own domain skills, which were constantly colliding with the opponent's unknown skills. Destructive Strike. Li Yusong's shout came from the back. When he used this stick, everyone on the Shrek playground changed color. The momentum was too fierce, the sharp eyes and the 6 soul rings wrapped around the martial soul dragon pattern stick. Crack! This terrifying blow actually directly broke the 3rd soul skill used by Zhu Douluo, the Breath Barrier, and the soul power energy gathered by this stick was still increasing. The size of the dragon pattern stick was actually expanding at an accelerated rate. Li Yusong actually wanted to use the strength of a level 63 strong attack Soul Emperor to fight against the other side's Title Douluos. What a fantasy. Chapter 54, Qian Renshui. Zhu Douluo Yueguan. Zhu Douluo felt that his IQ was insulted. How dare anyone attack him? A mere soul emperor, he actually had a white soul ring. Enough, stop it! Just when Zhu Douluo wanted to use his spirit body to give these low-level guys a good look, angry shouts came from outside the playground. Huh? Zhu Douluo was stunned. He knew exactly who the great prince of Tiando was. This was the secret of their spirit hall, and only a few people knew it. At the moment he stopped, the huge dragon pattern stick hit Zhu Douluo from bottom to top. Li Yusong didn't care about the great prince or the spirit hall. He only knew to protect his students. Besides, he couldn't stop after what he did just now. Bang! Zhou Douluo was stunned by the blow. It hurt so much that he was smashed onto the stone pillar in the distance. The stone pillar was the granite from the martial soul fusion skill. Puff! Blood flowed from the corner of Zhou Douluo's mouth. He was actually injured. This was simply unbelievable. He was a Title Douluo and a level 95 Super Douluo. The opponent's destructive blow actually injured him. Endless anger surged from his heart. The majesty of the Title Douluo could not be desecrated. He must kill this old man today. Ninth soul skill. Chrysanthemums are withered, the ground is full of wounds, and the flowers fall, and people are heartbroken. Countless golden petals appeared in the sky. These petals turned into a tornado with huge attack power and spun around his body. As long as he gave a command, this huge attack would engulf the playground. However, a woman appeared in front of him. This woman was Hulina. With tears in her eyes, she shook her head desperately at Zhou Douluo. Elder, don't! Qian Renshui displayed her swan spirit. She flew into the air, followed by 3 8-ring Soul Douluos from the Tiando Royal Academy. She said in a deep voice, Soul Hall, are you going to fight to the death with our Tiando Empire? On one side were many powerful people representing the Tiando Empire, and on the other side was a titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall and several students. Everyone was deadlocked in place. In midair, Zhou Xingyu moved. He took something out of the pink bag with his left hand and then threw the pink bag in the direction of Hulina. Hulina, I agree to your request. I'll give it back to you. I've already taken away today's compensation. Check carefully. I haven't touched anything else. Hulina saw her small bag thrown to her. She jumped lightly and got it. She didn't open it at the time because there were only gold soul coins and some small things inside. Elder, let's go. Shrek has promised our Wuhun Academy to hold a competition and exchange between Academy Soul Masters in a month. Hulina wanted to leave this place very much at this time. She was too embarrassed to stay. The originally good exchange was interrupted by her brother and Yan. As a result, even Elder Zhou Douluo came out. She actually saw that Zhou Xingyu's last attack did not have any murderous intent, as if he was deliberately provoking someone's emotions. Zhou Douluo Yueguan was so angry at this time, he grinned at Li Yusong and wanted to beat him to death. However, it was obvious that he could not seize this opportunity at this time. Li Yusong had already retreated into the crowd and stood next to Qian Renshui. Zhou Douluo Yueguan looked at Qian Renshui with fear. Humph, let's go. Zhou Douluo withdrew his 9th soul skill. He knew that this move would only make the opponent eat dust at most. There were too many soul masters on the other side. What made him angry now was that the damn old ghost didn't come. The damn old ghost was hiding in the barbecue restaurant in Soto City and eating grilled chicken wings, but he didn't want to come to Shrek. Just like this, a ridiculous farce came to an abrupt end. The students of the Spirit Hall walked out of Shrek Academy under the leadership of Zhou Douluo. This time their mission was completed, but also incomplete. What was completed was the competition and exchange with the Soul Masters of the Academy behind Shrek. What was not completed was that the people of the Spirit Hall were slapped in the face. Even the titled Douluo was beaten by a Soul Emperor whose name was unknown on the other side. Oh. Seeing the people of the Spirit Hall being driven away in disgrace, a roar broke out in Shrek Academy. This was the joyful sound of all the students living in the academy. They were lucky enough to see the strong side of the teachers in the academy tonight, especially the powerful stick of teacher Li Yusong, who actually knocked away the titled Douluo. At this time, only Dean Flanders was full of worry. He rebuilt Shrek under the name of the Wuhun Branch Hall in Soto City, which was equivalent to a branch of the Wuhun Hall. He didn't know what would happen to the Wuhun Hall after this incident, but he knew that the Wuhun Hall must be afraid of them, Shrek, and it would be difficult to recruit students at that time. The Wuhun Hall was not a good thing. At that time, the 3 upper sects chose the team because they were afraid of the Wuhun Hall. After all, the 4 lower sects had all surrendered to the Wuhun Hall. Seeing everyone from the Spirit Hall leave, Zhou Xingyu flew back to the ground from midair. He took out a small purse from his arms and handed it to Dean Flanders. Dean, I am here to protect the dignity of our Shrek. These are the compensations for the damage to the playground by the Spirit Hall people. There are a full 100 gold soul coins. Dean Flanders' face muscles twitched. Was he the one who was short of the 100 gold soul coins? However, he still snatched the purse and said as he opened it, You, kid, forget it. I don't think they dare to mess around. At this time, Master Yu Xiaogang was still squatting on the periphery of the playground. He held the iron railing with one hand and covered his mouth with the other hand. His eyes were a little dull. Impossible, impossible. These 3 words kept coming out of his mouth. At this time, he looked like a clown because many students were laughing at his appearance. Ha ha ha, look, isn't that our Shrek's special consultant teacher? Was he scared to death by the title Douluo? Oh, really? There are a lot of water stains on the ground and his clothes are soaked. He must have been scared. The voices of these students' discussions reached Zhou Xingyu's ears. His mental power cultivation can currently sense a range of about 10 meters, so as long as he wants to listen to these little things, there is no problem. Zhou Xingyu walked to the side of Dean Flanders, whispered a few words, and then took everyone back to the previous banquet hall. There was no way, after a little stretch of muscles and bones, I was actually hungry again. It's easy to get hungry when you are growing up. After this incident, everyone's gossip hearts rose. Outside the banquet, the students were discussing the teacher who dared to hit the Title Douluo just now, and they were also discussing the cause of the incident, as well as the agreement between Zhou Xingyu and Hu Liena at the end. Brother Xingyu, what did you say to the beauty from the Spirit Hall? What did you agree to her request? It's not some secret that cannot be told, right? Oscar was like a big gossip, hoping to get effective first-hand information from Zhou Xingyu. He held a stool and stuck close to Zhou Xingyu, not caring about the bones and vegetable scraps flying all over the sky. His question immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. Ning Rongrong quietly came from behind to eavesdrop. She was really curious about how the goblin from the Spirit Hall seduced Zhou Xingyu. How did she make him agree to something? What secrets happened between the two of them in such a short time? Zhou Xingyu saw a group of people around him, and his appetite was gone immediately. He was not an ornamental animal. These people were really hateful. Chapter 50. Shenji has an opinion on the competition. Zhou Xingyu put down the duck bones in his hand, then took out a towel from the soul guide and wiped his mouth. He looked around with a smirk on his face. Ning Rongrong, Juju King, Xiao Xin, and several other girls saw his strange expression and pretended not to be curious. They started to walk back to their seats. Ahem? Nothing happened just now. It's just that the Spirit Hall Academy wants to have a friendly exchange match with our Shrek Academy. When the time comes, Zhou Xingyu started to make up a story. He only heard Hu Liena say that one sentence. He didn't know what the arrangements were, so he was just talking nonsense now. Tsk. I thought something else. Ning Rongrong heard that it was another Soul Master exchange match and immediately lost the desire to listen. What she wanted to hear was not these, but some improper secrets. Hey, we need to exchange again. We have a friendly match with Tiando Royal Academy next week, and we have to play a friendly match with Wuhun Hall Academy next month. What's the point of fighting? That's right, we love peace and there's no benefit in fighting. Oscar and Ma Hongjun started to sing beside them, and even Zhou Qiang came over to chat. They directly abandoned Zhou Xingyu. Qian Renshui came over with a teacher from Tiandao Royal Academy. She saw that the students of Shrek's special recruitment class seemed to have no interest in this competition, so she immediately said, Our Tiando Royal family has taken out 3 treasures for this friendly match, including a soul bone. As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted everyone in the banquet hall. Even Dai Mubai, who was hiding in the corner eating and drinking and secretly watching Juju Qing, became interested. Really? Many people asked immediately. Soul bones. This is what many soul masters yearn for. Even the Xinglo royal family doesn't have a few soul bones, and they have basically been distributed. Dai Mubai was very concerned about soul bones. In his heart, he still wanted to become stronger. Qian Renshui had just finished speaking, and she seemed to think that the expression of the Shrek student was not exaggerated, so she immediately said, I heard that this time the Spirit Hall took out a piece of top-grade soul bone as a prize for the competition. This soul bone is an extremely rare spiritual head soul bone. Oh? Now even Zhou Xingyu was interested. He didn't know that there would be prizes in this competition. The prize of the Spirit Hall was a spiritual head soul bone. Then it is very likely that it is the 2 pieces. One is the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, one of the prizes won in the All-Continent Soul Master League competition. This is a 50,000-year soul bone. The other one is the one that Bibi Dong gave to Hu Liena. It belongs to Xiao Wu's mother. It is a 100,000-year-old charming head soul bone. These 2 soul bones are extremely rare soul bones. After Tang San obtained the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, Tang San absorbed it and combined it with the purple extreme demon eye, allowing Tang San to possess the spiritual attack skill of purple extreme divine light. In the original novel, there were no head soul bones at all. The few who had head soul bones in the later period were all Title Douluo level masters, except Hu Liena. At that time, Hu Liena got a 100,000-year soul bone, but she stopped at level 75 in the end. So this soul bone must not be suitable for her. It is very likely that the residual soul of Xiao Wu's mother was interfering with her. Zhou Xingyu was ready to prevent this tragedy from happening. He didn't believe that Hu Liena didn't advance to the title because she liked Tang San. Seeing that everyone was interested, Qian Renshui began to explain to everyone the arrangements of the Tiando Royal Academy in a week and the process of a series of competitions. Each team sent 3 teams to compete. The final winner could take 2 treasures first, the second place could take the last one, and the third place would get the gold soul coin given by the Tiando Empire. In the end, all the people in the first 3 teams would be rewarded with noble titles by the Tiando Empire. What are these 3 treasures, And what part of the soul bone is it? Daimubai said in the back. He wanted to know about that soul bone too much. Qian Renshui smiled at Daimubai. She knew who Daimubai belonged to. The news had already been received from the Spirit Hall. This time, the Tiando royal family has prepared 2 soul guides and a soul bone. You can choose the soul guides from the National Treasury. The soul bone is also the head soul bone. Qian Renshui's voice was long, and she attracted everyone's attention. However, she did not tell the age of the head soul bone. It didn't matter. The head soul bone was rare. Even a 10-year-old one was a top-quality one. At this time, Zhou Xingyu was not concerned about the soul bone, but the soul guide. There was a divine weapon in the Tiandu royal family. That divine weapon was the key to the inheritance of the Sea God's throne. The vast Sea Universe cover. The vast Sea Universe cover that Emperor Shuiye gave to Tang San was a part of the Sea God Trident. Its real name was the Heart of the Sea God, and it was the key to Tang San's ability to obtain the Sea God's 9 trials. The Heart of the Sea God was the core of the Sea God's Trident and the core of the Sea God's 9 trials. It can be said that this treasure runs through all of the 9 trials of the Sea God. Without it, Tang San might not be able to achieve the position of the Sea God. Zhou Xingyu stood up and shouted, "Okay, I will be the captain this time." The originally lively school banquet suddenly became silent. After a moment, only Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and others cheered. "Okay, we will definitely win." Qian Renshui's face suddenly became subtle. Zhou Xingyu was a little. Although these treasures were all prepared to lose to Shrek, the teachers and students of Tiando Royal Academy didn't know that with your strength, it was obvious that adults were bullying children. An old man in a red dress questioned from behind. Qian Renshui, "Your Highness, I'm afraid the competition between the 2 academies is unfair." Frowned slightly and said, "Chief Meng Shenji, please speak." This old man is one of the 3 chiefs of Tiando Royal Academy, Seoul Douluo powerhouse, and one of the few superpowers in the Tiando Empire. As the eldest prince, Qian Renshui dared not neglect him and could only ask patiently. Meng Shenji walked out from Qian Renshui with his head held high. He slightly moved to the side, then said with a smile, "I feel very honored to be able to attend the banquet at Shrek Academy. I am the chief of the Academic Affairs Council of Tiando Royal Academy, Meng Shenji. My martial soul is Black Demon, and I am an 86th level 8-ringed soul Douluo in the control department. I have objection to this classmate participating in the competition." Meng Shenji pointed at Zhou Xingyu while speaking. His meaning was very clear. That is to say, Zhou Xingyu's strength was too abnormal. If he took the field, everyone would just surrender. Zhou Xingyu smiled slightly, walked out from the back, and walked directly in front of Qian Renshui, then smiled and looked at Meng Shenji and said, "Excuse me, do you have any objection to my playing? Is it because I am too old, or are you afraid that I will cheat?" As soon as this was said, everyone present began to murmur, including all the teachers and students in Shrek Academy. They were all thinking, "What a jerk you are! Don't you have any idea in your heart?" Meng Shenji smiled slightly, walked forward and said something, which directly made the Shrek Special Recruitment Class students speechless. They called it cheating. Chapter 56, Bibi Dong recalls the days of the secret room. Douluo Meng Shenji smiled and said, "This time, Tiando Royal Academy only sent a 3-ring Soul Master team, so Shrek can only send a 3-ring Soul Master team." Hiss! The Shrek students in the back wailed, and even Shrek's teachers were speechless. Now, there are 4 4-ring Soul Masters in Shrek's strongest special recruitment class, and there are 6 3-ring Soul Masters left. This is not even enough to form a team. As far as they know, there are no strong attack-type students among the remaining 6 members. There are already 2 auxiliary team members, and there are only a few Xiaoxin who is a level 38 control-type combat Soul Master. The others have just been promoted to Soul Masters not long ago. Qian Renshui was a little annoyed at this time. She really wanted to slap the old man hard. Even the Emperor of Tiando wanted to win over Shrek, and you actually wanted to have a fair competition. What if Shrek loses? Do you have the nerve to ask others to come over? Chief Meng Shenji, I don't think. Qian Renshui was about to hesitate and refuse when she heard someone shouting. Wait, we at Shrek have accepted it, but I think we should change the number of matches to 1 game to decide the winner. Qian Renshui was speechless. Who on earth was so stupid that he could accept such a request? When she looked up, she saw that the person who was talking was shaking hands with Meng Shenji. At this time, Zhou Xingyu was shouting in his heart. He smiled and confirmed the follow-up procedures with Meng Shenji. After all, this procedure could not be changed again after it was decided in front of everyone. Yes, you can't use hidden weapons. Yes, you can't use soul guides. This is a Soul Master competition. Yes, you lose if you leave the venue. All the procedures were finalized in front of Qian Renshui. The students of Tiando Royal Academy were secretly happy, while a bunch of teachers and students of Shrek Academy were depressed. The teachers and students of Shrek Academy were wondering if Zhou Xingyu's head was caught by the door panel tonight, or if the foxy woman of the spirit hall had seduced his soul away. Chief Meng Shenji, we have a deal. Well, kid, I'm very optimistic about you. You will be a Title Douluo in the future. In the end, Zhou Xingyu and Meng Shenji held hands and confirmed the perfect process of this competition. Qian Renxue and Dean Flanders were watched throughout the whole process. They seemed not to be the initiators of this banquet. Your Highness, Dean, it's okay. I'm going back to the dormitory to rest. It's getting late, so you should rest early too. Zhou Xingyu felt a little sleepy. He casually said hello to Qian Renxue and Dean Flanders and ran out of the door alone, walking towards his dormitory. Nonsense! Qian Renxue was so angry at this time. She didn't dare to express her anger. On one side was the Tiando elder, and on the other side was the new noble she wanted to accept, so she could only complain. The chief of Meng Shenji was so happy at this moment. He bowed to the Dean Flanders and said, "Thank you, Dean Flanders, for your help. Thank you." Flanders was also a little puzzled at this time, but he did not express it on his face. He still laughed and responded, "Thank you, Chief of Meng Shenji, for your help." The two cunning characters laughed slyly. The banquet ended quickly. Qian Renxue asked Flanders with doubts, but got an unknown answer. "I don't know either. Maybe he has some tricks." What a trick! In the case of the same level 30 Soul Master, it is obvious that Tiando Royal Academy is stronger. What kind of strong people can Shrek have? With an extremely puzzled mood, Qian Red rushed back to Tiando Palace. She didn't want to stay here for a moment because she was familiar with her bed. The next day, Qian Renxue reported the matter to her father, Emperor Shuiye. Emperor Shuiye praised Qian Renxue and immediately ordered her to arrange for the craftsmen to go to the Sunset Forest to start construction. Qian Renxue bent down slightly and asked in a puzzled voice, "Father, I don't understand why Zhou Xingyu agreed to the request of Chief Meng Shenji." Emperor Shuiye laughed and said, "Qinghe, that's because he didn't like our treasures. We must work harder to help that Super Douluo build a sect. By then, our Tiando Empire will have 2 super sects. Will we still be afraid of the Xingluo Empire?" Emperor Shuiye had a good plan. As for the treasures, he was just playing around. It was obvious that the other party didn't like treasures of this level. If the other party won, let him choose whatever he wanted. If 3 pieces are not enough, then 10 pieces. The Soul Master-friendly competition between Tiando Royal Academy and Shrek Academy was just a stepping stone. Now that things have been done, why do you still care about such a small matter? Thank you, Father, for clearing my doubts. I will take my leave. I will immediately arrange for the best craftsmen to build a sect that is not inferior to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. After receiving a positive answer, Che immediately asked to leave. Her current thoughts were the same as those of Emperor Shuiye. Well, leave. Emperor Shuiye closed his eyes and fell asleep as soon as he finished speaking. Recently, he felt that he was very sleepy, so he dozed off from time to time. Spirit Hall, Pope Hall. Hulina was reporting on this mission. She did not dare to hide anything and told her teacher everything that happened this time. This also included Zhou Xingyu's 4 soul rings. The 13-year-old soul master had a second soul ring of 1,000 years, a third soul ring of 10,000 years, and a fourth soul ring of 10,000 years. On the Pope's throne, the stunning beauty was frowning in anger. She said sternly, "Yuo Guan, take your 2 disciples to the Death Canyon and come out after a month. If they die, forget it." The face of Zhou Douluo standing behind changed drastically, and even the ghost Douluo beside him showed surprise. Juliana was also very entangled at this time. She wanted to beg for mercy, but she knew it was useless. Once the teacher gave an order, it could not be changed. Anyone who begged for mercy would be punished more severely. Zhou Douluo leaned forward, put one hand on his chest and said, "Yes, Your Holiness, I will obey your order." Bibi Dong thought of a brilliant plan. She waved her hand and said, "Ghost, go and communicate with the Elder in the Elder Hall. I believe he will be interested in this 4-ring Soul Master." Juliana knew what her teacher wanted to do, so she hurriedly shouted, "Your Holiness, please wait. I want to try it once." Juliana was endlessly grateful to her teacher. It was she who rescued her and her brother from the endless abyss and taught them all kinds of knowledge. Deep in her heart, Juliana had already regarded Bibi Dong as her mother. But she knew her mother. She was a ruthless character who would not stop until she achieved her goal. Once she couldn't get it, she would destroy it. On the Pope's throne, Bibi Dong held the Pope's scepter and then stood up. She walked to her favorite female disciple in confusion. She bent down and observed carefully again and again. Juliana's face was as red as an apple, and sweat was pouring out of her forehead, fearing that her teacher would see something. "Men are not good, Nana. Do you understand what I mean?" Bibi Dong understood what her apprentice meant, and she said coldly. But when she said this, Bibi Dong was thinking about someone in her heart, and also thought about the time when she was output in the secret room. Her face began to turn slightly red, but in the eyes of others, it seemed as if she was angry. Chapter 57. Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogong's wonderful time that year. Hearing her teacher say that men are not good, Hulina panicked and her face changed several times. She hurriedly explained, "Teacher, he is different. Really different. His eyes have a magical power. The kind that makes people feel stable." "Nana, how old are you?" Bibi Dong's eyes were a little blurry at this time. She was thinking about her youth and the time when she met Master Yu Xiaogong. Hulina was stunned and whispered, "Teacher, I'm 15 years old." Bibi Dong's eyes were slightly red at this time. She wanted to cry, but there were other people in the Pope's palace, which did not allow her to make such a weak move. 15 years old, what a wonderful time. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes moved. She looked at the top of the Pope's palace and murmured, as if her eyes passed through the sky of the Pope's palace and saw the beautiful time of that year. Goodwill from Hulina +1, Zhou Xingyu, who had rested for a night, felt great at this time. He just wanted to wash up when he received this message. Originally, he turned it off when there were many people last night, but he was always suspicious, so he would turn it on when he went to bed, so that if there was any emergency, he could quickly solve it. He received another wave of goodwill points and malicious points. He looked through the sources of the malicious points himself, and they were basically from Douluo Yuguan, his 2 apprentices, and a small number of students from Wuhun Academy. There were also a few points from Dai Mubai. Last night, Dai Mubai came to ask to join the team, but he was directly driven away by him. "Take me in. I can lead everyone to win this game, and then I only want soul bones." This is Dai Mubai's original words. But why did Zhou Xingyu give soul bones to this scumbag? Wouldn't it be better to give them to his teammates after winning? He would take down the Douluo Empire sooner or later. He would not give soul bones to support the enemy. Anyone who did that would be a fool. He didn't want to kill people either. Wouldn't it be better to support them and make them malicious every day? After washing up, Zhou Xingyu began to observe his good and evil panel. Named Zhou Xingyu, age 13 years old, soul power, level 41 soul sect, martial soul, the first martial soul sword mutated, 4 soul rings have been attached, yellow, purple, black, black. First soul skill, sword shadow shock flash. A sword energy vacuum zone is formed around the body, and when the sword energy gathers to swing a powerful blow, the attack power increases by 266%. Second soul skill, blade storm. The sword energy is released to form a storm shield that lasts for 30 seconds. The main body can move quickly in any area of the storm shield for strong defense. Third soul skill, step on the moon. Use soul power to control the sword, quickly approach the enemy and attack multiple times. Fourth soul skill, thunder of a sword. A single sword blade, as fast as thunder, with an attack power addition of 299%. Second martial soul, flame god battle body, mutated, no soul ring attached, no soul skill. Bloodline human race self-created martial arts, divine tiger fist intermediate. Sword mastery, elementary. Spiritual power secrets, soul 9 transformations, preliminary unlock. Soul awakening peak, spiritual power range 1 to 10 meters. Spiritual power skills, spiritual power condensation, kindness points 896. Malice points 5432. Unlocking degree 5.42%. Number of lottery draws, blind box once, need to use 10 kindness points. World fragment, 1, collect 10 to activate world shuttle once. Crystal palace, ice and fire yin yang eyes, medicine garden 1 strength rating, trash with 12 combat power. Main quest, Daxia Empire, unified Douluo. Wish, you can make any wish after completing the main quest. Seeing that his information had changed, Zhou Xingyu nodded secretly. He had brushed thousands of kindness points and nearly 1,500 malice points last night. The most important thing is that his fighting power has magically increased a little, which he is a little confused about. Could it be that his proficiency in performing soul skills has increased? After washing up, he took out a steamed dumpling from his soul guide. This was something he had randomly drawn 2 days ago. He put it in the soul guide, and it was still hot. He opened the gravity door and found that all the members of the special recruitment class were waiting for him outside the door. This was what he had instructed last night, asking them all to gather here in the morning. Seeing Zhou Xingyu coming out of the strange soul guide, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Zhou Qiang immediately surrounded him. "What's that smell? It smells so good." Ma Hongjun bent over and smelled everywhere. He smelled for a long time and found that the smell was actually coming from Zhou Xingyu, and Zhou Xingyu's mouth was still chewing. "Brother, what did you eat? Give me some." Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands and drooled. He knew that Zhou Xingyu often had strange and delicious food, and he had eaten a lot of it over the years. "Is there anything to eat? I want it too." Ning Rongrong trotted over from a distance and stared at Zhou Xingyu with eager eyes. That look made people's scalps numb. She was lucky enough to eat fried dough sticks once last week. The taste was delicious in 1 word, really delicious in 2 words. Zhou Xingyu was speechless. There was not much stock this time. These people were really ridiculous. Didn't they have breakfast? They all looked so exaggerated. He didn't dare to draw this lottery during the day, because this lottery was like forcibly seizing other people's items. Once drawn, they would be forcibly sent to his good and evil panel warehouse. If he drew someone's clothes or other things, it would be very embarrassing, so he would choose to draw in the middle of the night. "Brother Xingyu, please give us something to eat." Ning Rongrong's eyes were tearful, and the true feelings revealed in those glass-like eyes were a little too exaggerated. Zhou Xingyu gave in and could only helplessly take out 9 packs of instant noodles from his soul guide. He only got 1 box of these instant noodles, and usually he would eat half a pack when he was hungry. 1 pack per person. As he distributed the instant noodles, his heart was bleeding. After removing these 9 packs, he only had 8 packs left, and these were his thoughts for Blue Star. Crunch, crunch. The sound of eating instant noodles came from everyone's mouth, and only Zhu King did not touch this pack of instant noodles. She stared at the outer packaging of the instant noodles in a daze, and found that she did not recognize any of the characters on it. It's really crispy, much better than the hot dry noodles in Soto City. That's right. Why do you think the boss always has some snacks that we have never eaten, and I haven't seen him go anywhere? You two can eat it? Follow our big brother, will he treat you badly? Zhou Chang glared at Ma Hongjun and Oscar fiercely. He is Zhou Xingyu's #1 fan, and has been following Zhou Xingyu since he was a child. He never doubted that his big brother would treat him badly. Why don't you eat it? Zhou Xingyu walked over curiously, and he found that she was the only one who was carefully observing the packaging. Xiao Wu, Xiao Xin, Ye Lengling, and Minner were eating very happily, and their eyes were fixed on the small bag of instant noodles in Zhu Qing's hand. Zhu Qing looked at the instant noodles from left to right and front to back. She felt like she had discovered some new world, especially the strange pattern on the front of the instant noodles, which she had never seen before. Where did this come from? I have never seen it in Xingluo Empire or Tiando Empire, and the text on it seems to be ancient text. I remember seeing it in the family's ancient books. Zhu Qing's words shocked everyone. They pricked up their ears curiously, wanting to know the situation below, and also confused Zhou Xingyu. Chapter 58. The choice of Ye Lengling and the mutated Catwoman. Zhou Xingyu is now in a cold sweat. He thought that no one could read these words. After all, they were the words used by the great Xia sect master a long time ago, and they were the words of Blue Star. In order to ease the embarrassment, Zhou Xingyu scratched the back of his head a few times, and then began to deny. Ah, really? Ha ha ha! You must have remembered it wrong. A group of spectators nearby were also a little curious. They took the instant noodle packaging and turned it over and over to look carefully, but they couldn't understand anything. They only saw a bunch of unknown fonts and a strange soul beast pattern on it. Zhou Xingyu slowly approached Zhu King. Because this woman seemed to be about to say something shocking, he had to hold her mouth in the first place to make her speechless. Taking advantage of Zhu King's inattention, Zhou Xingyu dodged and went directly behind her, then covered her mouth with his big hand. Woo-woo-woo. Zhu King seemed to have thought of something, but she almost fainted after being hit like this. Zhou Xingyu used too much force, and she looked around with a look of help. However, except for Ning Rongrong, who was a little dissatisfied, the other friends were still eating instant noodles seriously. Don't talk nonsense, just say it came from the Sun and Moon Mountains. Feeling the strange breath behind her, Zhu Qing thought of an amazing thing. Could this thing be bought from the Empire on the other side of the terrifying Sun and Moon Mountains? Douluo Continent is nominally divided into 2 empires and the Spirit Hall, but in fact, there are several places that are not in this area. The Sun and Moon Empire, to the west of the Sun and Moon Mountains, is said to have countless strong people, and they have magical soul guides. There is also a deep place deep in the Xingdo Great Forest, where soul masters have never been. There is also the area of the Sea God Island, which exists independently of the Douluo Continent. Legend has it that the Sea God Island is guarded by gods. Ha ha! Zhu King, you are so smart! This is a specialty my master brought back from the Sun and Moon Empire. Shh! Don't tell others. Zhou Xingyu looked at everyone with a warning look and said, otherwise, there will be nothing to eat in the future. When everyone heard this, this was unacceptable. They stared at Zhu King with resentful eyes, causing Zhu King to immediately put the instant noodles in his hand into the belt soul guide. Cough! Zhou Xingyu deliberately coughed, and everyone immediately lined up in 2 teams, one for boys and one for girls. Everyone was silent. This is the rule of the special recruitment class and a consistent practice. Zhou Xingyu would usually call everyone together to hold a meeting or arrange training tasks for everyone. Sometimes he would even tell everyone a story. Basically, as long as he told a story, everyone would listen very carefully. Afterwards, some people would share the story with students from other classes. Today is a decision for everyone. Everyone was puzzled. This was not in line with common sense. Shouldn't we summarize the cultivation situation for the next month or week, report our levels, and then talk about the difficulties in cultivation? Seeing that everyone was puzzled, Zhou Xingyu's face was solemn and his eyes became sharp. He waved his hand, and a mental barrier of about 10 meters appeared in this underground base. The purpose of releasing the mental barrier is to prevent outsiders from eavesdropping. Those who are willing to follow me all the way, and even make enemies with the entire continent stand behind me. Zhou Xingyu pointed to the stairs leading to the ground on the left. He needed to build a team of his own, so he was not gonna stay if he didn't agree. Those who don't want to can leave. The days ahead may be difficult. This place may not be suitable for you. The genius class will continue to be open to you. Zhou Chang and Ma Hongjun were the first to walk behind Zhou Xingyu. Zhou Chang had been Zhou Xingyu's little follower since he was a child. It was impossible for him to betray, so he didn't think about it at all. As he walked, a proud smile appeared on his face. Ma Hongjun didn't think about it either. Zhou Xingyu once gave him an external soul bone. This was a great favor. He had long regarded Zhou Xingyu as his elder brother. Oscar was slightly stunned, took a step hesitantly, then smiled calmly and walked towards the brothers. He was an orphan. Now he finally found good brothers. How could he give up? Xiaoxin blushed slightly. The light pink short skirt suit was pulled straight by her little hands. Her figure was curvy. The soul power on her feet surged as if she was about to rush out. She was also an orphan. She was rescued by the old village chief. Later, she was arranged to be next to Zhou Xingyu. She had good talent and was specially instructed by the old village chief. She had already regarded Zhou Xingyu and the old village chief as her family. She stood up slightly and walked towards Zhou Xingyu. When she passed Zhou Xingyu, she heard a word, "Thank you," which immediately made her face red. Following Xiaoxin was Min'er. She was a mutant martial spirit cat girl, with a pair of light yellow vertical pupils and a pair of cat ears. At this time, her cat ears were shaking, obviously judging the every move of everyone around her. Bought by Zhou Xingyu in Soto City, she had no family to begin with. In the past few years, Zhou Xingyu had never treated her badly and always treated her as a sister. Now that her brother needed everyone to fight, how could she not support him? There were 4 girls left at the scene: Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu King, and Ye Lengling. Ning Rongrong's expression at this time was very rich, sometimes entangled, sometimes happy, and sometimes annoyed. Anyway, she was like an emoticon package. The girl with a very plump and hot body that did not match her age moved. Soul power surged on her fair skin and legs. Then she squatted down and jumped to stand next to Zhou Xingyu. Zhu King's expression was very cold at this time. Her eyes were full of dead silence, and her tone was also very cold. "You owe me a request. Promise me to help me do one thing. I will follow you in the future, even if I will attack the 2 empires with you." Okay. Zhou Xingyu knew that he owed her a request last time in the Sunset Forest, so he agreed without thinking. Zhu King's request was nothing more than asking him to help break the family rules or other insignificant little things. Ye Lengling, who had a slender figure, was also struggling at this time. She didn't know how to choose. She was inexplicably selected to enter this special recruitment class, and her martial soul was the 9-hearted begonia. When I first entered this school, I heard that it was famous, especially because there were gold soul coins to subsidize the scarce soul masters. There were only my mother and sister at home, and they were ordinary people without soul power. A waterfall of blue hair was scattered behind her, echoing the red bird on the light red short skirt suit, both of which were dancing. Ye Lengling's deep blue eyes suddenly raised and looked at Zhou Xingyu. She ignored the cat woman Min'er who had been waving her little hand. "I will help you break the curse later." Zhou Xingyu used his mental power to transmit the voice to Ye Lengling's ears. He understood the woman's misery and was very willing to help. The immortal 9-hearted begonia martial spirit is passed down from one lineage to another. There can only be one successor in each generation. What kind of rubbish logic is this? Even the powerful Haotian sect and the powerful god-level martial spirit angels do not have this bug. There can only be 2 9-hearted begonia soul masters alive at the same time. Only when one dies can another one appear in the future generations. Since there is such a setting, it shows a key point. The immortal 9-heart begonia martial soul is a kind of god-level martial soul, and it is the bloodline left by a powerful god. It is very likely the lineage of the main god of the life system. Ye Lengling was slightly stunned. She clearly did not see Zhou Xingyu open his mouth, so why was he talking in her ear? She looked across again and found that the boy across from her was nodding to her. She took a step forward hesitantly, but she didn't expect that a figure next to her rushed out before her. "I want to be with you too," Ning Rongrong shouted while running. Ye Lengling felt that Ning Rongrong's words were a bit shameful. She was embarrassed by these words and even walked a little shaky. Chapter 59. Yanshin Team. Properly distribute immortal grass, according to the number of people. Now standing opposite Zhou Xingyu is only Xiaowu. Everyone expected the girl with long braids across from her to come over, but the girl just lowered her head and rubbed her feet in place. The leather on that pair of small leather shoes was almost worn off. Xiaowu felt bitter. She didn't want to be an enemy of Tang San, and didn't want to be an enemy of Tang San's father, so she didn't have any psychological preparation at this time. That damn boy was actually preparing to be an enemy of the entire continent. Could it be that he was also an enemy of the soul beasts? Xiaowu couldn't figure it out. "Can you not beat Tang San and the others?" Xiao Wu raised her pale little face, and her eyes were full of expectation at this time. Zhou Xingyu knew that Xiao Wu could not forget Tang San. After all, the two of them had slept together since they were 6 years old. Although they were not lovers before, Xiao Wu probably had feelings for him a long time ago, but this feeling had not been magnified yet. I can't guarantee this, but I can guarantee that as long as he doesn't come to trouble us, I won't take the initiative to beat him. Zhou Xingyu replied coldly. Tang San was the son of Douluo's destiny, and there would definitely be various disputes in the future. He couldn't make the decision not to beat Tang San. Tang San has a poisonous attack, and he is a rather sinister person. He himself is afraid of capsizing, and he will definitely not hold back once he faces him later. Moreover, the Haochen sect is one of the obstacles for him to establish a great country. It is simply a pipe dream to ask the Haochen sect to surrender. The Haochen sect has many Title Douluo and is the largest organization besides the Spirit Hall. Before, they had a feud in the Sunset Forest. Zhou Xingyu is not the one who will suffer losses. Whoever treats him well, he will repay 100-fold. Whoever has ill intentions towards him, then sorry, his opponent can only be willing to be kept in captivity or die. I want to stay by your side. Xiao Wu's face suddenly condensed, and the long braid behind her moved. As the braid shook, she walked forward. Her idea was simple. She wanted to be by Zhou Xingyu's side, and once Zhou Xingyu and Tang San showed a duel later, she would stop it. Humph, the little rabbit actually wants to rebel. Zhou Xingyu knew Xiao Wu's thoughts. He didn't want to break up her and Tang San. However, he felt uneasy every day. Tang San was in Shrek. Only by blocking all opportunities for Tang San could he finally establish the Great Xia Empire. Everyone is willing to stay. I am very happy. The new team welcomes everyone. The name of the team has been chosen. It is called the Flame God Team. Zhou Xingyu slowly expressed his thoughts, especially on the team name. He felt that it needed to be changed. The name of Shrek 7 Devils was too ugly. Now the team has 10 people. Could it be called Shrek 10 Devils? Ma Hongjun was confused. He had been to Soto City before and bought a few beautiful women figurines. The name of that store was Flame God's Wings. Shrek Flame God Team? Why do I feel that the name is similar to that figurine store in Soto City? Ma Hongjun raised his hand and asked. All the girls looked down on Ma Hongjun. They had also been to that doll shop and bought a few cute dolls, but that shop basically sold more dolls for girls. This Ma Hongjun actually knew so much about this doll shop. There must be a lot of unknown information in it. Why are you looking at me? I just think the names are similar. Ma Hongjun waved his hand quickly to try to distance himself from the doll shop. Believe you, everyone said they didn't believe it. This fat guy is the most lustful here. Zhou Xingyu didn't want to explain too much. He waved his hand to let everyone be quiet. As he waved his hand, everyone gradually stopped talking. In fact, the name Yanshin is not bad. The Yanshin team is the foundation of the Yanshin sect. First, a special team will be developed. This team is the Shrek Special Recruitment Class. In the future, people will be recruited one after another. It is the key to the Yanshin sect. Zhou Xingyu doesn't want to tell anyone about this kind of thing at the moment, including his old village chief. A plant composed of red grass leaves with slightly trembling leaves was taken out by Zhou Xingyu. As soon as this plant was taken out, it attracted everyone's attention. The top of the grass leaf is like a small particle, and the veins at the top are densely packed with particles. It exudes a fiery pure yang power. This fragrance stimulated all the boys present. It also aroused the hearts of all the girls, and they began to blush. Pure yang, granular grass. This is a good magical herb. Come on, Ma Hongjun, this is for you. How to eat it depends on this note. Zhou Xingyu handed the plant directly to Ma Hongjun. In the original book, he ate some coxcomb phoenix sunflower, but this kind of fairy grass is impossible to give him now. He has no evil fire. Isn't it a waste to give him fairy grass? He is not a goddess in Douluo. It is a complete waste to give him. As for whether he can become a god in the future, it depends on his own qualifications. Zhou Xingyu saw several plants of this herb around the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. He felt that it was a great tonic for the human body. After all, he smelled the fragrance and used his mental power to sense it. There was no danger. Pure yang granular grass grows around the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. It is very likely that it has not evolved into the coxcomb phoenix sunflower before the time has come, and the medicinal effect may be slightly worse. Zhou Xingyu took out a 7-petal orchid again. When this flower came out, a fragrance came from the underground training base. Everyone felt that the soul power was actually flowing faster in this fragrance. The 7-petal orchid was snow white and brilliant, giving people a feeling of being noble and out of the world. At this time, Oscar's eyes were almost close. In the dark, Oscar felt that this thing seemed to be predestined with him, as if they were together in the previous life. Yes, Oscar ate the 8-petal fairy orchid in the original book, but the original book said that after he ate the 8-petal fairy orchid, he only increased his soul power. So this time, Zhou Xingyu was not going to give him such a high-level thing. As for the 7-petal fairy orchid, there are dozens of them in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. They grow around the 8-petal fairy orchid, and naturally carry the aura of the 8-petal fairy orchid. Zhou Xingyu believes that they must have medicinal effects that are not inferior to the 8-petal fairy orchid. There is only one of the 8-petal fairy orchids, and he has to keep it well. Whether he uses it himself or gives it to others, it will not be wasted. 7-petal fairy orchid, this is also a good magical herb. Oscar gives it to you. Go to the side with Ma Hongjun to absorb it. Seeing Oscar's wretched little expression, Zhou Xingyu knew that something was wrong because he was the only one interested in this fairy herb, and the others seemed to be just curious. Thank you, Brother Xingyu. Oscar happily took the 7-petal fairy orchid and the small note. For Oscar and Ma Hongjun, he has done his best. He is very kind to give away the fairy herb with good medicinal effects for free. After all, those people in his village have not eaten it yet. Brother, where's mine? Zhou Chang looked expectant. He was the top brother. Why hadn't it been his turn yet? A purple chrysanthemum emerged from Zhou Xingyu's hand. The whole chrysanthemum was seamless, but there was no fragrance. The top of the chrysanthemum exuded a faint golden light. Zhou Chang grabbed it and swallowed it without saying a word. As soon as it entered his mouth, the chrysanthemum melted, and a strong soul force penetrated his body cells from his mouth. He hurriedly sat down on the spot to practice. During the exercise, his blood flowed through his body. He was very surprised because he felt that his internal organs were constantly being strengthened, and even the cells in his body were cheering. This kid, Zhou Xingyu shook his head helplessly. He wanted to pretend to be cool and brag about the amazing things about the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, but he didn't give him any chance at all. Then he took the girl to another corner. After all, being here would disturb Zhou Chang's absorption of the fairy grass. Ning Rongrong pouted, her sapphire blue glass-like eyes emitting a dazzling light. She stretched out her right hand towards Zhou Xingyu, as if asking for food. Where's mine? Zhou Xingyu took out a fragrant tulip. The Douluo tulip exuded a faint green light. As soon as it appeared, everyone in the underground base began to smell it. There was no way. This Douluo tulip was too fragrant, 10 times more fragrant than perfume. This fragrance was a pure natural plant fragrance, the king of grass. The evaluation given by the original book was that its fragrance could change a person's breath. All plant-type soul beasts in front of him had their combat power halved. Here, this is for you. Ning Rongrong took the Douluo tulip with a red face, flipped open another small note, and then walked aside to start taking it. Zhou Xingyu looked at Zhu King, Xiaoxin, Min'er, and Ye Lengling, and he was thinking about what to give them next. In the original book, Zhu King took the Narcissus Jade Muscle and Bone Soul Power to increase by 7 levels, and her measurements increased greatly, and it seemed that there was no change in other aspects. Chapter 60. Hu Lina, Ye Lengling, and Catwoman ate the fairy grass. After looking at the girls for a few minutes, Zhou Xingyu confirmed it. He took out the acacia heartbroken red directly, and suddenly a light red light shone around the few people. Its light formed a barrier, surrounding them all. This fairy grass is called acacia heartbroken red. It is the top fairy grass. When picking it, you must think of your beloved lover in your heart, and sprinkle a drop of blood on the petals. Whoever succeeds will get it. He didn't take it out when Ning Rongrong was there just now, because he was afraid that the 7 treasures glazed tower could not evolve into the 9 treasures glazed tower, because Ning Rongrong's expression of love for him was too exaggerated. The 4 girls pressed forward, and Xiao Wu was at a loss. She retreated to the corner of the wall because she felt that this fairy grass seemed to be hers, and she had that feeling in the dark. But the last attempt had failed, so she had no confidence now. At the same time, in the dormitory building near the Pope's Hall of the Spirit Hall, Juliana was holding the pink bag in a daze. She had not opened the things inside last night because she was on the road all the time, and she did not dare to open it on the way. She did not dare to mention this matter when she was in the Pope's palace just now. This is a soul guide bracelet. It was one of the gifts her teacher gave her for promotion 7 years ago, but it was lost that night. She cried for a long time because of this. Why did it appear again now, and appeared in this bag from his hand? Hulina picked up the soul guide bracelet curiously and injected her soul power. She was surprised to find that nothing was missing in the soul guide bracelet. There were also her soul power training notes from 7 years ago, especially the little mirror that she liked the most. However, in front of these things was a strange jade box with a note on the box. She took out the jade box and the note, picked up the note and read it. This is a magical herb, longing for the autumn water dew. It is a seemingly inconspicuous magical herb, which can greatly improve your qualifications after taking it. Your destiny is right in front of you. I hope you can grasp it. Signed, Zhou Xingyu. Just these few short words made Juliana feel warm all over. Her charming eyes began to tremble a little, and a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. 2 dimples appeared on her face. Opening the jade box, an ordinary herb appeared. It was really as inconspicuous as the introduction. Juliana laughed and swallowed it directly without hesitation. In the underground training base of Shrek Academy, Zhu King returned the acacia heartbroken red to Zhou Xingyu in disappointment. She failed because she didn't have any beloved lover in her heart, so how could she succeed? Then Yelengling failed. Catwoman Minner didn't understand love at all, and she also failed. Now there is only one girl left. Xiaoxin's face was tense at this time, and her palms were full of sweat. The previous people had all failed, which brought her a lot of pressure. She didn't understand what love was, and what a beloved lover was. Xiaoxin expressed doubts. Can that kind of thing be eaten? At present, she is only 14 years old, and there are two men she loves. One is the old village chief, who is her savior, and the other is the boy in front of her. The old village chief said that he usually listens to him. After such a long time of contact, Xiaoxin also found that she seemed to have a good impression of Zhou Xingyu. Whether it is family affection, love, or friendship, she doesn't know. Can I? Xiaoxin pulled the hem of her skirt and trotted to Zhou Xingyu's side with a twisted posture. At this moment, she was like a light red bud about to bloom. On the soul guide skirt, the vermilion bird seemed to be about to break out of the clothes and soar into the sky. Well, you try it. Maybe you can. After all, it is a top-grade fairy grass. Zhou Xingyu handed the acacia heartbroken red to the girl next to him. It was not that he didn't want to eat it himself, but that he didn't have any beloved lovers at all. He is only 13 years old now, and according to the rules of Blue Star, he is still a minor. How could he harm these little girls? Although these little girls are extremely outrageous in development. After getting the acacia heartbroken red, Xiaoxin closed her eyes. Her mind was in a mess. She thought of the old village chief, the silly Zhou Qiang, and the old grandmother in the village. Until the end, she thought of Zhou Xingyu. She thought of the short period in the sunset forest before. Zhou Xingyu covered her mouth and told her the secret between the two. At this time, the acacia heartbroken red in Xiaoxin's hand emitted a dazzling light. She opened her eyes suddenly and then bit her finger. Pa, a drop of blood fell on the petals. The acacia heartbroken red was shining brightly, and it was about to be picked. Xiao Wu shouted from a distance, "No!" The light quickly dimmed in the shout, as if it had never appeared. Xiaoxin's face suddenly turned pale, and blood flowed out of her mouth. She was furious. Damn it! Zhou Xingyu wanted to slap the rabbit to death. It was obvious that the process of picking the acacia heartbroken red was forcibly interrupted, and it was an irreversible interruption. The acacia heartbroken red actually stopped being picked. Even Zhu Qing, Yelengling, and Catwoman Minner were disgusted with Xiao Wu at this moment. People who deliberately interrupt others from taking opportunities are really hateful. Xiaoxin's face turned pale and she almost fell to the ground, but she was immediately supported by Zhou Xingyu. She leaned in Zhou Xingyu's arms and murmured, "Brother Xingyu, did I fail?" "No, you are the best in my heart. You take a rest first, and I will help you get other magic herbs later." Zhou Xingyu helped the girl in his arms to the gravity room and let her lie on the bed to rest. He called Yelengling in again and asked Yelengling to recover Xiaoxin's injuries. After coming out of the gravity room, Zhou Xingyu said a few words to Xiao Wu and let her leave first. There were 3 girls left, and he had just thought about what magic herbs to assign to them. A Ganoderma lucidum was taken out by Zhou Xingyu. It exuded purple light all over its body, and bursts of fragrance came from the Ganoderma lucidum. This fragrance entered Zhou Xingyu's nasal cavity and penetrated into his mind. Zhou Xingyu was shocked immediately. This 9th grade purple Ganoderma could actually enhance mental power. His mental power was surging wildly just now, as if he wanted to break through the top layer of the sky. Yelengling, this 9th grade purple fungus is for you. I hope it can bring you miraculous effects. Zhou Xingyu handed the 9th grade purple fungus to the dazed Yelengling. The moment she touched the 9th grade purple fungus, Yelengling was awakened. She felt her martial soul trembling, a desire from deep in her blood. The martial soul 9-heart begonia actually wanted to absorb the 9th grade purple fungus in front of her. "Thank you." She looked up and thanked the boy in front of her, and then without hesitation, she immediately picked the 9th grade purple fungus and swallowed it. Zhou Xingyu walked in front of Zhu Qing and the cat girl Minner, and he took out the other 2 kinds of immortal herbs. Narcissus Jade Musclebone, Flower Red Sky Roar. One of these 2 immortal herbs was eaten by Zhu Qing in the original work, and the other one was not known to Tang San. This immortal herb was not in the Xuantian treasure record. Zhou Xingyu knew it because of the good and evil panel. There were 3 immortal herbs in the gap between the 2 huge stones next to the Crystal Palace, Ice and Fire Yin and Yang Eyes. The 2 stones were transformed from the bones of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. Chapter 61. 3 consecutive world fragments. The 2 magical stones have a magical use. They can conceal the breath, so it is normal that Tang San never found them, especially in the later period. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire became Tang San's private property. His mother, A Yin, used it for only half a month to revive, which must be related to the secret of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. Both of you have cat spirits. You can choose these 2. I can tell you about their effects. Narcissus Jade Muscles and Bones. Eat only the petals and then suck the stamens. You need to use soul power to stimulate absorption. Effect can improve the qualifications of the body, making your figure more perfect and your body speed more sensitive. Flower red sky howl. Eat only the rhizomes and then suck the buds. The remaining parts are used for bathing. You need to cooperate with soul power to condense. The effect is likely to cause martial soul mutation. It belongs to the fire attribute fairy grass. A white and brilliant flower grass, looking as spotless as Qinglian Bayou. A fiery red light shines and the flower buds look like a tiger head roaring to the sky. The surging power is extraordinary at a glance. Min'er is like this because of the martial soul mutation, Zhou Xingyu reminded. Hearing that the girl next to him also has a cat martial soul and a mutated martial soul, Zhu Qing's cold eyes loosened a little. You choose first. Zhu Qing stepped back, and she immediately felt a little pity, because the martial soul mutation was the most tragic group of people. There were also a few people in their Zhu family who were kicked out of the direct line because of the martial soul mutation. If the mutation was in a good direction, it was okay. The Zhu family would treat them preferentially. But if it was not in a good direction, these people could only survive in the outer sect of the Zhu family. Catwoman Min'er smiled slightly, and the ears hidden in her pink hair moved. She slowly walked in front of Zhou Xingyu. She looked up and nodded to the kind boy, and then stretched out her right hand to flower red sky roar. She didn't care what her martial soul mutated into. This fairy grass might be able to mutate her martial soul in a good direction. She hated the mutated martial soul now, which made her become a plaything to be captured. If she hadn't met a good person, she didn't know what her fate would be now. Seeing Catwoman Min'er take away flower red sky roar, Zhou Xingyu nodded secretly. This was fate, and he no longer forced it. Narcissus Jade Muscle and Bone still fell into Zhu Qing's hands. This was destined. Outside the stairs of the underground base, Zhou Xingyu was lying on a chair outside to bask in the sun. He wanted to give everyone time to absorb the fairy grass and to give everyone some fresh air. He looked up at the sky, thinking about many things. Now that the ice and fire yin-yang eyes were taken away by him, who would cure Gu Dubo and Gu Dian's poison? How would Tang San's mother, a yin, be resurrected later? Can Master Yu Xiaogong's soul power break through the 30th level? Does Dai Mubai still have the Vajra indestructible body? As he thought about it, several pieces of information came to his mind, and he smiled knowingly. Goodwill from Huliana Ups 88. Ding, due to your interference, the fate of the goddess Huliana in the Douluo world is unknown. You got 1 world fragment. Collect 10 fragments to activate the world shuttle function again. Goodwill from Ye, Lengling 66. Ding, due to your interference, the fate of the goddess Ye Lengling in the Douluo world is unknown. You got 1 world fragment. Collect 10 fragments to activate the world shuttle function again. Goodwill from Min'er 61. Ding, due to your interference, the fate of the goddess Min'er in the Douluo world is unknown. You got 1 world fragment. Collect 10 fragments to activate the world shuttle function again. Zhou Xingyu was very happy to get 3 fragments at once. Goodwill from Ningrongrong plus 100. Ningrongrong's fate has not changed, which is expected, indicating that her martial soul has evolved into the 9 treasures glazed tower according to the original world. From Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun and Oscar are not women, so there are no world fragments. They are also following the original work, but now they are with him. It's just that the fairy grass they eat is a little lower in level, which is not much different. Something must have happened to the little follower Zhou Qiang, but the system did not prompt anything, which shows that this good and evil system is a kind of thing that favors girls over boys. As for Xiaoxin, he has prepared something for her. When the door of the underground base was opened, a fragrant breeze blew in, and then a hot figure threw himself into Zhou Xingyu's arms. The figure kissed Zhou Xingyu on the cheek in a lightning speed, leaving a handful of saliva. Ningrongrong dodged slightly and said happily, "Thank you, Brother Xingyu." Her action shocked everyone behind. Oscar's face was extremely strange at this time. He was like eating a fly. He thought he could chase the girl he liked here, but the girl already had a boyfriend and it was his boss. Boy, think positively. That woman is not a pushover. The 7 treasure glazed sect is not a place that ordinary people like us can enter. Ma Hongjun patted Oscar on the shoulder. Oscar felt very aggrieved. Didn't he know that he had checked the information of the 7 treasure glazed sect before and found that it was one of the top forces in Douluo Continent? It was difficult for a support-type soulmaster like him to climb this tree. Brother Xingyu, thank you for letting my martial soul evolve into the 9 treasure glazed tower. My martial soul has broken through the limitations of family inheritance. I really have nothing to repay you. Otherwise, I will. Ningrongrong's voice became smaller and smaller, and her face was as red as a tomato. How could Zhou Xingyu let this crazy woman continue talking? The more she talked, the more outrageous it was. He was only 13 years old, still just a child. Stop quickly. I am still young now. Don't say such things that are not suitable for children. A big hand covered Ningrongrong's impulse to continue talking. He is a serious person. How can he have a relationship with such a silly girl? Ning Rongrong slapped Zhou Xingyu's arm desperately. Brother, she is going to be suffocated by you. Cat girl Minner ran to Zhou Xingyu inappropriately and said something. Zhou Xingyu quickly let go of his hand when he heard this. Ning Rongrong was finally able to breathe. She was breathing in fresh air with big mouthfuls. The atmosphere just now disappeared. She was so angry that she wanted to beat Zhou Xingyu up and calm down. She waved her 2 small fists at Zhou Xingyu and said, "Ah! Ha! Bastard! Zhou Xingyu, you murdered me! You're so angry!" Zhou Xingyu ignored her and left the place, walked to the side of the cat girl Minner and began to observe her appearance. At this time, the appearance of the cat girl Minner had not changed much, except that the tail was gone. The 2 cat ears were still there, the pair of vertical pupils were still there, but 2 pointed little tiger teeth were exposed above the mouth, and the long pink hair turned into light red hair. He asked the cat girl, Minner curiously, "How do you feel? In what direction has your martial soul changed?" The cat girl Minner smiled slightly, and she said happily, "My martial soul has changed for the better. Now it is no longer a cat but a saber-toothed tiger. The soul power has increased to level 36, and I feel full of strength." And the cat girl Minner turned her head and looked at Juju King and said, "My martial soul seems to be able to merge with hers." Chapter 62, Brand New Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Nether Flame Tiger, in order to improve the persuasiveness. Catwoman Minner trotted to Juju King's side and then whispered a few words in Juju King's ear. When these words came out, Juju King's ears turned red. Level 37 Agility Attack System Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul Netherworld Spirit Cat. Yellow, yellow, purple, 3 soul rings appeared on Juju King's body, and a burst of jade-colored brilliance flowed around her. This was the result of the incomplete absorption of the fairy grass. I believe that in the near future, these jade-colored brilliances will gradually disappear. As the soul rings appeared, her figure became more indescribable, and several boys present began to swallow their saliva. Even several girls couldn't help but look over, but they covered their eyes in the end. I really can't bear to watch it anymore. The figure is too hot. You say a 12-year-old girl. How can you do this? How can you let her live? Level 36 Strong Attack System Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul Red Flame Saber-Tooth Tiger. Just when everyone was surprised by Juju King's figure, Catwoman Minner on the side also began to activate her martial soul. Yellow, yellow, purple, 3 soul rings appeared on Minner, and a bright red light covered her whole body. This was the form of the fairy grass flower red sky roar that had not yet been absorbed. Later, as long as the other parts were used for bathing, the fairy grass power was completely absorbed, and then this fiery red light would disappear. At the same time that the cat girl Minner activated her martial soul, Juju King's soul power soared into the sky, and these soul powers seemed to have received guidance and gathered towards the center of the 2 people. The cat girl Minner's soul power also seemed to have received guidance. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Nether Flame Tiger. As the 2 people unconsciously shouted out this martial soul fusion skill, a behemoth about 5 meters tall and 8 meters long appeared in the underground base. This behemoth almost hit the top of the underground base. It has long fangs, sharp claws, and strong limbs. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be a martial soul fusion skill comparable to the Nether White Tiger. Look, you see its tail swinging around. The key is that it is burning with strong soul power. Stop, take it back, your house is going to be demolished, Zhou Xingyu shouted immediately. The huge monster opposite gave him a strong sense of oppression. The key point is that the ground is now corroded by its burning soul power. If it continues, he doesn't know what will happen. Hearing Zhou Xingyu's shout, Juju King and Minner immediately took back their soul power, and the huge monster created by the martial soul fusion technique disappeared. The 2 of them seemed to have consumed too much soul power, and they squatted on the ground and breathed heavily. Juju King and Catwoman Minner's move shocked everyone in the underground base. It was the first time for them to see the martial soul fusion technique. It was only introduced in textbooks before. Zhou Qiang walked slowly from behind at this time. When Juju King and Catwoman Minner's martial souls merged just now, he also felt the resonance of soul power. He felt that he could release the fusion skill with Juju King and Minner at will, and he could also release the martial soul fusion skill with both of them at the same time. Brother, I think Zhou Qiang walked to Zhou Xingyu's side and expressed his thoughts. Zhou Xingyu was not surprised when he said this, because Qirong Tongtianju and Shuishanyu muscles and bones could resonate. Since Huahong Kangxiangxiao could resonate with Shuishanyu muscles and bones, it was not surprising that these 3 could resonate with each other. Another point is that the yin-yang eyes of Ice and Fire were originally the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King who fell in the Sunset Forest at the same time. Their bodies were buried thousands of feet below the yin-yang eyes of Ice and Fire. After countless years of nurturing, become a muscular and strong boy. He is now covered with a layer of white fluff, which is slowly getting shorter as time goes by, especially the 4 soul rings on his body, which are now shining with dazzling brilliance, and there are strange sounds coming from the 4 soul rings. Anyone who knows about the martial soul fusion technique knows that the martial soul fusion technique of 2 people and the martial soul fusion technique of 3 people is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The strength will soar several times. The sacred dragon produced by the gold and iron triangle trinity martial soul fusion technique can slightly compete with the Title Douluo of around level 90. Ma Hongjun was really envious. The fat guy Zhou Qiang not only looked more handsome, but also could fuse with 2 beauties. No, he also wanted to try martial soul fusion. He walked over shyly and whispered, "Well, I think I can also fuse with them." Humph! A cold snort came from Zhu Xing's mouth. Even the cat girl Minner looked at Ma Hongjun with unkind eyes. Can't they feel who he can fuse with his martial soul? This fat guy is the most disgusting. He actually wants to take advantage of them. Ha! Fat guy, you really made me laugh to death. Laughter came from the side. Ning Rongrong pulled Ye Lengling's little hand. At this time, she was about to squat on the ground. Anyway, she was only seen trembling all over. Ye Lengling looked very embarrassed. Her face blushed as she apologized to everyone. Oscar slapped Ma Hongjun's dirty hands away. He had just been staring at Ning Rongrong seriously, but who would have thought that a foul smell would come from Ma Hongjun? Ma Hongjun, damn it, go back to the dormitory and take a shower. Why don't you smell how smelly you are? When he turned around, he saw that Ma Hongjun's body was covered with a layer of black juice. This was clearly the toxins in his body that were eliminated by eating the fairy grass. Ma Hongjun was stunned at first, then he lowered his head to look. It didn't matter. He wanted to go into the sewer. It was too embarrassing. He ran to his dormitory without looking back. Ha ha ha. Ma Hongjun's scandal made everyone laugh so hard that they fell backwards. Even Zhu King and Ye Lengling, who didn't laugh much, laughed out loud. Catwoman Minner looked down on Ma Hongjun's leaving figure. She hated lecherous men the most. When Zhou Qiang saw Ma Hongjun leave, he lowered his head to smell the smell on his body, then looked at everyone, and finally decided to go back to wash first. Oscar saw that his 2 friends had left, and he also wanted to go back, but Zhou Xingyu shouted, "Xiao, how are you?" Zhou Xingyu had long seen that Oscar liked Ning Rongrong, so he had been avoiding Ning Rongrong. As for how the 2 of them would develop in the future, it was their business. Anyway, he would not consider any love between men and women at the moment. Oscar was stunned for a while, and then carefully felt the changes in his body. Finally, his face became very strange. He looked around, especially in the direction of Ning Rongrong, and then he shouted in surprise, "Ha ha ha, cool, it's really cool!" Now it was Ning Rongrong's turn to be unhappy. This kid always looked at her randomly, and she had been unhappy for a long time. Now he showed that disgusting smile again, and now she couldn't stand it anymore. The Wuhun 9 Treasures glazed tower emerged from his hand, and then 2 yellow and 1 purple, 3 soul rings emerged from her body. Funny, believe it or not, I'll beat you up. 9 treasures turns into glazed glass. 1 is power, 2 is speed, 3 is soul. 3 rays of divine light flew out from the 9 treasure glazed tower in Ning Rongrong's right hand and covered herself. Then she accelerated and rushed towards Oscar. Chapter 63 Ye Lengling's new martial soul 9 heart Begonia becomes 10 heart Begonia. Now it was Oscar's turn to be confused. He didn't think about anything. He was just surprised that his soul power level had increased. What on earth was wrong with this woman today? She was obviously an auxiliary spirit master, but she wanted to fight with him. A food spirit master? She even wanted to beat him up? "Boss, help me!" Oscar began to circle around Zhou Xingyu. He had to run at this time. He was a food spirit master and had no strength to tie a chicken. Besides, was he going to fight with a woman? Ning Rongrong also circled around Zhou Xingyu. The 2 of them were arguing. Seeing the 2 people circling around him, Zhou Xingyu was almost dizzy. He quickly activated the first soul ring and then used soul power to freeze the 2 weak chickens in place. "Stop, I really admire you. A pair of funny people." The 2 people may have been spinning too many circles, and suddenly Zhou Xingyu did this. They kept spinning and spinning in place. Bang! The 2 bumped into different places. Oscar bumped into the Catwoman Minner in the distance and was kicked away by her, while Ning Rongrong bumped into Zhu King's arms. "Zhou Xingyu!" Ning Rongrong's voice resounded throughout the underground base, scaring Ma Hongjun, who was taking a shower. She was so angry today that she was fooled by this bastard twice in a row. Ning Rongrong stared at Oscar and then said a few words softly, but Oscar squatted on the ground and shook his head like a rattle. Zhu Qing found the conversation between the 2 very funny. She laughed out loud and her plump figure trembled. Oscar's eyes followed the sound and he was stunned. "Humph." Zhu Qing's face turned cold, and she turned around and pulled Catwoman Minner away from here. She was also going to go back to the dormitory to take a shower. At this time, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Ye Lengling, and Zhou Xingyu were the only 4 people left in the bay underground square. After seeing that there were fewer people, Ye Lengling slowly walked towards Zhou Xingyu. At this time, she was no longer lonely and desolate. She walked very slowly, with a waterfall of long blue hair draped behind her. As she walked, the blue hair began to float. A wave of soul power emerged from her body, and then she showed a confident look in her eyes, which was a look she had never had before. In the past, she liked to hide in the corner alone. Even if she communicated with others, she only said a few words. She basically spoke with her head down, which made her look very humble and minimized her sense of existence. Yellow, yellow, and purple. 3 soul rings emerged from the bottom of her feet. Then a crabapple flower emerged from her right hand. The crabapple flower gradually grew larger and was held in Ye Lingling's hands. Composed of white and pink petals, the crabapple flower is gorgeous and graceful. The leaves and branches slide down from both sides of Ye Lingling's palm. The soft vines are in the wind and the flowers are drooping, like a lady with hair covering her face, affectionate and graceful. It is worth noting that the 9-heart bud in the middle of the crabapple flower has changed a lot. The 9-heart bud has now become a 10-heart bud. Thank you, Zhou Xingyu. I really don't know how to thank you. It's you who gave me confidence and made my martial spirit break through the restrictions of the family. From now on, there will be no more 9-heart crabapples in the world, and no more damn curses. Ye Lingling's voice began to tremble. She was in a very complicated mood at this time. Because of the martial spirit 9-heart crabapple, her people were basically dead. Now only her mother and sister are left. They dare not awaken their soul power for fear of something going wrong. Just now, after she took the 9th grade purple fungus given by Zhou Xingyu, the blood seal that restricted their family was broken, and her soul power also improved by leaps and bounds. From the original level 31, it soared directly to level 39, just a little short of reaching the level 40. Zhou Xingyu slowly approached Ye Lingling and stretched out his right hand towards Ye Lingling's head. Ye Lingling did not dodge, but withdrew her martial spirit and took the initiative to approach Zhou Xingyu. Zhou Xingyu smiled slightly when he saw her action and gently rubbed her hair with his hand and said, "Silly girl, there is actually no curse in this world, but you are not strong enough. If you are strong enough to make rules, then your family's martial spirit will naturally have no restrictions." Feeling the warm temperature of her fingertips, Ye Lingling's heart beat violently, and a blush appeared on her fair face. She didn't understand how she, a supporting soul master, could become powerful. Listening to the gentle voice, shyly looking at Zhou Xingyu's black pupils full of unknown mystery, Ye Lingling was a little infatuated. She even had the urge to get close to the handsome face so close. Now she had only one thought in her heart. That is to help the boy in front of her reach the pinnacle of this world and make him the most powerful one in Douluo Continent. "I am willing to follow you all the time," Ye Lingling said in her heart without anyone noticing. Suddenly Zhou Xingyu pointed to the top of the underground base and his eyes looked up. A cold light shot out from his black pupils, and he said coldly, "The culprit who made all these tragedies is in the unknown god realm. As long as we replace them, all the rules of Douluo Continent will be rewritten." At this moment, Ye Lingling in front of Zhou Xingyu was stunned, and Ning Rongrong, who was jealous behind him, was also stunned, including Oscar, who had been looking at Ning Rongrong. What a shameless statement. A mere mortal actually wanted to defeat the heavens, and even wanted to replace them. It was simply a fantasy. It was difficult for ordinary people to become a soul master. Even if they became powerful soul masters, it was even more difficult to become a Title Douluo. Title Douluo was the existence that Ye Lingling, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar looked up to. Even they did not think they could achieve it in this lifetime. Becoming a god? This was such a distant thing, and they had to defeat those ancient gods. Was it possible? Several big question marks appeared in their heads. Is this true? If I am willing to fight the god realm with you, can you help resurrect my parents? At this time, a surprised girl's voice appeared in the distant training ground. Xiaowu had been practicing soul power in the training ground just now, and was later awakened by Ma Hongjun's voice. Now hearing such a surprising thing, she hurriedly ran over to ask. Seeing that the little rabbit was attracted by his words, smiled mysteriously and walked away. He just wanted to whet the rabbit's appetite. He also wanted to open a hole in the soul beast side from Xiaowu. Before Xiaowu could even get close to Zhou Xingyu, the boy in front of her actually went to the boy's dormitory. "Hey! Hey! Why are you running? Answer me!" Xiaowu was so anxious at this moment. This guy was talking halfway, and her curiosity was maximized. As a result, he just walked away. "Your strength is too weak. If you can hold on to triple gravity in the gravity room, I will consider taking you to fight the god realm. Otherwise..." Zhou Xingyu's voice floated to Xiaowu's ears. Xiaowu stomped her feet in anger. The boy's dormitory was in front of her, and it was not easy for her to rush in alone. She went to the training ground angrily to start weight training again, because the task that bastard gave her was to train with weights first, and then wait until she could run with hundreds of kilograms of weight on her body without panting. Then she could proceed to the next stage of training. While running with weights, Xiaowu remembered the embarrassing scene in the gravity room that day. Chapter 64. Gravity Room Preparation. Ice and Fire Golden Body Training 1. In the boys' dormitory of the underground base, Zhou Xingyu asked Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Zhou Qiang about the changes they had experienced after eating the immortal grass. In the end, he learned that Oscar's soul power had increased by 3 levels this time, reaching an astonishing level of 43, and this effect was still slowly increasing, but his martial soul had not changed at all, just like in the original work. Ma Hongjun's soul power level had increased by 3 levels, and was currently at level 43. His martial soul seemed to have evolved in some way, and even his body had become a little thinner. He tried to activate his martial soul himself, and found that all the defects of his martial soul had disappeared. He jumped up in joy. "Brother Xingyu, thank you. My martial soul seems to have evolved a little bit in a better direction. It's such a pleasant surprise. You see, I can't repay you. How about I pledge my love to you?" Ma Hongjun pouted and tried to come over to hug Zhou Xingyu, but was kicked away by Zhou Xingyu. "Go find your sister Kuehua to pledge her love to you. I'm not interested in men." Zhou Xingyu was speechless about this fat guy. This guy was actually interested in men, and he was so scared that he quickly dodged behind Oscar. He was very satisfied with the changes in Oscar and Ma Hongjun after they ate the low-level immortal grass. In the original novel, Tang San did not mention other low-level immortal grasses. It is very likely that he swallowed them himself. Otherwise, how could his aptitude be improved so much and his spirit be upgraded so quickly? Zhou Qiang was hesitant to speak. He had wanted to report his physical condition after eating the immortal grass several times, but he was always interrupted. Now, seeing Ma Hongjun rushing towards him, he was directly hit by his backhand. Ma Hongjun was hit directly by this move and was scared to dodge. The boys' dormitory was quiet instantly. He took advantage of no one talking and quickly said to Zhou Xingyu, "Brother, I seem to have lost the weakness of low defense after using the first soul skill of Berserk." "Oh, show me how to use it." Zhou Xingyu became curious. The effect of Qirong Tong Tianju was originally indestructible. It was because of this effect that he gave this immortal grass to his best brother. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 4 soul rings emerged from Zhou Qiang's body, and a black 2-handed giant sword emerged from his palm, and then quickly grew larger. Then his first soul ring suddenly lit up, and he roared in a low voice. First soul skill, Berserk. After turning on the Berserk, a thick layer of white fluff grew on his body, and this layer of fluff flashed with cold light. Zhou Xingyu stretched out his right hand to touch it, and found that the hardness of this layer of white fluff was comparable to steel, and the hardness of this white fluff could be controlled at will. If it is partially controlled, the strongest hardness can reach super alloy. He tried to cut it with his martial soul and found that it took a lot of soul power to break it. Oscar and Ma Hongjun also went over to try. Ma Hongjun wanted to grill him with his soul power, but was glared back by Zhou Qiang. "Wow, Qiangzi, you will become a crazy tank in the future." Oscar was envious. He was a grown man and was a support-type soul master. This was a shame in his life. Zhou Xingyu nodded. The effect of this fairy grass was good, but it didn't make the martial soul evolve. This was a pity. He smiled with his white teeth and said, "Well, not bad. You will be my sparring partner from tomorrow." Hearing about sparring, Zhou Qiang instantly became timid. Even Ma Hongjun and Oscar next to him started to run away, fearing that they would be called later. "Brother, I can't do it." Zhou Qiang retreated again and again. Several soul rings on his body flashed continuously, and the white fluff on his body instantly grew several inches, just like a white-haired weirdo. Zhou Xingyu, at this time, had a cold light in his eyes. He locked the 3 people with his mental power, and then he pointed his finger at the 3 cowards. You, the 3 of you will start special training tomorrow. All 3 of you have reached level 40 or above, but that's not enough." This finger didn't matter, but the special training that followed scared the 3 of them so much that they hugged each other. They had tried special training once before, and they lay down on the same day. They did 500 sit-ups, 500 push-ups, 500 frog jumps, 500 kicks, and 500 punches. The above are okay, but the key is the weighted running on the Shrek playground. This is so embarrassing. So many people are staring at you, but you can't run half a lap. There are so many girls here, they will say this boy is not good. Yeah, you see, he lay down after half a lap too weak. Who can stand this? They have all kinds of weighted iron blocks tied to their bodies. The key is the final battle. Basically, Zhou Xingyu fought several people alone, and the people didn't have time to fight back, and they were often beaten with lumps on their heads. Zhou Qiang was already regretting why he was so cheap to show off his frenzy and white hair. It's such a happy decision. Zhou Xingyu closed the dormitory door and left without taking a cloud with him, leaving the boys' dormitory with ghosts and wolves howling. There will be a friendly match with Tiando Royal Academy next week. These people are already over level 40, and it is impossible for them to participate. Moreover, we'll not let them play in the friendly match with Wuhun Hall. If nothing unexpected happens, he will select a few people from the genius class to make up the number for the friendly match with Tiando Royal Academy, and then let Catwoman Minner and Juju King participate. For the rest of the people, He will arrange hard training until they can adapt to the double gravity or even triple gravity in the gravity room. Zhou Xingyu has arrived in the gravity room. Xiaoxin is still recovering her soul power. Although Ye Lengling has treated most of her internal injuries, she has been damaged. At this time, the girl in a light red short skirt suit is sitting cross-legged on the floor of the gravity room. Her long black hair has been tied into a ponytail by herself. Her white oval face was exposed, and her crooked eyebrows were like crescents. There was a smile on the corner of her mouth, probably because she sensed Zhou Xingyu coming in. Zhou Xingyu walked over and touched her nose with his fingertips. "Yes, brother Xingyu." Xiaoxin opened her beautiful eyes and responded. She was a little evasive at the moment, and I don't know what she was thinking about just now. Zhou Xingyu smiled and nodded. He didn't poke the little girl's mind and asked directly, "Your martial soul is a plant-based martial soul, demon cloud vine. Tell me what kind of soul beast that old man helped you get." Xiaoxin stood up. Maybe because she had been sitting cross-legged, her legs were a little numb. She stood unsteadily and fell on Zhou Xingyu. Zhou Xingyu didn't dodge. He put his right hand around Xiaoxin's waist, and then he put the girl in his arms on the chair in the gravity room. "Am I stupid?" Xiaoxin blushed and whispered. "Not stupid, much smarter than other girls," Zhou Xingyu said without hesitation. Xiaoxin is indeed the smartest among the girls in the special recruitment class. She doesn't like to lie. Zhu Zhuqing likes to pretend to be cold. Ning Rongrong is brainless. Catwoman Minner was shy before. Ye Langling lives in her own world, and Xiao Wu only has Tang San in her heart. On the other hand, Xiaoxin is the most real girl. She never acts like a spoiled child, and she is decisive. She will complete many things seriously once she is told. Even if she can't think of something, she will arrange it properly. "Really?" Xiaoxin's legs swung around on the seat. She was very happy at this time, so the question she asked was also silly. Zhou Xingyu nodded again. Seeing the boy in front of her confirm it again, Xiaoxin was satisfied. She recalled the soul beasts captured by the old village chief for her, and then explained them one by one. Chapter 65. Entering the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire again. Ice and fire golden body 2. Listening to Xiaoxin's explanation, Zhou Xingyu felt speechless. The old village chief still did not listen to his advice. He had shown the notes on the 10 core competitiveness of martial spirits to the old village chief. Xiaoxin chose a soul beast of about 400 years old, Ivy, for the first soul ring. This is a vine-type soul beast. It is old enough and has special effects, but its power is average. The second soul ring chose a soul beast of about 700 years old, Cage Grass. Cage Grass is very tough and difficult to be damaged by swords and knives. Once trapped, it is impossible to break through the cage without using a super powerful attack. However, the common problem of plant-type soul beasts is that they are afraid of fire and other attribute attacks. Although your third soul ring is 1,000 years old, it is only more than 1,300 years old, and it was selected from a plant-type soul beast. This damn old man is too casual. Zhou Xingyu rolled his eyes and said to Xiaoxin, meaning why didn't she choose the soul beast she liked without resistance? Xiaoxin respected the old village chief very much. The old village chief was her savior. Besides, she was a woman, and she didn't have too many thoughts at the time. It was enough to help the companions in the village with farm work. "Brother Xingyu, the village chief is very good. Can you please not call him a dead old man next time?" At this point, Xiaoxin's voice became obviously more serious, and even her tone was a little louder. Seeing Xiaoxin talking with a stern face, Zhou Xingyu couldn't help laughing, but he didn't argue with her in the end. As a Title Douluo, the old village chief can take a rescued little girl to hunt for soul rings. This is already a very good treatment. After all, he is really busy at ordinary times. As the leader of a sect, there are many things that he needs to deal with personally. "Xiaoxin, I will help you choose the immortal grass again and improve your physical fitness. However, it may be painful and even life-threatening. If you agree, just nod your head. If you don't agree, I will choose a mild immortal grass for you." Zhou Xingyu stared at the girl in front of him when he said this. He needed to find out her inner thoughts. If she wanted to live an ordinary life, he might give up on her in future battles. If the plant martial spirit does not use extreme violent control, there is not much growth potential in the future. After the basic spirit master reaches level 70 and learns the martial spirit, the ability to defend against plant control will be greatly enhanced. The plant system has too many weaknesses. It is simply a foolish dream to want to kill the Title Douluo powerhouses behind by ordinary control, unless you use poison like Tang San. Little did he know that Tang San and the Title Douluo powerhouses used the domain plus the clear sky hammer in the subsequent battles, and the most were the Tang sect hidden weapons. If the blue-silver grass had not awakened, it would have been useless in the future. Xiaoxin was stunned. She felt a hint of alienation in Zhou Xingyu's tone. This is something that only a girl who is extremely meticulous can feel. She felt that if she shook her head, she might never catch up with the boy in front of her. The distance between the two of them might become farther and farther, and even after several years, she could only look up at this boy. I do. Xiaoxin nodded subconsciously. The moment she agreed, the black pupils of the boy in front of her seemed to reveal an inexplicable look. She knew that she had made the right choice. Zhou Xingyu nodded and stretched out his right hand to grab Xiaoxin's left hand. Xiaoxin was surprised that the environment in the gravity room suddenly changed. She discovered something shocking. At this time, she and Zhou Xingyu had come to another world. This is the yin-yang eye of ice and fire? Xiaoxin's voice was trembling at this time. The change of this environment and world was simply too incredible, as if she was dreaming. 1 second ago, she was still in the gravity room. The next second, she was around the yin-yang eye of ice and fire in the sunset forest. But didn't the yin-yang eye of ice and fire in the sunset forest disappear? Could it be? Xiaoxin's eyes widened and she covered her mouth with her hands. Could it be that Zhou Xingyu was a god? Could it be that the little secret between the two of them was this? When she looked down from mid-air, she actually saw the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire that suddenly disappeared and the huge deep pit. Seeing this silly woman looking like she had seen a ghost, Zhou Xingyu knew that he had to introduce it quickly. Otherwise, he didn't know what would happen to her later. Yes, this is the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, but it's not in the sunset forest. It's in my soul guide. After Zhou Xingyu's nonsense, Xiaoxin seemed to understand what was going on. It turned out that the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire were taken away by Zhou Xingyu with a mysterious soul guide. The space of this soul guide was super large and contained air. Yes, that's the case. Don't tell others that I have such a big soul guide. This is a secret between the two of us. Even the old village chief can't do it, remember? Zhou Xingyu was like abducting a child, tricking her into a lie step by step. After fooling Xiaoxin, he turned around and secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead. This was really life-threatening. It was too difficult to deceive people, especially innocent little girls. After taking out the Yuxiang Qiluo immortal product, he took Xiaoxin's hand and walked towards the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. This time he wanted to take the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot. He planned to let Xiaoxin practice the ice and fire golden body to strengthen her physical fitness, and then create a powerful control-type soul master. A few dozen meters away from the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, the two felt the terrifying pressure, which was the pressure emitted by the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. It was the aftermath of the dragon's might after the death of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. Zhou Xingyu pointed to the corner of the ice pool on the left. There was a thick layer of ice on the ground at that location, and the rocks and herbs next to it were covered with thick ice crystals. See? That one is the 8-angled mysterious ice grass. In the middle of the two rocks, there was a fairy grass that shone with cold light. At this moment, a little bit of ice debris just fell from the top 2 leaves. The ice debris fell to the ground and made a crisp sound. Zhou Xingyu saw Xiaoxin nod and then pointed to the corner of the outer periphery of the fiery red pool on the right, where there were almost no plants. That one is the fiery apricot delicate shoe. The fiery apricot delicate shoe was like a fairy grass that admired itself alone. There were no plants around it, just like a star of destiny. Wait, you do this, that, this? Zhou Xingyu told Xiaoxin a series of procedures for picking the fairy grass, which was also to prevent any mistakes later. It was true that he owned this crystal palace, and he didn't need to pick it manually. He only needed a thought, and the complete fairy grass would automatically emerge, and it could also leave seeds perfectly, without having to be as embarrassed as Tang San. Oh, Xiaoxin nodded like a rattle. When she heard about the ice and fire training golden body, her face was as red as a tomato. Because after eating the magic grass, they will actually jump into the ice and fire yin-yang eye to absorb the medicinal power, and they will be together with the boy in front of them. But the two of them have not reached this stage yet, and they seem to have not even started dating. How can they absorb the magic grass and the ice and fire yin-yang eye together? What is the difference between this and indirect contact? Chapter 66, Preparation for the Friendly Match Between the Two Colleges, Ice and Fire Golden Body Training 3. When Xiaoxin completely remembered how to swallow the magic grass, Xingyu began to use the power of the Crystal Palace. 2 thoughts acted on the 8 anise mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot at the same time. Then, with a flash of thought, these 2 magic herbs with opposite effects were picked at the same time. In Xiaoxin's surprised eyes, the 2 magic herbs quickly gathered together. In the air, the strange cold fairy product and the hot fairy product emitted a dazzling light. They began to intersect with each other, and a faint red light and white gas appeared around the 2 magic herbs. Then a cold light flashed. The 2 immortal herbs were divided into 2 parts, and then the 2 parts flew to Zhou Xingyu and Xiaoxin at a very fast speed. Hurry up and swallow it. There are still 6 seconds. Zhou Xingyu did not dare to stop and reminded immediately. He grabbed the 2.5 immortal herbs in front of him and swallowed them quickly. Xiaoxin also knew the urgency of the matter and immediately began to swallow the immortal herbs in a formal manner. The two parts of immortal herbs melted in their mouths and turned into immortal wine flowing into their throats. The two felt like they were drinking the most delicious juice. This juice was the freshest freshly squeezed juice under the sun. Just when the two thought that this freshly squeezed juice was delicious, the violent alien power in their bodies came. In just a few breaths, Zhou Xingyu and Xiaoxin trembled all over, and then a layer of ice blue emerged from Zhou Xingyu's feet. In an instant, his whole body was surrounded by ice blue. On Xiaoxin's side, it was the opposite. A layer of fiery red emerged from her feet. She seemed to be cooked. The color of pain emerged from her face when, swallowing the magic herb, Zhou Xingyu had already controlled the Crystal Palace to shorten the distance between the two and the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Zhou Xingyu knew that the effect of the medicine had taken effect, and immediately dodged and pulled Xiaoxin to run madly towards the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. While running, a new round of changes had begun on the two. Zhou Xingyu's body changed from ice blue to fiery red, and Xiaoxin's body changed from fiery red to ice blue. Plop! The two fell into the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire hand in hand. Perhaps because the magic herb was divided into two parts, Zhou Xingyu was still conscious at this time. However, Xiaoxin, who was with him, had already fallen into a coma. As the two fell into it, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire began to roll and surge with the spring water, but after only a few seconds, the water surface returned to calm, as if nothing had happened just now. The ice-blue water surface and the fiery red water surface were still so clearly distinguished. However, the two people in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire were experiencing life and death ordeals, and the two energies of ice and fire repeatedly washed over their body cells. The hot and cold spring water continued to penetrate into their bodies, and these spring waters and the two kinds of immortal grass in their bodies slowly formed a wonderful confrontation. In the constant confrontation, the physical fitness of the two people was constantly improving. Ding, water, ice immunity +1. Ding, fire immunity +1. Ding, toxin immunity +1. This sound kept coming out of Zhou Xingyu's mind. At this moment, Xiaoxin beside him had closed her eyes and her body was falling down. Pain came from all over the body. Many times, having a strong mental power is often not a good thing. Zhou Xingyu wished that he would faint like Xiaoxin and Tang San. At this moment, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure, persist and persist. In the severe pain, his mental power perception became clearer and clearer, as if it had broken through the limit of 10 meters. A trace of hot and cold spring water poured into his eyes. This was the disadvantage of not fainting. Under the severe pain, he accidentally squinted his eyes. This is unbearable. The cold and heat kept flowing in his eyes, and his eyeballs seemed to be torn apart. However, at this time, the energy transformed from the 8-angled black ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate sparseness surged out of his body, and these four energies continued to blend in Zhou Xingyu's eyes. Then a more refined energy surged out of his mind. This is his mental power. At this moment, the mental power is actually absorbing four energies, and it is trying to break through the next level. Just when Zhou Xingyu felt that he could not hold on and was about to faint, a roar came from his mind. His mental power broke through the limitations of the good and evil panel and reached the next level, soul state. Soul state is the next level of soul awakening state. The mental power perception range in this state can reach about 10 to 50 meters, and you can use mental power to effectively protect yourself and even control objects in a preliminary way. All this information is what he learned from observing the good and evil panel after his mental power was promoted. The mental power column on the panel has changed. Time is passing, and Zhou Xingyu and Xiaoxin are also passively strengthening their bodies in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. At this time, the other students in the Shrek Special Recruitment class were almost going crazy. 3 days had passed, and they looked everywhere but couldn't find Zhou Xingyu and Xiaoxin. The key point was that they had already asked the guards of Shrek Academy, and no one saw them go out. Today was the 4th day. Under normal circumstances, Shrek Academy would select a team of Soul Masters above level 30 to go to Tiando Royal Academy for a friendly match. Dean Flanders and Vice Dean Zhao Wuji were extremely anxious. They walked back and forth in the teaching building outside the special recruitment class. They were followed by 4 students, 2 boys and 2 girls. The other students in the special recruitment class had just come out of the underground base. Ma Hongjun was the first one to come out. As soon as he came out, he was pulled on the ear with love. Ma Hongjun, you can't even look after one person. Who do you think you're going to send out now? Have you discussed it? Dean Flanders was pulling his son's ear and scolding him. Ma Hongjun was so scared by his cheap dad's words that he dared not say a word. He kept asking his cheap dad to let go. He was almost dying of pain. Besides, there were many beauties watching him from behind and in front. Vice Dean Zhao Wuji stroked his mustache. He looked at Zhu Juqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, then turned to Flanders and said, "Dean, I think we should just select 3 people from these kids and then select 4 people from the genius class to form a new team. There are only 4 students above level 30 and below level 40 now. They have just confirmed it. Zhao Wuji knew about the cat girl. When Zhou Xingyu brought her back 2 years ago, he tested her martial spirit. He personally thought that this martial spirit was good for cuteness, but it was far from fighting. How strong can a martial spirit like mutated ornamental cat be? Ning Rongrong was the first to be unhappy when she heard the sloppy bearded male teacher say this. At that time, they discussed the battle plan briefly and thought that the 4 girls could form a team together. It's impossible to add other people. Xingyu said so. Ning Rongrong pouted and shouted at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji was upset. Which blind little girl dared to argue with him? He said in a deep voice. Who said that? You are so rebellious that you don't even listen to the words of the vice president. After saying this, he just wanted to see who was so arrogant. But when he turned around, he saw Ning Rongrong looking at him angrily. That little look and the little action of putting her hands on her hips were completely like a tigress. Oh, my little ancestor, I just think you are not enough. Zhao Wuji quickly pretended to be a grandson, and his tone became a little gentle. He didn't want to offend a big sect like the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, and this girl was the jewel in the palm of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Then what do you think we should do? Zhao Wuji threw the question to Ning Rongrong. To be honest, he really didn't want to care about this shit. Wouldn't it be nice to chat with those beautiful teachers in the elite class? Just when Ning Rongrong was about to tell all the battle strategies, a familiar voice came from afar. It was the confident voice of Master Yu Xiaogang. I will be responsible for the friendly match between Shrek Academy and Tiando Royal Academy. Chapter 67, Prelude to the Storm. Just when Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Ma Hongjun and others were confused, a middle-aged man dressed simply and cleanly came from a distance. He was wearing a simple and low-key gray robe and gray cloth shoes. There was a martial spirit pattern embroidered on the gray robe. At this time, his face was filled with a confident smile. After what happened that night, he regained his self-confidence again. He wanted to write a brand new 10 core competencies of the martial spirit again. He wanted to become famous all over the world. He wanted to show that he was not a waste. He wanted to show his family and the person in the Pope's palace that he, Yu Xiaogang, was strong again. Why? Ning Rongrong was dissatisfied. She had seen how frustrated this teacher was before. He actually wanted to arrange for his team to participate in the competition. He was dreaming. Zhou Xingyu was not here, and she had to take charge of the team. Rongrong. Ye Lengling took a few steps to Ning Rongrong's side. She leaned over to Ning Rongrong and whispered a few words. Ning Rongrong was puzzled after hearing this. She asked Ye Lengling beside her in confusion. Really? Ye Lengling nodded and looked at Zhou Qiang and Oscar on the left. Feeling Ye Lengling's gaze, Zhou Qiang immediately understood. He walked to the dean in one step and then said a few words. What? You only arranged 4 girls to play, 2 assistants, and 2 cat girls? Dean Flanders' voice was loud. He was already surprised. Zhou Xingyu must be crazy. Doesn't he want to win? Other people nearby cast strange looks, especially Zhu King and cat girl Minner. The eyes of the 2 of them were particularly unfriendly, as if they wanted to kill with their eyes. Feeling several cold eyes, Dean Flanders quickly covered his mouth and looked around. Sure enough, the 2 assistants, the 2 cat girls, and the 4 girls were not very friendly to him. Flanders felt a headache instantly. He could only bite the bullet and discuss with his friend Yu Xiaogang. Xiaogang, come, let's discuss the strategy again. Flanders walked to the back, hugged the master Yu Xiaogang who was bursting with confidence, and then forcibly pulled his brother to the flower bed behind. Asshole Flanders, let me go! Yu Xiaogang, who was originally full of confidence, was hugged savagely. He began to hate his own strength again. He swayed left and right, and finally couldn't get rid of Flanders' big hand. He could only bear it silently. No! Master Yu Xiaogang's constant protests came from the flower bed behind. Finally, in the quarrel, Master Yu Xiaogang compromised. There was no other way. If he didn't compromise, he might not even have the title of a theoretical teacher in the special recruitment class, let alone wanting to be famous in the future. The next day, Master Yu Xiaogang, Dean Fred, Vice Dean Zhao Wuji, and several 7-ring Soul Saint teachers took 4 girls from the special recruitment class to Tiando Royal Academy. This lineup is already able to compete with a Title Douluo level strongman. If nothing unexpected happens, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect will also send people to protect Ning Rongrong. They didn't even bring a backup player with them. Many people from the Shrek Genius class and Elite class took the lead in making trouble. They expressed their dissatisfaction. The most violent ones were led by Dai Mubai. Then Dai Mubai made a scene in Shrek Academy and was suppressed by Zhou Qiang. Dai Mubai, you really embarrass us men. Tell me how old you are. Are you level 40? You look big and strong. Why do you do such a childish thing? At the gate of Shrek Academy, Zhou Qiang was teaching Dai Mubai a lesson with his spirit. 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. These 4 soul rings stimulated Dai Mubai's mind. At this time, Dai Mubai was already 15 years old. He knew that the fat man in front of him was only 13 years old this year. He was unwilling to give up, but the difference in soul power was simply not enough to resist the 4-ring soul master in front of him. The gap between the 3-ring soul master of the strong attack system and the 4-ring soul master of the strong attack system was too big. The opponent was also known as the sword martial soul with the strongest attack power. The White Tiger King Kong transformation could not withstand the opponent's attack at all. I give up! A black giant sword was pressed against Dai Mubai's throat. The White Tiger King Kong transformation was beaten to pieces. Dai Mubai felt the oppression of death and finally chose to give up. Seeing such a cowardly Dai Mubai, Zhou Qiang immediately lost all interest. In fact, Dai Mubai could have fought him hard with that move just now. At most, he would have been stabbed with a hole, and he would also be injured. Hey, let's go to training. It's really boring. Qiang dispersed his soul power and shouted to Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who were watching from a distance. The three of them quickly left the gate of Shrek Academy. Bang! Just after Zhou Qiang and the other two left, Dai Mubai punched the ground. Go away! What are you looking at? Dai Mubai yelled at the students watching at the gate. His face was extremely ferocious at this time, as if someone owed him money. A boy said disdainfully, Go away, just a coward! That's right, I thought he was handsome, but I didn't expect him to be a fool. A beautiful girl next to him showed a look of contempt. She wanted to come and see the most handsome boy in the genius class tonight. Hearing everyone say this, Dai Mubai got anxious. His face quickly became gentle. He chased after the fan girl and shouted, Mina, don't leave. It's not that I can't do it. It's that guy who cheated. At the same time, a fiery red sword rose into the air from the top of the Shrek Special Recruitment Class teaching building. A man and a woman sat on the sword. They were wearing the ostentatious uniforms of the Special Recruitment Class. From their expressions, the boy looked solemn, while the girl looked like a little girl. The girl hugged the boy's waist, her beautiful black hair fluttering in the breeze. At this time, the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, as if she was happy about something. From the looks of it, this man and woman are completely a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Their skin is white and rosy. The key is that they both have black hair and black pupils, which looks very good. If you look closely, there are ice blue and fiery red in the boy's black pupils, and the two colors are constantly alternating. Xiaoxin, don't tickle me all the time. When the flying sword is so high, if I make a mistake and fall down, we will both be dead. Xiaoxin knew this joke. She was not afraid of falling down from such a high place. Her martial spirit was Mo Yunteng, so she started to be more aggressive. Humph, you are dead and two people are dead? I will tickle you. I told you to tickle me. I fought back. Zhou Xingyu knew why this little girl was like this. He had seen something he shouldn't have seen in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire before. There was no way. Both of them were in the spring water, and Xiaoxin was unconscious. There was a spring eye at the bottom of the spring water. If he didn't do anything, both of them would fall into the spring eye. There were the remains of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King under the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. At present, with the strength of the two people, going to this 10,000 meters below would definitely be a death. So he had to make an alternative move. This was completely for protection, and there was no other bad intention. Time was spent in the playfulness of the two people. The speed of the first martial spirit, the fire sword, was very fast. In less than an hour, the two had caught up with the Shrek Spirit Master team in front. However, Zhou Xingyu did not join the team below, but flew higher and higher. Chapter 68. The three tribes of the Power Clan, the Control Clan, and the Agility Clan were chasing the Shrek Spirit Master team. Dean Flanders always felt a little uneasy. As a soul saint, his martial spirit was the cat owl. This martial spirit gave him the ability not only to fly, but also a special skill of perception. This was also the barrier that enabled their golden iron triangle to travel the world when they were young. Otherwise, would they rely on Liu Erlong, the violent girl? Or would they rely on their self-righteous good brother, the theoretical master Yu Xiaogang? There was a valley in front of them. It was the nearest path to the Tiando Imperial City. In order to save time, the master used his rich theoretical knowledge to choose this path. What he meant was that we had 5 soul saints, and even the soul Douluo masters had to retreat 3 points, and he was a former elder of the Spirit Hall. Now he is a celebrity in Shrek of the Heaven Do Empire. No one will come to cause trouble. Flanders, who was walking in the front, pointed his right hand to the sky, signaling everyone to stop. What's wrong, Flanders? Zhao Wuji felt a little puzzled. Why did he suddenly stop walking? He was just thinking about the plump female teachers in the genius class and almost bumped into Flanders. Several Soul Saint teachers behind him also stopped curiously. They wanted to hear what happened. The master came from the end of the team. He was almost exhausted after walking for several hours. If it weren't for the strong confidence in his heart supporting him, he would have wanted to rest. To be honest, he regretted it now. He refused to take the carriage before. He wanted to let several female students exercise. Who knew that these girls were not human at all? Even the two weakest girls in the auxiliary department walked faster than him, and after walking for so long, basically none of them was out of breath. Impossible. It doesn't make sense. The master was already doubting his theory. The master walked to his friend's side and looked at him with suspicion, then said unhappily, "Flender, you know that the Soul Master competition will start in 2 days. Do you still want to let them rest? You are harming them, do you know that?" Flender knew his friend's temper. He was not angry, but put one hand on his waist, then pushed his glasses with his right hand and said, "There is something unusual in the valley ahead. I suspect we will be ambushed if we go in." After saying this, the master took a few steps back. He was not stupid. When he was young, Flender could often sense danger, but he was stubborn and unwilling to accept it, and often suffered setbacks. If it weren't for the martial soul fusion skills of the three people, the loss on the graves of the three people would be piled up high. A faint, fiery red field came from the Soul Saint teacher behind. This field quickly spread to the vicinity of the valley, and then it collapsed instantly, as if it triggered something. A muffled groan came from the mouth of Old Man Kai. His field collapsed just now and he was slightly injured. There is really an ambush ahead. I suspect it is at least a Soul Douluo level warrior. Let's retreat quickly. Old Man Chai gasped while holding his chest. He was terrified at this moment. His domain would actually collapse. How outrageous it was. There are very few people in the Soul Master world who have a domain. As a Fire Spirit Grass Martial Soul, this is a surprise gift that was awakened after the Martial Soul mutated. The power of this domain has been with him for decades. Even if it is a Soul Douluo, as long as it is within his domain, he dares to fight. But at this moment the domain collapsed, indicating that there may be more than one Soul Douluo in front, and there may even be a Title Douluo. Retreat. All 5 Soul Saints activated their own martial souls. For a moment, soul rings of various colors lit up on the periphery of the valley. The martial souls of several Soul Saint teachers of Shrek Academy were ready. Dean Flanders picked up his good brother and flew into the sky. Zhao Wuji and Old Man Kai stayed at the back, ready to cover the rear. There were also 2 female Soul Saint teachers who fled on the road frantically carrying 2 female students. As long as they run through these few kilometers, they can escape back to Soto City. At that time, they can rely on the many soldiers in the city. Soto City is close to Shrek Academy, so they will definitely be able to escape. Master Yu Xiaogong struggled in the air. He felt that there was no need to escape. "Flender, put me down. I will argue with them. This may be a misunderstanding." However, Flender ignored him at all and tightened his friend's body even more. He had sensed that hundreds of Soul Masters were rushing out of the valley behind. "Chase them. Don't let the people from Shrek Academy run away." An angry roar came from the back. The sound was extremely loud, and it also carried a trace of sonic attack, which slowed down the speed of several Soul Saint teachers from Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong saw many strong men chasing from behind. Among these strong men, there were actually Soul Douluo level strong men, and there were 3 of them. The 8 soul rings on their bodies showed everything. Behind the 3 Soul Douluo level masters were several 7-ring Soul Saints and many 6-ring Soul Emperors. She was almost suffocated by the roar just now. Feeling that the speed of the female teacher holding her slowed down, she immediately used her martial spirit. 9 treasures turn out to have glazed glass. 9 treasures have a name. The second is Speed. 3 rays of light emerged from the 9-story pagoda in Ning Rongrong's right hand, and then 2 of the 3 rays of light bounced onto the 2 Shrek female teachers, and 1 bounced onto Zhao Wuji behind. As soon as the 3 rays of light appeared, the speed of the 2 Shrek female teachers increased sharply, and they immediately surpassed Flanders, who was flying in the sky, holding Master Yu Xiaogang. The master's face was livid at this time. He never thought that he was really ambushed. Judging from his martial spirit, he was somewhat familiar with these people. These 3 Soul Douluos are actually from the affiliated sects of the Haoqian sect. Judging from the appearance of their spirits, the spirit of the Power Clan is the Great Power Orangutan, the spirit of the Control Clan is the Plate-Armored Giant Rhinoceros, and the spirit of the Mind Clan is the Spine-Tailed Swift. The 4 subordinate sects of the Haoqian sect actually gathered 3 of them at once, except for the Po Clan. Haoqian sect again. Why? Damn Tang Hao! Master Yu Xiaogong suddenly understood something, and he roared to the sky. At this moment, he no longer had the desire to negotiate and argue. In this life, he hated only a few people the most, and Tang Hao and Tang San were his shame. Tang San ruined his qualifications as a teacher, and Tang Hao stole his lifelong pursuit. Now he has slowly understood that if Tang Hao had not been an enemy of the Spirit Hall, the relationship between him and Bibi Dong would not have been like this at all. It was that bastard Tang Hao who killed the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Where are you running? The old Soul Douluo of the Mind Clan chased from behind at a very fast speed, and the direction he aimed at was actually Dean Flanders and Master Yu Xiaogong. There were 2 7-ring Soul Saints following closely in the air. The 2 7-ring Soul Saints were aiming diagonally downward, just at the position of the 2 female Soul Saints of Shrek. 8th soul skill, Flying Swifts. The 8-ring soul Douluo of the Min clan split his body into 7. The 7 figures increased their speed and caught up with Dean Flanders and Master Yu Xiaogang, who were fleeing in the air. 5 of the blue swifts directly hit Flanders, who was fleeing in the air. Chapter 69. Flanders held on for 3 minutes. 6th soul skill, Cat Owl Barrier. Flanders only had time to cast a defensive soul skill on himself, then turned around and hugged his good brother. He still wanted to try his best to dodge, but the 5 swifts had already accelerated and hit his body. The powerful soul power shook each other, and Flanders fell directly from the air to the ground, and Master Yu Xiaogang was directly stunned by the violent soul power fluctuations. Seeing that the attack was effective, the 8-ring soul Douluo of the Min clan used his clone again, aiming at the 2 7-ring female soul saints of Shrek below. On the ground, 2 female soul saints of Shrek Academy had already sensed the muffled groan of Dean Flanders coming from the ground behind them, and they began to use soul skills to increase their speed. 9 treasures turn out to have colored glaze. 9 treasures have names. 3 is Soul, Ning Rongrong shouted, and the purple soul ring on her body kept shining, and 3 purple lights shot out from her right hand. 2 of the purple lights just shot at the 2 female soul saints of Shrek Academy, and the soul power in their bodies suddenly surged and actually rose to the level of Soul Douluo. With the blessing of Ning Rongrong's soul skills, the female soul saint on the left accelerated and carried Juju King and Catwoman Minner in her left and right hands on her shoulders. Her 6th black soul ring suddenly lit up, and a dark longbow emerged from the palm of her right hand. Then she pulled the bowstring hard, and 3 arrows condensed by soul power appeared on the bowstring. She stepped hard on the ground with her left foot, then turned around, pointed the longbow in her hand at the sky, and aimed a few times casually. Then she released the bowstring, and boom, 3 energy arrows shot out. 6th soul skill, Guided Triple Shot. These 3 energy arrows seemed to have a tracking function, hitting 3 of the swifts, and the last 3 energy arrows turned and attacked the other 4 swift clones directly. The swift clones wanted to speed up and escape, but the energy arrows also accelerated. 2 of the 4 swift clones were unable to dodge and were hit again. There was nothing they could do, and the energy arrows would automatically chase them, no matter how fast they were. The 2 remaining swift clones uttered an angry voice. "You're so pissing me off, you old woman. You're looking for death." The 2 swift clones merged into one, and a white-haired old man appeared in the air. His 8 soul rings kept shining, and the swift martial spirit behind him had basically condensed into a physical entity. "That's it! All of you Shrek people must die today!" The white-haired old man shouted arrogantly. He pointed his right hand forward, and the 3 soul saints behind him accelerated, and then their 6th soul rings lit up. 6th soul skill, Swift Attack. The 3 soul saints used their 6th soul skills at the same time. In an instant, countless swifts appeared from the air. These swifts were all condensed by soul power. These swifts aimed at the people below and rushed to kill. At this time, in the sky, countless swifts condensed by soul power were like blue hail rain, smashing down with strong power. The Shrek female soul saint holding a longbow knew that things were not good. She jumped and ran to the side of another Shrek female soul saint. At this time, the 7 soul rings on the female soul saint's body gathered from her body into her right hand. A huge purple round shield emerged from her hand, and then the huge shield quickly grew larger until it covered the 4 girls and the 2 figures rushing towards her in the distance. 7th soul skill, Heavenly Armor Shield True Body. Countless attacks just fell, and these attacks hit the giant shield with crackling sounds. Flanders just happened to hide in the master, who had already woken up. At this time, Master Yu Xiaogang's face was covered with blood. He just fell from mid-air and landed on a piece of hard sand. His stubble face just hit it. "Min Clan, do you know who I am?" The master roared under the giant shield. An old voice came from the sky. "I don't care who you are. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, you will all die. Bai Tianhong, Zhen Zhen, Bai Qingnong, you go and kill the peeping man in the sky, and I will take care of these trash below." The old voice resounded through the sky and the ground, and the people hiding under the giant shield were delighted. They thought that helpers were coming. Master Yu Xiaogang went crazy. He shouted again, "I am the honorary elder of the Spirit Hall and a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. I think it's better for you to leave obediently." There was no sound outside the giant shield. Master Yu Xiaogang was happy. He thought he had scared the strong men of the Min clan outside. He continued to shout, "We also have members of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect here. The 3 sects are of the same blood. You are under the command of the Haoqian sect." But before the master finished speaking, an extremely powerful attack hit the giant shield. The attack was so powerful that the giant shield above everyone's head almost collapsed. Even the Shrek female soul saint who used the spirit body was injured. Another voice came from a distance. "As long as you are killed, no one will know. Of course, the 3 sects are still of the same blood." The master's face was extremely ugly. His negotiation failed. He couldn't understand why the three major sects affiliated with the Haoqian sect must get rid of Shrek people, including himself. Are they crazy? While the master was depressed, under the giant shield, Ye Lengling was already using his martial soul to treat everyone. The two female seven-ring soul saint teachers were also discussing countermeasures with several female students. The female soul saint holding a longbow on the left said to Flanders, "Dean Flanders, please help us hold on for 3 minutes." At this time, her eyes were a little cold, and the black longbow in her hand was infused with her soul power, as if she was brewing some terrifying killing move. "Okay, don't worry, it's just 3 minutes. I, Flanders, will hold on for 10 minutes for you." Flanders was a little excited at this time. He spent a lot of money to invite these two twin female teachers from a small college. He chose them because they could use the martial soul fusion technique. Not long ago, Flanders also used the martial soul fusion technique, so at this time, Flanders was full of fighting spirit, and he gave Ning Rongrong a look. Ning Rongrong understood immediately and immediately unfolded her martial spirit, with 3 spirit rings shining and shaking. 9 treasures turn out to be colored glaze, and 9 treasures have names. 3 is power, 2 is speed, 3 is soul. 3 rays of light shot at Flanders, and Flanders felt the surging power, and he dodged and rushed out of the giant shield. As soon as he dodged out of the giant shield, Flanders was hit by a powerful spirit skill. Fortunately, his spirit power increased greatly at this moment, and it has reached about level 80, so he barely avoided the attack. However, the subsequent power pressure directly knocked him down from mid-air to the ground. "Dean Flanders of Shrek, you will die today." An old man with gray hair and beard rushed over from the front. He was very burly, and his short white hair was like a steel needle standing upside down on his head. From his expression, he was very angry at the moment, as if something he loved had been robbed. Flanders struggled to support his own soul power. He climbed up and tried to jump to the left, but the terrifying aura of the old man opposite him seemed to lock him. This aura was actually the same as the threat from the Title Douluos, making him unable to move even a step. "Damn it! I will hold on for 3 minutes," Flanders shouted angrily. His face was extremely ferocious at this moment. His glasses had fallen off his face and his eyes were bloodshot. Chapter 70 Wuhan Fusion Skill Sky Armor Fury. While Flanders was struggling, 3 screams came from the sky above. The screams were extremely shrill, like the roar of death. Along with the screams, 3 broken bodies fell from the sky. Bang! 1 body fell beside the old man of the Min family, and the other 2 fell into the bushes in the distance. The deaths of the 3 of them were extremely horrible. 1 was burning with flames, and the other 2 were frozen into ice sculptures. Judging from their appearance, the 3 corpses were actually the 3 soul saints of the Min clan who had just rushed up. "Bai Tianhong, Bai Zhenjin, Bai Qingnong." The old man of the Min clan roared to the sky. He looked up at the sky. At this moment, he was already extremely regretful. He knew that he would rush up earlier. The 8 soul rings suddenly lit up, and the soul power of the old man of the Min clan surged. Then he accelerated and rushed straight into the sky. He wanted to see who killed his people. Just as Flanders struggled desperately and was beaten away by the soul Douluo of the Power Clan, bursts of golden light came from under the giant shield. The world is divided into yin and yang. Yin and yang become 5 elements, and 5 elements give birth to 8 trigrams. 8 trigrams give heavenly armor, and heavenly armor becomes a goddess. A strong soul Douluo aura appeared under the giant shield. Titan, the patriarch of the Power Clan, showed a solemn look for the first time. He kicked away Flanders, who was entangled tightly, and then used the 6th soul skill to kill Flanders. However, several black bows and arrows bombarded his landing point, and one of them was aimed at his key part. "You are looking for death!" The leader of the Power Clan, Tai Tan, was furious. He turned over several times in a row and then rushed towards the damned man. At this moment, the golden light moved. The giant shield in her left hand expanded rapidly. Sharp barbs emerged from the giant shield, and the giant shield smashed forward with endless power. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Sky Armor Fury. The leader of the Power Clan, Titan, laughed. The other party actually wanted to fight against him with a martial soul fusion skill. It was simply nonsense. He was a pure power soul Douluo who had all his strength points. In terms of strength, he was stronger than many titled Douluos. 8th soul skill, Maximum Alert. The martial soul behind the leader of the Power Clan, the powerful gorilla, roared to the sky, then slapped his chest and finally raised his hands high, and the soul power condensed on his palms. The black soul ring was directly put on the 2 palms, and then the 2 palms slapped forward. Boom! 2 fierce attacks hit each other, and the surrounding air was rippled by the 2 attacks, and loud sound barriers came out. Then 2 figures smashed in 2 different directions. In the clouds, the old man of the Min family was chasing 2 hateful and shameless people. The 2 bastards actually rode on a huge flying sword, and from time to time they sprinkled unknown dew on him. The key is that this unknown dew is extremely terrifying. He just touched a drop, and the tip of his left foot burned. The shoes he was wearing were directly ignited, and the strange flames spread to his feet. In the end, he cut off a few of his toes to stop the strange flames. At this time, the three of them flew higher and higher, almost flying to the atmosphere of Douluo Star. The air here is extremely thin, and Zhou Xingyu and Xiaoxin can no longer hold on. The old man of the Min family behind him was also a little dizzy. He was not young anymore, and such a high place had a natural suppression on his martial spirit. Malice from Baya 50? Malice from Baya 50? Zhou Xingyu's mind kept flashing with this information, and there were already hundreds of them. This made him very happy. Now he just had to keep this speed, and the old man below could only provide him with malice points. Douluo Star atmosphere. 2 rays of light came one after the other, and the speed of the fiery red light was obviously much slower than the blue light behind. But for some reason, the blue light could not get close to the front, and it kept dodging from time to time. Baihe was angry at this time. As a sensitive attack soul Douluo, he could not break the defensive soul skills released by the 2 bastards in front. Although the speed of the fiery red flying sword under the feet of the man and woman in front was slower than his, he did not dare to get close, and could only release tickling soul attacks from a distance. The death of his clansmen made him extremely regretful, but after so long in opening the martial soul body, he felt that he had consumed too much soul power. In another 10 minutes, his martial soul body would reach the time limit. You two wait! Because they were in the atmosphere and moving so fast, Baihe's voice was a little unclear because of the air leaking from his mouth. After saying this, he used his 8th soul skill and created several swift clones. 2 swift clones continued to deliberately chase Zhou Xingyu and Xiaoxin, while the remaining swift clones flew in all directions. Baihe was ready to escape. Yes, he, a soul Douluo, was actually scared by 2 bastards. On the fire sword, Zhou Xingyu knew that his battle plan was successful when he saw Baihe release his swift clones. 2 swift clones with no attack power came to harass him. He activated his defensive soul skill, and Xiaoxin activated her defensive soul skill. Moreover, his soul skill resonated with Xiaoxin's soul skill, creating a fusion defensive skill. Baihe was a pure sensitive soul master. His attack power was almost too weak. He was okay for escaping, but he was far from being able to break the defense. Not surprisingly, Baihe's 1st to 5th soul skills were all acceleration. Only the 6th and 8th soul skills have an attack effect. If my spiritual power hadn't broken through, I might not be able to escape Baihe's pursuit, but now it seems that the situation has reversed. Xiaoxin held the magic cloud vine whip, and the magic cloud vine was swinging in her hand. Sometimes it swung to the left, and sometimes it cast a small barrier upwards. Although she didn't practice spiritual power and couldn't sense the direction of the 2 swift clones' attack, she was holding Zhou Xingyu's left hand with her left hand. It turned out that Zhou Xingyu was using his spiritual power to control the direction of her right hand's attack. Brother Xingyu, it seems that the old man's martial soul is about to disappear. Look at the soul power of those swifts. It's rapidly weakening. Xian didn't need to distract herself to control the direction of her martial soul's attack, so she had time to observe. She clearly saw that the soul power of the swift clones attacking them was rapidly decreasing. Zhou Xingyu actually discovered that the old man's malice towards him was gradually decreasing. Calculating the time, more than 10 minutes had passed. Normally, the duration of the spirit body of a Title Douluo or lower was very short. Hurry up, let's chase down! On the outskirts of the valley below, Zhao Wuji and Old Man Chai resisted the attacks of a soul Douluo and 4 soul saints. If it weren't for Old Man Kai opening the fire spirit grass field, they didn't know how many times they would have died. Even so, Zhao Wuji was about to die. His spirit body time was only a few minutes away. Old Man Tai also showed anxiety. He wanted everyone to escape, but the current situation really couldn't do it. His spirit body was about to expire. Once that time came, the 2 of them would definitely not be able to withstand the attacks of 4 soul saints and a soul Douluo. If the 2 didn't make a choice, then all, the people of Shrek would be wiped out here today. Chapter 71. Self-created soul skill, Wrath of Fire Spirit. Old Man Kai looked forward at Zhao Wuji, who was much younger than him, and then turned his head to look at the 2 lights fighting in the blurred vision behind him. A crazy decision sprouted in his mind, and he was determined to die. A pure soul power surged from the 7 soul rings. He said coldly, Zhao Wuji, I think we will definitely die today. I will use my martial soul to create a chance for you to escape. Don't forget to avenge me when the time comes. As soon as Old Man Kai finished speaking, a huge fire spirit grass appeared behind him in the center of the domain, and then the energy of the domain expanded rapidly. All the plants around the valley seemed to be activated. They grew wildly and quickly gathered towards the center of the domain. Looking at the strange scene around him, Zhao Wuji was stunned. This was burning all his soul ring power. Once the soul ring power was burned out, Old Man Kai would definitely die immediately. He shouted in fear, Old Man Chai, you are crazy. Stop. You will die like this. However, Old Man Chai seemed not to hear Zhao Wuji shouting. The fire spirit grass behind him was madly absorbing the energy of the surrounding plants and then accelerated to become larger. Self-created soul skill, fire spirit wrath. Just when the fire spirit grass grew to 100 meters high, Old Man Kai suddenly opened his eyes violently. Countless fire spirit grasses grew in his area. These fire spirit grasses began to madly entangle the 4 soul saints and a soul Douluo. The 4 soul saints found strangely that as long as they were entangled by the fire spirit grass, their soul power seemed to be ignited, and the skin parts touched began to swell and fester. Niu Gao, the patriarch of the Yu clan, looked around and found that something was wrong. In order to help the 2 soul saints of the Li clan resist the attack of the fire spirit grass field, the skin of 2 of his clansmen had begun to fester. Retreat, he won't hold on for long. Niu Gao, the chief of the Yu clan, immediately gave orders to his clansmen. With the support of several soul emperors of the clan in the back, they began to retreat quickly. The 2 soul saints of the Li clan were also attacked by the fire spirit grass in the field. They knew that they could not take down Zhao Wuji in a short time, so they wisely retreated to the periphery of the fire spirit grass field. Zhao Wuji got a respite from this. He flashed back and came to the side of Old Man Kai. With tears in his eyes, he shouted, "Old Kai, how are you?" At this time, Old Man Chai was covered with fire spirit grass, his legs were completely buried in the ground, his face was pale, and his old face was drying up. Old Man Chai's dry lips moved, and he frowned and uttered a word, his voice so weak that only Zhao Wuji, who was close to him, could hear it. "Hurry up! I can only hold on for 2 minutes at most. Avenge me!" Zhao Wuji's heart was broken at this moment. Old Man Kai was usually very kind and never lost his temper. He had contributed too much to Shrek Academy in the past few years. "Hao Chen sect, I must kill you all!" Zhao Wuji roared to the sky. After shouting this, he turned around and left with tears in his eyes. The past events emerged in his mind. It was the Power Clan, one of the subordinate sects of Hao Tian's sect, that forced him to hide everywhere. Now they are hunting down everyone from Shrek Academy again. The new hatred and old accounts suddenly broke out in his heart. He swore that as long as he reached the title of Douluo, he would make Hao Tian's sect look bad. When the 2 soul saints of the Power Clan saw Zhao Wuji trying to escape, they immediately became angry. The clan leader's younger brother was injured by this bastard and is still physically inconvenient. Now that they finally caught this grandson, how could they let him escape? The 2 of them decided to start dividing their forces. They rushed to both sides of the fire spirit grass area, hoping to catch up with Zhao Wuji in a short time. "Where are you running, Zhao Wuji? Today, our Power Clan must kill you," the soul saint on the left shouted. "Chirp, chirp, chirp." At this time, bursts of bird calls came from the sky. This was the cry of the Min clan's martial spirit Swift. The 2 soul saints of the Power Clan looked up at the sky in confusion and found that a blue light was followed closely by another fiery red light. The Min clan's clan leader Bai He was actually being chased by someone. This was simply a huge joke. Even the people of the Yu clan felt incredible. If the Min clan wanted to escape, even the Title Douluo could not catch up. How could they be chased by the figure behind them? Could that fiery red light be a Title Douluo? The blue light gradually appeared in everyone's sight. It was a swift clone. At this time, its tail was shining with a dark blue luster. If you look closely, you will find that it is ice. "Get out of the way!" The people of the Yu clan heard the shouting of Bai He, the leader of the Min clan. They expressed disdain. Their Yu clan's defense is the best in the world. Why should they run away? Even if a Title Douluo attacked, they would be hit by a powerful counterattack. What's more, there are 3 members of the Yu clan above level 70, and many soul emperors above level 60. Their defense will increase by 30%. 6th soul skill, huge increase in iron armor. Niu Gao, the leader of the Yu clan, was the first to use the soul skill. The 2 clan members behind him followed suit and used the same soul skill. 3 plate-armored giant rhinos appeared in the same place. They were head-to-head, emitting a dark luster all over their bodies, especially the 1-meter-long sharp horn on their heads, which was shining coldly. I believe that if any blind bastard installed it, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. At the same time, the 5 soul emperors used another soul skill, which was the essence of the Yu clan. 4th soul skill, solid as a rock. The shadows of the 5 armored giant rhinos burst out with a terrifying energy wave, which was linked to the 3 giant armored giant rhinos around them. In an instant, a super-armored giant rhinoceros appeared in the same place. Its skin was covered with a layer of keratin, covering its entire body, and there were faint metal barbs growing on the keratin. Idiot! Bai He, the leader of the Min clan, was very speechless at this time. He had tried the strange dewdrops, but the group of nitpickers didn't believe him. "Forget it. I hope it works." Bai He, the leader of the Min clan, sighed and then accelerated his body to the feet of the super-armored giant rhinoceros below. He now had no choice but to believe in the soul skill of the Yu clan. Once he could resist it, and when his soul power recovered by more than half, he would personally kill the 2 hateful people. Zhou Xingyu was about to catch up with Bai He, But suddenly, a super-armored giant rhino appeared below and blocked his sight. This super-armored giant rhino was extremely huge, and its body was dozens of meters in size. Spiritual perception. Zhou Xingyu used spiritual perception, and his spiritual power penetrated the super-armored giant rhino. He saw a total of 9 soul masters, 2 8-ring soul Douluos. Their soul rings were all yellow, purple, purple, black, black. 2 7-ring soul saints. Their soul rings were all yellow, purple, purple, black, black. There were also 5 6-ring soul emperors, and their soul rings were the most standard, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. Inside the super-armored giant rhino, all these soul masters glared at him, and Zhou Xingyu suddenly found it very funny. These people were so timid. Did they misunderstand that he was a Title Douluo? Niu Gao, the patriarch of the Yu clan, spat at Baihe crazily inside the super-armored giant rhino. He said he disdained to be with him. In his opinion, the Min clan was really a waste. Baihe, you old boy, one of the 2 kids in the sky has 4 soul rings, and the other has 3 soul rings. Is there something wrong with your brain? Although the 4-ring kid has 2 black soul rings, so what? Chapter 72, Ice, Fire, and Water, break the Yu clan's unique skills. Baihe didn't want to say more. He squatted on the spot and tried his best to recover his soul power. He said a few words. What are you talking about? Just defend it first. Who knew that this sentence would instantly ignite Niu Gao's temper? He cursed and said, Old man, you are a waste. I can defend against the attacks of Soul Douluo without using my martial soul. How can a little kid hurt so many of us? Niu Gao said that he would teach Baihe a lesson later. He didn't want to come today, but the leader of the Power Clan and this old man insisted on dragging him here. The Po Clan is still smart. They just don't come to play house games like this. Just as Niu Gao pointed his finger at Baihe's nose and cursed, the black keratin on the super-plate armor giant rhino actually began to melt. Tick! A drop of strange blue liquid fell from the super-plate armor giant rhino and landed on the neck of a 6-ring soul emperor. Ah! A scream came from the 6-ring soul emperor's mouth. Niu Gao turned his head to see what was going on, but something strange happened. The 6-ring soul emperor just tried to grab the drop of blue liquid with his hand, and his hand stuck to his neck. A thin layer of ice appeared on his neck, along with the festering blood. Plop! In Niu Gao's eyes, this tribe member of his fell to the ground in just a few seconds and couldn't move. He rushed forward to see what happened. No! Baihe's soul power was shaking all over, and he kicked Niu Gao with one foot, directly kicking Niu Gao to stagger. Niu Gao was furious. There must be something wrong with the old man Baihe. He shouted loudly, You are sick! However, when he turned around and wanted to scold the old man Baihe again, he found that Baihe looked up at the sky in fear. Niu Gao followed the old man Baihe's gaze to the sky. He was stunned by the sight. Half of the super-plate armor giant rhino was covered by a thick layer of ice, and the other half was burning with strange flames. Chief, I can't hold on any longer. Someone in the tribe shouted. The 6-ring soul emperor had already injected all his soul power into the super-plate armor giant rhino. Niu Gao realized the seriousness of the problem at this time. He tried to activate the 6th soul skill to control the superplate armor giant rhino's actions, but the superplate armor giant rhino was like being frozen in place and could not move at all. Baihe, what should we do now? Niu Gao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot at this time. He turned around with red eyes and asked the old man Baihe, who was squatting on the ground, to recover his soul power. Baihe rolled his eyes at him, withdrew the gesture of restoring soul power, and then slowly stood up. 5th soul skill, Ripple Detection. His 5th soul ring lit up, and then a ripple emanated from his soul ring. After a moment, he pointed to the left and said, You hit here with all your strength, and I will take you away at the fastest speed. Baihe had been using the 5th soul skill to observe the situation outside. This corner happened to be a blind spot, so he immediately asked Niu Gao to attack here. 8th soul skill, Giant Rhino Roaring Sky Strike. In the air outside the superplate armor giant rhino, Zhou Xingyu and Xiao Xin stood on the fire sword and kept throwing water from the ice and fire yin-yang eyes down. They had already practiced ice and fire to train their golden bodies, so they were not afraid of this water at all. Even their martial arts were not afraid of this ice and fire water. The magic cloud vines were covered with ice and fire yin-yang water, which was constantly sprinkled on the superplate armor giant rhino by Xiao Xin. At this moment, the superplate armored rhino looked like a monster covered by ice sculptures and volcanoes from the outside. It can be seen from the superplate armored rhino that its soul power is collapsing rapidly. Not surprisingly, in a few minutes, this superplate armored rhino will completely collapse. Just as Zhou Xingyu was always paying attention to the movements of the superplate armored rhino below, a huge roar came from the small corner on the left side of his blind spot. He immediately drove the fire sword to fly in that direction and hinted Xiao Xin to stop on the way. First, soul skill, Demon Cloud Strangling. Xiao Xin immediately activated the first soul skill. She had already covered the superplate armored rhino below with Demon Cloud Vine Seeds, so when the soul skill was activated, Countless demon cloud vines grew on the left side below. These vines quickly spread to the position below where the roar sounded. Malice from New Gao plus 100. At this moment, Zhou Xingyu received this message in his mind, and he immediately understood who the group of soul masters below were. Just now he was still wondering why he received a message of Malice from Oxford plus 30. He thought who it was. He thought it was the trash brought by the old guy Bai He. "Boy, I want you dead!" New Gao roared from below. Just then, the leader of the Min clan brought out 4 soul masters. In addition to the 2 7-ring soul saints and a 6-ring soul emperor, the other soul emperors of the Yu clan all died under the entanglement of the magic cloud vines, and now they have all turned into a pile of blood residue. After New Gao came out, he actually wanted to rush to kill Zhou Xingyu and Xiaoxin in the sky, but he didn't have a flying martial spirit, so he could only pick up some gravel on the ground and throw it into the sky. At this time, he regretted it so much. You said that it would be better to build a house at home and make some novel buildings, but he had to come out and send his own people away. Now even the Min clan is hated by him, not to mention the Power clan. He decided to break off relations with these 2 clans immediately when he returned this time. Zhou Xingyu simply ignored this fool. The old man with a face as red as a date below couldn't hit them at all. Although his strength was okay, such a high position was his weakness. He drove the Xinhuo sword and circled around below to continuously sprinkle the yin-yang water of ice and fire. He didn't care whether to waste the treasure or not. At most, he would add some river water to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. The bodies of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King were in the deepest part of the pool. Even dumping garbage in it would become a weapon for killing. A group of soul masters below were chased and fled everywhere, as embarrassed as they could be. Even Bai He, the patriarch of the Min clan, didn't dare to get too close to Zhou Xingyu and Xiaoxin. His attack power was too weak to break the magic cloud barrier cast by Xiaoxin. New Gao, the patriarch of the Yu clan, knew that the situation was over. After losing the lives of several clan members, he was unwilling to take any more risks. At this time, he only wanted to go home. "Old Bai He, we'll settle our scores later," New Gao shouted at the sky, then exchanged glances with his tribesmen, and then fled frantically to the rear, leaving behind the Power clan and the Mind clan. But before he left, he stared at the sky with his eyes fixed, memorizing the general appearance of the man and woman, especially the 4 yellow, purple, and black spirit rings, which would be his nightmare for the rest of his life. Malice from New Gao plus 100. In the high school, Zhou Xingyu stared at the black dots below that were gradually getting farther and farther away and disappearing from his sight, revealing a thoughtful look. Bai He, the leader of the Mind clan, also knew that the situation was over today, and it seemed that the 2 difficult little kids in front of him could not be killed, as they had been fighting for too long. There were already many black dots rushing towards here from the nearby cities in the distance. If nothing unexpected happened, those people must be spirit masters, and their strength was not weak. Chapter 73. Scare off the Titan of the Power clan. Bai He turned around and directly split into several swift clones. These swift clones split into several teams again. One team continued to entangle Zhou Xingyu and Xiaoxin. One team rushed down to the leader of the Power clan, and another team flew to the back of the valley. Seeing Bai He use this trick again, Zhou Xingyu knew what this old guy was going to do. He didn't even look at it and directly drove the fire sword down. Below, the 2 lights were still colliding, and the golden light was obviously dim. On the other hand, the other black light was getting braver and braver. "Ha ha ha, 2 stinky bitches, I'll hit you to death and let you fuse your spirits. When your spirit fusion skills dissipate, I'll kill you." The 8 soul rings on Titan's body flashed randomly, especially the 7 soul rings at the bottom. The speed and frequency of the flashing were super fast. It was obvious that Titan had already opened his spirit body and was using all the skills below the 7th spirit ring infinitely. He hated it now. If it weren't for the damn owl in front of him that kept harassing him, he would have killed the 2 damn bitches long ago. At this moment, he used the 5th spirit skill to knock Flanders away. When he was about to use the 6th spirit skill to crush the 2 bitches, he heard Bai He's noisy voice. "Old Titan, hurry up, we failed today." Titan was furious. He didn't kill anyone, and he was still short of a few people. Bai He, the old guy, actually asked him to evacuate. He obviously had the upper hand, so why should he run? "No one of you can escape today." 4th spirit skill, Thunder of a Sword. Another voice came from the high school. The owner of this voice was obviously a boy, and he sounded a little underdeveloped. "Don't answer it!" Bai He shouted hurriedly, and he directed a snow swallow clone to rush towards the sword light. Titan didn't take it seriously. It was just the 4th soul skill. Can it break through his soul barrier? Does he need to take it himself? What a joke. This old man Bai He is getting more and more backward. A fiery red sword light strangely broke through the obstruction of Shuiyan's clone and went towards Titan below. Barrier of power. Titan didn't even look at the sword light. He casually used the soul barrier. In his opinion, his pure strength added points and the power pressure had already overwhelmed the Title Douluos' killing intent barrier. Something surprised him. This fast swordlight just hit his soul barrier lightly, and then the swordlight burst out a bunch of ice blue rain that spread around the soul barrier. He found that his soul barrier actually began to freeze. What an incredible thing. Second soul skill, Demon Cloud Prison. Just as he was shocked, countless vine shadows came from the sky. These vines turned into a cage above his head, trying to trap him. What a joke! Go to hell! Titan felt insulted. Just now, it was a fourth soul skill that surprised him a little. Now, the little girl in the sky actually used the second soul skill on him from such a distance. Is her brain burned out? A loud roar accompanied by a terrifying soul power wave hit the sky above, where Zhou Xingyu and Xiaoxin were. However, because it was too high and too far away, Titan's roar attack had no effect at all. Instead, it broke the magic cloud cage and scattered countless ice blue water droplets and fiery red water droplets. These water droplets were dispersed by Titan's huge soul power before they approached him, because these water droplets had a slight threat to him. Sure enough, these strange ice blue water droplets quickly formed a thick layer of ice on the nearby soil after falling on the ground. The fiery red water droplets began to burn anything on the ground, but because there were too few of them, they soon went out. The Power Clan originally belonged to the Harem sect, but was expelled from the Haoshin sect because of Tang Hao's incident. Now the whole clan lives in Tiando City. Tai Long is your grandson, Tainua is your son, and Tai Long is currently studying at Lanba Academy. A cold voice came from the sky. Titan's anger had burned to the extreme at this time. If the boy in the air was not too far away from him, he would definitely go up and kill him with force. Enough! Titan roared to the sky. He knew that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. The other party actually knew his details so well. If they could not kill everyone present today, then their power clan would not be able to survive in Tiando City, and would probably be hunted down by other sects. He looked at Ning Rongrong in the distance, then at Master Yu Xiaogang, and then at several soul saint teachers of Shrek. Roar! Titan's soul rings all over his body suddenly lit up, and the powerful gorilla martial spirit behind him began to hammer his chest, just when everyone thought he would continue to attack. He roared to the sky and quickly jumped backwards. This was their tribe's unique way of summoning their tribe members. Seeing the violent Titan leave, the swift clone in the air also dissipated, as if it had never been there. Oh my god, I thought I was going to die today. Ning Rongrong immediately collapsed to the ground. The old man's eyes were so fierce just now, as if he wanted to eat her. This time when she goes back, she must tell her father, as well as Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword, and let them avenge her. It was not until the figure in the distance disappeared from sight and entered the mountainous area that Flanders fell to the ground. At this moment, his head was swollen like a pig's head. One of his arms had been twisted into a knot, and blood kept dripping from his body. While unconscious, he kept saying, "I will hold on for 3 minutes." The other two Shrek female teachers also relaxed their expressions. They unlocked their martial soul fusion skills. The moment they unlocked them, they almost collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Zhu Qing and Catwoman Minner quickly rushed over to support them. Yi Lengling also rushed to the side of Dean Flanders and began to treat everyone. At the entrance of the valley in front, there was a dried-up old man who looked like he had been dead for a long time. He had no flesh and blood left, only skeletons and skin, and even his hair was gradually falling off. Zhao Wuji had come back from a distance again. At this time, he knelt in front of the dried-up old man and cried, his tears and snot mixed together. Everyone knows that men don't cry easily, but they just haven't been sad. In the original novel, he didn't cry even when he was beaten by Tang Hao, but now he cried like a child. At this moment, footsteps came from behind Zhao Wuji, and it sounded like more than one person. "Teacher, please move aside for a while." Zhou Xingyu's voice came from behind. Zhao Wuji cried even more sadly, and he burst into tears. "I'm sorry, old man Kai. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you be alone to cover the retreat. It's all my fault." Zhou Xingyu and Xiaoxin were speechless. The teacher Zhao Wuji in front of them was so big that he just blocked the people who needed timely treatment. Xiaoxin said anxiously, Teacher Kai is still alive. If you don't move aside, it may be too late." "What, girl? Don't lie to me." Zhao Wuji raised his head and wiped his tears, expressing his disbelief. Old man Tai was obviously dead now. How could he be alive in this state? Zhou Xingyu knew that he could not waste time. He had just used his mental power to sense Teacher Kai's internal organs and found that there was still a faint heartbeat in his heart. Chapter 74 Fairy Grass. Zhou Xingyu patted Teacher Zhao Wuji's shoulder and signaled him to make way. There was no other way. Teacher Kai's head was facing Zhao Wuji's body. Zhao Wuji turned his head and was about to continue crying, but he pushed Zhou Xingyu's hand away. But, at this moment, a strange fragrance came from behind. He turned his head curiously and wanted to smell what it was. When he turned his head, he saw Zhou Xingyu facing him with a gloomy face. Then he followed the fragrance and saw that Zhou Xingyu was holding a palm-sized golden fruit in his right hand. The fragrance came from this fruit. "Teacher Zhao, why don't you get out of the way?" Zhou Xingyu said unhappily. Zhao Wuji believed that Zhou Xingyu was not lying because he smelled the fragrance for a moment, and some of the blood stasis in his body had actually dispersed, and he felt a little numb all over. It was the feeling that his internal organs were being healed quickly. When Zhao Wuji left in a flash, Zhou Xingyu took a step forward and then squatted beside the teacher who was now skin and bones. He tried to put the golden fruit into Teacher Kai's mouth, but he couldn't open his mouth at all. In the end, he could only force his shriveled mouth open. Squeeze the golden fruit hard and drip the juice into his mouth. As the juice continued to be sent into his mouth, magical things were slowly happening. Goodwill from Kai Wenxuan, 100. Kai Wenxuan's originally dry flesh was growing rapidly and the lines on his face began to plump up. His originally shriveled body was now rapidly metabolizing. This strange scene scared Zhao Wuji, who was crying on the side. Zhao Wuji was so surprised that he couldn't even speak because he felt the soul power of Old Man Kai, and that familiar soul power was slowly returning. The fire spirit grass field was slowly awakening from Kai Wenxuan's body. As surprised as Zhao Wuji was, the master Yu Xiaogong who came to investigate from afar. He had just heard Zhao Wuji say from a distance that Kai Wenxuan was dead, but now Kai Wenxuan's soul power was shaking all over, which was clearly a sign of a breakthrough. "What did you feed him?" the master asked anxiously. He really wanted to know, because this was related to the 10-core competitiveness of the martial soul he had just written. This time, he wanted to write a brand new theory in the 10-core competitiveness of the martial soul. Zhou Xingyu took out the flesh of Xingluo Lingzhu and stuffed it into Kai Wenxuan's mouth, while explaining to everyone. Xingluo Lingzhu has the special effect of resurrecting the dead. Once a soul master absorbs it, the soul master can condense the soul core in his body after reaching the 7th ring soul saint. Xingluo Lingzhu has the effect of condensing the soul core. He was not afraid of exposing the secret of the soul core, because no one knew the secret of condensing the soul core. Now it was the turn of everyone present to be confused. The soul core was the first time they heard of it. What is a soul core, and can it be eaten? Master Yu Xiaogong was trembling all over at this time. He felt as if he had grasped some key information in the dark, but he just couldn't understand it. "Can you tell me what a soul core is?" Master Yu Xiaogong's voice was trembling at this time. Zhou Xingyu had now thrown all the flesh into Kai Wenxuan's mouth. Now there was still a layer of peel left. He was hesitating whether to give it to Kai Wenxuan or eat it himself. He hesitated for a moment, stood up, and carried Kai Wenxuan in his arms to a wooden bed. This wooden bed was just taken out by Xiao Xian from the Soul Guide. After placing Kai Wenxuan, Zhou Xingyu divided the golden fruit peel into 4 portions, threw one directly to teacher Zhao Wuji beside him, and held the other 3 in his hands. In the distance, Dean Flanders and 2 female teachers were already walking over here, followed by Ning Rong, Zhu Zhuqing, Ye Lengling, and Catwoman Minner. Zhou Xingyu took a few steps forward to greet everyone, and he distributed the 3 portions of golden fruit peel in his hand to the 3 teachers. "Dean, and 2 teachers, you have worked hard today. If it weren't for you, everyone would have been wiped out today." Dean Flanders looked at the golden fruit peel in his hand curiously. He was a little puzzled, so he hurriedly asked, "Xiao Xingyu, what is this?" The other 2 female teachers were also very curious. They held the golden fruit peel and sniffed it desperately. There was no way. The fragrance was too fragrant. As they smelled it, the soul power in their bodies actually surged. Is this the soul power starting to cultivate itself? Zhou Xingyu obviously didn't want to say too much, but he also gave everyone enough curiosity. He slowly said, "Taking this can increase the chance of becoming a Title Douluo." As soon as these words came out, Zhao Wuji snatched the golden fruit peel from Master Yu Xiaogong's hand and swallowed it directly into his stomach. He was not stupid. He saw clearly what Old Man Chai looked like just now. The master was very anxious at this time. How could he not be anxious? But Zhao Wuji was so big that he would definitely not be able to deal with him, so he immediately rushed to his good brother Flanders. "Flanders, wait and eat," the master shouted hurriedly. The 2 female teachers saw the master rushing over and swallowed the golden fruit peel in their hands without saying a word. After swallowing, they immediately squatted in place and began to practice soul power. Flanders knew his brother's temper, so he didn't swallow it immediately. He quickly divided the golden peel in his hand into 3 parts again. He secretly hid one part in the Soul Guide and swallowed one part immediately. He threw another part to the master, who came in a hurry. The master hurriedly caught this precious golden peel. He looked at his good brother with gratitude and then squatted on the spot and began to study this peel. A confident smile overflowed from his face. At this moment, Yu Xiaogong was excited because this new fruit name would be displayed in his book, especially the effect after taking it. He basically saw the whole process. He believed that as long as he added the finishing touch, Zhou Xingyu, this kind of fairy fruit will shine in Douluo Continent. Yes, there is also the soul core. Although he doesn't know what it is now, as long as he stays in Shrek Academy, he always believes that he will know it sooner or later. Sooner or later, the knowledge related to soul core will appear in the latest book of the top 10 core competitiveness of martial souls. There are already many people around the wooden bed. Kai Wenxuan had already woken up, but due to the overuse of his martial soul, his body was still very weak. "Thank you, Zhou Xingyu," Kai Wenxuan spoke in a low voice, and he looked at the boy sitting beside him and examining him with a grateful look. Kai Wenxuan was really grateful. He thought he was dead, but he miraculously came back to life. In a daze, he sensed that someone had fed him something magical. With the nourishment of this magical thing, his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. First, his soul power miraculously broke through to level 79. I believe that he will be able to reach level 80 soon. Secondly, his physical fitness has changed dramatically. He was surprised to find that his body was full of vitality and his skin had returned to his youth. In addition, it seemed that a fingernail-sized thing had condensed in his lower abdomen. That thing was very magical and could actually help him cultivate his soul power. Chapter 75. The Secret of Tiando Imperial Capital. Zhou Xingyu smiled and responded to Kai Wenxuan. He respected this teacher very much. After all, it was rare for someone to die on his own initiative. He was fighting for everyone's chance and hope of life. "Teacher Chai, please lie down for a while. I'll let Ye Lengling treat you for a while." Zhou Xingyu motioned Ye Lengling to come over, and then took out a dozen Dragon Ji leaves from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire and distributed them to the people around him again. This time, the master finally got a Dragon Ji leaf. The leaf flashing with green light was constantly turned over and over in his palm, and he curiously studied this magical leaf. Dragon Ji leaf. This herb can strengthen the foundation and nourish the essence. It can not only quickly restore soul power, but also make everyone's spirit more concentrated. It has a miraculous effect on consolidating one's own soul power. Zhou Xingyu did not hide anything this time. He told everyone the effects and characteristics of the Dragon Ji leaf, and he also took 2 Dragon Ji leaves and stuffed them into his mouth. When the Dragon Ji leaves entered his mouth, the soul power continued to flow out from the meridians all over his body, and soon the soul power used in the previous battle was restored. Even the consumed mental power was restored a lot. Kindness from Yu Xiaogong plus 50, kindness from Kai Wenxuan 50, kindness from Ziqi and Zili 100. A continuous number of kindness points rang out in Zhou Xingyu's mind, and he smiled with satisfaction. A wave of benefits must be given in return, otherwise these dragon grass leaves would be given away in vain. He is not stupid. How can he give benefits to others casually? Ning Rongrong saw Zhou Xingyu constantly taking out various immortal herbs from the soul guide, and her eyes lit up. She had been embarrassed to ask if there were any more immortal herbs before. She stood beside Zhou Xingyu, pulled down his clothes with her right hand, and asked in a low voice, "Brother Xingyu, do you have any more of that immortal herb?" Seeing Ning Rongrong so close to Zhou Xingyu, Xiao Xian suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. She wanted to go up and make a few sarcastic remarks, but was stopped by Zhou Xingyu's eyes. Seeing Ning Rongrong's expectant eyes, Zhou Xingyu knew what she wanted to do. Their 7 treasures glazed tile sect stopped at the embarrassing position of the 7-ring soul saint. It was normal for her to want to seek some benefits for her father. Zhou Xingyu scratched the tip of Ning Rongrong's nose and said, "There was only one plant, and it was eaten by a fat kid like you. Why are you still not satisfied?" Hearing the correct answer, Ning Rongrong was like a deflated ball. She was a little unhappy. She didn't care about Zhou Xingyu's joke. It was obvious whether she was fat or thin. She shook her body to apologize for the question she had asked just now. She stared at Zhou Xingyu with her glass-like eyes and said, "Brother Xingyu, I'm sorry. I'm too greedy. Our 7 treasures glazed sect's martial spirit has always been restricted to the 7th ring, so I care more about it. Also, if there is any news about this kind of fairy grass in the future, please tell me. I believe my father will pay a high price to buy it from you. As for me, this favor is really too great. I don't know how to repay." When she said the word repay, Ning Rongrong's face was already red like a red apple. She lowered her head and rubbed her shoes on the spot, waiting for Zhou Xingyu to say something that surprised her. At this time, Kai Wenxuan could already get out of bed and walk. He was discussing the next itinerary with several teachers. Zhou Xingyu didn't want to respond to Ning Rongrong's unrequited love. The 7 treasures glazed sect has unwritten rules. This rule is too rigid, and he said he didn't take it seriously. After waiting for a long time, Ning Rongrong looked up and found that everyone had not said goodbye to her, and all had walked ahead. She stamped her feet and caught up with everyone. In the valley, several Soul Saint teachers kept observing the surroundings. They wanted to find out if there were any clues left by the 3 tribes before. Master Yu Xiaogang searched very carefully. He secretly vowed to destroy the Haotian sect. On the other hand, in the sky above the valley, Zhou Xingyu drove the Xinhuo sword with 5 girls. His flying speed was neither fast nor slow, just the same as the route taken by the teachers below. He didn't want to run too fast. If there were masters from the 3 tribes ambushing in front, he would suffer. After a failure, if the 3 tribes wanted to ambush for the second time, they would definitely send more people than the previous ones. In order to repel the patriarchs of the 3 tribes, Zhou Xingyu had consumed a lot of ice and fire yin-yang water. In the good and evil panel, the ice and fire yin-yang ice spring water in the Crystal Palace has gone down a lot. If it was overflowing before, then now you have to stretch your arms to touch the water surface. After this battle, Zhou Xingyu understood the wonderful use of this ice and fire yin-yang water, but he also saw some disadvantages. For example, using this water to attack a powerful soul Douluo has basically no effect. Their physical fitness and soul power are particularly strong, and it will only be effective if they attack by surprise. In the future, he will try to use this ice and fire water as little as possible. Tiando City. This is the capital of the Tiando Empire. The famous building of Tiando City is Tiando Imperial City, which is said to be the tallest building in Douluo Continent. It is said that someone saw a miracle on the top of Tiando Imperial City. It is a magical cloud gate that keeps rising to the sky. These clouds keep rotating in the sky until they form a white circle with a ray of light in the circle. That is where the gate is. In the legend of miracles, those who see this gate will receive the inheritance of God. Therefore, Tiando City has become the symbol of the Tiando Empire. Every day, there will be an endless stream of people in Tiando City, and they pray that they can become the lucky person. All the mysteries attract countless people to yearn for it. They have settled in this prosperous city. In fact, many hidden families in Douluo Continent have their clansmen living in seclusion here. Today, a strange thing happened in Tiando City. Someone went to Tiando's famous blacksmith shop to make some farm tools, but found that it was empty. Everything inside had been moved away, and even the tables were gone. What's even more strange is that many big houses in Tiando City are being sold at low prices today, and the people selling them are some middlemen. Several students from Lanba Academy happened to pass by here, and they looked at the middlemen curiously. A boy asked the passerby curiously, "Hey, I remember this is Tai Long's house. Why is it for sale? What happened?" However, the passerby ignored him and walked away. At this time, a student walked out of the big house. This student was wearing the school uniform of Lanba Academy, and his hair was flying up into the sky, just like Nikaido Benimaru in King of Fighters. He walked up to the boy, put his arms around his neck and said with a smile, "Jingling, don't you know that Tai Long dropped out of school yesterday afternoon? He seemed to say that he was going to visit distant relatives." "Well, never mind. It has nothing to do with us. Let's go to the entrance of Tianshui to see the beauties." In fact, what he didn't tell Jingling was that this house had been secretly bought by him, and their family had business dealings with the Li family. Jingling felt very disappointed at first, but when he heard that they were going to Tianshui College, he immediately became excited. The two of them put their arms around each other's necks and walked happily to the west. At the moment when the two of them passed by, a man in a black cloak appeared here. His whole body was covered by a black robe, and his face was wearing a black mask. Chapter 76, Tiandu Auction House. The man in black robe walked to the door of the big house. Then he made a mark in the corner and left. This mark belongs to a mysterious organization, and ordinary people can't understand it at all. After a while, the black-robed man turned left and right and came to a hotel. He entered from the back door and soon disappeared in the crowd of people in the hotel. Flame God Wing Doll Shop. This is a popular store that has recently emerged and is very famous in Tiando City. Just a dozen days ago, 2 noble girls fought in front of the store for a handsome boy doll. The next day, several noble boys quarreled for a beautiful female figurine. In the end, the city patrol came to mediate. It was because of these 2 things that this doll shop became famous in Tiando City. There is an endless stream of people coming to buy dolls every day, from royal nobles to ordinary civilians. In order to facilitate everyone's purchase, this store specially opened a branch. One is marked as a noble store. The dolls here are very expensive. From time to time, there are special soul guides for sale. These things are things that the Tiando Empire has never had. I heard from the general manager of the Flame God Wing Doll Shop that these specially made little things are rare and precious, and each one is brought from the west of the Sun and Moon Mountains. There is another store marked as a civilian store. The prices are not very high and the dolls are about the same price as other places, but the dolls here have a trademark, which is the exclusive trademark of the Flame God Wing Doll Store. A fire god holding a sword. Because of this trademark, this civilian store has a lot of people every day, and the store often runs out of stock by noon. At noon, a young man in black walked into the store. "It's out of stock. Come back tomorrow. It opens at 9 tomorrow morning." The shop owner was using an abacus, calculate today's turnover, and then consider how much goods to purchase tomorrow. However, the young man did not leave and continued to walk into the store. The shop owner was unhappy. He raised his head and wanted to shout for someone to drive the customer away. "Xiaoming, come out and take care of this customer." "Hey, here I come." A man who was cleaning at the back of the store responded. The young man walked to the counter and took off his mask and said, "Withered vines, old trees, and crows." The shop owner was stunned at first, then a look of joy appeared on his face. He smiled and said, "Small bridges, flowing water, and people's homes." At this time, the cleaning man also came out. After seeing the young man's appearance, he was ecstatic and threw away the cleaning tools in his hand. Then he rushed forward and hugged the young man. He said happily, "Brother Xingyu, why did you come to Tiando City?" Zhou Xingyu patted the man's back vigorously. He was also very happy at this time. He hadn't been back for a few years, but he recognized him at once, which showed that his appearance had not changed much. "Xiaoming, Uncle Bao, is your business good recently?" Zhou Xingyu put his arm around the man's neck and walked to the counter and asked with a smile. Zhou Bao's face was filled with a happy smile at this time. Since Zhou Xingyu and the old village chief proposed to open this doll shop, the income of every household in the village has increased by more than 10 times. Now several small doll factories have been opened in Shenzhen City, recruiting many civilians. Now the daily output is enough to sell to the entire Tiando Empire. It only needs an opportunity to sell in large quantities in other principalities of the Tiando Empire. Okay, business is so good. Even if we hand over half of the net profit from daily sales to the village, we can still make a lot. Zhou Bao smiled and made a cup of good tea for Zhou Xingyu. In the past, this kind of tea was only enjoyed by the old village chief. Now he can drink it, and he is very proud of it. Seeing his fellow villagers so happy, Zhou Xingyu knew that he had done the right thing. If Shenyang village wanted to reopen a sect, it had to go out. Only by broadening its horizons and getting a lot of financial support, a sect could rise. This is the first step Zhou Xingyu prepared. Later, he will slowly integrate other ideas into this store, until the Yanshan Consortium is formed. During this period, he will establish his own small sect and create a basic team for the Daxia sect. "Uncle Bao, how is the general information collected about Tiando City?" Zhou Xingyu spread his mental power around while drinking tea. He was very cautious when he said this to prevent outsiders from eavesdropping. Zhou Bao looked outside the store cautiously, then looked at Zhou Xingyu's face, then asked Zhou Ming to close the store door, and finally he took Zhou Xingyu to the innermost part of the store. Half an hour later, Zhou Xingyu changed his clothes and walked out from the back door of the Flame God Wing doll. In the 2 days since he came to Tiando City, he has been wandering around this mysterious Tiando City. He did not bring anyone with him and was always alone. Tiando City is the place with the most Soul Master academies in the Tiando Empire. The Tiando Royal Academy is in the central area of the city, and the 5 element academies occupy every corner of Tiando City. There are also more than a dozen not-so-famous high-level Soul Master academies, all of which are gathered in Tiando City. Therefore, Tiando City has the most young men and women. No, Zhou Xingyu found many young men and women along the way. From their clothes, Zhou Xingyu can roughly tell which academies they belong to. Today is the school holiday. Tomorrow afternoon, there will be a friendly match between Tiando Royal Academy and Shrek Academy. Tonight, Zhou Xingyu will go to the palace where the eldest Prince Shui Qinghe is. So there is not much time left in Tiando City. Zhou Xingyu's time is a bit tight today. He wants to roughly explore the distribution of Tiando City so that he can get the most benefits when Tiando changes in the future. Tiando City Auction House, where the most top-level rare things in the continent appear every day. Soul guides, soul bones, beauties, slaves, rare tools, elixirs, etc. Anything you can think of. There are auctions here. Zhou Xingyu's purpose this morning is here. He wants to come here to see if there is anything he needs. At present, his mental power has broken through the 2nd level. He can already control objects initially. He wants to buy some secret weapons so that he can use mental power to sneak attack in case his soul skills are used up. At the gate of the auction house in the center of Tiandao City, Zhou Xingyu was stopped by several tall pink girls. At this time, a tall and beautiful woman with a pink patterned mask walked out from the inside of the auction house. She smiled and asked Zhou Xingyu, "This is the Tiando auction house. Excuse me, guest. May I ask if you have the bidding qualification certification?" Zhou Xingyu smiled and asked, "Do I need the bidding qualification certification to enter?" At this time, 2 girls wearing sky blue tight short skirts and sky blue long hair came over from outside. They were about 1.6 meters tall and had perfect figures. The girl on the left had an extreme S-shaped figure, while the one on the right was plump. The strange thing was that their personalities were extremely opposite. The girl on the left was very lively. Her eyes looked around as if she was looking for something interesting. The girl on the right frowned, her face was a little cold, and her pair of ice blue pupils kept looking at the entrance of the auction house. Chapter 77 Shuibinger and Shuer. At this moment, the lively girl on the left screamed happily, "Sister, look! There are handsome guys! There are handsome guys!" As soon as she finished speaking, she trotted towards the entrance of the auction house. Shui Binger frowned even more, but she was a little worried that her sister would do something wrong, so she strode forward. Shu Yuer's kindness plus 20. Just when Zhou Xingyu was asking the woman with a pink mask at the entrance of the auction house about the rules of the auction house, he suddenly heard this voice in his mind. He turned his head curiously and looked back, and saw a beautiful girl with a perfect figure and a sky-blue short skirt rushing towards him. When the beautiful girl saw him turn his head, her face was even more surprised, and her blue eyes shone brightly. Shu Yuer braked suddenly and almost bumped into Zhou Xingyu's arms. She hugged her hands in front of her chest, lowered her head and asked shyly, "Handsome boy, do you want to enter the auction house?" Because the girl rushed a little fast, Zhou Xingyu instinctively stretched out his hands to push her away or avoid her, but in the end she chose to stretch out his hands. As a result, it was very embarrassing. His hands were held by Shu Yuer. Malice from Shui Binger 20. Asshole, why don't you let go? A loud and angry female voice came from another girl's mouth. Her face was very ugly at this time, and her soul power was surging. If this was not the entrance of the auction house, she might have opened her soul ring. At this time, Zhou Xingyu couldn't explain whether he was right or not. He pulled hard, and finally pulled his hands free. Although there was still warmth on his fingertips, he was in a very bad mood at this time. Zhou Xingyu turned around awkwardly, raised his hands up, and then said to the two girls in front of him, "Well, I didn't mean it. Do you believe it?" Shir's face was red at this time, held her sister's arm tightly, and then smiled at Zhou Xingyu. Believe, I believe you. I just bumped into it myself. Handsome boy, do you want to enter the auction house? I'll take you in," Shu Yuer said as she tried to pull Zhou Xingyu's arm with her hand, and scared Zhou Xingyu to dodge quickly. He was speechless today. He just wanted to review the original plot, but... Shu Yuer! Shui Binger's face was very ugly. She slapped Shu Yuer's outstretched left hand, and then shouted angrily at her sister next to her. This sister just loves to make trouble. She didn't know how many times she had helped her clean up the mess. If she wasn't a relative of the principal of Tianshui College, Tiando City probably didn't know how many people would come to trouble them. Seeing her sister getting mad, Shu Yuer awkwardly retracted her outstretched left hand, but at the moment of retracting it, her fingers deliberately brushed Zhou Xingyu's arm. Little action was naturally seen by everyone present, but the auctioneers remained silent, as they had their own duties and rules. Malice from Shui Binger plus 20. Damn it! Zhou Xingyu wanted to catch this naughty dead woman in front of him and beat her up. He had to bear the responsibility for the mistake made by this dead woman. Did her sister Shui Binger have bad eyesight? Since this woman had problems with her eyesight, Zhou Xingyu was going to make things difficult for the two girls today. He took advantage of the moment when Shu Yuer's fingers were retracted and stretched out his right hand quickly, and then, in Shu Yuer's surprised eyes, he grabbed that warm little hand. Then he took 2 steps and pulled Shu Yuer into his arms. Then he smiled gently and said, "Beauty, I'm worried about not being able to enter the auction house. Can you take me in?" Malice from Shui Binger plus 100. Shui felt hot all over at this moment. She had never seen such a strong man, but she just liked him. There was nothing she could do. This boy was handsome and mysterious. "Okay, let's go, handsome guy. I'll take you in." Shu Yuer had forgotten her sister to Siberia. She just wanted to take the handsome guy into the auction house. Shui Binger was so angry that she was about to explode. She wanted to pull her sister back, but the dead woman was so close to the boy. She was afraid of touching the boy, so she could only vent her anger on Zhou Xingyu. "Shu Yuer, you're dead tonight!" Seeing that her sister ignored her and walked straight into the auction house, she stamped her feet in anger and chased after her. The 3 of them went in like this, and the people at the door of the auction house did not stop them at all. It was obvious that Shui Binger and Shu Yuer were frequent visitors here. The auction was already going on in the Tiando auction house. Shu Yuer said that the auction house would have a 24-hour, round-the-clock auction with no breaks. Shu Yuer knew that this was Zhou Xingyu's first time here, so she took Zhou Xingyu to a random seat and began to introduce the rules of the Tiando auction house to him. "Here, you are not allowed to ask about the details of any seller. The seller will be charged a 10% commission." Zhou Xingyu listened and carefully observed the architectural decorations in the auction house. What he saw were rows of yellow seats. According to his understanding, this should be the ordinary VIP area with 100,000 gold soul coins. He turned his head in surprise and looked at the girl on the left who was holding his arm. He secretly sighed in his heart that this girl was really rich and was actually a wealthy woman. In his eyes, Shui Binger walked over from a distance. Her face was extremely cold. From the process of her communication with the waiter just now, it seemed that she was not happy. Zhou Xingyu heard what Shui Binger and the waiter were discussing. The girl actually wanted to ask someone to kick him out, but Shu Yuer had already explained it. Humph! Shui Binger sat down on Zhou Xingyu's right angrily. She and Shui Yuer just happened to surround Zhou Xingyu in the middle. Seeing her eyes staring at the position of his hands and a certain mysterious part, Zhou Xingyu knew that this dead woman had no good intentions. But he pretended not to see it and continued to observe the layout of the auction. The interior of the auction house is divided into 6 parts. The first part is the auction center area in the middle, where there are more than a dozen tall women in revealing clothes on the outermost periphery. The white skirts they wear are extremely close-fitting, which further highlights their seductiveness. However, Zhou Xingyu is not concerned about these, but uses his mental power to sense the violent soul power fluctuations in their bodies. Judging from the soul power fluctuations, these women are all Soul Emperor-level powerhouses. The 3 extremely beautiful women, holding various precious items on the auction table, are all Soul Saint-level masters, and the bearded man holding the auction hammer with his mouth full of saliva is also a Soul Saint. The seats near the center of the auction stage are red, and there are very few guests sitting on them, only a few, and they are surrounded by Soul Emperor-level masters. Then the seats spread outward, and the back row is black seats. These seats are more exquisite than the previous red seats, but they have lost that unique solemnity. There are a total of 7 or 8 people sitting on them. These people are basically all men, and they all hug the hot waitresses in the auction hall. Looking outside again, it is the purple seat area. There are quite a lot of people on the seats here. Many of them are young men and women. Judging from their clothes, most of them are students. Finally, there is the yellow seat area where he, Shui Binger, and Shui Yuer are sitting. There are too many people here. Zhou Xingyu can see hundreds of people at a glance. The white seat area near the outermost edge of the auction hall is the area where there are at least thousands of people sitting in a circle, and their expressions are the craziest. Chapter 78, Water Attribute Soul Bone. Because many of the people in the white seat area are ordinary people, they are not even soul masters. However, many of the small and messy auction items are brought by them for auction, including strange minerals, strange flowers and plants whose functions are unknown, and even various rare small animals, and even various family crafts. Malice from Shui Binger plus 20 Zhou Xingyu, who was observing the auction, inexplicably received another gift from Shui Binger. He turned his head and looked at the woman on the right in annoyance. He wanted to see what this woman wanted to do. Pervert, country bumpkin. Who knew that as soon as he turned his head, he heard Shui Binger's little mouth utter a few words. She also looked at the center of the auction with a serious face, as if pretending to be scolding others. At this time, in the central auction hall, the bearded male host was introducing the items for auction. He revealed a mysterious look and said, "Everyone must be very curious about what this item is. First of all, I want to make it clear that the price of this item is very expensive. Please do not make an offer if your assets are less than 100,000 gold soul coins." As a formal employee of the auction house, Hu Jianan had to explain the rules clearly, and he had to explain the rules clearly for each auction, so he said a lot. "Let me tell you first, the starting price of this item is 100,000 gold soul coins, and each bid must not be less than 10,000 gold soul coins. This item is known as the Soul Master's Nemesis." When the Hu Jianan host said this, everyone in the auction house suddenly quieted down, and everyone widened their eyes to see what was under the black cloth. Seeing that everyone's attention was attracted here, the Hu Jianan host smiled and walked to the side of the auction item, and then shouted, "Everyone, look carefully." The moment the black cloth was taken away, several men and women in the red VIP area at the front stood up. From their expressions, it can be seen that they were very excited. The students in the black VIP area continued to flirt with the beautiful waitresses in the auction hall, as if they did not understand what was in the center of the stage. The group of students in the purple VIP area stood up one by one, and the auction hall began to get noisy. They shouted, "Soul Bone." When they heard the word Soul Bone, the auction hall was filled with a roar, and even the thousands of people in the white seats at the back stood up excitedly. Many people began to walk outside the auction hall. They were members of various families who lived in the auction hall. Whenever there was a super treasure, they would rush back to ask for instructions. The bearded male host smiled mysteriously, and his soul power soared, and then 7 soul rings emerged from his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. It was a perfect soul ring combination. At this time, the soul power of more than a dozen tall women in revealing clothes in the center of the auction stage also increased greatly, and 6 soul rings emerged from them. Following them were the 3 extremely beautiful women beside the bearded male host, who also opened their martial souls at this time. There were 4 7-ring soul saints and 15 6-ring soul emperors in total. They all exuded a strong aura, especially the 3 female soul saints in the center. Their martial souls were actually flying martial souls, and there was a strange aura constantly blending on the 3 of them. Zhou Xingyu used his mental power to see these strange images clearly. He knew that these three extremely beautiful female soul saints could use martial soul fusion skills, and it was a Trinity martial soul fusion skill. This was a super skill that was enough to rival the titled strongmen. The bearded male host raised his hands high, and he signaled everyone to be quiet. In fact, he didn't need to say anything. No one dared to say a word. 4 soul saints and 15 soul emperors were enough to challenge the strength of small sects. Not to mention that they could also use martial soul fusion skills, which was not necessarily possessed by large sects. This was the strength of the Tiando City Super Auction House, and it was also one of their confidence. Zhou Xingyu knew that this was definitely not the full strength of the Tiando Auction House. There must be one or more titled Douluo behind them to support them. Or maybe this Tiando Auction House is where the big families or the Spirit Hall used to extort money. Seeing that no one spoke, the bearded host bowed to everyone first. Then he smiled and said, "Yes, all the distinguished guests, you are not mistaken. This is a soul bone." After getting the affirmation from the bearded male host, everyone began to check whether they had enough money. Some people immediately ran out of the auction house. When they ran, many people began to follow suit, and suddenly, at least half of the people in the auction house were gone. Zhou Xingyu was a little puzzled at this time. What are they doing? Shui Binger expressed contempt for Zhou Xingyu's country bumpkin expression, but she still replied, "Some of these people are going back to collect gold soul coins, and some are running away in advance, because there will be countless high-level soul masters gathering here later." At this point, Shui Binger's tone was deliberately a little cold. She said in a threatening tone, "Once you are targeted by a high-level soul master or a super noble, you may be killed accidentally." "It's just a soul bone, is it that serious?" Zhou Xingyu expressed disdain. He had given away several soul bones. He was not strong enough now. When he was strong enough to kill high-level soul beasts alone, he would definitely go to brush a wave of soul bones. Hearing Zhou Xingyu's disdainful tone, Shui Binger was immediately unhappy. She stood up excitedly and then said to Zhou Xingyu, "Do you know what soul bones are? Do you know the importance of soul bones to soul masters?" Seeing Shui Binger so excited, Zhou Xingyu knew that he had underestimated the appeal of soul bones to soul masters in Douluo Continent. He quickly stood up and pushed Shui Binger back to the chair. There was no way. Shui Binger's move just now attracted many people's attention. Even the bearded male host looked at them. The bearded male host was not angry. He smiled and said to, "My little brother, if you want to bid, you can press the bidding button next to it. The minimum bid must not be less than 10,000 gold soul coins. Thank you." Evil from Taimu +10. Evil from Tao +20. Goodwill from Huyankong 5. Evil from Shuixing 100. Goodwill from Sheike 30. All of a sudden, a lot of information was displayed at the bottom of Zhou Xingyu's good and evil panel. "Okay, thank you." Zhou Xingyu replied softly and sat down. He had just given himself a lot of face and actually gained a wave of kindness points and malice points. Now he wanted to try his luck again and see if he could get more points, because after he sat down, only Shui Kei kept giving him +1/+1. The bearded male host seemed to want to attract more popularity for this soul bone, and he began to speak slowly. This soul bone is a water-attributed soul bone from the 8,000-year-old soul beast, the Azure Sea Dragonfish. At that time, in order to obtain this soul bone, 2 strong attack-type soul saints died. Because it was not compatible with my own attributes, the employer put it up for auction. At this point, the bearded male host paused again. He saw that many newcomers came in at the entrance of the auction hall, so he waited for these people to come in and speak together. Chapter 79. Shu Yuer is trembling. During the time when the bearded male host stopped talking, Zhou Xingyu carefully observed the appearance of this soul bone. This soul bone is the size of 2 fists and looks like a fish fin, emitting a soft light blue luster. There is a protrusion in front of it, like a corner, and there are crooked barbs at the back. Judging from the appearance, Zhou Xingyu initially concluded that this is a torso soul bone. This time he waited for more than 10 minutes until no one came in, and the bearded male host continued to speak. "First of all, I want to tell you that this is a torso soul bone from the 8,000-year-old soul beast, the Azure Sea Dragonfish." As soon as the bearded male host said this, the whole audience burst into flames again, and Prince Shuixing, who was sitting in the red chair at the very front, stood up again. Because he really needed this soul bone, the water attribute was really suitable for him, but he liked it, but he didn't bring enough money today. In a dilemma, he walked to the girl next to him and said a few words, and finally sat down with satisfaction. The bearded male host smiled again and said, this time he stated the employer's requirements. The employer said that if you can't afford the price, you can also exchange it for something else. It would be best if you can exchange it for a torso soul bone with thunder attribute, or even 10 other soul bones of about 10,000 years old. Because he knew that if he really sold it for gold soul coins, it might not be possible for anyone to afford it. After all, he didn't see any Title Douluo among the high-level soul masters who just came in. The whole audience fell silent. Basically, no one could meet the employer's requirements. Soul bones are rare things, let alone soul bones of about 10,000 years old. Not to mention the torso soul bones, which are the rarest soul bones. It is not an exaggeration to exchange 1 for 10. Soul masters can absorb 6 soul bones from all parts of the body. They are arranged in order of preciousness. Torso bones, skull bones, left arm bones, right arm bones, left leg bones, and right leg bones. This shows that torso soul bones are rarer than head soul bones. Throughout the entire Douluo, torso soul bones appear very few times. Of course, there are also external soul bones, which are basically extinct. Normal Title Douluo do not have external soul bones. 500,000 gold soul coins. Someone pressed the bidding button in the purple seating area. The bearded male host instantly became dramatic and, he said with an exaggerated expression, "A purple VIP bid 500,000 gold soul coins. If no one bids within 3 minutes, then this soul bone will belong to him." Okay, 2 million gold soul coins. A red VIP bids 2 million gold soul coins. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The bearded male host exclaimed. Zhou Xingyu, who was sitting next to Zhou Xingyu, suddenly pressed the bidding button. Zhou Xingyu turned his head to look at her in surprise. He found that her face was flushed at this time, and she seemed very excited. Her eyes were fixed on the soul bone in the center of the auction stage. The bearded male host glanced at the auction soul guide in his left hand and then said, 2,100,000 gold soul coins. A yellow VIP has bid. Is there anyone else? If not, it belongs to her. Hearing the host say that it belongs to her, Zhou Xingyu's legs were shaking, and she almost rushed forward excitedly to get the soul bone. Zhou Xingyu, you are crazy. Let's go. Let's go now. Now it was Shui Binger's turn to be anxious. She wanted to watch the show here, but who knew that her sister would mess around again? Malice from Xuexing plus 100. Zhou Xingyu was once again innocently caught in the crossfire. He cried out for injustice. It is estimated that the old man Xuexing thought Shui Binger and Zhou Xingyu were his women. The voice of the bearded male host came again. 5 million gold soul coins. A red VIP bid 5 million gold soul coins. Is there anyone higher? Obviously, he didn't want the price to be only 5 million gold soul coins, so he directly ignored the expectant eyes of Prince Xuexing. At this moment, Zhou Xingyu pressed the bidding button again. Shui Binger's face changed drastically. Where did they get so much money? Even if they sold themselves, it would not be enough. Shui Binger jumped and grabbed Zhou Xingyu's hands tightly. She was determined not to let this little girl go crazy again. However, Zhou Xingyu was embarrassed at this time. Shui Binger's posture was extremely awkward. She threw herself on her legs. Except for holding Zhou Xingyu's hands with both hands, almost her whole body was on her seat. The bearded male host didn't care who pressed the button. He wanted to bid this time, but his price meter soul guide jumped several times in a row. He looked at it and smiled. Someone in the yellow VIP area bid 10 million. If you don't bid 20 million, is there anyone who bids higher? Malice from Xuexing 100, plus 100, plus 100. The continuous malicious value was credited. Zhou Xingyu deliberately pressed the button. There was no way the dead girl on his legs was moving around. He didn't dare to do anything, so he could only let her walk away. However, Shui Binger let out a long sigh because her sister did not press the button again, so it must be someone else who pressed it at this time. But she was still worried and still held her sister's hands tightly. Beauty, you can get up now. Zhou Xingyu was speechless. He waited for a long time, but this damn girl still did not leave, so he could only persuade her. There was no way to go on like this, and he would burst out with his primordial power. Shui Binger knew that this posture was not elegant at this time, so she turned over and sat directly on Zhou Xingyu's legs and said, Humph, stop talking nonsense. She still held her sister Zhou Xingyu's little hand tightly at this time, not daring to be careless at all. There was no way Zhou Xingyu's eyes were red at this time, looking at the soul bone in the center of the stage. Zhou Xingyu shook his head, indicating that he didn't want to say anything more. Since this girl wanted to die herself, it was not his fault. At that time, any damage would have nothing to do with him. I'll pay 100 million gold soul coins. Just as Zhou Xingyu's primordial power burst out, an extremely cold voice came from the door of the auction house. Everyone in the Tiando auction house broke out in cold sweats. They felt as if they were being stared at by something cold. After he finished speaking, no one dared to speak, including the bearded host on the stage in the middle of the auction house. At this time, the 4 soul-sane 15 soul emperors in the Tiando auction house were as if they were facing a great enemy. They guarded their soul bones in the center. Prince Xuexing, who was sitting in the red seat at the front, showed a look of relief. When he heard this familiar voice, he knew that he had no chance today. As the voice spread to every corner of the auction house, the owner of the voice walked towards the red VIP seat at the front at a very fast speed. He was tall and thin and looked like a javelin. His hair and beard were both emerald green. He had no expression on his face, and his clothes were ordinary green robes. His hands were behind his back. He walked like a phantom. Zhou Xingyu only saw his general appearance. The man disappeared behind the auction house and came to the red VIP seat of the auction house in an instant, and then sat next to Prince Xuexing. Prince Xuexing quickly stood up and said something to the people around him before leaving the auction house. When he passed the yellow VIP area, he looked at Zhou Xingyu with vicious eyes, as well as Shui Binger in Zhou Xingyu's arms and Shui Yuer on his left. Boy, you'll be in trouble. Malice from Xuexing 500. Two strange voices entered Zhou Xingyu's mind. Chapter 80. The Kindness of Neon Phoenix. Douluo, seeing Prince Xuexing being so vicious to him, Zhou Xingyu knew that he was misunderstood. This old guy definitely thought that if he hadn't disturbed him, he would definitely get the torso soul bone. But it didn't matter. How could a little Prince Xuexing rebel? Even the great prince of Tiando, Qian Renshui, looked at him differently. The great prince of Tiando, Qian Renshui, even hinted that Emperor Xueye wanted to summon him. Would Zhou Xingyu be afraid? However, Prince Xuexing has a strong ability to remember grudges, and he has been continuously adding malicious points to himself. Zhou Xingyu is very happy at this time. His body is also very happy, because Shui Binger has not left yet. It's summer. In the center of the auction hall, Gu Dubo has been communicating with the bearded host. They obviously did not reach an agreement. Gu Dubo is not discouraged and still sits in the red VIP area without moving. I will offer 200 million gold soul coins. I will offer 300 million gold soul coins. Two consecutive voices came from the entrance of the auction hall. A middle-aged man with an elegant appearance walked in from the back, followed by a white-haired man. The white-haired man is tall but skinny, wearing a strange silver armor. He is smiling, but this smile is really creepy. Only took a look and felt cold all over, and his primitive power cooled down instantly. When they walked through the yellow VIP area, the two casually glanced at Zhou Xingyu and Shui Binger. The elegant middle-aged man was obviously very curious about the postures of Zhou Xingyu and Shui Binger. He also showed Zhou Xingyu an expression that all men understand. The white-haired man showed disgust. He snorted coldly and an invisible pressure spread from him. Zhou Xingyu suddenly felt that he had fallen into another space. This place was full of endless murderous intent and malice, but Zhou Xingyu felt a warmth in his mind. It was the action of the mental power automatically protecting the body from harm. Mental power condenses. A powerful mental power burst out from his mind, directly dispersing this weird murderous intent and malice. Zhou Xingyu rushed out of this weird space and then got the following information in his mind. Ning Fengji's kindness 10, wrongs malice 20. Zhou Xingyu was furious at this moment. If he hadn't possessed a strong mental power, he would have been lost in some strange space. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have become a fool, or his temperament would have changed drastically. He swore that he would make this old man suffer a loss in the future, even if this person was Ning Rongrong's grandfather. Following behind Ning Fengji and Gu Rong were two people from the Spirit Hall, one of whom was an old platinum bishop. There was also a short-haired woman, whose appearance, beauty, and temperament were all top-notch, with a full-fledged royal sister style. The old man in platinum bishop's clothes was obviously very respectful to this person. He walked behind him on the left with a very humble expression. When the two of them walked through the yellow VIP area, they also looked curiously in the direction of Zhou Xingyu. The short-haired woman's originally tense face showed a faint smile. She finally covered her mouth, held her belly, and walked away with a smile, causing many people nearby to look over. She was already extremely beautiful, and she was wearing thin clothes. When she smiled, her perfect body was shaking, and many men nearby had their eyes shining. Malice from Sarath's Tuan, kindness from Ni Huang. The two of them quickly walked to the red VIP area, but they did not sit next to Gu Dubo or Ning Fengji, but walked around to the opposite side of the auction house. Zhou Xingyu was very excited at this time. The Spirit Hall actually sent the 9th Elder Ni Huang, the only two female Douluo in the Spirit Hall. I didn't know what this female Douluo was called when I read the novel, but I finally knew it today. Not surprisingly, Ni Huang should have changed her name to commemorate her sect. At this time, the 15 Soul Emperors standing in the center of the auction stage were already trembling, because they were turning on their spirits, which was equivalent to demonstrating to everyone. Turn off your spirits. The scumbag host took the lead in turning off his 7 spirit rings. He knew that even if all of them turned on their spirits, they would definitely not be the opponents of these strong men. As soon as the scumbag host finished speaking, the other 3 female soul saints immediately turned off their spirits. Your Majesties, I am a humble person. Let me introduce the origin and rules of this torso soul bone again. The bearded male host bowed respectfully to each titled master, and all the female staff members behind him also bowed to the masters. Aloud, Ning Fengji said gently. Yes, said Nihuang Douluo softly. With the permission of the 2 principals, the bearded male host introduced it to everyone again, but this time he introduced it in more detail. He even introduced the location of the soul bone, how many people were used to obtain the soul bone, and what methods were used. However, no one has investigated whether it is true or not, After all, these are just the employer's entrustment. After these Title Douluos came in, the Tiando auction house no longer allowed masters below the Soul Douluo level to enter. At present, only a few Soul Douluo level masters have been allowed to enter. After all, any high-level soul master who knows that there are actually many Title Douluos inside will consider it for himself. At this time, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer had already been frightened by several powerful auras and huddled together. There was no other way. In order to compete for this torso soul bone, several Title Douluo began to raise the price wildly. In the end, everyone opened their soul rings, and none of them was willing to be outdone. Platinum Bishop Salas stared at Ning Fengxi with his eyes wide open. He was not afraid at all now. There was a level 95 Title Douluo of the Spirit Hall beside him. What was he afraid of? So he spoke loudly at this time. Your 7 treasures glazed tile sect already has many soul bones. Why are you competing with us? Ning Fengxi was not afraid at all. He still smiled and said, This soul bone is destined to be with my 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Please give it to me by the Spirit Hall. In fact, he had been cursing in his heart for a long time. If he was not afraid of the Spirit Hall, he was ready to ask Old Bone to kill this nagging Platinum Bishop. Sarat's eyes widened. He wanted to skin the gentleman in front of him alive. You actually want us to give it to you, Ning Fengxi? I think you are really brave. Gu Dubo was no longer stern at this time. He smiled and took a step forward, bowed to both sides and said, Everyone, how about giving me this soul bone? I owe you a favor. The precious land of Sunset Forest suddenly disappeared. He has been feeling poisonous recently, so he came up with a crooked idea. He wanted to collect 6 soul bones to see if he could expel the poison. At present, he has collected 200-year-old leg bones. Now seeing the water-attributed torso bone, his eyes lit up immediately. There was no way this torso bone was too suitable for his martial spirit. Gu Rong beside Ning Fengxi spoke. He raised his skull face proudly and looked at Gu Dubo and said, Old ghost with green hair, I think you want to die? Do you still want your life? Gu Dubo immediately felt like he was facing a great enemy. He even felt that the space around him was condensed. At this moment, a scorching heat wave came from a distance, and along with it there was a melodious voice. I think we should have a fight, and whoever is stronger will take the soul bone. Chapter 81. The 3 sects are of the same blood. Hearing the words of the female Title Douluo of the Spirit Hall, Gu Rong was eager to try. He was not afraid of fighting. Even the powerful attack of the swordman could not break his defense. What's more, there were 2 minion Title Douluos on the scene? Gu Dubo was instantly scared. He was good at group attacks, but he was only level 92 at the moment. You asked him to fight the 2 Title Douluos in front of him alone. Isn't it like an old man eating arsenic? The Douluo of the Spirit Hall obviously restrained his poison. The Title Douluo of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect had a strange spatial attribute. Alas, goodbye both of you. Gu Dubo was ready to give up. There was no way. Who said that his strength was not good enough? He could only think of other ways. Otherwise, every time he got to that point, his whole body would itch. It was difficult to deal with. Gu Dubo came and went quickly. He turned into a green light and rushed out of the Tiando auction house. At this moment, the others at the scene no longer dared to stay here and watch the show. They fled the Tiando auction house one by one. Zhou Xingyu also considered taking the 2 women away from the auction house, because there were only people in the red VIP area in the entire auction house, and now there were only him, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. He supported the 2 girls with difficulty and walked towards the entrance of the auction house step by step. Malice from Gu Rong plus 50. A terrifying breath came from the red VIP area, and Zhou Xingyu was directly pressed to one knee in the passage by this powerful breath. Shui Yuer and Shui Binger, who were supported by 2 hands, were also directly pressed to the ground by this terrifying breath. Zhou Xingyu felt that the sky was about to fall. His head was buzzing, and the surging mental power had already filled his body. The first change of the 9 changes of the soul, mental power condensation. He gritted his teeth and activated the first change of the 9 changes of the soul. This was the first time he had ever used this mental power skill. Usually, he would at most use his mental power in his normal state. The surging mental power spread out from his mind, condensing a mental armor on Zhou Xingyu's body, and then the mental power gradually spread to Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Gu Rong felt very incredible. He used 50% of his killing intent, but couldn't defeat the little boy. He even let him stand up. Seeing that the boy wanted to continue to walk out of the passage, Gu Rong showed his killing intent. He always despised those men who messed around in broad daylight, and they were handsome men. A stronger killing intent spread from him, and he was about to catch up with the boy at the entrance of the passage. A burning breath blocked this killing intent. Old man, are you ashamed to attack a child? How about we practice? Nihuang couldn't stand it anymore. If she didn't attack just now because she wanted to watch the show, then when Zhou Xingyu resisted the killing intent and the familiar breath came out of his body, she was ready to attack. The Nine Heavens Niwang clan is particularly sensitive to twin martial spirits. Just now, the boy's body instantly spread the aura of his original martial spirit, and there was also an aura in his right hand that was the same as hers. Goodwill from Niwang 50. Zhou Xingyu knew that he might have escaped a disaster. Just now his eyes had already burst into a surging fighting spirit, and his twin martial spirits were almost fully revealed. He turned around and bowed to Niwang, then strode out of the auction house holding Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, who had already fainted. Gurong couldn't save face at this time, so he could only say stubbornly, "Humph, Jutian Niwang should be in the same camp. Sooner or later, someone will come after you for joining the spirit hall." Niwang immediately got angry. She hated such hypocritical words the most. She asked loudly, "Ha ha ha, what a joke! What do you say that the three sects are of the same blood? What were you doing at that time, huh?" "Uncle Gu, let's talk about business." Ning Fengji was obviously embarrassed. He didn't want to talk about what happened decades ago. He was still young at that time and couldn't care about so many things. Outside the Tiando auction house, there were crowds of people at this time. The appearance of many Title Douluo powerhouses attracted many spirit masters, and even ordinary people gathered around. However, after the auction security personnel maintained order, the area was properly settled. There was no trampling of people, and no high-level spirit masters bullied ordinary people. Zhou Xingyu put on a black mask before coming out, and also put on masks for Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. The three of them were arranged by the security personnel to rest in a small private room, because Zhou Xingyu took out a token. The appearance of this token made the security personnel respectful to the three of them. This token was the Spirit Hall Elder token he had won in the lottery. Not long after, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer woke up. They were ashamed of what had just happened. Shui Binger could also thank Zhou Xingyu and make amends. Just as the three of them were chatting and bragging, a familiar figure appeared at the door of the Tiando auction house. Zhou Xingyu's eyes lit up, and he knew that today's revenge could be avenged. Today he would collect a lot of interest first. This figure was wearing a black robe with gray hair, a black mask on his face, and a pair of black tortoise boots on his feet. His voice was a little dull. He was negotiating with the security now, and it was obvious that the security would not let him in at this time. Zhou Xingyu knew that the old village chief did not want to show his spirit, and he did not often show off in Douluo Continent, so almost no one knew him. "Beauty, can I take him in?" Zhou Xingyu trotted over and took out the Spirit Hall Elder token and handed it to the female security guard at the door. The beautiful security guard nodded in surprise, and then returned the token to Zhou Xingyu. Hearing the familiar voice, the old village chief Zhou Chenhu was stunned at first, then looked around, and after finding no suspicious people, he pushed Zhou Xingyu into the auction house. In the corner of the entrance to the auction house, the two were discussing something. The old village chief Zhou Chenhu laughed, put his arm around Zhou Xingyu's shoulders and whispered in his ear, "You kid, I knew you were here. You, Shrek became famous for the anti-sneak attack battle in the Soto Valley. Now everyone knows the reputation of Shrek." To be honest, Zhou Chenhu was very curious about that battle, but there were too many people nearby, so he didn't ask too much. After all, these involved the soul skills of soul masters. Zhou Xingyu was happy about the old village chief's smiling face, but today he had to pretend to be unhappy. At this time, Zhou Chenhu was finally puzzled. This kid had been silent since he saw him just now, and he was crying. Did something happen? Thinking about it, he didn't seem to hear that anyone had an accident. Could it be? Thinking of this, Zhou Chenhu's face became solemn. He secretly used his own soul power to sense his apprentice's body and found that there was a faint death aura surrounding him. What's going on? Zhou Chenhu's eyes burst into a terrifying cold light, and the death aura around Zhou Xingyu was easily extinguished by his fingers. Hearing his chief master asking, Zhou Xingyu rubbed his eyes with his hands, applied the mineral water in his hand around his eyes, and then cried, "Master, you must avenge your apprentice. He was just a little bit away from death today." Listening to Zhou Xingyu's exaggerated words, Zhou Chenhu's soul power began to surge. He was going to teach this bastard who was looking for death a lesson today. Zhou Chenhu's spirit black sword was already revealed in his right hand, and his spirit rings also appeared. He strode into the front door, and a cold voice came out of his mouth. "Follow me behind me." Chapter 82. One spirit bone is not enough. In the Tiando auction hall, two Title Douluo were on the verge of a fight. The Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Saras, and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji, were actually cursing at each other. What they were cursing about could be seen from their flushed faces. The bearded male host of the auction was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. He didn't dare to offend either side, so he shrank in the corner. The other dozen or so waitresses formed a circle together. They activated their own spirit power to protect the precious spirit bones. "Who is Gurong?" A cold voice came from the entrance of the auction hall. The voice was extremely loud and directly penetrated the entire auction hall. The decorative lamps on the top of the auction hall were shaking, and many of them had fallen from the corners of the wall. What was more serious was that a terrifying crack quickly spread from the entrance of the auction hall to the center of the stage of the auction hall. Platinum Bishop Salas and Ning Fengji were instantly as if they were facing a great enemy. They stepped back to their respective Title Douluo. Gu Rong and Ni Huang's faces also changed drastically. The cold voice just now seemed to have infinite pressure. At this moment, they seemed to be suppressed by several mountains. Sweat dripped from Gu Rong and Ni Huang's foreheads, and an ominous premonition emerged from their hearts. Gu Rong and Ni Huang turned their heads with difficulty and looked towards the entrance of the auction hall in the direction of the voice. They saw a strong man in black clothes and white hair appear at the entrance of the auction hall. He held a black giant sword in his right hand, and there was black air on the giant sword. At this time, the face of the strong man in black clothes and white hair was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were like looking at a dead person. This terrifying black sword was not the key, but the 9 soul rings surrounding the white-haired strong man. Yellow, purple, black, red! The last red soul ring was particularly dazzling. That red light caught the eyes of everyone in the auction hall, and surprise and fear appeared on their faces. Gululu. The sound of swallowing saliva came from Gu Rong's throat. He knew that he might have kicked the steel plate today. He did a stupid thing today. The hateful boy was standing next to the white-haired super-strong man. He was sneering at him. It was a murderous sneer from the heart. The malice from Gu Rong plus 100. Gu Rong regretted it now. He should have used all his strength to kill the boy just now. Maybe this mess would not have happened now. Swordmaster Douluo Gu Rong gritted his teeth. He recognized this super-strong man. He had been defeated before, and then experienced the inhumane demon sun and moon. He never mentioned that period of time to others. It was the shame of his life. But now, he appeared again, and judging from the fluctuation of soul power, his strength was still far beyond his own. The difference in soul power and soul rings made Gu Rong a little anxious. Ning Fengji held his martial soul 7 treasures glazed pagoda in his right hand. He secretly released several auxiliary soul skills to Gu Rong, and then smiled and asked under the terrifying pressure, "Your Majesty, is there any misunderstanding?" "Who is Gu Rong?" A louder voice appeared, with an irresistible strong killing intent in the voice, which was almost condensed into substance. Ning Fengji almost fell to his knees. He immediately released the 7th soul skill, the martial soul true body, and then released several auxiliary soul skills in succession to prevent himself from falling to the ground. At this time, Gu Rong's 9 soul rings were constantly shining. He was on the verge of exploding. With the assistance of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, his soul power had soared to the peak of level 97. Unparalleled confidence emerged from his eyes, and he wanted to try to challenge Swordmaster Douluo. Feeling that Gu Rong beside him wanted to move, Ning Fengji immediately grabbed his arm, and then whispered, "Uncle Gu, don't act rashly." Because he saw that the 2 people from the spirit hall next to them were not embarrassed at all at this time, and they were eager to try. Ning Fengji didn't want to be criticized by anyone today, and he didn't allow any mistakes to happen today. The 7 treasures glazed tile sect couldn't do without him, and couldn't do without Gu Rong. If Gu Rong took action today, then life and death would definitely be unknown. The pressure from the super strong man at the door was too strong, and Gu Rong was still far behind with his assistance. Seeing Ning Fengji like this, Gu Rong knew that he couldn't have a good time today. "It's me." Gu Rong raised his head and looked at Zhou Xingyu proudly. As a level 95 titled Douluo, he had the qualifications to be arrogant. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu opened his mouth, revealing his white teeth. He grinned and said, "It's you, kid. It seems you still don't remember." Zhou Qianyu's face changed, and he said coldly, "If you mutilate one arm today, I will let you go. Otherwise, I will kill you." Ning Fengji's face changed drastically. He quickly took a step forward and blocked Gu Rong, who was about to get angry. He shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, calm down. Is there any misunderstanding? If there is a misunderstanding, my 7 treasures glazed tile sect will fight it with all its strength. If you want things, you have to pay things. If you want gold soul coins, you have to pay gold soul coins." Zhou Qianyu smiled. He felt that Ning Fengji was very sensible. No wonder he could tie Chen Xin and Gu Rong together. But what about these? Today, he didn't want these. What if it's life-threatening? Ning Fengji's face changed, but he was still very tough. He turned around and looked at Gu Rong with an inexplicable look, then closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "If it's life-threatening, my 7 treasures glazed tile sect is willing to sacrifice my life. I am willing to give this life to your Majesty to appease your anger." Gu Rong's eyes were filled with anger. He was ready to fight, but Ning Fengji's words just now made him speechless. He dispersed all his spirit rings. Then he looked in the direction of Zhou Qianyu and said loudly, "Your Majesty the Swordmaster, I was wrong today. I am willing to accept any punishment from you." Hearing Gu Rong calling His Majesty the Swordmaster, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Saras and the 9th Elder, Nihuang Douluo, were stunned for a moment. They had heard Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo say it before. Even His Majesty the Pope personally told them to give up any mission if they met this person. The two of them quickly saluted in the direction of Zhou Xingyu. Zhou Xingyu smiled. It was still good to be protected by a strong man. Now several famous figures in Douluo Continent saluted here. Although they were not to him, it was a wonderful feeling. He took a step forward and shouted loudly, "Old man, what crime have you committed?" "Malice from Gurong plus 100. Gurong's teeth creaked, his face flushed, and a fierce light flashed across his face. However, the moment he glanced at Ning Fengji, the fierce light in his eyes disappeared. He thought of his lifelong friend Jian Dao Chen Xin, and also thought of the eccentric Ning Rongrong. "Today I was wrong first and released murderous aura towards you. I know that this sentence may not make you forgive me. I am willing to take out a soul bone to make amends." As soon as Gurong finished speaking, he took out a soul bone from his arms, and then he threw it towards Zhou Xingyu with pain. A red light flashed, and Zhou Chenhu took the lead and took the soul bone away. Zhou Xingyu's eyes widened immediately. He turned around and signaled to the old village chief that the soul bone was his. As a result, the old village chief stood there like a big Buddha, motionless. At this time, Ning Fengji remembered what happened when he entered the auction house before, and he remembered the face of this handsome boy. He sighed secretly. It seemed that Gurong was indeed wrong today. He would go back and get a soul bone from the sect to compensate Gurong. One is not enough. Just as Ning Fengji sighed, a cold and terrifying voice came from the front again. Chapter 83, 7 Treasure Glazed Sect compensates 6 soul bones. Hearing that the compensation of 1 soul bone was not enough, Gurong was really angry. He had only saved a few soul bones in all these years. If these soul bones were not of poor age and their properties did not match his own, how could he have kept them? The one he gave away just now was at least a soul bone of about 3,000 years old. "Then tell me how much you want." Gurong stared at Zhou Xingyu with angry eyes, and his dry old face was extremely ferocious at this time, as if he wanted to eat people. Evil intentions from Gurong plus 100. Zhou Xingyu was speechless. It was not him who said the words. "Why are you staring at me, you idiot? Are you blind?" However, since this old guy used this look to scare him, and kept sending malicious points, Zhou Xingyu got excited. He said directly, "Are you guilty today?" Evil intentions from Gurong 100. Gurong was stunned at first, and then the soul rings on his body appeared one after another. He decided to fight hard today. At most he would die. He, Gurong, was upright. What crime had he committed? If it weren't for you, a rubbish, hugging left and right and messing around in public, would he do such a thing? Uncle Gu? Ning Fengji hurriedly grabbed Gurong, who was about to explode. Gurong could only be discouraged and then said to Zhou Xingyu, "It's my fault today." Seeing Gurong admit his mistake, Zhou Xingyu couldn't help but laugh. This old man also had a share of it. If it weren't for his strong mental strength today, he might really die. Zhou Xingyu directly threw a question for Gurong to think about, and he didn't say how many soul bones he wanted. "Since you admit your mistake, then it's easy. How many soul bones do you think my master can get in a month with his strength?" When this question was asked, the old village chief next to Zhou Xingyu couldn't help but laugh. If he really kept hunting soul beasts for a month, if no one stopped him regardless of the number of years, he would always get 5 or 6 soul bones. But this question also contained another meaning. It didn't say that he was killing soul beasts. Gurong was in trouble. He was not good at math. If he was asked to kill soul beasts, how many soul bones would he need to get? At this time, he was stuck and was doing arithmetic with his fingers. Ning Fengji's face showed a painful expression at this time. He looked at Gurong beside him, then looked at the super Douluo in front of him, and the handsome boy with a wicked smile. A flash of inspiration suddenly emerged in his mind. Isn't this Title Douluo the super strong man that Emperor Shuiye wanted to win over? Isn't that boy the boy mentioned by the eldest prince Shui Qinghe? The appearance and the ratio of their spirit rings were exactly the same as described. Rongrong had shown off the 9 treasures glazed pagoda to him last night and mentioned a boy. Thinking of this, Ning Fengji took another step forward and said to Zhou Xingyu with a smile, "My 7 treasures glazed sect currently has 6 spirit bones. 1 is 10,000 years old, 4 are 1,000 years old, and 1 is 100 years old. I am willing to use all of them as compensation." As soon as these words came out, Gurong was stunned. There was an inexplicable brilliance in his eyes. He shouted, "Jifeng, are you crazy? That is the foundation of the 7 treasures glazed sect." Even the 2 people in the Wuhun Hall next to them were stunned. The 7 treasures glazed sect actually had so many stocks, and even had a 10,000-year-old one. Could it be that there was no one to match this 10,000-year-old one? The old village chief turned his head and looked at Zhou Xingyu. Zhou Xingyu saw the joy in the old village chief's eyes. He pretended to be calm and answered casually, "It's okay, I agree." Hearing this boy's agreement, Ning Fengji was secretly proud. Judging from the expression of his daughter last night, she must like this boy very much. His daughter is so beautiful, and there is such a big sect to support her daughter. Sooner or later, Ning Fengji became more and more proud. He hurriedly said to Gurong, "Uncle Gu, you should go back to the sect now and get the soul bone." Gurong seemed very hesitant. After Ning Fengji urged and hinted many times, he finally set off. "Wait, you kid can't leave yet." Zhou Xingyu spoke, and he wiped his right hand from his arms, and a thick unknown book appeared in his right hand. Then he threw the book, which was as thick as his thigh, in the direction of Gurong. Gurong secretly thought it was not good. He thought that he would be free from nightmares after compensating for the soul bone. This strange book fell steadily into Gurong's hands. He wanted to refuse it, but he couldn't bear the consequences of not accepting it. In desperation, he shook the weight of the book with his hands. Damn! It weighed more than 10 pounds. Sweat dripped from Gurong's forehead. He looked at Zhou Xingyu with a pleading look, but what he got was a sentence. "Copy it within a week. Then I will go to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect in person. Then I will prepare the soul bones. You know the rules. Don't let me down." Zhou Qianyu's voice was full of intimidation. When he said this, his face was expressionless, and there was a faint black light shining in his eyes. With the 100,000-year soul ring on his body, no one dared to say no at this moment. The Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salas, secretly glanced at the unbelievably thick book from behind, and then calculated the time of not eating or drinking for a week in his heart. A drop of cold sweat fell from his forehead, and he shrank back behind Nihuang Douluo with trembling legs. Hearing that the time was 1 week, Gurong's scalp was numb, but he knew that this was already tolerant. He nodded to Zhou Xingyu, then hugged Ning Fengji with one hand, and rushed out of the Tiando auction house. Ning Fengji was in a mess at the moment. He was completely confused about what happened. He could only shout loudly, "Uncle Gu, put me down." When passing by Zhou Xingyu and Zhou Xingyu, Gurong deliberately stopped and performed a courtesy. "Master, aren't you afraid that they will default on their debt?" Zhou Xingyu asked hurriedly when he saw the two leave. He knew that there was another sword Douluo in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Would his master be able to get the soul bone alone at that time? Zhou Xingyu patted Zhou Xingyu on the shoulder with his big hand, and then laughed. "Ha ha ha, does that old guy dare? The time starts from the moment he receives the book, unless he wants to copy it twice." Zhou Xingyu shuddered immediately. He tried it once, and he would never dare to try it again. Now there are only 2 people from the Spirit Hall, and Zhou Xingyu's master and apprentice left in the auction house, as well as more than a dozen auctioneers in the auction house. Zhou Xingyu whispered a few words to his master Zhou Xingyu. Zhou Qianyu's eyes lit up instantly. He didn't expect to have such a big harvest today. Soul bones were obtained one after another. He himself hadn't collected a set of soul bones for decades. Although the torso soul bone today is not old, it belongs to the water element attribute, and the water element attribute is the most tolerant. Ahem, the soul bones in the auction today are destined for me. Friends from the Spirit Hall can leave now. Zhou Xingyu spoke calmly. His face was not red, his heart was not beating, and he was completely serious. The 9 soul rings on his body kept shining. From his eyes it can be seen that his eyes were filled with a layer of gray. The black giant sword in his hand made a crisp roar. The Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salas, was wide-eyed at this time. He never thought that he had just driven away a wolf and thought that he would make a contribution this time. But another fierce tiger came, and it was a super Douluo that even the Pope was afraid of. "You." He was so angry that he held a word in his mouth and dared not say it. Zhou Qianyu's eyes shot fiercely towards the center of the auction table. "Why, you want to copy books?" Chapter 84, a small note from Nihuang. When Salas heard that he had to copy a book, he thought of the huge book just now. He immediately became timid, and his old face smiled like a chrysanthemum. He quickly asked the Neon Phoenix Douluo beside him, "Elder, what should we do?" Neon Phoenix smiled. She touched her purple short hair, and then looked at Zhou Xingyu and Zhou Xingyu without fear. She gently bent down in the surprised eyes of Sarath, and said to Zhou Xingyu, "Since your majesty wants this soul bone, just take it directly. I believe the employer is also willing to make friends with a super Douluo." After saying this, her soul power surged rapidly, and then she grabbed behind with one hand. A soul bone with a light blue luster was forcibly grabbed from the crowd behind her, and the soul bone was in her hand amid the exclamations of the people behind her. She played with the soul bone for a while, and then threw it forward. The bearded male host was resisting the soul power pressure of Neon Phoenix Douluo at this time, and his face was ferocious, and he said, "Are you Wuhun Hall going to break the rules?" He will be mainly responsible for the loss of the soul bone, and he will be severely punished later. At the moment when the bearded male host was furious, the 3 female soul saints in the back once again forcibly opened their martial souls. They wanted to try to open the martial soul fusion technique, but they were all knocked to the ground by Nihuang Douluo in a flash. "Fools, tell your master, and by the way, tell your employer that I, Nihuang, owe them a favor this time. I believe that with this sentence, none of you will be punished." After saying this, Nihuang turned around gorgeously, dispersed her soul power and soul rings, and walked towards the exit of the auction house. "You." The bearded male host knew that things were messed up today, but at this time he didn't dare to fart. The intimidation of the Title Douluo was too strong. He was a small soul saint who was powerless to resist and could only report it truthfully. The old village chief Zhou Xingyu caught the soul bone with one hand. At this time, his old face was smiling like a chrysanthemum, but when he saw the two people from the spirit hall coming over here, his face instantly became serious. He wiped the soul bone with one hand, and the soul bone disappeared in his hand. Niwang walked up to the two of them with a smile. She saluted Zhou Xingyu again, and then, in Zhou Xingyu's surprised eyes, she walked forward and hugged Zhou Xingyu. Goodwill from Nihuang 50. Smelling the fragrance of a mature woman and feeling the strong waves, Zhou Xingyu's restless, primitive power actually showed some signs of revival. Beautiful sister, there are differences between men and women. Zhou Xinyu squatted down, then took 2 steps back and smiled. Seeing that the boy's face was as red as a red apple, Nihuang was immediately amused. This boy was so lustful before, and he was hugging girls left and right, but now he was pretending to be pure in front of her. Jeez, jeez, jeez. Nihuang laughed so hard that she could hardly stand up straight. This action directly exposed everything on her body that should not be exposed. Zhou Xingyu's forehead was covered with sweat. This damn woman was so indecent in front of 2 old men and a young man. Didn't you see that the old village chief's eyes were about to pop out? When the old village chief Zhou Xingyu saw his unfilial apprentice looking at him with strange eyes, his expression immediately changed. He said seriously, "Are you guys okay? If not, we'll leave first." Nihuang smiled for a while and then stopped, because she also noticed that something seemed wrong. "Your Majesty, I would like to invite you and this little brother to visit the Spirit Hall. At that time, our Spirit Hall will welcome the 2 of you with the highest standards." Nihuang smiled at the old and the young, and then stated her purpose. Pope Bibidong once said that if you meet a swordmaster Douluo, you should try to recruit him. If you succeed, she will give 2 soul bones with matching attributes to the meritorious person. Zhou Xingyu directly and tactfully rejected the temptation. Although the Pope of the Spirit Hall was very beautiful, he was completely passive after entering the Spirit Hall. He knew exactly how many Title Douluo there were in the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, he would have established the sect of faith long ago. No need to invite. Aren't there going to be a friendly match between the 2 academies next month? We can just get together then. If there is nothing else, I will leave today. Zhou Xingyu waved his hand. Then he really pretended to pull Zhou Xingyu out. Nihuang smiled slightly. She knew that things were not so easy to deal with, but she had done what she should do. What happened next had nothing to do with her. "It's okay, Your Majesty, please participate in the friendly match at that time. Thank you very much." She saluted Zhou Xingyu again. On the street of Tiando Imperial City, Zhou Xingyu's old face showed a strange smile. He put his arm around his good disciple's shoulders, then stretched out his left hand and said, "You kid, that slut just gave you a note, but she didn't tell me what was written on it?" Zhou Xingyu blushed. He thought his cheap master didn't notice it. He could only take out the note that Nihuang Douluo had just secretly stuffed into his hand, and then handed it to his cheap master. Tonight at 11 o'clock, number 18, Qingqing Huoling Street, Tiando Imperial City. Zhou Xingyu gently read the words on the note. After reading it, he showed a thoughtful look, because this place didn't exist at all. As a frequent visitor to Tiando City, he had never heard of this place. "Do you know her?" Zhou Xingyu asked doubtfully. Zhou Xingyu was speechless at this time. What a ghost he knew. Did he count as knowing her if he had seen her in anime in his previous life? But he didn't answer at this time. He took the note and read it over and over again several times, because he didn't know where this street was. After reading it, he looked over the note several times, and almost tore it open to read it again. "I don't know her. This is the first time I've seen her," Zhou Xingyu replied with his hands spread out. "That's strange." Zhou Xingyu fell into deep thought. He couldn't figure it out, and what he couldn't figure out even more was why he suddenly got several soul bones today. In the super deluxe room of Tianshang Renjian Hotel in Tiando Imperial City. At this time, there were 2 soul bones on the big bed. One was a torso soul bone that was gleaming with a light blue luster, and the other was a right arm soul bone that was gleaming with a faint purple light. One was a torso soul bone from the 8,000-year-old soul beast, the azure sea dragon fish, which was a water attribute. One was a right arm soul bone from an unknown soul beast that was estimated to have just broken through 1,000 years old, which was a thunder attribute. I've given it all to you. You still refuse to absorb a soul bone. These 2 pieces are pretty good. Don't waste them. Zhou Xingyu stared at the torso soul bone. To be honest, he really didn't want to give this soul bone to his cheap apprentice, but his cheap apprentice was too weak. He was already a Title Douluo at almost level 97, so to put it bluntly, he didn't need a torso soul bone. Seeing his cheap master's painful look, Zhou Xingyu knew that he wanted to absorb this piece of rubbish torso soul bone. He said unhappily, "Master, it's only 8,000 years old. I'll take these two pieces first, and I'll help you get one that's 100,000 years old later." When Zhou Xingyu heard his apprentice bragging again, he jumped up like a powder keg. "You kid, do you know how rare a 100,000-year soul beast is? And a 100,000-year soul bone? First of all, you have to be able to beat them." Chapter 85. 8-Petal Fairy Orchid. Honoring Master Zhou Xingyu's side. His cheap master rarely went to those dangerous places. Otherwise, he would not have said these words. There are dangers everywhere in Douluo Continent. Not to mention the ocean, there are many 100,000-year soul beasts in the extreme north. Even in the center of the Qingdou Great Forest, there are many 100,000-year soul beasts and even divine beasts. He was going to popularize it to his cheap master, so he mentioned these places, especially the place of Sea God Island, because the next step was to seize the opportunity of Sea God Island. "Master, you must know about the ocean, right? The ocean is 4 times the size of the continent. There must be a lot of 100,000-year soul beasts in the ocean, right? As far as I know, there are several 100,000-year soul beasts near Sea God Island. And the ocean is divided into layers. The more powerful the soul beast, the deeper the waters it lives in. What does that mean? What does that mean?" Zhou Qianyu's heart was beating very fast at this time. He wanted to know the answer in the ocean, because he had only been to the ocean once when he was young. At that time, he went to Sea God Island for training, but was beaten out of Sea God Island by that damn woman. At that time, he just secretly glanced at places he shouldn't have looked at, and then he never went to the ocean again. Seeing that his cheap master had such a strong desire for knowledge, Zhou Xingyu didn't waste any words, staring into his master's eyes and said seriously, "The sea is so big, and there are thousands of islands, which means there may be hundreds of 100,000-year soul beasts in the ocean, or even million-year soul beasts." "Really?" Zhou Qianyu grabbed Zhou Xingyu's shoulders with his 2 big hands. His eyes were red at this time, because he wanted to get the 100,000-year soul bones. After all, the 100,000-year soul beasts are bound to explode soul bones. But he soon calmed down. "Are the 100,000-year soul beasts in the ocean so easy to kill?" "Hey, forget it, kid. Do you know how difficult it is to kill a 100,000-year soul beast in the ocean? As long as they are willing to hide, we humans can't kill it. It's easier on land." At this time, Zhou Qianyu's voice was obviously a little lonely. He was a little tired of all kinds of pressure. After so many years in Daxia sect, his father and grandfather were exhausted to establish the sect. Now even if he collects a set of 100,000-year soul bones, what can he do? Can he kill gods? Thinking of this, he looked at Zhou Xingyu, and his heart suddenly burned again. Yes, there is also this kid. He has twin martial spirits and may surpass the existence of Limit Douluo. Zhou Xingyu was looked at with hair all over his body. "Bring it here." Zhou Qianyu pointed at the 2 soul bones in Zhou Xingyu's right hand and said. Zhou Xingyu immediately understood that his master was afraid that he would absorb these 2 pieces of rubbish soul bones. He immediately put the 2 soul bones into the soul guide. Then he covered his wrist with his hand. The bracelet soul guide was actually for decoration. In fact, he had already put the 2 soul bones into the warehouse of the good and evil panel. "What are you doing, master? This is what I'm going to use to pick up girls. Don't think about it. How can I absorb this kind of rubbish soul bone? It will take me 100,000 years. Don't worry." Hearing his apprentice say this, Zhou Qianyu was relieved immediately. He was 100% in favor of his apprentice picking up girls, otherwise he would not have arranged Xiaoxin to come to assist Zhou Xingyu. "You kid, take these gold souls. You are 13 years old now. It's time to find a girlfriend. Why don't you like Xiaoxin? That girl is pretty, with a good figure and a white face. The key is that she is easy to give birth to. You kids should cherish her." Zhou Qianyu was nagging when he talked about Zhou Xingyu's girlfriend. He also gave him all kinds of bad ideas and even taught Zhou Xingyu how to pick up girls. After talking for a long time, Zhou Qianyu found that the boy seemed reluctant. He understood instantly that the boy might like other types. Taking a ring-shaped soul guide handed over by Zhou Qianyu, Zhou Xingyu used his soul power to sense it and found that there were tens of thousands of gold soul coins in it. He couldn't help but feel a warm current in his heart. To be honest, this cheap master was really good to him. He almost raised him as his son. He once doubted whether he was his biological son. "Master, please don't worry about these things of mine." Zhou Xingyu hurried away from the old man. The old man was full of bad ideas. If he really followed his ideas, he would be like a donkey in the production team. He gently retreated to the side of the table, then sat on the stool, and reached into his arms with his right hand. A few seconds later, a flower with a white and bright body and 8 purple petals was taken out from the Crystal Palace Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. This flower exuded a burst of fragrance, making Zhou Qianyu feel that the whole room seemed to be in a garden. And his soul power, which had just broken through not long ago, actually had a slight flow again, began to be surprised. Although the 95th level to the 98th level were both Super Douluo. But the soul power only differed by 1 level. That was a world of difference. He had just broken through to the 97th level. If he wanted to break through to the 98th level, it would take several years or even decades of hard work. It was more likely that there would be no hope of breaking through to a higher level in the future, and the only way to advance was to rely on the soul bone. What is this? Zhou Xingyu flashed to the front of the table, his face showing great curiosity and excitement. 8-petal fairy orchid. This is a fairy herb. The medicinal properties are gentle and mellow, easy to absorb, can strengthen the body and remove impurities and hidden injuries. Legend has it that eating this fairy herb can make people more likely to become gods. Zhou Xingyu talked about the value of this fairy herb. He did not exaggerate the medicinal effects. Oscar did become a god in the original book. At the beginning, he soared several levels after eating it. After saying this, he handed the 8-petal fairy orchid to his master. To be honest, Zhou Xingyu had just come to the side of the 8-petal fairy orchid, and his heart was beating wildly, especially after his apprentice introduced it. He had an impulse to swallow this fairy herb immediately. However, when his apprentice generously handed this fairy herb to him, he hesitated because his heart was slowly calming down, and soon he restrained his greed. Zhou Xingyu pushed the magical grass away with his hand. He said seriously, "Eat it yourself. Master is old and his chance of becoming a god is not great." Goodwill from Zhou Xingyu 100. Zhou Xingyu suddenly felt warm all over. He understood his master's intention. He reached into his arms again with his left hand. After a moment, a plant composed of red grass leaves with slightly trembling leaves was taken out by Zhou Xingyu. After Zhou Xingyu took out the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, a strange scene suddenly appeared in the room, with red light and purple light shining against each other. "Master, I have another fairy grass. Can you rest assured now?" Zhou Xingyu smiled and handed the fairy grass in his right hand back to his master. His eyes were full of expectation, because he wanted to see if his master would change after eating it. However, Zhou Qianyu's big hand blocked him again. At this time, there was no greed on his face. Because he wanted more, he refused again. "Give it to Xiaocheng or Xiaoxin. They both have good qualifications. I will feel more at ease if they protect you in the future." "They have already eaten it," Zhou Xingyu said with a roll of his eyes. You kid, can't you finish your words at once? You are so pissed off." Hearing this, Zhou Qianyu took the 8-petal fairy orchid from Zhou Xingyu's hand. Chapter 86. Tang San was beaten of B. The 8-petal fairy orchid was taken away by Zhou Qianyu. He stuffed it into his mouth without saying anything, just like Zhou Qiang. Zhou Xingyu was too lazy to talk about practical methods. "Anyway, it's eating anyway. Maybe swallowing it together will make the effect better?" In the original work, Tang San is just a hypocrite who pretends to know everything. After swallowing the 8-petal fairy orchid in one gulp, Zhou Qianyu's face changed drastically. Then he quickly sat on the floor of the room and began to absorb the medicinal power of the 8-petal fairy orchid. Seeing his master sitting down to absorb the medicinal power of the 8-petal fairy orchid, Zhou Xingyu didn't waste time. He directly swallowed the coxcomb phoenix sunflower in his left hand. After swallowing it, he also sat in the same place and began to absorb the medicinal power. The coxcomb phoenix sunflower turned into a pure energy at the entrance, and this energy quickly spread around the body, but a large part of it flowed to the lower dantian area. The most primitive power of the wild was stimulated. At this time, Zhou Xingyu's whole body was red, and his face was as red as a cooked shrimp. Under the stimulation of the medicine, Zhou Xingyu only felt that the impurities in his body were constantly squeezed out of his body from every corner, especially every muscle part of the body, which was sour. Time was constantly passing. I don't know how long it took. Zhou Xingyu opened his eyes again, and he found that his cheap master was staring at a certain part of his body and grinning. "Master, your bad taste is really speechless. I'm not a beauty. What's so good about me? It's just that my pants are broken." Zhou Xingyu stood up without caring. He first rushed to the bathroom with a hunched back, and then looked down on his master at the door of the bathroom. There was no way. After the enhancement of the fairy grass, a thick layer of black impurities emerged from his body, which stained his clothes, not to mention that there was a big hole in his pants. Half an hour later, in front of the big mirror in the bathroom. Looking at the perfect figure in the mirror, Zhou Xingyu smiled. His muscles were clearly defined, without any fat. When his arms were slightly bent, the shape of the muscles on his arms came out. The power of the wild was so strong that he felt like he could kill a cat and a rabbit with just a little effort. His face was even more angular. After the enhancement of the fairy grass, he actually lost 2 pounds. Close your eyes and feel your soul power and mental power. Your soul power has increased by about 4 levels, reaching level 45. Your mental power has also increased a lot. You are just a little bit away from reaching the next level of mental power. Zhou Xingyu secretly used his mental power to sense, and the strong mental power instantly left his body and penetrated the opposite side of the bathroom. The opposite side was the bathroom next door, and there was actually a middle-aged man taking a bath inside. The Birdman was doing unspeakable things while taking a bath. which made Zhou Xingyu leave the bathroom quickly. The mental power continued to sense forward, and he passed through several rooms and saw all kinds of men and women. Some of them were teenagers with several people, and some were crazy output, and some were chatting with their mistresses. Wait a minute. Zhou Xingyu seemed to have seen something incredible. He saw Tang San. On the ground floor of Tianshang Renjian Hotel in Tiando Imperial City, in the cheapest private room, Tang San was grinding an iron spike. He was very serious, and there were already dozens of the same spikes next to the table. Who is it? Tang San suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction where Zhou Xingyu's mental power was. All the things on the table were instantly collected into his soul guide. Swish, swish, swish! Several silent hidden swords shot into the corner of the room, where there was a shabby table with a wooden box under it. However, there seemed to be nothing in that corner. Except for the sound of hidden weapons shooting into the wooden box, there was no other sound. Purple Demon Pupil. Tang San was particularly cautious at this time. His Xuantian power was all over his body. The Xuanyu hand was activated. Several strange spikes were pinched in his palm, ready to be activated at any time. The Purple Demon Pupil also opened instantly. Purple light shot out from his eyes, and the things in the corner came into view clearly. The wooden box under the table was empty. What the hell? Tang San was a little suspicious at this time. He was a little suspicious whether he was possessed by evil spirits. Just now, his sixth sense clearly sensed that something was spying on him. Purple Demon Pupil penetrates. Tang San widened his eyes and used his mental power to penetrate the corner of the wall. However, he saw an unbearable scene which frightened him, and he quickly closed his eyes. Next door, there are one or two indescribable bodies that are madly outputting. Squeak. The door was opened at this time, and Tang Hao walked in from outside. At this time, he was wearing a black cloak. This cloak was already worn out and was patched with black fine thread in the middle. Judging from the craftsmanship, the patching technique was very poor. He slowly closed the door and was about to walk in, but found that his cheap son was staring at the corner stupidly. What's wrong? What are you staring at the corner? Tang Hao felt very curious. His son has always been very sensible and would definitely not do something inexplicable. After hearing this, Tang San immediately turned around to explain. He didn't want his father to misunderstand anything. After all, what happened in the next room was really that. Dad, it's nothing. I was just practicing with hidden weapons. After he finished speaking, he walked to the corner with a red face to take down the hidden weapons. He didn't want to waste these things. After all, it was too troublesome to make them now, and he didn't have much money. As a person who has experienced this, Tang Hao immediately noticed that there was something wrong with his son's face. He closed his eyes and sensed it with his spirit power. His face looked particularly ugly. Go and practice the chaotic cloak hammer method. You are not allowed to play with your broken hidden weapon without my permission in the future. Tang Hao roared at his son. He was so angry now. This unfilial son actually didn't practice his spirit power but peeped at others. No wonder he blushed. Tang San's face turned pale immediately. Tang Sek's hidden weapon was his unique skill. How could he not practice it? He felt that his father must have misunderstood something, so he quickly opened his mouth to explain. Dad, listen to my explanation. What are you explaining? You dare to talk back? Tang Hao was angry. This kid didn't look like Ah Yin at all. His appearance and height were not like his own. He even suspected that he had taken the wrong child. If it weren't for the awakening of the blue-silver grass and the clear sky hammer, Tang Hao really couldn't believe that his son would do such a stupid thing, peeping at such a young age. Tang San saw that his father was really angry. He dared not speak anymore. He could only walk into the room silently and start practicing the chaotic cloak hammer method. Since his father did not allow him to practice hidden weapons, he could only practice secretly. Seeing that his cheap son was so obedient, Tang Hao finally calmed down his excitement. He walked to the table and sat down. A jar of low-quality old wine appeared on the table. He pulled the lid open with force and drank it in big gulps. Humiliation slowly nourished from his heart. Tang Hao remembered the humiliation that the spirit hall had given him many years ago, and also remembered Ah Yin. He also remembered the humiliation that the swordmaster Douluo had given him before. If he had not been injured internally, he would never have run away at that time. Bang! The low-quality wine jar was smashed by Tang Hao on the table, which scared Tang San. Tang Hao glared at his son with a squint, then twisted and fell asleep on the table, and the wine in the low-quality wine jar was spilled all over the floor. Chapter 87. Qian Renshui twisted her foot. In the bathroom of the super deluxe room of Tianshang Renjian Hotel, Zhou Xingyu calmed down his panic. He had just tested that the limit distance of his mental power was 102 meters, which was just enough to sense the street outside the hotel. There was one thing he couldn't figure out. Why did Tang San appear in Tiando Imperial City? Shouldn't he have escaped to the forest or an unknown place? Just when Tang San used the hidden weapon, he withdrew his mental power perception. After dressing, Zhou Xingyu opened the bathroom door. He was ready to remind his master to pay attention to Tang Hao's every move. Zhou Xingyu had been waiting at the door with his change of clothes for a long time. When he saw Zhou Xingyu coming out, he hurriedly wanted to rush in to take a shower. He said with disgust, "You are so slow. Come out quickly." "Master, Tang Hao and his son may have come to Tiando City," Zhou Xingyu said while blocking the bathroom door. Hearing this, Zhou Qianhu's face suddenly turned cold. After thinking for a moment, he moved the little bastard who was blocking his way away. He rushed into the bathroom. The moment he closed the door, a voice came from the bathroom. "Well, I know. Don't go to contact them deliberately. I'll follow you when you go out at night." Around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, in Tiando Imperial City, an uninvited guest arrived in the bedroom of the eldest prince. Qian Renshui was entertaining a handsome black-clothed boy in the banquet hall. From her expression, it looked very normal, and there was nothing wrong. But in her heart, she was already upset. Qian Renshui was lamenting the changes in this boy. In a short time, this boy actually became a little more handsome. "Come on, Xingyu, I'll toast you a glass. Don't refuse." In order to show her generosity, Qian Renshui had raised her glass and drank with Zhou Xingyu many times. At this time, she was a little drunk and her head was a little dizzy. Seeing Qian Renshui drinking wine in big gulps, Zhou Xingyu suddenly felt a little pain. This wine was won in the lottery, and it was a pure purple wine from Blue Star in 1950. "Your Highness, you should drink less. This wine has a high alcohol content." He reached out to take the bottle of wine on the table that had been drunk for more than half, and he planned to put it into the soul guide to drink it later. A delicate little hand reached out, and she grabbed Zhou Xingyu's right hand that wanted to take the wine. Qian Renshui's face flushed, and she stared at the handsome boy opposite and said, "Well, Xingyu, you are wrong. Can't this prince drink your wine?" After that, she took out more than a dozen bottles of wine of different sizes from the soul guide. Judging from the appearance and color of the bottles, these are small bottles of fruit wine specially made in the palace. "Here, I'll give you half a bottle in exchange for all these bottles." Qian Renshui burped loudly and slapped Zhou Xingyu's right hand that was in the way. She took away the bottle of Blue Star 1950 pure purple wine. Feeling the warm little hand just now, Zhou Xingyu was speechless. This woman must be drunk. Now she is going crazy with him. She actually drank half, a bottle by herself. "This bottle of wine is a super large bottle of 2 kilograms. Your Highness, I really didn't mean that." However, Zhou Xingyu did not hesitate to put all the wine into the soul guide. The wine Qian Renshui took out was specially supplied by the royal family, and normal people could not buy it at all. "Hey!" Seeing that Zhou Xingyu was not sincere, Qian Renshui laughed out loud, but at this time, she had completely forgotten that she was pretending to be Shui Qinghe. The voice changed from a male voice to a crisp little woman's voice. Zhou Xingyu probably opened his mouth wide, pretending to show an expression of disbelief, then covered his mouth with his hands, staring at Qian Renshui with wide eyes. Qian Renshui saw Zhou Xingyu's stunned expression and seemed to realize something, and slowly she recalled the laughter just now. Her face gradually changed from gentle to ferocious, and her soul power was surging. Malice from Qianrei? At this moment, she wanted to kill the handsome boy opposite. Because she was exposed, it was really because of drinking. But in an instant, her face returned to normal, and a smile emanated from the corner of her mouth. Kindness from Qian Renshui +10. Zhou Xingyu looked at Qian Renshui as if he was looking at a lunatic, watching her smile for a while. Then murderous intent surged, and then pretending that nothing happened. "Your Highness, just now?" Zhou Xingyu asked deliberately, "Can you keep it a secret for me?" A soft female voice came out of Qian Renshui's mouth. She actually gave up changing her voice and spoke to Zhou Xingyu directly with her original voice. Zhou Xingyu pretended to change his face. His soul power surged, as if he was ready to take action at any time. He asked in a cold voice, "You are not the eldest prince, who are you?" Qian Renshui frowned, and all kinds of thoughts floated through her mind. She wanted to kill the boy in front of her, instantly, but her strength seemed not enough. But she didn't know how to deal with the situation in front of her. After more than 10 years of ambush, she didn't know how to deal with the current situation. The man in front of her was the one she wanted to win over, especially the super Douluo behind him. A clever plan emerged from Qian Renshui's mind. She stood up tremblingly, pretending to be drunk, and slipped and fell forward. The moment she slipped, her clothes slipped off, revealing her perfect body. At that moment, removed all her disguises, including the mask on her head. You are a woman?" Zhou Xingyu's surprised voice reached Qian Renshui's ears, and Qian Renshui immediately felt that the trick was half successful. Bang! Qian Renshui fell to the ground. Qian Renshui thought that she would be caught by the man opposite her if she showed her perfect body, but she fell hard on the hard ground. She cursed Zhou Xingyu in her heart. "Damn it! This bastard doesn't know how to be gentle with women." A young and perfect-looking girl with golden hair, about 20 years old, appeared about 1 meter in front of Zhou Xingyu. She was wearing a palace-style white gauze miniskirt. Her white skin exuded an attractive luster. Her waist was slim, Her long legs were long, and her figure was S-shaped. All the perfect words seemed unable to describe the beauty and enchantment of this woman. The straight and small nose bridge, the slightly slender pair of phoenix eyes were staring at her, and there was a touch of crimson on her stunning face, which was a sign of excessive drinking. "Help me up!" Qian Renshui was so angry. This lecher kept looking her up and down as if he was studying something strange. She could only yell softly. Zhou Xingyu suddenly came to his senses. He wiped his nose with his hand. He almost had a nosebleed just now. There was nothing he could do. This woman definitely did it on purpose. The moment she fell just now, he saw something he shouldn't have seen, which made his primitive power a little restless at this time. He walked to Qian Renshui with a hunched back, then grabbed her right hand with his right hand, and then gently helped Qian Renshui up. Qian Renshui pretended that she didn't stand firmly and fell directly into Zhou Xingyu's arms. The beauty was in his arms, the fragrance was overwhelming, and Zhou Xingyu was messy. What the hell was this sin that Qian Renshui deliberately did this to him, and now he didn't know where to put his hands? Feeling the other's strong heartbeat, Qian Renshui's plot succeeded. She smiled and whispered in Zhou Xingyu's ear, "Carry me into the bedroom. I think I twisted my foot." Chapter 88. Hearing Qian Renshui say this, Zhou Xingyu did not hesitate. He directly gave her a princess hug, and regardless of Qian Renshui's exclamation, he directly carried her into the bedroom. The short distance of more than 10 meters seemed to have taken a century for the two of them to walk. Qian Renshui had never been in love, and had never been hugged by any man other than her grandfather. At this time, her whole body was hot, and she was a little dizzy because of drinking a little wine. She pressed her face against Zhou Xingyu's broad chest. Kindness from Qian Renshui plus 20. But what made her a little strange was that she always felt something on her back that made her uncomfortable, as if she was strangled by a hard belt. She shook her body from side to side, but still could not avoid the damn belt. Dead fairy, Zhou Xingyu cursed inwardly. He hated himself today. What kind of fairy grass did he eat? And what he ate was cockscomb phoenix sunflower. After walking for a long time with difficulty, the two finally walked into Qian Renshui's boudoir. The room was furnished in an ordinary way. There was a desk at the door, many calligraphy and paintings on the wall, and a simple dressing table, further inside, with a large cabinet next to it. The large cabinet was open at this time, and it was full of various men's clothes. Zhou Xingyu did not continue to walk inside. He knew that the bed was inside, but he just didn't want to go in, because he could still control his primitive power now. Who knows, it would be bad if something strange happened at that time. The most important thing is that the dead fairy in his arms was blowing air into his chest and hiccuping, and his neck was almost broken by her two hands. If she vomited later, wouldn't she vomit all over herself? Bang! Qian Renshui was thrown directly on the dressing table by Zhou Xingyu. The dressing table was shaken by Qian Renshui's body, and several bottles of cosmetics on it almost fell off the table. "Ah, can't you be gentler?" Qian Renshui exclaimed, and then looked at Zhou Xingyu with resentment. The previous shock immediately sobered her up, and now she felt the piercing pain. Kindness from Qian Renshui 100. This dead man didn't even look at her, and actually threw her directly on the dressing table. Is there anything on the table that he won't look at? Her skirt is ruined. She rolled her eyes at Zhou Xingyu, then reached down and took out a bottle of perfume from the table. Zhou Xingyu was embarrassed immediately. He really didn't mean it. Just now he thought that this dead goblin was too heavy, and he really didn't see the perfume, so he hurriedly explained. "Hey, Your Highness, I really didn't mean it. It's mainly because you are too heavy. I didn't see the things on the table just now." He snatched the perfume from Qian Renshui's hand and put it in the soul guide. He was afraid that this dead goblin would ask him for compensation later. However, the perfume bottle was a little slippery, but he didn't care because the cap of the perfume bottle was gone and the room was filled with the fragrant smell of orange perfume. "You! Give it back to me!" Qian Renshui was anxious, and her face was red and purple at this time. However, Zhou Xingyu didn't care about her at all, and directly took out a few bottles of Blue Star perfume from the soul guide and handed them to Qian Renshui. "Your Highness, the bottle just now is broken. These are the special perfumes made in our hometown. This one is a miracle of floral fragrance, made of 99 and 81 kinds of flowers and plants." Zhou Xingyu seriously introduced the bottle of purple perfume in his left hand to Qian Renshui. Qian Renshui was speechless. It seemed that she would not be able to return the perfume today. At this moment, she could only cooperate with Zhou Xingyu's introduction with a surprised expression. "Your Highness, the name of this bottle of perfume is Starry Sky Oath. Look at its color. Doesn't it look like the color of the starry sky? It takes more than 100 processes to make this perfume, and it has to be stored for 18 years after making it. The name of this bottle of perfume is Guilty Love Fantasy. Give all of these to me?" Qian Renshui's expression was quickly attracted by the names of these perfumes. She had never owned these things, especially these weird and beautiful names. Like a little girl, she opened several bottles of perfume one by one, and then smelled them. She found that these smells were really fragrant. They had never appeared in the Douluo Continent, and she had never smelled such a fragrance, even in the Wuhun Hall. It was as if this smell did not belong to Douluo Continent, full of mysterious smell and feeling. Qian Renshui was afraid that the other party would go back on his word, so she directly put the bottles of perfume into the soul guide. Then she looked at Zhou Xingyu with a straight gaze, and then said gently, "Can you forget what happened today? You are the first boy who made me feel something, and I hope you will keep it a secret for me. Such a girl in a dim room, and on the dressing table, talking to you with a red face, wearing such cool clothes. To be honest, Zhou Xingyu has been a little moved." As for the Spirit Hall's desire to destroy the Tiando Empire, Zhou Xingyu didn't want to care about it at this time, and he didn't have the strength to care about it. At present, he only wanted to improve his strength. And the Haoqian sect is now his enemy, and he wishes the Spirit Hall would go with him. Zhou Xingyu touched his head and laughed awkwardly. This dead goblin actually fell in love with him. He touched his head and said seriously, "Your Highness, are you saying that you were originally a princess, and then became the eldest prince to make Tiando stronger? I will definitely keep this secret for you, don't worry." He was very rational at this time. He was only 13 years old, and his soul power was only level 45. Although he had twin martial spirits, his strength was too low. A woman would only hinder his sword-drawing speed. Although Qian Renshui was a little drunk at this time, her mind was still very clear. Since the other party had this explanation, it meant that the other party must have misunderstood something. Although there are many secrets of the royal family, as long as this boy asked casually outside at that time, she would still be exposed based on this statement. She was ready to open her heart and talk to the boy in front of her. She was ready to say that she was a hidden chess piece of the Wuhun Hall ambushed in the Tiando royal family. Qian Renshui's eyes widened with courage. She straightened up and wanted to get down from the dressing table. However, Zhou Xingyu saw Qian Renshui was about to get up and thought she was going to do something. He hurriedly retreated outside the room and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, it's getting late today. I'll visit you another day. Goodbye." Qian Renshui was instantly confused. This boy ran out of the room before she answered. Suddenly, all kinds of thoughts floated through her mind. Zhou Xingyu, who was not far away from the door, received a series of kindness points and malicious points, which scared him to speed up and move away from here. This dead woman gave him too many surprises today. She was so capricious. In just over 2 hours, he had gained thousands of kindness points and malicious points. He thought this was good. He would come to brush up points like this if he had the chance. At the door of the eldest prince's bedroom, Qian Renshui had finished dressing at this time. She returned to her appearance of Shui Qinghe, but her eyes were a little blurred and her face was very rosy, especially the way he walked with a limp, which looked very funny. Qian Renshui never chased out to kill Zhou Xingyu. Her sixth sense told her that Zhou Xingyu would not do anything bad to her. Qian Renshui went to bed very early today, and she kept smiling faintly in her sleep. On the dressing table, which she did not notice, a box of cosmetics that was lost 7 years ago appeared on it, which looked very strange. Chapter 89. The place where the dead died on the outer street of Tiando Imperial City. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and there were still people coming and going on the street. Various stores were still open, and there were many people gathered in front of several special stores. Zhou Xingyu was looking for No. 18 Qingling Huoling Street, Tiando Imperial City, with a note in his hand. There were only 4 streets outside Tiando Imperial City. He had walked around these 4 streets several times, but he did not see number 18 Qingling Huoling Street, Tiando Imperial City. There is a Love Hotel on the 18th, but this store is a Love Hotel, and the name of the hotel is not that. Zhou Xingyu really has no choice. It is only an hour away from 11 o'clock in the evening, and he has not found that place yet. In desperation, he can only walk to the Love Hotel. At this time, the lights in the Love Hotel are bright. There is a girl with a decent appearance standing at the front desk of the hotel. From the appearance, this girl can score about 85 points. She is wearing a pink suit, a pink bow tied inside her neck, and her hair is tied up on the top of her head. At this time, she is looking at the pedestrians outside the hotel, hoping to get more orders tonight. "Beauty, do you know where No. 18 Qingling Street, Tiando Imperial City is?" Zhou Xingyu's abrupt voice sounded. At this time, he was wearing a black suit and a black cloak, so few people could see what he looked like in the night. The 85-point beauty was obviously startled by the voice. When she came to her senses, she found that there was a handsome boy standing at the front desk. "No. 18 Qingling Street, Tiando Imperial City?" The 85-point beauty was shocked. She had heard of this place. It was a legend. The 85-point beauty said, hypocritically, "I haven't heard of it. Handsome boy, do you want to get a room? Our hotel is having a discount promotion tonight." The 85-point beauty's seductive voice was dragged out for a long time. With her current posture, normal men would have wild thoughts. "Oh, excuse me, thank you." Zhou Xingyu said hello and was about to leave. However, Zhou Xingyu didn't buy her account at all. He had seen too many beauties. He had just hugged the 95-point beauty just now. The 85-point beauty was really a bit behind. Seeing that the business she had finally got was going to stay away, the 85-point beauty was anxious. She didn't receive a single order tonight. If this continued, she would lose her full attendance this month. "Hey, why'd I know that place?" the 85-point beauty shouted. Hearing this, the footsteps that had already stepped out of the hotel door stopped. Zhou Xingyu turned around and came to the front desk again. Bang, 10 gold soul coins were slapped on the table. Zhou Xingyu was not stingy. He slapped the gold soul coins directly in front of the 85-point beauty and then said, "Tell me where it is. These gold soul coins are all yours." The 85-point beauty was delighted. If she lived frugally, she could use the 10 gold soul coins for a year, but this handsome guy was so generous. Thinking of this, she showed her white teeth and asked, "Really?" Zhou Xingyu nodded, took out 2 coins and threw them directly into the arms of the 85-point beauty. The 85-point beauty finally received the 2 gold soul coins in a hurry, then she picked them up and observed them carefully, and blew on the gold soul coins. After hearing the familiar voice, she smiled with joy. No 18 Qingqing Huoling Street, Tiando Imperial City, is the place where the dead go. It is said that the Tiando Empire was protected by a large sect in the early years. More than 10 minutes later, Zhou Xingyu walked out of the inner city of Tiando with another note, and he came to the outer city of Tiando Imperial City. This is a slum. Compared with the inner city, the living conditions of the civilians here are very poor. Even the civilians in Soto City live better than these people. This is a paradise for the fallen. Civilians who can't survive in the inner city and some low-level soul masters live here. It is full of fighting. When Zhou Xingyu passed by the street in front, he met a group of people chasing a one-ring soul master with a white soul ring. Although these people didn't have any soul rings, they had various weapons in their hands. "Stock, you give me the money I owe!" someone shouted at the front of the crowd. When the one-ring soul master saw Zhou Xingyu, his face was happy, and then he rushed directly in the direction of Zhou Xingyu. "Boy, are you in the same group with him?" The crowd chasing behind roared. As Stoke was about to approach the black-clad man in front of him, a ferocious smile appeared on his face, but the black-clad man in front of him moved. The black-clad man took out a 2-meter-long sword and began to rush towards him at an accelerated speed, which frightened Stoke so much that he quickly changed direction and ran for his life. However, the black-clad man was like a ghost, and he ran in front of him in a flash. He used the sword to hit him lightly. Bang! A huge force came from the sword, and Stoke was directly blown away by this huge force, and this direction happened to be in the crowd chasing behind. For a moment, the crowd behind was in a mess. "Tell me, where is the place where the dead go?" A cold voice came from the black-clad man, and his 2-meter-long sword dragged on the ground, making a harsh sound. In that direction." Someone in the crowd who fell to the ground behind him quickly climbed out, and then pointed to the left and shouted loudly. His legs were shaking at this time. 10 minutes later, Xingyu's figure appeared on a dark and dilapidated street. This place is really a dead corner, hidden at the back between the inner city and the outer city of Tiando. All the houses on both sides have collapsed, and the ground is dark as if it has been burned by fire. At the end of the street, there is a fiery red figure standing there, with blazing flames burning on her body, and these flames seem to be unable to hurt her at all. "You are here." The voice came out of her mouth and reached Zhou Xingyu's ears. In an instant, while Zhou Xingyu was stunned, a red light rushed directly into his arms. Goodwill from Nihuang 100. Burning. Zhou Xingyu only felt very hot. That was a different feeling from the burning in the eyes of Binghuo Liangyin. It was the ultimate fire. You must know that at this moment he can be nominally immune to fire. "Sister, men and women should not touch each other." Zhou Xingyu forcefully pushed the woman in his arms away. The black cloak on his body had been burned to ashes due to the high temperature. If he hadn't activated his soul power protection in time, the other clothes on his body would inevitably be burned. Nihuang had already extinguished the flames on her body. She had just confirmed the real martial spirit of the boy in her arms, so she was a little happy at this time. "Ha ha! You are not ashamed. You were stacking with others during the day, and now you are telling me that men and women should not touch each other." Nihuang laughed out loud. Zhou Xingyu was embarrassed immediately. He didn't do anything during the day. It was Shui Binger who approached him. But does anyone believe this explanation? "That sister, what do you want to talk to me about? It's so late and you called me to such a dark place. You don't want to date me, do you?" Zhou Xingyu asked curiously. While asking the question, his soul power was surging. If he hadn't been nominally fire-free just now, he might have died. So he did not relax his vigilance at all. The ice, fire, and water in the good and evil panel were ready to be taken out at any time. Chapter 90, The Correct Address of Blue Star. Seeing Zhou Xingyu so careful, Ni Huang was happy. She stood up and walked towards Zhou Xingyu again. Zhou Xingyu took 2 steps back, and Ni Huang took 2 steps forward again. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't move your feet. Zhou Xingyu immediately interrupted Ni Huang's action. He was so embarrassed now. This damn woman seemed to have known him thoroughly. Primordial power, the boat of friendship can be overturned at any time. Anti-routine, blue mushroom, computer, keyboard. One sentence after another, Zhou Xingyu's familiar words came out of Ni Huang's mouth. She was now using the pure blue star language, but it was a bit tongue-twisting, as if she had not communicated with anyone for a long time. Zhou Xingyu's brain short-circuited instantly. Could this woman in front of him also have traveled from Blue Star? He said in a trembling voice, "This universe, Laniakea Supercluster, Virgo Cluster, Local Group, Milky Way, Orion Arm, Solar System, Third Planet, Blue Star, Daxia Empire, Magic City, Zhou Xingyu." This is a term used by time travelers, and it can be used to quickly introduce one's true origins. After introducing these, Zhou Xingyu went straight forward and held Ni Huang's hand. The warmth was transmitted from the soft little hands to each other, and he felt the touch of blood compatibility. Ni Huang's head was buzzing at this time, thinking, what is this person talking about? Except for the last name, she didn't understand a word of what he was saying. She just said a few words passed down from her ancestors. Why did the other party inexplicably say a bunch of words that she didn't understand? What a mess. Can you say that again? I don't understand. Ni Huang's face was a little hot at this time. The boy's palms were sweating. What was he nervous about? Hearing this, Zhou Xingyu's heart immediately sank. He understood that this woman was probably not from Blue Star, but was probably a descendant of Blue Star, who just knew a few words like the old village chief. However, he still repeated what he had just said, but as expected, Ni Huang didn't understand anything at all. Hey, I thought too much, sorry. Zhou Xingyu let go of Ni Huang's hand. After letting go, he returned to a defensive posture again. Since he was not from Blue Star, he had to pay attention to danger at any time. He had just exposed the coordinates of Blue Star. Would this woman in front of him tell the secret to the Spirit Hall? Ni Huang found it funny to see this kid become alert again. He was a level 95 Title Douluo. If he really wanted to do something, did he think he could stop it? With that stubborn little look and handsome face, Ni Huang didn't know what he was thinking at this time. Can you release your martial spirit for me to see? Ni Huang's voice was trembling at this time. Her short purple hair was flying freely in the darkness, revealing her fair and smooth face. Under her thick black eyebrows, her eyes were dancing like soft moonlight. A teardrop slid down from her eye socket and tick-tock, and it just fell on the dark ground with a faint sound. Seeing the woman opposite in such a state, Zhou Xingyu did not refuse. He directly stretched out his right hand, and then a sword burning with a wisp of flame appeared in his palm. "Yes, it's it!" Ni Huang exclaimed. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Zhou Xingyu's right hand and then observed it carefully. Zhou Xingyu was puzzled. This woman looked at and touched his martial spirit. What kind of hobby did she have? Suddenly, Ni Huang's face became serious. She stood up and asked Zhou Xingyu seriously, "Do you want to awaken the third martial spirit?" What? 2 consecutive voices, one near and one far, reached Ni Huang's ears. She was not nervous at all, but smiled. She shouted loudly, "Your Majesty the Sword Master, please come together." Zhou Chenhu was squatting on a big tree in the distance. He was almost thrown off the tree by Ni Huang's shout. He came from a distance with a stern face and quickly stepped into the air. This was a manifestation of his extremely strong soul power. Normal title, Douluo would have this move. After using this move, Zhou Chenhu was very graceful at this time, and he really looked like a senior master. He walked gently, without a speck of dust. "You are a descendant of the Nine Heavens Ni Huang sect. Shouldn't the Nine Heavens Ni Huang sect be destroyed by the Spirit Hall along with the other 2 sects 20 years ago? Why are you in the Spirit Hall?" Zhou Chenhu spoke in a very cold voice at this time, because 20 years ago, the Nine Heavens Ni Huang sect had been destroyed by the Spirit Hall. At that time, he was only in his 70s and was still training on the Sea God Island. It was not until he came out of the Sea God Island that he heard that the Nine Heavens Ni Huang sect was destroyed by Qian Daoliu. Since both sides were enemies, why would she stay in the Spirit Hall? Zhou Chenhu couldn't figure it out. At this time, Zhou Xingyu was also in shock. It turned out that all this was true. The Nine Heavens Ni Huang sect was really destroyed by the Spirit Hall. 9 Heart Begonia, 9 Heavens Rainbow Phoenix, 7 Killing Swords. These 3 major sects were not much weaker than the above 3 sects decades ago, or even stronger than them. Ni Huang leaned forward slightly, her face coldly looking up at the night sky. Tears of grievance kept flowing from her beautiful eyes, and the tears soon soaked her neck, and then she swallowed. "Your Majesty, I also want revenge, but I have no help. Can a weak woman like me fight against a demigod-level strongman like Qian Daoliu? Our 3 tribes have been waiting for the rise of the Great Xia sect, but where are the people of the Great Xia sect? Where were they when we were in danger?" At this point, Ni Huang paused and looked at Zhou Chenhu, her eyes full of endless grievances, as if she was bullied by Zhou Xingyu. Zhou Xingyu panicked immediately. He was most afraid of women crying, especially beautiful women. At that time, it was because of a woman crying that Poseidon misunderstood him on the Sea God Island and drove him out of the Sea God Island. Hey, it's my great Xia sect's fault. It's my great Xia sect that's sorry to you three clans. He wanted to wipe Ni Huang's tears with his hands, but thinking of his age, he could only glare at Zhou Xingyu next to him. He meant to prompt Zhou Xingyu to help wipe her tears. What does this have to do with me? She's an adult, and she still needs me to wipe her tears? Zhou Xingyu was speechless, and finally under the stern eyes he was forced to take a few steps forward. Seeing the old and the young act like this, Ni Huang burst into laughter, but she deliberately bent down and put her little face in front of Zhou Xingyu. A pack of tissues was taken out of the soul guide, and then opened. A tissue with a fresh fragrance was taken out by Zhou Xingyu and folded into a handkerchief. He carefully wiped Ni Huang's tears, and when he wiped her neck, he didn't dare to wipe it down, and directly handed the rest of the tissue to her. "You kid, look at your cowardly look," Zhou Xingyu said contemptuously. Zhou Xingyu rolled his eyes. Didn't he see the old man's lustful look just now? He just didn't want to expose him. He was so old, but he still wanted to eat young grass. "Ha ha ha, your majesty the swordmaster, you two are really a perfect match." Ni Huang laughed out loud, completely ignoring her image at the moment. In the dark night, only two balls of white light flashed. The old and the young stared at each other, and dared not look at each other. They turned around silently, and then stayed away from this crazy woman. Chapter 91. The Nine Heavens Ni Huang sect returns. A moment later, the three appeared under the ruins. Under the ruins is the place of the dead souls, the ancestral land of the Nine Heavens Ni Huang sect. This underground room is filled with spirit tablets, divided into 3 rows. The front row has the most, with dozens of people. The second row has more than a dozen, and the first row has only 5, but there is still an empty one at the top without any spirit tablet. Ni hao ya, soul level 95. Soul level 91. Soul level 96. The first row of 5 are all Title Douluo, the second row has only 3 Douluo, and the third row has only 2 Title Douluo. What does this mean? Ni Huang had just finished the worship. She saw Zhou Xingyu's confusion, so she explained, "This is the curse that the Douluo God realm has given to our clan." When she said this, Ni Huang's expression was obviously a little resentful, but her eyes always inadvertently stared in the direction of Zhou Xingyu. Zhou Xingyu was offering a memorial service at this time. He took out a lot of incense from the soul guide and inserted it on the spirit seat, and then performed many etiquettes seriously. After the memorial service, he took out a statue from his arms, and then he carefully placed the statue at the top of the spirit seat. Then he took out a few bottles of white wine from the soul guide, opened the white wine bottles, and carefully filled the bowls in front of all the spirit seats. After doing all this, he said loudly, "Today, the agent of the great Xia sect came to pay tribute. May the deceased rest in peace. The great Xia sect is ashamed of you. I, Zhou Xingyu, will take over your hatred. In the future, I will avenge you and kill gods and immortals." The Nine Heavens Ni Huang sect, a subsidiary sect of the great Xia sect, returns to its sect position. The loud voice came out of his mouth and reached Ni Huang's ears. At this time, she was already in tears, and her purple short hair was almost wet with tears. The contemporary Ni Huang Douluo is willing to return to his position. Ni Huang fell in front of the spirit tablet. She squatted there and trembled slightly, and paid tribute several times in a row. A cold light shot out from Zhou Qianyu's eyes, and this cold light happened to look at Zhou Xingyu. Zhou Xingyu was staring at the back of Ni Huang at this time, and suddenly his sixth sense felt a sense of danger, and then he looked in the direction of danger. My goodness, his chief master was hinting him with a murderous look to go over and pay tribute immediately. After getting the hint, Zhou Xingyu hurried forward. After a few worships, the three finally stood up. Ni Huang's face was full of bright smiles, as if all the bad things in the past had disappeared. Ni Huang gave a look to the old man and the young man, and they understood instantly. Outside the house, Ni Huang led the old man and the young man to walk forward. There was an underground passage which led to the core location of the Nine Heavens Ni Huang sect's ancestral land. It was extremely dark here, but the three of them were not weak. Their soul power was surging. Just opening a few soul rings made the underground extremely bright. Not to mention that Zhou Xingyu was holding a few flashlights. At the end of the underground passage, there was a secret door, and on the door was a familiar Heavenly Four Spirits formation carved on it. However, this Heavenly Four Spirits formation was different from the Heavenly Four Spirits formation on Blue Star. The normal Heavenly Four Spirits were Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. There are 4 patterns painted here. The top one is a burning fire sword, the left one is a flying phoenix, the right one is a strange flower with 12 petals, and the bottom one is an oriental dragon, a ferocious and terrifying black dragon. Seeing this pattern, Zhou Qianhu sighed. This is the martial spirit of the ancestors, the fire sword, the 9 heavens phoenix, the 12-rank immortal golden lotus, and the destroying ancestral dragon. He always regretted that he did not awaken the most powerful fire sword martial spirit of the ancestors. Hey, I wanted to tell you these things after you become a Title Douluo, but now it doesn't matter if you tell you earlier. Zhou Xingyu looked at Nihuang with resentment. Nihuang was embarrassed by his gaze and hid behind Zhou Xingyu. Old man, this can't be blamed on me. Nihuang pulled Zhou Xingyu's arm and provoked Zhou Xingyu. At this time, she was not afraid of this dead old man at all. Humph, Zhou Xingyu was too lazy to argue with a woman. He took out an ancient book and threw it to his cheap apprentice, and then sat aside to drink. Zhou Xingyu caught a thin book with no words on the cover. He touched the material of the paper and found that the paper was really magical, as if it was made of the skin of some high-level soul beast. He opened the first page, and there was a familiar font on it, which was the text of Blue Star. But under this font, there was an annotation of Douluo text. The first page mainly talked about the relationship between the Great Xia sect and the 3 affiliated sects, and the second page explained the connection between the 4 martial souls. In particular, it explained that the 4 martial souls formed several types of martial souls after they were gradually assimilated in the Douluo Continent. The weakened Black Sword of Destruction, the cursed 9-Heart Begonia, the incomplete 9 Heavens Rainbow Phoenix, the mutated 7 Killing Swords. It was really a nonsense book. The changes of martial souls were so exaggerated. Was it deliberately made by the God Realm? Master, Sister Nihuang, I don't understand. Is our ancestor a 4-born martial soul? Why are there 4 kinds of martial souls? Zhou Xingyu became very interested in this mysterious ancestor. He closed the book and asked the 2 people around him. Hearing Zhou Xingyu's strange question, Zhou Chenghu rolled his eyes and said he didn't want to answer. This kid has a big brain. He even has 4 martial spirits. He's dreaming. Nihuang walked to Zhou Xingyu's side, then touched his forehead with her hand, then touched her own forehead, and then laughed. Little brother, you are really too stupid. The ancestors are 2 people. They are husband and wife. They both have twin martial spirits. After the ancestor and the woman of Douluo Continent combine, they become 4 martial spirits, right? Seeing Nihuang laughing at him again, Zhou Xingyu was embarrassed. He always thought he was very smart. How could he not think of such basic things? Isn't it enough for both husband and wife to have twin martial spirits? Heh, Sister Nihuang, then you said you can help me awaken the 3 martial spirits. How can I awaken it? It can't be conjured out of thin air, right? Zhou Xingyu asked doubtfully. He looked at Nihuang, then looked at his master, and finally looked at the secret door. He slowly walked to the side of the secret door and began to study it. Nihuang's cheeks were a little red at this time, and she suddenly became shy. The old village chief Zhou Chenghu also began to remain silent. His eyes were a little evasive. The 2 of them didn't speak, and the atmosphere in the dark underground passage suddenly became weird. Zhou Xingyu felt a little curious when he saw that the 2 didn't speak. He stopped studying the formation, and then looked at the 2 people in confusion, and was stared at by the 2 people. Nihuang's face was as red as blood at this time. After struggling for a moment, she decided to say it. Reversion, reaching the state of reversion, may awaken the 3rd or even 4th martial spirit. Reversion? Zhou Xingyu was stunned. First of all, he traveled from Blue Star. This can actually be regarded as reversion in a sense. Otherwise, he would not have awakened 2 martial spirits. But looking at the faces of his master and Nihuang, this reversion may have another meaning. Does it require the owner of the twin martial spirits to combine with others? Zhou Chenghu stood up and walked directly out of the underground passage. He knew that once Nihuang decided on this matter, it meant that the hidden people of the Great Xia sect would start to fight back. Okay, don't hesitate, Nihuang, you decide. I can help you guard outside. Time must be accelerated. I can only block the formation aura for 10 minutes. Zhou Chenghu had disappeared into the dark passage, but his voice echoed in it. Chapter 92. Thunder rolls in the sky, announcing to the 9 heavens. Seeing Zhou Chenghu go out, the atmosphere in the underground passage suddenly became ambiguous. Nihuang's face flushed. She slowly moved to Zhou Xingyu's side, and then she stuck to Zhou Xingyu. Feeling the hot breath behind him, Zhou Xingyu was silent. He was only 13 years old, but it didn't mean that he didn't know anything. It was obvious that he needed to practice dual cultivation to awaken the so-called 3rd martial soul. He didn't know whether the chance of awakening was high, whether there was any danger, and what would happen after awakening. However, seeing that his cheap master's soul power was surging all over his body just now, and the moment he went out, all 9 soul rings had been opened, which showed that this matter was very serious. Zhou Xingyu resisted the primordial power and asked, Sister Nihuang, will there be any abnormal state when awakening the 3 lives martial soul? Nihuang was stunned, and then whispered in Zhou Xingyu's ear, Don't worry, sister will love you. Feeling the hot air blowing in his ear, Zhou Xingyu was still worried. Sister Nihuang, don't make a fuss. I mean, once we practice dual cultivation, will you have any abnormality when I awaken my martial soul? Zhou Xingyu turned around and looked at Nihuang with a serious face. He didn't want to explain his first time in a muddle. even if it was a beautiful woman. Moreover, there are unknown consequences. Just now, when he was studying the Four Spirits formation, he saw a passage of Blue Star's words on it. The vitality of heaven and earth, the immortal path in another world, the wisdom of the caves intertwined, the 5 chi is rising, the thunder of the sky is rolling, and it is announced to the 9 heavens. It means that once awakened in another world, it is possible to attract the attention of the thunder of the sky and the gods of the 9 heavens. Looking at the serious expression of the handsome boy in front of her, Nihong felt guilty at this time. She only thought about revenge for her people, but forgot other things. Well then, Swordmaster Douluo and I will protect you and hide you in the Tiando Imperial City. As long as you hurry up, we should be fine. Nihong didn't dare to look at Zhou Xingyu's eyes at this time. Her body was trembling, afraid that the boy would not be willing, because once one of the 2 sides had resistance, the double cultivation would fail. Zhou Xingyu instantly understood that if the double cultivation was carried out this time, it would definitely fail. Even if it succeeded, it would attract the prying of many powerful people, and his own strength was weak, so he would definitely be a lamb to be slaughtered. If he attracted the attention of the Douluo God Realm, it would be even more troublesome. He took a step forward and walked in front of Nihong. The 2 were very close at this time, and they could feel each other's breathing. He held the flawless little face with both hands and said, "Sister Nihong, wait until I become a god. Give me 5 years. By then, I believe I have the strength to rival the gods. Believe me, I don't want everyone to be hurt." Well, Nihong's voice was weak and thin. Although she was usually carefree, she was actually a rookie. "How about I help you relax?" Nihong asked with doubt in her tone. Zhou Xingyu was as if facing a formidable enemy. He quickly ran out of the underground passage. This woman was really good at seducing people. He had just exploded with the power of the wild, but she was actually discovered. "Thank you, please let me go. I'm still a child." Zhou Xingyu's miserable voice echoed in the underground passage. "Tsk, what a coward." Nihong stood there with a look of contempt, but she smiled in an instant. Outside the underground passage, Zhou Chenhu asked with a puzzled look, "Huh? How come you finished in just 2 minutes? This is too fast. Have you awakened?" "Huff, huh, huh," he gasped for breath. He used his soul skills to escape from the devil's claws. He panted and said contemptuously, "Master, you look down on me too much, at least for a few days and nights." Zhou Chenhu expressed his disbelief. He looked up and down at his cheap apprentice, and then said in a contemptuous tone, "You are just a bamboo pole, and you will be down in a few hours, right?" Zhou Xingyu expressed his firm opposition to the words of his cheap master. The 2 began to bicker until Nihong came out of the underground passage. The 2 stopped bickering. Finally, the 3 of them discussed the countermeasures here, and they left in a hurry until almost 12 o'clock. This land of the past returned to peace again, as if no one had ever been there. The next day was a friendly match between the Shrek Yanshin team and the Tiando Royal Academy. The Royal Academy's arena was bustling with people today. In order to create an atmosphere, the Academy put up banners, and there was an endless stream of people coming outside to admire the reputation. Many people were willing to buy tickets to enter the Academy to watch the fight. After all, it was a fight between the top students of the 2 colleges of the Tiando Empire, so it must be very exciting. There was even a betting on the odds of the fight both inside and outside the school. The odds of the Tiando Royal team were 1-1. The odds of the Shrek Flame God team were 1-5. Surprisingly, no one was optimistic about the Flame God team, because the Flame God team only sent 4 girls this time, while the Tiando Royal team sent a team of 7 Soul Lords. Even a blind man could tell which team would win, so the odds of the Tiando Royal team were naturally lower. "I bet 5,000 gold soul coins on the Flame God team." Flanders took the lead and threw out 5,000 gold soul coins in front of the temporary gambling house in the fighting arena. To be honest, he himself was not confident. There was no other way. Would he bet on others to win? Yu Xiaogong felt that he had a sure win. He looked at his brother with contempt and then directly slapped his soul guide on the gambling house. He also took out a bill to indicate the price of the soul guide. "I bet 8,000 gold soul coins on Tiando Royal Academy." Seeing that his good brother was so pessimistic about his academy team, Flanders could only laugh dryly. He knew Yu Xiaogong's bad temper, so he simply ignored him. To be honest, he had done his best for Yu Xiaogong. He had never done anything to let him and Erlong down. Except for that time, he was just doing it for their own good. This fellow who had been drinking and eating with him clearly already had Bibi Dong, but he actually wanted to get involved with his cousin. Fortunately, he stopped this tragedy in time. Prince Shuixing glanced at the exquisite bracelet soul guide. His eyes jumped at first, and then pretended to be nonchalant and said, "Buy it and leave it. You can only take it away if you win, otherwise you can only redeem it tenfold." "Do you understand this rule?" Master Yu Xiaogong said. He didn't care when he heard Prince Shuixing's words. He waved his hand and said, "It's just a soul guide bracelet. I really don't care." In fact, at this time, his heart was a little painful, because this bracelet soul guide was something Bibi Dong gave him at that time. But he didn't have too many gold soul coins at the moment. Could he use silver soul coins and bronze soul coins to make up for it and count them one by one? He is a master. He has to maintain his dignity. How could he be without money? As long as the Tiando royal team wins this time, he can get 8,000 gold soul coins for free. Other teachers in the academy placed bets one after another, but they didn't place many bets, just a dozen gold soul coins for fun. Prince Xuexing complained in his heart. Humph, you are still pretending to be a master. Even your own school thinks you will fail. Rubbish. But he immediately bet 20,000 gold soul coins on the Shrek Yanshin team because he felt very strange today. His left eyelid kept twitching. Not long after Yu Xiaogang left, a handsome boy came and spent 100,000 gold soul coins to buy the bracelet soul guide. Chapter 93. Tang San changes his name to Tang Yin. At this time, the Tiando Royal Academy Grand Competition Arena was the center. The two competing teams slowly merged from both sides to the center amid the noisy cheers of the crowd. On one side was the Tiando Royal team led by Yu Tianheng, followed by 5 men and 1 woman. The last man was wearing a human skin mask, so normal people couldn't tell. On the other side was the Shrek Flame God team led by Ning Rongrong. They were all beautiful women, so they were greeted with calls. As for whether these calls were serious or not, it was up to you to judge. Hey look, there are 4 beautiful girls. Why don't you just admit defeat? If they get hurt, that little face will. Heh, what a delicate flower. I can't bear it anymore and want to destroy it. Wow, long legs, white skin. The girl with the baby face has a perfect figure. They are all wearing light red short skirt suits with flying Suzaku patterns on their bodies. These are soul guide costumes, right? This school is really rich. Hey, did you notice that there is a Catwoman in their team? There is a Catwoman. Her figure and feeling are top-notch. Ning Rongrong's face was obviously not very good at this time. She was not afraid of these disgusting people looking at her, but she was angry that Zhou Xingyu didn't come to watch her fight. Humph! Zhou Xingyu, that bastard, actually let the 4 girls fight. She glared at the crowd around her angrily. The girls from the big sects were not weak in momentum at all. Many people were scared by her fierce eyes. Zhu Zhuqing looked around indifferently. She hated the looks of these men. Especially some of them were doing some obscene actions, which made her feel angry. She said coldly, "Wait a minute. You and Ye Lengleng will stand behind us and help us improve our status." The 4 of them kept walking towards the center of the competition. During the walk, the soul power of Zhuqing and the soul power of Catwoman Minner were constantly increasing. Finally, the 2 teams slowly walked to the center of the competition venue. Zhou Xingyu, wearing a black suit, sat at the front of the audience. Although he went home very late last night, he got up early. Before 4 o'clock, he was already practicing in his bedroom, doing 500 push-ups, 500 frog jumps, 500 kicks, and 500 sit-ups. At this time, he looked around. The competition venue of Tiando Royal Academy was not big and could only accommodate more than 5,000 people. It was because it was not big and there were too many people watching today, so it was very crowded. The arena is divided into 6 major areas. On the left is the audience seat for students of Tiando Royal Academy, which is sky blue. On the right is the audience seat for students of other colleges in Tiando Imperial City. Today it is full. The 5 elemental colleges of Tiando have sent elite teachers and students to watch, because in a few years, it will be the elite competition for advanced college soul masters across the continent. Knowing the opponent's soul skills in advance can help you prepare in advance. Xiangjia College, Blazing Fire College, Divine Wind College, Thunder College, Tianshui College. These colleges are the symbols of the Tiando Empire and the places where elite soul masters gather. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer also came today. Shui Yuer looked around everywhere. She was looking for Zhou Xingyu's shadow because Zhou Xingyu told her that he would come to watch the game today. But Shui Binger had a serious face at this time. She was carefully observing the 2 teams below. She was the captain of Tianshui College and had to carefully observe all the information of the future enemy. In Zhou Xingyu's observation, the area in front was the area where the Tiando nobles were. They obviously wore different clothes and etiquette from here. Their temperament was very humble and polite. The area where he was located was the most chaotic area. It was full of ordinary soul masters who bought tickets or ordinary people with money or spies from a certain force. There was also a small area in the center of the arena. That area was suspended from the sky. It was not large, about 30 square meters, and there were 5 people sitting on it. In the front was the Emperor Xueye, who was wearing a golden red robe, a golden diamond crown, and a face like an ancient moon. At this time, he greeted everyone with a smile on his face. A little bit behind, the eldest prince, Jian Renche, was sitting in 2 seats. Today she was wearing a festive outfit, a purple-red robe, which was a bit effeminate. There was also the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, Ning Fengji, who was wearing a white robe and a 7 treasure purple gold crown that symbolized his status. and the last two seats were occupied by another prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Beng, and the little princess of the Tiando Empire, Shui Kei. Prince Shui Beng was obviously unhappy today, but he still pretended to be happy, looking at the beauties below, and even drooling from time to time. This disgusting look immediately caused many people to be disgusted, especially Qian Renshui. She had been observing the prince with her peripheral vision. After seeing how disgusting he was, she stopped watching and instead looked for Zhou Xingyu seriously. A slight blush appeared on her face, and she was thinking about what happened on the dressing table last night. The little princess Shui Kei looked at the center of the arena seriously. She wanted to see how the four girls would defeat the 7-member team of the Tiando royal team. Because in her opinion, the 4 Shrek girls below were not nervous at all, but were eager to try. Unless these 4 people admit defeat at the beginning, they will definitely be beaten badly. Because as far as she knew, just yesterday, the Tiando royal team welcomed a student from the Han sect. Although this student's martial spirit was a bit strange, his strength was very strong. Even the team leader Yu Tianheng couldn't beat him. A mere blue-silver grass could actually beat the genius of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. His name is Tang Yin. In terms of appearance, this boy is a bit ugly, with dull eyes, as if someone owed him money. At this time, Tang San was a little flustered on the fighting field below. The script was completely different from what he expected. He thought Xiao Wu would appear today. 4 girls appeared on the opposite side. Except for 2 of these 4 girls, he didn't recognize any of the other 2. He had been attracted to Zhu Qing, who had long legs, beautiful face, and S-shaped figure. He also liked Ning Rongrong, who was petite, cute, and arrogant. Tang San was very entangled at this time. There were 2 other girls on the opposite side who were also beautiful women. He had gradually forgotten what Xiao Wu looked like. Just as Tang San was entangled, 2 beautiful MCs flew over from both sides of the sky. The 2 of them were dressed in cute, cool angel costumes, with pink bunny ears as decorations. Both of them had perfect figures, and the audience's enthusiasm was immediately ignited by them. Next, please invite His Majesty the Emperor of the Tiando Empire to announce the opening of this competition. The beautiful host on the left said loudly. The Snowy Knight Emperor, who was wearing a golden red robe, a golden diamond crown on his head, and a face like an ancient moon, moved his body, and his soul power surged. 2 yellow and 2 purple, 4 soul rings emerged from his body, and then a swan phantom appeared behind him, and slowly a pair of white wings emerged from behind him. The Snowy Knight Emperor moved, and the swan wings behind him gently waved, and he flew up. The 4 people behind him also stood up, especially the 2 princes and a princess, who all displayed their swan martial spirits. Ah! Tiando! 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 Long live His Majesty! The sound in the Tiando Royal Academy was overwhelming, and everyone's passion was aroused. This was their emperor, the supreme existence, and the object of their loyalty. Tiando Royal Team versus Shrek Yanshan Team. Emperor Shuye was very happy to see his subjects who loved him so much. He raised his right hand slightly and turned around. Suddenly, the applause and the roaring shouts stopped instantly. The Tiando Royal Arena was silent. A serious and solemn voice came from the loudspeaker. The winning team of this friendly match will receive 3 treasures, 2 high-level soul guides, and 1 is the head soul bone. When they heard the head soul bone, all the audience below were stunned. They had not received any news before and thought that the 2 academies were competing for fun. The scene suddenly became lively again. They began to discuss who in the royal team had the best hope of getting the soul bone reward. Emperor Shuye smiled slightly and raised his right hand again. Suddenly, the shouting and talking voices disappeared again. I, Emperor Shuye of the Tiando Empire, announce that the friendly match between the Tiando Royal Team and the Shrek Flame God Team will begin now. Everyone, please stop when you are done. The applause began to thunder, and cheers rose and fell. Emperor Shuye slowly flew back to his exclusive seat amid the applause. However, when he sat down, his face suddenly turned pale. But it soon returned to a rosy color. This scene was basically unnoticed by anyone. Only Zhou Xingyu and Qian Renshui saw it. When Emperor Shuye sat down completely, the beautiful MC on the right said loudly, "Now please invite the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, Mr. Ning Fengji, to give a speech for the 2 academies this time." The applause rang out again, especially in the center of the arena. Ning Rongrong was jumping and happily calling for her father there. Zhu King walked away from her in disgust. Ning Fengji slowly walked out of his seat and saw that he was smiling at this time, and his right hand touched his left wrist. Everyone present heard a beep sound, and everyone was confused. A pair of huge white wings grew out from behind Ning Fengji. These wings were slightly smaller than the pair of wings of Emperor Shuye, and they were also swan-shaped wings. Emperor Shuye smiled slightly when he saw this, and a warm feeling came over him. The huge swan wings fluttered gently, and Ning Fengji flew from the high platform to the center of the arena. Then he pressed his hands together and bowed slightly to everyone, saying, "Don't get me wrong. My martial soul is the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, and I don't have flying skills. I'm wearing a flying soul guide, which is one of the prizes of this competition. As soon as Ning Fengji said this, everyone gasped. A flying soul guide, that is something that can be compared to low-level soul bones. The Tiando Empire is really generous this time. Tiando! 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 For a while, the shouting in the Tiando Royal Academy was overwhelming. They all shouted from the bottom of their hearts, especially the nobles who were right in front of Zhou Xingyu. They all shouted with all their strength and their necks were hoarse. Ning Fengji's face was full of smiles at this moment. He turned around and made a courtesy to Emperor Shuiye, then looked at the eldest prince. Qian Renshui nodded and stood up. She hated the shouting, but she couldn't show it on her face. She smiled and released her martial spirit, Swan. Then she quickly flew to Ning Fengji's side. In an instant, 5 spirit rings emerged from under her feet, yellow, purple, and black. As soon as these 5 spirit rings appeared, the scene was out of control. Everyone was excited. The group of people who supported the eldest prince Tiando shouted, "Crown Prince! Crown Prince!" Emperor Shuiye's face changed again and again, and he finally suppressed it, because he had figured it out at this moment. He was old and felt tired after using his spirit power to fly for a while. Qian Renshui pressed down with both hands, and the scene suddenly became quiet. When she saw that everyone stopped talking, she took out a crystal-clear blue triangle from the soul guide. As soon as this item was taken out, everyone in the Tiando Royal Arena seemed to have entered another world. That is, the world of the sea. Circles of blue light flashed and continued to pour out from this 3-dimensional triangular treasure. Everyone felt that they were in the arms of their mother, and waves of light and glass spread like water ripples in everyone's heart. Everyone showed greed when they saw this item. This is definitely a super treasure, and it is likely to be the prize of this competition. This item is called the Vast Sea Universe Cover. It is a soul guide. It is very precious. The value of this item is not lower than the head soul bone, but this prize is not the prize of this competition. Qian Renshui suddenly changed her lines. She felt that the 4 people sent by Zhou Xingyu would definitely fail this time, so she changed her strategy temporarily. When these words came out, Ning Fengji was stunned, and even Emperor Shuiye was stunned, but their faces instantly returned to normal. Only Zhou Xingyu's face below changed again and again. He was wearing black clothes at this time, so ordinary people could not see how complicated his expression was. Qian Renshui looked around the arena with a smile. She was going to be willful today. She wanted to find that damn Zhou Xingyu, who told him to run away last night. This treasure could definitely lead him out. Today's competition is not just one, but multiple. After the team competition is over, the second competition will start. All students from the Tiando Imperial Academy can participate. Qian Renshui's voice resounded throughout the Tiando Imperial Academy arena. No level limit, just age 20 or below. Please ask your team leader to report to the backstage. The rules of this competition allow 2-person teams. Of course, if you think you are strong enough, you can challenge everyone alone. Qian Renshui's words were very provocative, but everyone liked to hear this. Who wouldn't want to challenge a group of VA people? Ning Fengji didn't plan to let his cheap apprentice continue to perform. He didn't discuss this with himself or Emperor Shuiye. It was a mess. This was completely different from the usually steady Shui Qinghe. Ahem? Ning Fengji cleared his throat. The people below stopped talking, but they had already started to communicate with their own academy teachers in secret. Qian Renshui also knew that she had gone too far. She apologized to Ning Fengji and flew to Emperor Shuiye to apologize. After this process, both sides had saved face. Emperor Shuiye also thought that there was nothing wrong with this matter. After all, he originally wanted to give such a valuable treasure to that super Douluo apprentice. He believed that with the boy's yellow, purple, black, and black, this 4 abnormal spirit ring combination would definitely win the first place. Some people were happy, some were not happy. Tang San was obviously happy. He felt that the treasure seemed to have a strange attraction to him. Zhou Xingyu was obviously unhappy. Qian Renshui, that dead goblin, was doing unnecessary things. Originally, a big battle could win, but later he might have to appear to win. By then, the news that he was a genius would spread throughout the Douluo Continent, which was completely inconsistent with his purpose of Gozijue. Everyone in Tiando Royal Academy was unhappy, especially Yu Tianheng, who thought the treasure was already in his pocket, but it was ruined by this damned eldest prince. Everyone in the 5 elemental academies was happy because they had the chance to get the treasure. Ning Fengji flew to the side of the 2 beautiful MCs, and he held their hands, and then the 3 of them shouted together, "Tiando Royal Team versus Shrek Flame God Team, the game begins!" Chapter 95. Tang San was hit so hard that he shut himself up. The moment Ning Fengji shouted the start of the game, all the lights in the arena went out, and then 2 dazzling lights appeared, one shining on the Tiando Royal Team and the other on the Flame God Team. Open the martial spirit, possession by the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yu Tianheng, the captain of the Tiando Royal Team, shouted, and 2 yellow spirit rings and 1 purple spirit ring appeared on his body. Behind him, 5 boys and 1 girl also opened their martial souls, all of which were 2 yellow and 1 purple, all with the best soul ring ratio. However, the 4 girls of the Shrek Flame God team were not to be outdone, and opened their martial souls at the same time, all of which were 2 yellow and 1 purple. At this time, Zhu Qing and the cat girl Min'er had already blocked behind Ning Rongrong and Ye Lengleng, and to everyone's surprise, they were the first to open the martial soul fusion technique. Yu Tianheng was a person who was more sympathetic to women. He couldn't bear to hurt the 4 beauties, especially the cat girl, who was his favorite type. Yu Tianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, Level 33 Strong Attack System Battle Soul Master. Everyone of the Shrek Flame God team, please give up on your own initiative, so that you can avoid being hurt by us. Yu Tianheng stepped forward slightly, and then performed a handsome etiquette to the 4 beauties. In his opinion, his team released the Martial Soul just to show respect, so he did not issue any attack orders. Level 36 Strong Attack Spirit Master, Spirit Red Flame Saber-Tooth Tiger. Level 37 Agility Attack Spirit Master, Spirit Nether Spirit Cat. 2 shouts rang out, startling Yu Tianheng and Tang San at the end of the Tiando Royal team. Tang San never expected that the 2 girls were actually higher in level than him. He was only level 32. Ning Rongrong didn't seem to mind that there were too many things to do. She shouted loudly with pride, and a crystal-clear 9-story pagoda emerged from her right hand. At this moment, she was like a beautiful elf. Level 38 Auxiliary Spirit Master. Spirit 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. 9 treasures turn out glazed glass. 9 treasures have names. 1 is Power, 2 is Speed, 3 is Soul. 3 rays of light shone directly from the 9 treasures glazed tower, and quickly blessed Zhu King and Catwoman Min in front. In an instant, Zhu King and Catwoman Min felt that their spirit power surged, and they were about to reach the level of 40. Their strength and speed also increased greatly. At this time, they were brewing a spirit fusion skill. If they continued to bless like this, how powerful would the spirit fusion skill be at that time, directly reaching the level of Soul Emperor? Emperor Shoye's face was full of smiles at this time, and his smile was as big as a chrysanthemum. He turned around and said to Ning Fengji, "Fengji, your 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect is going to be renamed the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Congratulations." Ning Fengji bowed slightly and said with a smile on his face, "Your Majesty, you are too kind. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect can become strong because of your blessing. We are lucky to be in the Tiando Empire. We will seriously protect the border of Tiando." Okay. Emperor Shoye gave Ning Fengji an approving look. Qian Renshui expressed disdain. It was just an auxiliary sect. If it hadn't been supported by the 2 great Title Douluo, it would have collapsed long ago. Even if there was a titled auxiliary sect, what would it matter? And it was only possible to have a titled sect. Maybe the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile Tower would be shattered in the future? Tang San's face was gloomy at this time. He had collapsed. No wonder the 2 of them were recruited to the special recruitment class before. It turned out that they were so talented. But he was obviously about the same age as them. Why was he so much worse? Why did even Xiao Wu abandon him? They cheated! Tang San suddenly said something outrageous in a fit of anger. There was a sigh of relief on the field, and everyone's eyes were on this ignorant boy. Did he think that the martial spirit level could be reported randomly? Who would report it like this on purpose? This was a competition. Even Yu Tianheng frowned. This boy was forced into this team. He didn't agree at first, but he lost after the competition. At this time, this boy actually said this so arrogantly. Did he want to show off again? Yu Tianheng slightly made way for him. He was ready to let this arrogant boy go to fight the 4 beautiful Shrek warriors alone. Tang San was stared at by everyone and felt uncomfortable all over, but he woke up in an instant and walked slowly to the front of the team. A level 32 Auxiliary Combat Spirit Master with a spirit of blue-silver grass. Tang San was fearless at this moment. He wanted to prove himself. It didn't matter if the opponent was a girl, he just wanted to beat a girl. It didn't matter if the opponent's spirit power was higher than his, he just wanted everyone not to underestimate blue-silver grass. The mysterious Jade Hand and Ghost Shadow Trace were ready to go. He only needed to accelerate to rush towards the 4 beautiful Spirit Masters, and then knock them off the fighting field. A fat man beside Zhou Xingyu laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his waist. He covered his fat belly and laughed. "Ha ha ha, blue-silver grass. This rubbish spirit dared to laugh at 4 beauties. It's just pretending to be cool. Who put him into the Tiando Royal team? Check it out for me!" Prince Xuexing roared at the guards next to him with an ugly face. He was not in school yesterday, and something happened that he didn't know about. Now he wanted to kill the arrogant boy with the blue-silver grass spirit in the fighting field. The 3 teaching committee members of Tiando Royal Academy were all smiling. Except for some dissatisfaction with Tang San's words just now, they were generally very satisfied with Tang San. In the arena, Zhu King obviously recognized who was in front of her. She exuded a cold aura at this time. and the martial soul fusion skill quickly accelerated a lot under her control. Just as everyone was staring at Tang San's movements, a loud roar came from the center of the arena. Juju King's 2 yellow soul rings and 1 purple soul ring flew out of her body, followed by the 3 soul rings of Catwoman Minner. These 6 soul rings gathered together, and a terrifying aura condensed from the 6 soul rings. This pressure even spread to the audience outside the arena, making all the audience feel cold. This kind of coldness seemed to come from hell. Even using soul power to dispel it had no effect. Martial soul fusion skill, Nether Flame Tiger. A huge monster about 8 meters tall and about 15 meters long appeared in the center of the arena. It had long fangs, sharp claws, strong limbs, a tail that swung around, and the key was that it was burning with strong soul power. Its eyes stared coldly at everyone in the Tiandu royal team, especially the breath that was sprayed directly at Tang San. Just when Tang San felt that something was wrong, the Nether Flame Tiger's powerful claws gently waved at Tang San. Tang San's pupils shrank. He had never seen this kind of soul beast, nor had he heard anyone explain the martial soul fusion technique to him, so he was completely blinded at this time. He only felt the crisis of death coming, and he immediately used the Ghost Shadow, and then used the first, second, and third soul skills of the Blue-Silver Grass. He felt that if he didn't release them, he probably wouldn't have a chance to release them. Even while dodging, he wanted to release the latest developed hidden weapon, but he finally held back, because this hidden weapon obviously had no effect on the behemoth in front of him. Chapter 96. Tang San was beaten and disfigured. The speed of the behemoth was so fast that Tang San could only simulate the next dodge in his mind. He rolled over several times and the blue-silver grass kept protecting him, but all this had no effect. Tang San was angry, and the purple demon eye was activated. He sensed the gap in the attack and tried his best to dodge. However, the claws of the Nether Flame Tiger were dodged, but the flames on the claws were not dodged. The flames quickly burned Tang San's body, and soon burned away all his soul power, and burned off his human skin mask, revealing an extremely ordinary face. Tang San rolled desperately on the arena. Everyone in the Tiandu royal team was shocked. As strong as that arrogant boy, he was just hit by a random claw. So could they really stop it? They never thought that the 4 girls could actually defeat them. How big is this fighting arena? It's only about 20 meters. The strange tiger released by this martial soul fusion skill is 15 meters long. How can we fight it? Du Guyan's face was extremely ugly. She slowly approached her boyfriend Yu Tianheng because she was trembling all over at this time. It was the innate suppression of the martial soul. Her green phosphorus snake martial soul was afraid of the strange flame. At the moment when Tang San was hit, Du Guyan tried to release the snake venom, but was burned by the strange flame. At the moment when Du Guyan just approached her boyfriend Yu Tianheng, the Nether Flame Tiger moved. Zhu King and the cat girl Minner jumped lightly, waved their claws a few times, and beat all the people of the Tiandu royal team out of the fighting arena. Tang San was kicked by Zhu King with a sweeping kick and flew far away, because she recognized this damn and disgusting man. It was him who beat Dai Mubai to vomit blood and admit defeat, and it was him who made her completely free, so the force she used in this kick was not light, but it was not fatal, and it might be disfigured. Good, great, Zhu King, you are awesome! Zhou Xingyu cheered for everyone in the Yanshan team in the audience. He thought Zhu King did a great job, especially the sweeping kick just now. She kicked out in a beautiful posture. Her skirt and long legs were shining. Very good. As soon as he finished shouting, Zhou Xingyu immediately felt something was wrong. The whole audience was speechless because of the astonishment of the Shrek beauties, especially the martial soul fusion skill, which was simply a foul. The 3 teaching committee members of Tiandu Royal Academy were livid at this time. They had calculated everything, but they had never expected that the Shrek Yanshan team would win the game with just 4 girls. The key is that until now, they still don't know what martial soul the last girl has. Ning Rongrong was a big devil. She didn't care how quiet the scene was. She just hugged Ye Langleng and spun around in the middle of the arena. She shouted loudly, "Oh yeah, we won! Brother Xingyu, look, we won!" Ning Rongrong hugged Ye Langleng and happily ran to the edge of the arena, where Zhou Xingyu was. Ye Langleng was so embarrassed at this time. She struggled hard, but found that her strength was not as strong as Ning Rongrong. Finally, she gave up struggling and could only look at Zhou Xingyu innocently. Seeing the 2 girls rushing towards him, Zhou Xingyu secretly thought that he was careless just now. Because he couldn't help shouting out words just now, he had become the focus of the whole audience. Kindness from Qian Renshui, +1. Kindness from Xueyer, +20. Kindness from Ye Langleng. Evil from Tang San, 50. Evil from Xuexing, 100. Kindness from Shui Case, 10. Evil from Tang Yues, 1. Evil from Tang Hao, +100. Zhou Xingyu could only accept this series of messages silently. He was happy and surprised. He was happy that he had gained a wave of points, and he was surprised that he sensed that Tang Hao, the Birdman, was hiding in the crowd. Tang Hao must have been injured last time. Today there are Tiando royal family, many Seoul Douluos, and 2 Title Douluos hiding in the dark. Zhou Xingyu expected that Tang Hao would not dare to mess around, unless he wanted to die. But at this time, he pretended not to see it at all. He stood up and jumped to the side of Ning Rongrong and Ye Lengling. Now the 3 of them left the arena and chatted on the steps. Well, why don't you put Lengling down? Look at what you 2 look like now. Everyone has seen you naked. Ning Rongrong only realized at this time that the posture between her and Ye Lengling was problematic. It turned out that she had grown muscles in her arms because of the weight training she had been doing recently. She had hugged Ye Lengling too tightly just now, and the 2 of them were pressed together, and a certain part of their bodies was about to burst. The current posture was too provocative. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. She put Ye Lengling down in her arms, then jumped and ran to Zhou Xingyu and stretched out her hand, saying, "We won today. Is there any reward?" Malice from Chan Renshui plus 20. A cold gaze swept down from the air in the arena, and Zhou Xingyu felt cold all over. He responded to the gaze helplessly. The 2 gazes converged, and Chan Renshui felt her face getting hot at this time. She snorted coldly and turned her head away and stopped looking at Zhou Xingyu. At this time, Emperor Shuye coughed. He was both satisfied and dissatisfied with today's performance. He was dissatisfied that the Tiando royal team was really vulnerable, but he was satisfied that the Yanshan team finally won this time and the prize was finally delivered safely. The 2 beautiful MCs below woke up and waved their wings to the center of the arena. Today's game is really exciting. The Shrek Yanshan team actually used the martial soul fusion skill. The beautiful MC on the left said excitedly with a megaphone. The beautiful MC on the right had a ruddy face. In fact, she was frightened by the huge netherfire tiger just now. At this time, her stockings were still wet, but she still smiled calmly. Today's winner is the Yanshan team. Welcome Mr. Ning, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, to come down and present the award. After saying this, the 2 beautiful MCs waved their wings and flew to the corner below. Below the air where they were originally standing, there was a water stain at the edge of the arena. People who didn't know would think it was the cold sweat of the Tiando royal team. After the beautiful host left, Ning Fengji fluttered his wings and landed in the middle of the arena. Ning Fengji was extremely vain today. His daughter won and showed the 9 treasures glazed pagoda in front of everyone. That was an unparalleled honor, especially since that boy and Rongrong had such a good relationship. He was even considering whether to let his daughter marry that boy. Rongrong, come up and you boy should come too. Ning Fengji smiled and scolded his daughter and future son-in-law. His voice was gentle and his smile was innocent. It was completely from the heart without a trace of falsehood. Hey, here I come. Ning Rongrong made a face to her father and stuck out her tongue. Then she pulled Ye Lengling with one hand and the reluctant Zhou Xingyu with the other hand and ran to the middle of the arena. At this time Zhou Xingyu really felt what it was like to be tortured. Countless eyes stared at him, many of which were malicious, and only a few were kind. Chapter 97. You are all scum. The screen was full of good points and bad points. At this moment, Zhou Xingyu just wanted to shout loudly, "Let the storm come more violently." Just when the bad points on the good and evil panel reached the 20,000 level, something unexpected happened. Ding! The good and evil panel sensed the host's excitement and hereby triggered a random task. Challenge the Title Douluo Tang Hao on the spot. The winning reward panel will be directly upgraded to version 2.0. If you fail, all the current good and evil points will be deducted. 2. Expose Qian Renshui's identity on the spot and successfully obtain a 100,000-year soul bone. If you fail, all the current good and evil points will be deducted. 3. Fly to the front of Emperor Shuye and issue a challenge. If you win, you will get a divine soul ring. If you fail, all the current good and evil points will be deducted. 4. Rejected Shrek's victory on the spot, rejected the reward given by Ning Fengzi, said that he wanted to challenge all the students in the He Academy and said, "You are all scum." The 4th reward is the Spiritual Power Secret Book, Soul 9 Transformations. Unlock the first 5 realms. The above tasks need to be selected within 1 minute, otherwise the host will be deemed to have given up, and the subsequent good and evil points will be halved. What a damn task, Zhou Xingyu complained crazily. It has been many years since I got this broken good and evil panel, and it has never triggered any tasks. Today, I was crazy and gave myself a task. What kind of tasks are these? This is just asking for death. There is no need to look at the first 3. If I choose, I will definitely die ugly. What about challenging Tang Hao alone? It would be great if he had the ability. What about exposing Qian Renshui's identity? As long as he takes the initiative, Qian Renshui is almost his woman. Why expose her? Asking for trouble? The 3rd one is ignored directly. Challenge the imperial power. It's asking for death. Didn't you see that the spirit hall is so powerful that it didn't kill Emperor Shuye directly? I choose the 4th one. When the time was about to be full for 1 minute, Zhou Xingyu made a decision without hesitation. He could only try his luck. This way, he could not only harvest another wave of points, but also make the sect he established soon famous. In the surprised eyes of Ning Rongrong and Ye Lengling, he rushed directly to the center of the arena and then said to Ning Fengji seriously, "Master Ning, we meet again." "Well, hello, little monster," Ning Fengji smiled. At this time, he looked at Zhou Xingyu as if he was looking at his own child, which made Zhou Xingyu a little scared. A piece of head soul bone flashing with yellow light was taken out of the soul guide by Ning Fengji, and then he removed the flying soul guide on his body. He handed these two treasures to Zhou Xingyu solemnly. "Congratulations to you. Congratulations to the Yanshan team. You won the friendly match, and the treasures belong to you." Ning Fengzi held a treasure in each hand, and the light of these two treasures kept flashing. The audience was extremely quiet at this time. They had just laughed at the boy's impatience, but now they were envious of him. Although no one introduced who the boy was, they could guess who he was. Juju King, Catwoman Minner, Ning Rongrong, and Ye Lengling stood behind Zhou Xingyu at this time. They were extremely excited. The light of the two treasures reflected on their faces, and the blush on their beautiful little faces complemented each other. Flanders and Zhao Wuji hugged each other tightly. They were so happy that they made a lot of money today. The two of them invested the most gold soul coins. At this time, they had already received the gold soul coins for victory from Prince Shuixing. The other teachers in the academy were very happy, but Master Yu Xiaogong had a sad face today. When he wanted to redeem the bracelet soul guide just now, he was told that it was gone. If you want to redeem it, you can, but you have to pay 100 times. That is 8,000 gold soul coins multiplied by 100, 8 million gold soul coins. This is simply asking for his life. Yu Xiaogong didn't dare to borrow from his cheap brother, because the money was too much for him to pay back. Zhou Xingyu didn't take the two treasures handed over by Ning Fengji, but instead said something that shocked everyone. "Master Ning, Shrek didn't win today's game, so Shrek can't accept these two treasures." "What?" Ning Fengji seemed not to understand, and he asked again in confusion. But just because he didn't understand doesn't mean that others didn't understand. The audience went wild, and countless people were shocked. Even Emperor Shuiye was a little caught off guard. He opened his mouth and stared on the stool, waiting for the next words. The three teaching committee members of Tiando Royal Academy were already very depressed, and now Zhou Xingyu himself ran into the muzzle of the gun, so Meng Shenji naturally had something to say at this time. Meng Shenji walked slowly from the bottom of the arena with the other two teaching committee members. His voice was very loud. "How dare you, a little student, say such a childish word?" Ning Rongrong was also frightened at this time. She tried her best to give Zhou Xingyu a hint with her eyes, but it was useless. Ye Lengling was so scared that her face turned pale. This competition was given by Emperor Shuiye. What was Zhou Xingyu going to do? Juju Qing and Catwoman Minner were surging with soul power. They secretly approached Zhou Xingyu's side. The martial soul fusion skills were triggered at any time. They completely forgot where they were at this time. There was only Zhou Xingyu in their eyes. "Sister, is his brain broken?" Shuiwer leaned against her sister, her eyes fixed on the man in the center of the arena below. Shui Binger was a smart person. She could see that the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect liked Zhou Xingyu, so she comforted her sister. "He will be fine. We just need to watch." Zhou Xingyu turned around and saluted Emperor Shuiye above, and then turned around and saluted the three teaching committee members of Tiando Royal Academy. While the three members of the Education Committee were stunned, he took out a loudspeaker from his soul guide. "Three members of the Education Committee, I think this competition is unfair. This victory came too quickly, and it was too unreal. I personally think we need to recompete." Meng Shenji and the other two had already walked to the center of the competition arena. They exuded a strong pressure, as if they could spread to Zhou Xingyu and the others with just a thought. After they arrived, they turned their heads and saluted slightly in the air. "Oh, how is it unfair? Tell me," the voice of Emperor Shuiye came from the air. Hearing the permission of Emperor Shuiye, the faces of the three members of the Education Committee changed drastically. They thought that their dirty deeds would not be exposed before, but what should they do now? Meng Shenji looked at Zhou Xingyu with pleading eyes, hoping that this kid could abide by the agreement. However, Zhou Xingyu ignored him and said directly, "Your Majesty, do you know why our team only sent 4 girls?" Emperor Shuiye was not a fool. From this direction, he could observe the faces of the three members of the Education Committee and the expressions of everyone except the nobles. "Well, why?" Emperor Shuiye nodded and asked back. Zhou Xingyu immediately came up with a powerful statement. He opened his mouth and told the previous agreement. Because of the rules, the three teaching committee members stipulated that only students below level 40 can participate. It just so happens that there are only 4 girls in our team who meet this requirement. Because the other members of our team are all above level 40, the 3 teaching committee members are afraid that their school will lose the game. Emperor Shuiye's face became more and more ugly, and the 3 teaching committee members hated Zhou Xingyu to death and kept sending malicious points. Even the Tiando royal team was sending malicious points. There was no way to avoid it. This was really humiliating. Although the age difference was not much, his level was not as high as others, and he lost the game. Now he was exposed on the spot. Meng Shenji, is this true? Emperor Shi 98 gave Tang Yuehua a look. Meng Shenji's face changed again and again, but he was always loyal to the Tiando royal family, so he told what happened at the bed. Yellow, purple, black, 4 spirit rings. Hiss! Everyone in the audience took a deep breath. Even Tang Hao, who was hiding in the dark, widened his eyes. A sense of jealousy grew in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't know that Zhou Xingyu had twin spirits. If he knew, Tang Hao would assassinate this threat even if he risked his life. Meng Shenji was extremely aggrieved at this time. He said to Emperor Shuiye with a sad face, "Your Majesty, I made this request for a fairer competition this time." Emperor Shuiye nodded secretly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Such a perverted spirit ring configuration is indeed perverted. His subjects are indeed sharing his worries. Zhou Xingyu's goal today was to cause a scene at the competition venue. He couldn't let Emperor Shuiye speak, so he pointed at the 3 members of the education committee and said aggrievedly, "Your Majesty, Meng Shenji and the others discriminated against me. This is actually not fair at all. It doesn't serve the purpose of a friendly match at all. This will only put the Tiando royal team in a false fantasy. Even if they win today, it's not real." Emperor Shuiye is now in a state of great headache. On one side are his lovely old ministers, and on the other side are the new ministers he wants to win over. How can he appease both sides? I, Zhou Xingyu, will challenge all the college students in the venue today. There is no reason, because you are all scum. While Emperor Shuiye was thinking about how to deal with this matter, Zhou Xingyu below was already shouting wildly with a loudspeaker. This, "You are all scum," instantly angered all the students present. Malice from Huyanli, Huyanba, Huyanshan, Huyanshi, Huyanqi, Huyangai, Huyanshi plus 20, 30, 50, 30, 100. Malice from Huowu, Huowu Shuang, Huoli, Huojun, Huochui 10, 50, 30, 50, 100. Malice from Feng Xiaoqian, Feng Zhilong, Feng Mian, Feng Longwu, Feng Yu. A series of malicious points instantly filled the screen. Zhou Xingyu disliked the noise and directly turned off the display of the good and evil panel. He was too lazy to read it now. Anyway, everyone present was an enemy. Spiritual Power Secret Book, Soul 9 Transformations. Unlocking the first 5 realms successfully. Soul Awakening Realm, Soul Heart Realm, Soul Mist Realm, Soul Movement Realm, Soul Training Realm. The good and evil panel forcibly transmitted this sentence to Zhou Xingyu and then disappeared. Zhou Xingyu was speechless. This damn good and evil panel he had already cultivated to the first 2 realms, which were all counted in the 5 realms. This wave was definitely a loss. He could have slowly figured out the last 3 realms without doing this task. Now it just allows him to watch the secret book behind. But now he has to face the storm behind. Look, all the students and teachers of the academy have stood up and are already running to the arena. Emperor Shuiye was laughing and crying. This kid was just courting death. Ning Fengji also covered his face. He leaned to the side and said that he didn't know this kid. Qian Renche was laughing at this time. She couldn't hold it back. This kid was always so unexpected. It was the same last night and today. Especially today, he wanted to challenge all the students alone. Shui Ke and Shui Beng showed curiosity. They walked to their father's side and looked down. Who was so rampant and what was the confidence? The teachers of Shrek were speechless. They were too embarrassed to see anyone, mainly because that boy was too arrogant. Just now, teachers from other academies came over and wanted to challenge them. Yu Xiaogong was in a bad mood to begin with, and he was beaten up by teachers from other schools because he spoke a few words. Fortunately, Flanders and others rescued him in time. Meng Shenji's old face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. He felt that he needed to add fuel to the fire. He also took out a loudspeaker from the Soul Guide, and a loud voice came out from the loudspeaker. "Students from all other academies, can we fulfill Zhou Xingyu's wish?" "Okay." The sound was deafening. This was the voice of everyone, including some soul masters who bought tickets to come in and didn't mind making things worse. They hadn't seen enough. Ning Fengji still stood on Zhou Xingyu's side. After all, he already regarded this kid as his son-in-law, so he leaned forward slightly and whispered in Zhou Xingyu's ear, "There is still room for tactful thinking. As long as you don't agree, I can let His Majesty speak." Zhou Xingyu smiled slightly. He continued to pick up the loudspeaker and then shouted loudly, "Master Ning, it's okay. Since I have said this today, I have never been afraid. Today, I, Zhou Xingyu, will do something spectacular, which is to beat up all the geniuses who refuse to obey." As soon as these words fell, even the nobles in the noble area couldn't stand it anymore. This kid wanted to tear up the face of the Tiando Empire today. Tang Yuehua stood up and shouted, "Beat this ignorant kid to death." Zhou Xingyu turned his head and faced Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua's proud figure was constantly rising and falling, which showed that she was very arrogant and even forgot the most basic etiquette of the nobles. Behind Tang Yuehua, Zhou Xingyu saw a man in black robes. His face was unclear, but Tang San, who was unconscious, was lying in his arms. Zhou Xingyu used a hand gesture to shoot Tang Yuehua. Although Tang Yuehua didn't understand what the hand gesture meant, she could fully understand the fierce look in his eyes. She was so angry that she almost had a heart attack. She lost her balance and fell directly on the man in black robes behind her. The man in black robes had no choice but to hug Tang Yuehua with his left hand. Now that there were people in both of his hands, he could do nothing and could only shrink back into the crowd of nobles behind him. "Your Majesty, the 5 elemental academies request to go to war." The loud voice reached the ears of Emperor Shuiye. This was an application issued by all the teachers leading the 5 elemental academies. Even as the Emperor of Tiandou, he had to weigh the weight of this. Emperor Shuiye looked at Ning Fengji for help, and Ning Fengji smiled and nodded. "All right, all outsiders are to leave the arena. The rules remain the same. No malicious attacks are allowed." After receiving a hint from his most reliable minister, Emperor Shuiye immediately issued the latest order. He could only hope that this situation would end quickly, no matter who won. After receiving the instructions from Emperor Shuiye, the 3 major education committees and Ning Fengji began to retreat to the outside of the arena. Only Zhu King, Catwoman Minner, Ye Lengling, and Ning Rongrong stood stubbornly in the middle of the arena. Ning Rongrong's face was very firm at this time. Her martial spirit had been fully activated, and the 9 treasures, glazed tower, was in her right hand. She was ready to release her soul skills to assist at any time. Ye Lengling was back-to-back with Ning Rongrong at this time. The 10-heart begonia martial spirit had appeared in her right hand, and the 3 soul rings were shining continuously. Her face was tense, staring at the students from various colleges who kept pouring into the arena. "Xiaoxin, take the 4 of them out of the arena." Chapter 99. The bandage dropped. A beautiful girl appeared at the bottom of the arena. She was wearing the Yanshen team's exclusive uniform, a light red short-skirt suit. Her 3 soul rings were shining continuously, and more than a dozen magic cloud vines quickly appeared on the arena. Then these magic cloud vines directly tied up Zhu King, Catwoman Minner, Ye Lengling, and Ning Rongrong. The 4 of them wanted to struggle, but after Zhou Xingyu said a few words, they gave up struggling and followed the magic cloud vines to the outside of the arena. The focus of the whole audience ran to Xiaoxin again. There was no way. This little girl was really beautiful, no different from the other 4 girls, with her snow-white long legs and her upturned little nose, and the scary magic cloud vine martial spirit. The magic cloud vines directly sent the 5 beauties to the audience seats at the back. The 7 people from Xiangjia Academy were the first to rush to the fighting field. They approached Zhou Xingyu with a grim smile. Bang! At this moment, Zhou Xingyu began to take off his shirt. He threw his black jacket directly in the center of the fighting field, splashing dust and making a small pit. After taking off his shirt, he revealed a layer of pure white gauze bandages. These gauze bandages were all tied to his upper body. He began to slowly remove the bandages on his arms. Bang! The bandage on his right arm fell off, and several unknown metal blocks with a metallic luster fell to the ground, making a loud noise and directly smashing a small deep pit in the fighting field. "Gudu," someone in Xiangjia Academy suddenly swallowed his saliva. Hu Yanli shouted. He had already reached the 40th level and had a head soul bone, so he was not worried at all. "Don't panic. That guy is bluffing. We will slowly surround him." At this time, 7 students from the Kamikaze Academy also rushed up. They stood at the edge of the arena without any intention of moving, mainly because their captain was waiting for the Blazing Academy. Bang! The white bandage on Zhou Xingyu's left arm was removed, and the metal block wrapped in the middle fell to the ground again. The students from Blazing Academy, Tianshui Academy, and Thunder Academy finally rushed up now, but at this moment Zhou Xingyu had already removed all the white bandages on his upper body. The mysterious metal block, bang bang bang, hit the ground, making the ground bumpy. After removing the bandages, Zhou Xingyu now revealed his strong whole body muscles, with 8 bulging abdominal muscles, and even the inverted triangle muscles on his back. Hang la la. Zhou Xingyu turned his neck and then did warm-up exercises in the center of the arena. His series of movements stunned everyone. The men showed jealousy, and they touched their arms and stomachs one after another. The women had stars in their eyes, especially Shui Yuer. If Shui Binger hadn't pulled her back, she would have defected to Zhou Xingyu. Feng Xiaoqian was a little jealous at this time. He slowly approached the next school, and then asked the beautiful girl with dark red hair, "Sister Huo Wu, what are you looking at?" This beautiful girl was tall and well-proportioned, with a fair face and delicate facial features. In particular, the team uniform made her figure look very beautiful. The protruding parts were protruding, and with her fiery red hair and flaming eyes, she looked like a fire elf. "I don't like muscular men," Huo Wu said lightly. Feng Xiaoqian was delighted, and he asked again, "What are you looking at?" Huo Wu did not hide anything. She was swallowing saliva like crazy, as if she saw something delicious. She smiled mysteriously and said, He has a handsome face and deep eyes. He is my type. Feng Xiaoqian was hit hard in an instant. He thought that the woman's words were really unreliable. At this moment, he vowed to train muscles when he returned, not to be a spare rib and eat more. Form a formation. Hu Yanli was ready to attack. What he didn't mind the most was that the man's muscles were stronger than his. Ha! Ha! Strength to pull mountains and spirit to conquer the world. Hu Yanli, Hu Yanba, Hu Yanshan, Hu Yanxi, Hu Yanxi, Hu Yangai, Hu Yanxi. The soul power of these 7 people surged, and soul rings emerged from their bodies. Then the 7 people surrounded Zhou Xingyu in a circle. One after another, huge diamond mammoths appeared on the fighting field. They were ready to use the defensive collision method to knock Zhou Xingyu directly into autism. Haha, this kid has his day too. Hu Yanjin stroked his mustache and laughed. He had already determined that Zhou Xingyu would make a fool of himself. Even if there are 2 black soul rings, so what? The move just now, strength to pull mountains and courage to conquer the world, is comparable to the existence of martial soul fusion skills. In the audience, Ning Rongrong, Xiaoxin, Juju King, Catwoman Minner, Ye Lengling, and Shrek's teachers showed their worries. Only Yu Xiaogang was still looking at Prince Shuixing with a sad face. Boom! As the sound came, all 7 students of Xiangjia Academy flew backwards from their original positions. Hu Yanli, Hu Yanba, Hu Yanshan, Hu Yanxi, Hu Yangqi, Hu Yangai, and Hu Yanxi were all vomiting blood. Only the captain Hu Yanli was slightly less injured, because he was wearing a strange helmet on his head. It was a yellowish-brown helmet, which exuded a strong soul power fluctuation. It looked like a head defense soul bone that was nearly 1,000 years old. Waist Hu Yanjin had just finished speaking when 2 strong men beside him rushed to the fighting field. The 7 students of Xiangjia Academy were defeated by the force, revealing the figure inside. Zhou Xingyu was seen half-crouching in place, with 4 soul rings on his body, flashing brightly. There was a transparent barrier around him, and several small tornadoes in the barrier were slowly disappearing. Second soul skill, Blade Storm. At this time, he pretended to say his soul skill. However, not many people were watching his pretentious appearance at this time. Only a few girls were looking at him and screaming. Most people were looking at the strange helmet on Hu Yanli's head. Everyone understood that it was a head soul bone and it was a defensive type. Just now, Hu Yanli blocked Zhou Xingyu's fast slash with his head soul bone. After this powerful attack, there was only a shallow mark on the soul bone, and this mark was still slowly repairing. It can be seen how useful this head soul bone is. Many people showed greed. However, when the 2 strong men sent by Hu Yanjin took Hu Yanli away, they turned their eyes away. There was no other way. Behind the Elephant Armor Academy was the Elephant Armor Sect. If you want to seize this head soul bone, you must first face the pursuit of the Elephant Armor Sect. Unless you are a Title Douluo and a Title Douluo of a higher level, you may not be able to beat the Elephant Armor Sect Master Hu Yanjin. Zhou Xingyu moved. He stood up, grabbed the fire sword with his right hand, and then pointed forward wildly. Who else? In order for everyone to hear clearly, he shouted again with a loud speaker in his left hand. Who else? This word is not very hurtful, but it is extremely insulting.